Hey. Hey. Hello, Fast and Bulbous. Thanks for the $5. Wanted to give a shout out to Giardia. It's been catching a lot of strays recently. It can't help that it's a parasite trying to live its life. Wow. Ooh. Good one. Everyone laugh. Everyone clap. Chat. Everyone say well done, Fast and Bulbous. Absolute banger. Do I understand this title? I don't think I do. I don't think I understand this stream title. This video title, I mean. 2 new Ethan hate videos dropped. What's the second one? Gaza talks proceed as Israel smarts from US Hamas meetup. What does that mean? What does that mean for Israel to smart from? What? What does that mean? Is this a typo? That looks like lav. It's not. Okay. I know Noah Samson made one. But I don't know about the other one. Smarting means hurting. Oh. Wow. Tiffany, thanks for the 199. Wow, okay. Interesting. Cute. F's in the chat for Giardia. True. Okay. Wow. Okay. So it means that I get this because I know that Israel doesn't want to do talks on ceasefire round 2, right? They want to get more concessions out of extending ceasefire round 1. That's what they want. I see. I see. The early box catches the worm. The US wasn't invited to a Ukraine-related defense meeting in Paris today. Why? What would they do, though? What would they do if they were there? They'd just be like, can we stop? Whatever. Good. Fuck them. Get them out. Tell you what, I'm going to do a little stream warm-up. And what better way than with this lad? We did talk about this. SCOTUS ruling against Trump. Let's just see what the legal breakdown is, though.
The background.
Ah,
this decision's tepid defense. The Supreme Court smacked down the Trump administration's efforts to summarily cut off aid around the world. Hooray!
Do you know what I like about Legal Eagle is he talks like he's been 1.5'd, but he hasn't.
Supreme Court decided that Congress still matters. And that's great. The celebration by most commentators is warranted. But I'm sorry to tell you there are some very, very dark clouds lurking in the background. And this decision's tepid defense of the rule of law could spell disaster in the future. In a very brief 5-4 unsigned opinion, the Supreme Court
5-4, Matt. 5-4. It's so bad for the most obviously illegal or unconstitutional, whatever the fuck act. Like it. So the way it works is obviously Congress has the power of the purse, the executive runs the treasury, and congressional appropriated funds and congressional allocated funds should not be touched by the executive arbitrarily, right? And for USAID especially, because it's actually in legislation, people argue that USAID was started by an executive act, but it was also strengthened by Congress in 1998. And it literally says, if you want to move funds or cancel a project or anything like that, it has to come through Congress, not through the executive. The executive can use the bully pulpit and bring it to Congress and be like, hey, Congress, I don't like spending money on trans athletic theater DEI plus DEI, I don't even know the relation, in Mozambique. And they'll be like, okay, let's have a look into it.
upheld the lower court's order for the administration to pay out on its debts. Yes, if you're keeping score at home, that's 4 votes in favor of basically dictatorship. But at least Justice Amy Coney Barrett sided with Justice Roberts and the liberals in defense of the law, I guess, which caused all kinds of right-wing infighting, so that's nice. But it may be too early to celebrate because the Supreme Court's—
I don't believe this is the first time where Amy Coney Barrett has defended the Constitution against MAGA. It's weird because everyone, I think, expected her to be a total fucking nutcase, but I mean, she is a conservative. She's very conservative, but I think, I guess the thing with her is that she still actually prefers the Constitution to Trump. This was back when Trump was appointing people who he thought would kind of like be right-wing enough for him, but yeah.
Barrett sided with Justice Roberts and the liberals in defense of the law, I guess, which caused all kinds of right-wing infighting, so that's nice. But it may be too early to celebrate because the Supreme Court's willing—
She voted to end Roe v. Wade. Yeah, but that's also because I think Roe v. Wade was, although it's the right thing, is, I think in terms of legal precedent, it wasn't really like the best, like the strongest legal argument. That's why people always said that, like, if you want abortion rights, it needs to go through, like, if you want to solidify them, it needs to come from Congress. But I don't know. Fuck. Maruzzi thinks that's wrong, but I've heard people argue otherwise.
To even consider overruling a lower court's temporary restraining order was itself a strange and ominous sign. And more troublingly, 4 members of the Supreme Court signaled that they didn't think the courts even have the authority to consider this case because this case is a violation of sovereign immunity. But what does this all mean, and how did we get here? Well, a week ago, we talked about the AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition versus the Department of State case, but that feels like a lifetime ago, so let's do a quick refresher to delve into the aspects of this case.
Let's.
On January 20th, 2025, President Trump issued an executive order titled Reevaluating and Realigning United States Foreign Aid, which directed an immediate freeze in United States foreign development assistance. This halted a broad array of foreign aid programs, many of which were life-saving campaigns aimed at alleviating hunger and providing essential medical care. OMB then issued a memorandum detailing instructions for the fulfillment of Trump's executive orders on grant programs, including the Foreign Aid Executive Order. In its memorandum, OMB ordered other agencies to pause the disbursement of all federal financial assistance, including foreign aid. Soon afterward, 2 separate courts issued orders forbidding the Trump administration from continuing this funding freeze. The administration took that court order under advisement and continued to do what it wanted to do, withholding funding on a wide variety of grants, contracts, and awards, including 800 USAID awards and contracts. The administration conducted these funding freezes with its usual level of incompetence. One of the plaintiffs in this case noted it received, quote, a flurry of stop work orders, often without any indication of what awards they were in reference to. The stop work orders contained vague and contradictory statements. Some letters indicated the award was being terminated because it no longer effectuated agency priorities. Others claim that the award termination wasn't because of any actions of the organization and was instead being ordered so that the new administration could have time to review the awards. Chaos ensued. Organizations around the world were forced to shut their offices, lay off their staff, and turn away people the United States had pledged to help. Millions of
food got spoiled. Some workers in some countries are potentially going to fall into total disunity and disorder because of the amount of they've depended on international aid. A large part of which was U.S. aid. Students are having to come back home if they're maybe like someone from like Malawi or something, and they're studying in America. But yeah, not good.
People around the world were affected, and humanitarian operations for refugees in places like Syria were abruptly stopped. Soup kitchens in Khartoum were closed, and clinical trials for life-saving children's tuberculosis treatments in Uganda were halted. So on February 10th, a lawsuit was filed for a variety of aid organizations, including an AIDS research organization, an organization that promotes journalism about corruption-related issues, an organization that protects refugees and asylum seekers, and an organization representing small businesses in this sector. These organizations laid out a list of heart-wrenching harms in their filings and pleaded for a temporary restraining order from the court. And as we've talked about, this is an unusual and challenging ask. Now, lately we've spent a lot of time talking about temporary restraining orders, or TROs. And that is weird because TROs are an extraordinary remedy and only appropriate in cases where the imminent harm justifies immediate court action and the loosening of usual procedural requirements. So it's remarkable that so many TROs have been granted against the Trump administration, and all in less than 2 months. And in the AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition case, the plaintiffs argued that a TRO was warranted, though, because the plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits of the case, there's irreparable harm, the balance of the equities tips in their favor, and the injunction is in the public interest. And plaintiffs managed to make their case on all counts to Judge Ali in the DC District Court. In their filings and in hearings, the plaintiffs laid out a long list of irreparable harms, including the disruption of clinical trials for HIV prevention medication, the shuttering of program offices that protect refugees and asylees, the closure of small businesses that provide aid, the disruption of maternal and child health programs, the end of medical services for adolescents and students, and a freeze on time-sensitive...
No, they're doing trans research on mice. Did they really, like, someone looked through these documents and just Control F to mice. It's unbelievable. I don't know if you guys know about this, but USAID was doing research on mice. Okay. Is this on the White House? Are you fucking, bro? It's on the whitehouse.gov. No. Anyway. Yes, Biden spent millions on transgender animal experiments. It's about transgenic, not transgender. Yes, I'm going to cover the Colombia guy. It's a very bad story. Yeah. Are you kidding me? The fake news losers at CNN immediately tried to fact check it, but Trump was right. Brackets as usual. This is on the government website, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, okay. What an absolute state.
If
the Democrats ever get back in, can they just take every Trump problem or failure? It's like we've had to reorganize United States foreign aid budget because fat Trump, because fat loser Trump, fat Donald didn't know what the fuck he was doing. Can we just write them like that? If you can't beat him, join him. God.
Area campaigns. And the administration's attorneys were, at least, willing to concede that this parade of horribles contained irreparable harms. They argued, though, that the plaintiffs were unlikely to succeed on the merits of the case. The court disagreed, finding that the plaintiffs were likely to succeed on the merits, and the court agreed that a blanket freeze on all contracts was likely a violation of the Administrative Procedure Act because it was arbitrary and capricious, stating that, quote, there has been no explanation offered in the record, let alone a satisfactory explanation, including a rational connection between the facts found and the choice made, as to why reviewing programs, many long-standing and taking place pursuant to contractual terms, required an immediate and wholesale suspension of appropriated foreign aid. The defendants, for their part, tried to claim that this wasn't actually an agency action, it was a presidential action and was thus not subject to the Administrative Procedure Act, which governs agency actions. But the court wasn't buying it, finding that the defendant's argument, quote, would allow the president and agencies to simply reframe agency action as orders or directives originating from the president to avoid APA review. And that makes perfect sense because on some level, all directives come from the president, and if that's all it takes to avoid the APA is meaningless. But Judge Ali declined to give the plaintiffs the full relief that they were asking for, choosing instead to grant a narrow order which temporarily enjoined the government from freezing funds or issuing stop work orders on programs that were already in existence as of January 19, 2025. The court, however, allowed the government to stop funding for individual contracts if it was part of enforcing the pre-existing terms of their contracts, including expirations, modifications, and terminations. And the administration took full advantage of that loophole. Now, if you're going to disregard the order of a federal court judge, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying the information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can help represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. In the government's February 18th briefing, the defendants unabashedly stated that, quote, thus far that analysis has confirmed that at least substantially all of the terminations, suspensions, and stop work orders issued on USAID contracts, grants, and cooperative agreements were allowed by the terms of those instruments or terms implicitly incorporated into those instruments. That was not only wrong, but it would have been impossible for them to make that determination on hundreds or thousands of contracts in that time frame. So in response to the revelation the defendants were still effectively freezing nearly all funding, the plaintiffs filed a motion for contempt. The court was apparently unimpressed with the defendants' failure to comply. Judge Ali declined to find the defendants in contempt, but he did reiterate that the defendants needed to end the blanket freeze on funding. But for some reason, this was still not clear enough direction for the defendants, who asked the court to clarify its order. On February 22nd, Judge Ali replied to defendants' motion for clarification, stating that, quote, "The line here is unambiguous. Defendants cannot continue to suspend programs or disbursements based on the blanket suspension that was temporarily enjoined. And defendants cannot simply come up with a new post hoc rationalization in an attempt to justify the action that was temporarily enjoined and is likely arbitrary and capricious for what it failed to consider." Judge Ali reiterated that particular contracts could be paused, but only if there was an individual evaluation of that specific contract. A blanket freeze, however, would be a violation of his order. And to underscore his point that he'd already been clear enough, Judge Ali quoted from his own prior order. And defendants, intent on continuing the blanket freeze on life-saving congressionally appropriated foreign aid funds, filed an interlocutory appeal to the DC Circuit Court and asked Judge Ali to stay his order in the meantime, complaining that, quote, "Court's order requires defendants to disburse nearly $2 billion by 11:59 p.m. tomorrow." And Judge Ali, who was apparently very—
Whoa, Adamski, thanks for the €5. The Noah vid is so bad every time you click on a part of the video, he says something stupid. Bro really said Hassan only talked about Destiny 5 times. What, like, in the last 12 hours? Damocles, thanks for the $5. Watch The Onion's Supreme Court rules that death penalty is totally badass, please. Literally what we have now. Okay.
very good at suffering fools, denied the motion for a stay and reminded the defendants he'd already granted them a fair amount of flexibility, and it appears as though they haven't done anything to comply with his order. He was unmoved by the defendants' arguments that they hadn't had enough time to comply, pointing out that they had never actually asked for more time, and after reciting a laundry list of insufficiencies in the defendants' arguments, he denied the motion for a stay pending their appeal. But that appeal itself is also procedurally weird. Now, fun fact about TROs, they usually aren't appealable. That's because they are extraordinary and temporary relief. But the defendants tried a sleight of hand. They claimed they weren't appealing the judge's TRO itself, they were appealing his subsequent orders to enforce the TRO. Well, the Court of Appeals could not be tricked. In a very brief two-page ruling, Judges Pillard, Pinn, and Garcia held that TROs generally aren't appealable, and neither are any later issued orders seeking to enforce an unappealable TRO. And so the defendants, still intent on withholding life-saving congressionally appropriated foreign aid, appealed their case to the Supreme Court of the United States, asking the court to vacate Judge Ali's order. Now, this was also a procedural anomaly because, again, TROs are usually not appealable. So all the Supreme Court needed to do here, and arguably should have done here, was nothing. Nothing would have been the ordinary thing to do. Instead, on February 26th, the Supreme Court took the extraordinary step of granting the defendants a stay so the Supreme Court could consider the case. Now, if you go to McDonald's and ask for a tire change, the answer should not be, "We'll think about it." But that's what happened here. Then, on March 5th, the court issued a one-paragraph decision holding that because the deadline for the original TRO had passed, and because the parties are in the midst of briefing for a preliminary injunction in the district court, the stay would be vacated. In other words, that the original TRO would be in effect. But the court also instructed Judge Ali to, quote, "clarify what obligations the government must fulfill to ensure compliance with the temporary restraining order, with due regard for the feasibility of any compliance timelines." Now, let's be clear, this was a victory for the plaintiffs. The TRO will go into effect in some respect. But the TRO had already been on the books for 3 weeks and the government had done nothing to comply. And the court had issued 4 different orders ordering enforcement of the TRO. So it's not a great sign that the Supreme Court said, issue yet another order, but be more favorable to the government this time. But worse, that very brief ruling was followed by a fiery 7-page dissent authored by Justice Alito, joined by Justices Thomas, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh. Now, by definition, a dissent does not carry the force of law, but what's in this dissent has a lot of bad signs for the rule of law. In a memorable opening salvo, Justice Alito wrote, quote, "Does a single district court judge who likely lacks jurisdiction have unchecked power to compel the government of the United States to pay out and probably lose forever $2 billion taxpayer dollars? The answer to that question should be an emphatic no, but a majority of this court apparently thinks otherwise. I am stunned."
That's from Alito.
That question should be an emphatic no, but a majority of this court apparently thinks otherwise. I am stunned. I mean, technically, yes, that is one way that you can summarize a court forcing the government to comply with the Article 1 and Article 3 obligations of the Constitution. It's a summary that belongs more on Fox News than in the pages of something issued from the Supreme Court, but here we are. Alito referred to Judge Ali's order as a lawless act of judicial hubris and said that Judge Ali had wrongly brushed aside and shrugged off the government's argument that sovereign immunity barred this enforcement order. He argued that by undoing the stay, the majority of the court had abrogated its duty to ensure that the power entrusted to federal judges by the Constitution is not abused. And in what is likely to be a common theme throughout the next 4 years, Justice Alito bemoaned the nationwide injunction in this context, though he loves it when it comes to restricting anything related to abortion. And Justice Alito argued that a TRO wasn't the right mechanism for all this, where vast sums of money would, as he put it, probably be lost forever. Weird way to say that the government is spending money on something it chose to spend its money on. But instead, the DC District Court ought to have taken the steps to order a preliminary injunction, which is an appealable order. The Court of Appeals should have vacated the District Court's, quote, erroneous order. Justice Alito also disagreed strongly with Judge Ali about which party was likely to prevail on the merits of this case. Alito wrote that the government would likely succeed in its argument that sovereign immunity deprives the district court of having jurisdiction over this matter at all, because sovereign immunity generally bars monetary suits against the government. Now, because the majority's response was so brief, they didn't delve into any of this, but there's good reason to believe that Justice Alito was mistaken on this point. Alito is correct that generally sovereign immunity bars lawsuits against the government. In particular, there's case law that bars monetary suits, but the government can waive that immunity, and it has done so in the Administrative Procedure Act, which expressly allows plaintiffs to sue the government for monetary relief. Alito argues that even the APA's waiver doesn't apply here because the relief Judge Ali granted would result in the government paying out billions of dollars. But Alito is confusing the plaintiff's request that the court order the government to honor its contracts with a demand for monetary damages. The plaintiffs in this case are not asking for monetary damages.
What is this? Army recruitment ads. Oh no, they're going to be so masculine, aren't they? We're going to look like... It's going to be the recruitment ad of an army that loses every war, isn't it? Where? Oh god, is this like an anti-queer thing? Oh my god. Fuck me, man. What's happening to Gary the Tank Commander, eh? Is he just not good enough now? The fuck? Is this just like an ad poster? It's not from a video. Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, the absolute fucking dominance of 18-year-old TikTok dancers against all male armies.
Last month was the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah, a man who spent 32 years leading a genocidal terrorist organization that brought death and destruction to thousands. A man who sent others to die in his name while he remained safe underground. Nasrallah was the mastermind.
You can just tell that this voiceover. This girl is like, she's 18 years old, okay? She's like 4'3" and loves psytrance and is probably bisexual, okay? And she's a militarily fucking zoomin', okay? I don't...
Some of the deadliest terror attacks in history. In 1992, he orchestrated the bombing of the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires. In 1994 in Buenos Aires, he once again ordered an attack, this time bombing the Amia Jewish Community Center.
Fucking hell, man.
In 1996, under his command, Hezbollah carried out the Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi
without
Arabia.
Mr. Hagari.
In 2006, he ordered the kidnapping and murder of Israeli soldiers, sparking the Second Lebanon War. A day after Hamas's massacre on October 7th, Hezbollah started launching attacks against Israel, and for over 14 months, they fired over 17,000 rockets and missiles, killing innocent civilians and destroying homes. He claimed to fight for Lebanon, but under his rule, Lebanon only suffered. Economic collapse, war, destruction, and international isolation. Nasrallah is no longer calling the shots. His story has ended, along with his terror. But our fight against Hezbollah's terrorism has not ended. We will not stop until our civilians are safe, until Nasrallah's legacy is buried with him. May you rest in pieces, Nasrallah.
Oh my god. See, like, that's how you know you're a competent military. The more cringe the propaganda, the more competent the military. It's just like a 1-to-1 inverse ratio, inverse correlation. Rest in pieces. Wasn't he in one piece when he died? Because he died of fucking fumes, didn't he? Hugging his Iranian buddy. Vine boom sound. Yeah, she has a Vine boom mic drop. And then goes and does a fucking dance in the desert. The American military is about to get so shit. Ugh.
And Judge Ali did not grant them in the traditional
Oh, I
sense.
say thanks for the $5.
Instead, he said the money at issue would be paid out as a natural result of the ordered action, the unfreezing of the contracts. That's an important distinction and would fit under the APA's waiver, allowing plaintiffs to file suit and seek unfreezing of the contracts. It's also important to note, as Judge Ali did after the case had been appealed, that defendants didn't really argue the sovereign immunity angle in their earlier filings. Alito is arguing it for them, but it was never really briefed on the district court level. Still, Judge Ali pointed out that he didn't think that this would be a strong argument or change his opinion about the plaintiff's likelihood to succeed on the merits.
How do you rate British Army ads? My only memory of British Army ads, which is about 10 years old now, is always like some working class dude who's like, I worked in a checkout, it was boring, then I started growing, I got a commander role. They say it in a very regional accent though. It's a... What the fuck is this? This is from 14 years ago. What is this? Ministry of Defense. What's going
The
on?
Army has over 1,400 career paths open to school, college, and university leavers. Signals operator is just one of them. If you've got what it takes, take it further. The Army is recruiting now. Call 0845 606 1484.
That's what I mean. Yeah, if the propaganda is shit, there are probably a competent military. It's flawless. Where's the one that always used to show up when I was watching TV? The guy who talks about working a checkout, and it was shit. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? He was like a London geezer, I think. He was like, right, this is what we're gonna do. Where's that one? Oh yeah, there's the belonging one. Okay. Expressing my emotions. This was like a series of them, wasn't it? Oh god, it's gonna be so woke and his bros are gonna come up to him and see him crying and be like, "You were right, bruv. I'll get it, right? You're alright, bruv." They're not even gonna batter him.
Well,
Look.
Gonna need some more for that.
Cheers, kid.
Top bloke. Fucking top bloke at British Army. Giving you a cup for your tea bag. Cute. Jungle tea. That's from like 7 years ago. It's ahead of its time, really. Okay.
Merits. Alito also argued the district court's remedy was too broad because it had ordered the government to honor all of its contracts, not just the contracts it had with the plaintiffs. Now, it's impossible to know what the majority would think about this because it wasn't included in their one-paragraph opinion, but plaintiffs point out in their own briefings that what they were asking wasn't overbroad. What they demanded was merely the restoration of the status quo.
What the fuck is this? U.S. Marines? Oh no. What? What the fuck? No? What the fuck? This is fake. This is not a real ad.
It is more than a trial by fire. It is a rite of passage. A challenge to join the elite. And if you succeed, if you can master your fear, outsmart your enemy, and never yield even to yourself, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Bro's doing molten core. Yeah, what the fuck? The thing about Americans, and don't be upset by this, okay, American viewers, is I just can't imagine Americans being competent soldiers. It just doesn't register to me. I just imagine a bunch of fucking shit-faced spring breakers American Pie characters running around in their fucking beach shorts in the desert, like, yeah! Yeah! Get some tits and ass! Like, that's all I can think about. Not knowing how anything works. But your technology is just so good that if you press a button, it's going to kill everyone around you in a 50-meter radius. So you're probably fine.
In which the United States government honored its contractual obligations. And this is the real crux of the case. If the government wanted to conduct an audit of all of its contracts, there's a way to do that. They could have reviewed each contract and then ended.
I just imagine it's that Tyler guy, isn't it? What's it? I can't remember his fucking name. Oh god, that's how much of a mark he left on me. Tyler. What the West Side Tyler? I just imagine them all being like him.
The ones that showed signs of fraud or abuse. That's what would have happened in a normal world. Instead, they put a blanket freeze on all contracts, ostensibly so they could conduct a review, but that's a review that they didn't or weren't conducting. And that's an extraordinary action that justifies Judge Ali's grant of extraordinary relief. But Justice Alito concluded his dissent with a parting shot at the, quote, self-aggrandizement of the district court and Judge Ali's hubris in ordering the Trump administration to pay out on government contracts. Justice Alito sees a constitutional crisis in the situation, and plaintiffs also see a constitutional crisis, but they're clearly seeing different crises. Now, where plaintiffs believe this is a question of separation of powers between Congress and the president, Justice Alito instead believes that this is a question of separation of powers between a lowly district court judge and the president. Now, we've discussed this before. The president doesn't have the authority to direct the disbursement of taxpayer funds. Article 1 of the Constitution, only Congress has that authority. And Congress has already
Do we not like West Side Tyler? I don't know if I would say we dislike him. It's like, it just feels like the wrong word to use, you know? It's like saying you dislike a fucking 4-year-old who's like punching your knee. Not really.
designated these funds for foreign aid. For the president to step in and overrule Congress's spending choices, that's an extraordinary overstep and a violation of basic separation of powers. Then we pointed out that the separation of powers issues will put this country into a constitutional crisis, but we might need to make that constitutional crises plural because there are multiple constitutional issues here. First, as we've mentioned before, will the president obey the order to unfreeze the funds? And second, if this case does return to the Supreme Court, will that court recognize that only Congress has the power to pass laws and appropriate funds? Or will the court instead allow the president to unilaterally overrule Congress's spending decisions? And the Trump administration's track record in this case, repeatedly ignoring Judge Ali's orders, should raise some major red flags. And the Supreme Court's choice to issue a ruling at all in this matter should probably raise some yellow ones, because as noted earlier, TROs are usually unappealable. Now, it could have been worse, of course, if the court had outright said that TROs are now appealable for the Trump administration, or if a fifth justice had agreed with Justice Alito's blistering analysis. It could have been worse might be the best that we can hope for in the current moment. But I'd argue this decision is not a cause for celebration, because there were 4 justices in the dissent who said outright that they didn't think that any court has jurisdiction over the case because the government has sovereign immunity, even when the government fails to pay out on billions of dollars of contracts. That signals that those 4 justices are likely to allow the Trump administration to get away with even more legally dubious actions, because those justices believe strongly in executive power, perhaps absolute executive power, and think that the job of the court isn't to restrain an out-of-control monarchical president. It's hard to overstate how important this is. If the court says that sovereign immunity prevents anyone from suing over the executive's refusal to honor congressionally appropriated funds, then Congress can pass whatever laws it wants to, but the executive can just refuse to enforce those laws. And it only takes 4 justices to grant certiorari on a case, to allow a case to be heard in the Supreme Court, which Justice Alito clearly invited the defendants to ask for here when he stated that the majority should, quote, at least stay the district court's enforcement order until the government is able to petition for a writ of certiorari. But for now, the case has returned to Judge Ali in the DC District Court. On March 6, Judge Ali held a status conference for the parties. The parties each reiterated their arguments, and the plaintiffs pointed out the extent and cost of the defendants' noncompliance with the court's order, including the government's apparent invention of new bureaucratic hurdles to obtain the promised funds. Plaintiffs argue that defendants' own declarations make it clear the administration has added new layers of bureaucracy to prevent the review process, requiring political appointees to sign off on each individual payment and confirm that the payment isn't only valid, but is also in line with the president's policy priorities. Plaintiffs also argued that despite the court's order to halt stop work orders, the defendants have continued to terminate contracts en masse. Some contracts have been reinstated, but the process and guidelines for reinstatement are predictably chaotic and disorganized. Plaintiffs laid out a proposed schedule for the government to pay out on its contractual obligations. Defendants claim that they are actually already in compliance with court orders. They argued that they had continued to individually assess contracts and that no contracts are in a pause state because they have all either been retained or terminated. Defendants assured the court that they had reviewed the plaintiffs' contracts and are in the process of making payments to plaintiffs, and they argued that therefore the plaintiffs' challenge to the executive order's pause on payments is now moot. But the plaintiffs disputed the assertion that the payments owed to them have been satisfied, and the court has yet to rule on these worrying factual accounts. But it's very likely that if the court rules that the government's actions still haven't fulfilled their obligations, there will be a speedy appeal by the Trump administration, which will eventually end up back at the Supreme Court where, best case scenario for the plaintiffs and possibly democracy, a razor-thin majority will uphold the requirement that the United States make good on paying its debts. And at the scheduled hearing, Judge Ali apparently ordered the government to pay up by Monday at 6 p.m., which might be the day that you're watching this. So I also look forward to finding out what the government does just as much as you do. And at the same time this happened, hundreds of diplomats
Whoa, ground news. Okay, cool. I don't think in recent history has it been that common for a president to just completely ignore a Supreme Court ruling. I don't actually know. I feel like the Supreme Court's that kind of organization that just has a lot of power, but only really because people agree that they do. Like they can't really enforce their will on the executive. Not to this extent. Yeah, that's what I thought. Which is funny because it's a pretty conservative Supreme Court. Not since Jackson or Lincoln. I know Lincoln, what did he do? He limited their jurisdiction during the Civil War. I don't even really know what that means. I know they have neither person nor sword. I know that because I read the Articles of Confederation that says that. I don't even remember which number it was. But, you know. Bush walked around Supreme Court rulings. Okay. On terror. Suspended habeas corpus. Stop making noises at me. Please. Okay. He keeps changing the title of this video.
In my long career in
H3 Productions has uploaded another video on the same channel that has the nukes. This is more like a mini nuke, though, a tactical nuke, if you will, a baby nuke. And it's all about H3 Snark and the people who spread allegations that he was endangering his kids by making them sick. A dirty bomb, if you will, a cluster munition. Let's see. Where are we at? 500,000 views, 18 hours. Not bad, not bad. Big audience. Okay. Let's see. Let's go.
In my long career on YouTube, I've pretty much seen it all. I've been swatted several times with LAPD helicopters, the street shut down, police with guns drawn, doing a perimeter around my house. We've also been visited by the FBI 3 times. They were all to warn us of a credible threat against our lives. One time, most recently, he came at 7 a.m. and said, "Do not open any packages until you hear from me, as we have credible bomb threats against you that we found online." I thought I'd seen it all. I knew this content nuke was going to draw a lot of negative attention, seeing how extreme Hassan and his fan base are, and his orbiters. But the lengths to which they've gone to harass us and get revenge for going after their god king Hassan has frankly gone beyond any type of point of civility and humanity, to the point where they're calling CPS, Child Protective Services, to come to our house and break up our family. On Friday morning, an agent showed up to our house saying that they had received an anonymous tip that our children were crawling around in dog shit, eating dog shit, and contracting diseases. Not only have they called CPS on us, now they're starting to try to call in a 5150 to get me committed. It's really gone on too far, and at this point, I'm ready to take no prisoners, take the gloves off, and call out everybody who needs to be called out. The thing is, once you target my
I don't really want, like, so for lack of a better word, Ethan has a reputation for, I guess, like pettiness, or just a sense of disproportionality. He's very Israeli in that regard, you know, like he's very like, if you fuck with me, I'll fuck you 10 times harder kind of guy. And obviously, like with people he's gone after in the past, like he's willing to take legal action. He's willing to like use the size of his platform against people and all that shit. But I don't think I've ever seen him get attacked this maliciously before, like people going after his kids and shit. So I'm not really looking forward to seeing. Well, I am. Sorry, why am I saying that? I'm really looking forward to seeing how far he goes against these people, because fuck these people. These people are disgusting. This is supposed to be to do with helping Palestine or some shit. Like, okay, I think we're probably beyond that now. We'll see.
Children, then a line's been crossed that cannot be walked back. Once my kids are involved, when people are targeting my children, harassing my children, there's no length that I won't go to take care of this. And I think that's something that every parent can relate to. All these people, incidentally,
I feel like this "I'm taking no prisoners" line needs a bit of support. Okay, this is better.
House saying that they had received an anonymous tip that our children were crawling around in dog shit, eating dog shit, and contracting diseases. Not only have they called CPS on us, now they're starting to try to call in a 5150 to get me committed. It's really gone on too far, and at this point, I'm ready to take no prisoners, take the gloves off, and call out everybody who needs to be called out. The thing is, once you target my children, then a line's been crossed that cannot be walked back. Once my kids are involved, when people are targeting my children, harassing my children, there's no length that I won't go to take care of this. And I think that's something that every parent can relate to. All these people, incidentally, who are promoting this type of insanity are, in fact, childless and will likely remain that way. The CPS agent showed up and he started asking us all kinds of questions like, who feeds the kids? Who takes care of the kids? What do you do to the kids when you get angry?
What is this partisan music? Oh, it's the Leahy anthem. It's the only good that I know of. It's the only good Jewish terrorist anthem. The partisan song is better. Keep it playing. Wait, first of all, I wanted to read this. There's another good thing about this is because now that there's legal action involved, bro, what the fuck? It's a joke, dick. You know, it's a different. When I play terrorist anthems, you know it's a fucking joke. You know, I don't actually support the organizations that are behind the music. Like that's the difference. Okay, if anyone's scratching their head about that one, these great musical people, the Leahy, all 300 of them. Where's the fucking screen? Hey.
Is once you target my children, then a line's been crossed that cannot be walked back. Once my kids are involved, when people are targeting my children, harassing my children, there's no length that I won't go to take care of this. And I think that's something that every parent can relate to. All these people, incidentally, who are promoting this type of insanity are, in fact, childless and will likely remain that way. The CPS agent showed up and he started asking us all kinds of questions like, who feeds the kids? Who takes care of the kids? What do you do to the kids when you get angry? How do the kids sleep? Do the kids have toys? What happens when you get mad, or what happens when your kids get mad? He walked around the house. He looked in our refrigerator. He walked all around looking for dog shit, apparently, although when he showed up immediately, he said, wow, this place is clean. Our 3- and 5-year-old boys were at school. Our 8-month-old is upstairs sleeping when he visits, and he says, I need to go upstairs and look at your infant visibly to see him and confirm he's okay. Well, he's napping in his crib. He goes upstairs to look around the house, to snoop around. He investigates Sonny, our youngest, wakes him up from his nap. And even though he woke him up during his nap, he was greeted immediately, actually, by a smile, because Sonny is probably the happiest baby in the entire world. He smiles at everybody. His name is Sonny because he is just a ray of sunshine.
Don't you think he kind of deserves this after trying to destroy Vosh for no reason? Whatever your position on how he treated Vosh, and I don't think he was particularly fair on Vosh, go after his kids to get them taken away by CPS? No, you fucking idiot. What a stupid question. What? Go to Vosh and ask him how he feels about this as a fucking vindication for him. Where's the timestamps with the Reddit stuff?
Take the gloves off and call out everybody who needs to be called out. The thing is, once you target my children, then a
Where
line's
is
been
it? I don't know. Why can't I see the
get
fucking
revenge for going after their god king Hassan has frankly gone beyond any type of point of civility and humanity to the point where they're calling CPS, Child Protective Services, to come to our house and break up our family. On Friday morning, an agent showed up to our house saying that they had received an anonymous tip that our children were crawling around in dog shit, eating dog shit, and contracting diseases. Not only have they called CPS on us, now they're starting to try to call in
okay. Ethan's emergency video bingo. Shouldn't someone 5150 him at this point? Is this what the Americans call, it's sectioning, right? Like for mental health? Which is very ironic. Given that this is basically the online equivalent, like this space is the online equivalent of a padded cell. Like if the internet had a padded cell, it would be these subreddits. Whoever called CPS, can you please do a 5150? Joking, no one here called CPS, misinformation. Does every criticism of Ethan need to turn into a coping crusade against Hassan? Trying the Dan Saltman approach and telling his fans to email bomb Twitch, 5150. What's the end game here? I love watching the downfall because I'm messy, so you can continue until he inevitably gets 5150'd. Bro, they're all typing this from the fucking cuckoo's nest. I don't understand. This is like they get the orange tablet and then they go into the little room and sit in a circle and talk about their problems, and then they get 10 minutes of internet access and type this up, and then they go and get the blue tablet and then they go and get some more internet access, and then they get the fucking red tablet. Like, what the fuck?
Who takes care of the kids? What do you do to the kids when you get angry? How do the kids sleep? Do the kids have toys?
Okay.
What happens when you get... At which point he said something that both me and Hila had us both saying absolutely not. He said he was going to go to the children's school to interrogate them there. And we both said, you are absolutely not going to ever go to their school and talk to them. That is fucking insane. We agreed that he'll come back to our house and interview our 3- and 5-year-old children at a time when they're at home, so he doesn't need to humiliate them in front of his peers, his teachers, the staff there, and, needlessly stigmatize them. My young 3- and 5-year-old children, who are sweet and innocent as can be, have not yet been interrogated by a CPS agent, but that is due to happen on Wednesday. He also spoke to our nanny, our housekeeper. He's called the pediatrician that takes care of the kids. He talked to them. Pretty much sifted through every angle of our life having to do with our kids in an extremely violating, insulting, unbelievable way. Just a complete breach
This is the Bad and Banana post about AB on his screen, isn't it?
Privacy and inhumanity that it's like you can't believe that you, as somebody who has done nothing wrong, has taken care of your kids, to be subject to this forcible investigation because of some fucking freaks online called anonymously to say that our kids are crawling around in shit. The immediate question for me was, who did this and how am I going to hold them accountable? It didn't take me long to catch the trail of the obvious suspect.
Ethan is Jewish. So I've heard. This, what this really makes me want to do? It makes me want to do a deep dive into the French Revolution cartoonists because the behavior is so similar. I'm sure it happened in the Russian Revolution as well, like the amount of defamation and smearing that they did against their opponents. And also, eventually, when you got to especially the Jacobin Terror, the amount of defamation that the hardliners did against their own movement, like from within. And that's why a bunch of people ended up fucking guillotining each other. But... I just feel like it would be really funny to see how similar the behavior is.
Which is the work of a subreddit dedicated to harassing me, my family, my coworkers, and their families too, frankly, known as Snark. H3 Snark is the place that they originated. If you don't know what snark is, it's this growing phenomenon of communities dedicated essentially to destroy someone's life, picking it apart, harassing them, and just trying to ruin their life. It's something that's become quite common on the internet, and something that Reddit, who is the main host of such activities, has completely turned a blind eye to. Take, for example, right here, H3 which is the new snark page. The top post on this page is from somebody named Bad Empanada, which we'll learn more about.
This fucking picture, man. Fucking state of this guy. God. Gorgeous George.
It says, Bad Empanada with another banger. Quote, "You're the best parents I've ever seen," said house slave Abdullah Ayad to the Kleins after CPS visited them because their kids contracted parasites from dog feces. The Kleins frequently advocate for genocide of Arabs while Ayad sits obediently in silence. He is a tame domestic animal. This is just literally, anyone of a normal disposition can see plainly how fucking insane this is. It has 400 upvotes after 3 hours. It's a very active sub of absolutely deranged individuals. The problem is that this subreddit, this community, is being legitimized by creators such as Hassan, such as Denim, such as Mike from PA, and all these leftist commentators who think they can get one up on me by sicking and participating and...
You know, I wonder if that guy, because Anthony Sargon, the guy from the Do Not Worry podcast, he supported Bad Empanada as well, but I know he's very much against this. It turns out there actually is like a little bit of humanity in there. Isn't it funny how, again, this is just my personal experience, but it is interesting how a lot of people who are actually like from the region are not as willing to cross these red lines. Because that guy, the guy from Do Not Worry podcast, actually lives in Lebanon. Yeah, Millhouse. Yeah, he lives in Lebanon. And it just made, because I used to say that when I saw all these people like Snark and Hassan's community and Bad Empanada's community and all these wankers, I used to see them and I would be like, it's so interesting that they always invoke the suffering in the region to justify their behavior. When I know people, I've got people in my family who have been through that suffering, who have like seen people that they know die, have lost people in war. Like my grandmother who's lived through the Lebanese Civil War, which killed like 150, 200,000 people. She's lived through 30 years of Syrian occupation, 18 years of Israeli occupation, 2 wars, like 2 Israeli invasions, 3, I guess, if you count 78. 4 now, if you count the recent one. She was there during that, the bombings in Dahia. She was not far from Dahia when all that happened. And she's lived through all of that. And being in a position as well where there's not really like, where you can't really pick a side in a way, because if you're Maronite and you lived in Lebanon in the 70s and the early 80s, you couldn't just join the Palestinians generally. Like, you were harassed by the PLO constantly. You're not going to get much help from your own side unless you want to put your law in with fucking phalangists who are also mental. Shiites, forget about it. Like, so point is, it's like I see people I've known who have lived through so much of this history, and they have not expressed even a fraction of the level of vitriol that comes from these white fucking mummy and daddy's little fucking activists in the West. I just find that very bizarre. Who haven't seen any of this, who haven't experienced any of this pain and suffering themselves. So yeah, I find that very odd.
Ayad sits obediently in silence. He is a tame domestic animal. This is just literally, anyone of a normal disposition can see plainly how fucking insane this is. It has 400 upvotes after 3 hours. It's a very active sub of absolutely deranged individuals. The problem is that this subreddit, this community, is being legitimized by creators such...
This was Millhouse. Honestly, debunking Ethan and Ela Klein's Zionist propaganda has been fun and productive, but trying to get their kids taken away is a whole other story. And I do not fuck with that one bit. It's one thing to call out their bullshit and ask for accountability, but this is too much. I'm really curious now as to what's going to happen when Bad Empanada gets a hold of this. Oh no. This guy's going to go scorched earth on all the Arabs now.
Such as Hassan, such as Denims, such as Mike from PA, and all these leftist commentators who think they can get one up on me by sicking and participating and legitimizing the most crazed psychopaths on the internet.
I bring this to YouTube because I respect the H3 snark and I believe that they're being silenced.
Bro, who the fuck is this person? Okay.
And I saw on the H3 snark that Ethan had uploaded Instagram stories about Mika's rhetoric that says,
And it's about the H3 Snark subreddit. For more than a year now, Ethan has been talking about it and saying how toxic this place is, how they promote harassment, doxing, stalking.
He uses that vitriol and invokes their suffering to justify their behavior, but you won't say what behavior. Oh, like encouraging and supporting the idea of getting your kids called on you, of getting your CPS called on you, and your kids taken away from you based on a defamatory claim. Is that close enough? Also, the fact that these people support Hamas violence, they support targeting civilians, they will openly support it. They'll say that there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. They support harassment, like to the fucking ends of the earth, right? What? They support doxing? Calls for violence? Like, what? Okay.
And why it should be banned.
Because I believe these snark subreddits on Reddit should be banned. It's literally fostering the most psychopathic. It encourages harassment, doxing, stalking. It's just...
Oh. What's he going to say? How do we... I don't want chat to tell me because I know a bunch of you have seen this before. What's he going to say? Snark harassment. He might say that, okay, there's two options. One is he's going to say, I don't support snark. I think they go too far. He'll appeal to some tepid denunciation. Two, he's going to say, but you're okay with Destiny subreddit harassing me because they clip him. Is it one of those? Come on, Hassan, make me proud. Load up. Swallow your
I guess
food.
it's fine as long as it's not the Destiny subreddit.
Hey!
I think it's time to hold.
What can I say? What can I say? I'm not even proud of myself. It's so fucking obvious.
All of them accountable. Here, for example, is Denims, aka Hassan Waiting Room, watching Bad Empanada talk about the state of our house and how we take care of our kids. Let's take a look.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something. But they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how
is this true? I don't know. Maybe we should look it up. Maybe we should do some investigating. No? Wouldn't that be more wise?
How is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem.
Just so you guys know, this is how long it takes to look up Giardia and actually see how you can get it. This is how long it takes, okay? You can get it from contaminated water, contaminated food, person-to-person contact. It can happen even if you don't wash your hands thoroughly after using the toilet, changing diapers, or handling animals. Contaminated surfaces. that have been contaminated, anal to oral, or also just animal contact. Like, you don't actually have to eat shit to get this disease. It turns out that even if a dog, because dogs shed, okay, dogs have all kinds of shit going on with them, like leaving traces of themselves along the floor. Like they could just like rub their fucking butt along a carpet, or they could fart as well, right? Like there's so many different, and particles can get out. It's touching animals that have a Giardia infection, or environments that are contaminated. Like, this is how long it would have taken to learn about the fact to learn that this story is bullshit, right? Just in case you're trying to suggest that anyone was sincerely concerned about the well-being of Ethan's children when they called this CPS or when they called for it.
A child, a small infant.
Please be careful not to get baited into using misogynistic language watching Denims. They will weaponize it for sure. When have I ever done that?
That has no immune system shouldn't be catching anything.
Now, at this point, as he continues, notice the chat is almost in complete universal agreement. Call CPS. Call child endangerment. CPS, social services. Bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have Giardia, they need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever, etc., etc. I'll let the chat play for you, but you can see just how crazed this community is. And once again, this is Denim's chat. From the 1st, the call came on the 3rd.
No.
Why the fuck are we wasting time on this while fascism is literally taking control? Is it not obvious this drama is manufactured and a distraction? Okay. Is it possible to call Child Protective Services on yourself?
One day his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of
What? Previously unknown to science. Diseases previously unknown to science. Jeez. Ironic. Diseases previously unknown to science. Unrelated. Okay.
this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew, playing.
No wonder this motherfucker's always sick. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just I've generally had a bit of a kind of, what would you call it? Like a bit of a ceasefire with I don't know if she's done it in my direction. I don't really watch, but I know that I've generally had a bit of a ceasefire with going after Denims because like me and her used to be quite friendly. But the fact is that it's also awkward for me because I know, like, okay, maybe things have changed since we stopped talking like a couple of years ago, but I know that she doesn't believe any of this. Like, she knows that Bad Empanada is a habitual fucking liar. Like, I know that she knows that. Like, and she knows that I know that. Like, she knows that I know that she knows. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's so obvious. I don't even honestly know if she, like, that's why I find it, that if you've ever wondered why she always sounds so insincere when she's reacting to this stuff, I don't think she believes any of it. I think she's just, I guess this is her job, you know? Like, not that it justifies it. It's obviously a pretty shit thing to do, but yeah. Like, she obviously fucking hates Ethan, and it's that whole thing, right? Like, where you know who Bad Empanada is, you know what he does, but he's useful to you in this scenario, so let's go for it.
Yeah, it all makes sense now.
By the way, these people can't keep their talking points straight. On one hand, it's...
I mean, that's just a theory, though. She might absolutely have changed her mind on a lot of this, but it's just like, to me, the way I see the way that she reacts to these things, and the way it just sounds so forced and so insincere, like all the like the exacerbated reacts or the hmms or the fake laughs and all that. It's like, yeah, I really think it's just she's just doing a job. I just that's in her head. I think that's what she's doing. I don't think she believes a fucking word of any of this.
We don't raise our kids, and our house is just run by nannies and housekeepers. But on the other hand, we also keep our house so dirty that there's dog shit everywhere. I mean, what are the housekeepers and nannies doing?
It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How?
See that like that there, that's not an exacerbated reaction. She's not actually sincerely believing that Ethan is letting his kids roll around in shit or in dog shit and getting sick and is exacerbated by it and actually thinks that's a really tragic situation. She doesn't believe any of that. Like you can tell. It's so obvious.
How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
I have a 10-month-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old who are in school. Of course, I'm sick all the time. Once again, these childless people pretend that this is uncommon when, of course, anybody with any sense who's being honest. The thing is, these people are knowingly lying. They know that they're lying. It makes no sense what they're saying, but they do it anyway. Because, as you can see in the chat, and Denims endorses this clearly, as you can see, she's not moderating this at all. And it's pretty much 100% of the comments saying call CPS on them. Their kids should be taken away. That she believes that it's justified to break up our family. This disgusting fucking human being who's endorsed by Hassan and the entire left community on Twitch, who is protected and elevated by Twitch, is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services. Denims is such an evil person. She is not responsible enough to have a platform. She should not be allowed to broadcast videos ever again.
Whoa.
Now you might wonder, what is it they're referring to? On the podcast, I was telling a story about we adopted a new dog about a month ago, and she was having diarrhea, which ended up being a extremely common stomach parasite that causes diarrhea. It's extremely common, and it's very easy to address. In fact, Ducky, our Yorkie, when we got him as a puppy, also had Giardia, and we treated him the same way. Let's see what I said about it. That Olive has Giardia, which is a...
How do I stop getting this channel recommended? What, my channel? Bro, my channel is not enjoying the algorithm right now. If you're watching me, it's because you kind of like me. That's why you're in my chat. You have to be subscribed to chat. What's wrong with you? What an insincere complaint.
It's a bacterial infection in the intestine.
Well, I mean, haters, okay? Listen, snarkers, Hassan fans, Bad Banana fans, you guys, okay? Like, you're here because you want to be, okay? You've made a choice. And I'll talk to any of you. I'll talk to all of you at once, okay? This is how I react to you guys, okay? This is... I can't fucking believe people thought... I never even said this. I said the opposite at the time. I can't believe people actually thought that I had decided to quit the internet because of these fucking mouth-breathing dipshits who are literally like my favorite sport as human beings, okay? You understand that when I have 200,000 Hassan fans, whatever, like, shitting on me, what I want is I want them all in the same room so I can argue with them, okay? That's who I am, okay? Like, you're more than welcome. But don't come in here and be like, why is this channel on my feed? Why am I still clicked to the subscribe button? Who made me type this in chat? Bro, shut up. You're not fooling anyone. How do I stop sending you super chats? Thank you for the £5.
That makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea. And
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too. So she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia. Again, any reasonable person or parent understands that having
I think they were making a grander philosophical point about determinism. Okay.
10-month-old that is just learning to crawl is crawling around everywhere, putting everything in his mouth. I mean, these kids will literally just lick the floor, put anything in the world in their mouth, and that's completely normal. That's what having a toddler is like. Olive is a black Labrador. She sheds a lot. She's inside. She's outside. She's very clean. But the point I'm making, again, which all reasonable people understand, is that Giardia can actually be spread just from a surface. So if her bum ends up on the floor, or she sheds some hair, or she sat on a toy, you know, it could be a number of different things. If Sonny's crawling around putting everything in his mouth, it seems like a pretty reasonable suspect. If he's having diarrhea, we're like, oh man, maybe he got Giardia from Olive, which is actually commonplace to happen. And despite what Denham says, it is not certain death. It's actually completely normal to happen, and it's very easy to treat. Now, spoiler alert, it actually turns out when we got all of the poop tests back that he never had Giardia even, which I announced on the show, which they conveniently forget. So the only person that ever even had Giardia was Olive. So Sonny was having diarrhea essentially, and that was and that's why they called CPS, because my 10-month-old baby who's just starting to eat solid food had diarrhea. That's why these people think it's justified to send an agent of one of the most overworked, underfunded, underappreciated community service workers in the entire fucking world to come and waste their time because my son had a diarrhea. When in the city of Los Angeles, there are kids and families that absolutely need help from people like this, and this guy's wasting his fucking time coming to my house and doing an investigation on my kids because my 10-month-old baby had diarrhea. By the way, Bad Empanada was recently banned for 7 days.
Diseases previously unknown to science.
For playing a video game in which you roleplay as Hamas on October 7th, and he went to a military compound in that game and said he was, quote, looking for secretaries to kill. He was looking for Ela, who was a secretary in the IDF, to murder her in a game where you play Hamas. This is the type of person that is being elevated.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is the slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter. Anyways, are these Israelis? They're just standing there? I mean, is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge? They don't understand what's going on around them? They haven't noticed?
I mean, bro, what did they do to all of your favorite fucking militant groups in the last 16 months? Like, I'm sorry, but are we really going to play this game about who's the more competent fucking military force? Okay.
Notice me. How do I win? What's my objective? I don't actually know. Where do
they... Oh, God. That is a very pro-Hamas question to ask, isn't it? What's my objective? Like, what's the point in all this?
Ozempic binge? They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. How do I win? What's my objective? I don't actually know.
Do you think the guys who designed the video game actually did that on purpose? That you just run around shooting people and you're like, they deliberately obscured the objective of the game. Because it's like, what are we, yeah. They never really showed that in the October 7th footage, you know, but it was there, right? Surely. They never showed you the bit where the Nukba forces are just running around like, what do we do? What's the objective here? That's not what it's about, is it? Mate, buddy. Diseases previously unknown to science. What's the objective? The objective is to terrorize people for absolutely no reason. It's to shit on people. It's to defame people. It's to call for violence against people. It's to try and advocate for people getting their families broken up. Yeah, just do that. Just hope something good happens. Yeah, don't ask questions, bro. Just kill people. Just start killing people. It's like that fucking sketch. Oh my God. It's not even just a Hamas thing. It's like a... It's like this, isn't it? Please be here. Yes.
All right, comrades, now we're going to read all the way through this. I'll start. Okay? The wealth of
They're reading Capital, but yeah, Marx.
those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities, its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. A commodity is, in the first place, an object outside us, a thing... Oh, sod it, let's go and kill someone.
What an amazing piece of content. Why did YouTube ban this? It's glorious. What's my objective? What do we do here?
Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now. Secretary Dot, on behalf of Ethan Klein, I give this game my seal of approval.
Here's Bad Empanada once again, who posted a story saying, I'm the one who called CPS on Ethan Klein. I want CPS to take his kids away because they are seriously in danger. This is, once again, Bad Empanada, who's being elevated by Hassan.
Yes, I know Ela was a secretary. Yes, that's the not so thinly veiled advocacy for violence. Yes, well done. Yeah.
Matt Lieb, Denims, and tons of creators, leftist creators, all over the internet.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone else, please welcome Bad Empanada.
Bad Empanada's been going crazy at Ethan on the second channel. Well, yeah, because Ethan Klein is too afraid to talk to Bad Empanada or talk about Bad Empanada or watch any of his videos. So fucking milk that guy, dude. Hell yeah, Bad Empanada, go in.
Can we just like...
This dude, Bad Empanada, I don't know if you guys know who that is. He's like actually psychotic, and he's been making a lot of hate videos about me and calling Ela a terrorist and baby killer and all.
Dude, every time Ethan Klein brings up Bad Empanada, I like him a little bit more. That's the truth. I didn't really have strong opinions on him, and every time he brings him up...
No, you thought he was fucking insane. You knew he was insane. That's probably why you didn't cover him that much until this point, until you found out that he was useful to you. That's actually what happened, just so you guys know.
I'm like, stop making him sound base, man. Come on. Stop.
Bad Empanada has put out a video
You know
about
what
H3.
the really sad thing about this is, like, the only reason this guy gets fucking so elevated, I guess, one, because he's completely fucking mental and he says all the things that, like, I guess they think is like brave or whatever, but he it's also just because he's like the only one out of them who will even attempt to put like citations next to his claims, like, because he's read like one book maybe about the conflict. Like that's basically like the appeal that he has. It's like he can tell you one or two things about the fucking 48 war that these guys don't know about. And that's like why and to them, that's like the big fucking like pinnacle of like academic justification behind what we argue for. It's so cringe, like fuck. And even then, it's just the same old, like, I remember a while back I tried watching one of them and it was like, even then it's just the same old, oh yeah, like, remember Herzl said that Zionism is something colonialism and that's why the entire thing should just be treated like fucking Algeria. Like, yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
And this is just for my own pleasure that we're going to watch it. Because whenever Bad Empanada attacks H3 has like a mental breakdown. And every time I watch this, it causes them to have even more of a mental breakdown.
On this Turk versus moron, he made a fucking Willie Mac show. Slob YouTuber Willie Mac show made a video covering the Gaza genocide because he noticed that putting Hassan's name in the title gets him more views than usual. It went
about... wow. Even this, like, because Hassan's like not competent enough to respond to a fucking Willie Mac video by himself. He can't even do that. He needs Bad Empanada to do it for him. Oh God, I remember this one. I covered this. My favorite thing about this is like, this is the kind of, where is it? In Gaza. This is the kind of intellectual that Hassan needs to back him up. Where is it? This? Nope. That's from the intro. Trying to find where I wrote this or where I said this. This?
Coverage of the Al-Ahi hospital bombing.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did!
Does this guy provide any evidence that he didn't bomb the hospital?
Oh no. Oh god. The Al-Ali hospital. Are we still on this? It's on. Shut up. Yeah, just after 500 and showing weapons carried out disagrees. I don't. I'm not proud up on any of this. Almost at this hospital of not sad press. Oh my god, how long did I go on about this? This is me showing, I think, all the different reports that actually suggested that the most likely cause of the explosion was the rocket misfire. Yeah. Yeah. Acceptable. Almost academic analysis. Being that far off the mark. Oh, yeah, wait here. Like, it's so shameless. Like, no one, the amount of people who still to this day can't admit that this was most likely a Palestinian rocket. It doesn't matter though. There's no shame in it. There's no blowback. There's nothing. There's no repercussion. This is too many React layers. Whereas on the other end, if you're doubtful of something that turned out to be true, shut up. Like, are you kidding me? This guy just like not only did of it, okay, probably wouldn't pass, but you know, you might be in the classroom saying it. How do you know? How do you know it wasn't Israeli? Okay.
First thing Hassan criticizes is me going after his poor coverage of the Al-Ahi hospital bombing.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did!
Does this guy provide any evidence that he didn't bomb the hospital? No, he doesn't. He just insisted he didn't.
What makes it significant, it was just...
Oh, Hassan agrees with that. He likes that analysis. Yeah.
Evidence that he didn't bomb the hospital? No, he doesn't. He just insisted it didn't.
What makes...
Hassan's smiling at it. I don't know. That's just the perfect fucking... This is the kind of academic rigor that people like Hassan need to back themselves up. Hassan can't react to a hit piece by a fucking commentary YouTuber by himself. He needs someone else to hold his hand through it because he's that insecure about his own opinions. Come up with that one for his intelligence. You know? That's why he needs people to react to his critics for him. I'm just saying it there as well. Okay, well done. Great. Ethan.
About as well as you'd expect.
I love that. Do you have any evidence that Israel didn't bomb the hospital? Banger. Boom.
Oh, dude. Okay. Critical support the bad empanada has gone up by wide margins now. Okay. Oh, this is on the Bad Empanada live channel. He didn't put this on the normal channel. Oh, my Lord. Oh, dude. Bad Empanada went from bad to good empanada. Bad Empanada went from bad empanada to base empanada.
Isn't it interesting how my judgment on who's a good or bad streamer is just completely centered around whether or not they're helping me or not? Interesting. By the way, the only reason Hassan didn't like Bad Empanada was because he was getting attacked over the fucking React content shit. That was it. That's all it was.
Empanada.
Now, trust me, I would pursue legal action against Bad Empanada, whose MO is essentially defamation. He actually fled to Argentina like his Nazi predecessors, and unfortunately, it is very difficult to get to and sue people in Argentina. So enjoy the community of Nazi refugees. You will fit right in there, my friend. But don't worry, guys. Denim says, even if this did happen, it's nothing to worry about because children actually don't remember anything. Isn't that fucking awesome? Look at this. It might be the dumbest, most pathetic thing I've ever heard in my life. Here's Denims on the floor. And then the part that, in my opinion, crossed the line was like, so I'm going to visit your kids at school and ask them questions. And I says, you're not fucking doing that.
No,
I mean, we both were like, that's not happening. You're not going.
Terrifying.
You are not doing that. So he agreed to come visit our
Come back
house
next week.
when the kids are at home because he needs to fucking interview our kids as a matter of procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So I told him.
Is Badapanada still trying to sue you? He never tried to sue me. He sent me one warning. He sent me one warning and then obviously didn't follow up on it because he's a liar. Yeah, there was no chance he was going to sue me for anything. Yeah. It was just a threat. He just wasted a few £100 on a threat. That's it. Okay, context. Stop distracting me.
Any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So I told him.
Create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
It's fucking brilliant, man. It's so good. What the fuck?
Nah, yes, you are. No,
even the chat's like, yes, you are. Like, there's like never any dissent in these chats. Even then, these guys are like, wait a minute.
When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
Whoa.
Talking to a random stranger once isn't really memorable for a kid. There's a wide variation about the mean across methods, cohorts. The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
You literally just read out of your mouth.
When you're 3.5, you're still 3, right? Just so you guys know, heads up. PSA. Yeah, she ignored the 5-year-old. Yes, obviously. It's just Okay, well done. I see what you did there. Very good. Very good, very good. You want a cookie? Prick.
Mouth that the average adult starts forming memories at 3. What is happening? What universe do we exist in where this is a popular creator? One more time, guys, because it's absolutely fucking unreal. One more time, guys.
There's a wide variation about the mean across methods, cohorts. The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3. And it's pretty rare to be forming memories or like memories that you will keep like at 5.
How exactly am I supposed to get through
this? This is also why it's not worth. People keep saying like, oh, he's not like debunking Badapanada's like video essays and shit like that. Well, first of all, because he has this wonderful ecosystem where if you respond to Badapanada, like he will just send a fucking targeted harassment mob at you, and will do it in his Discord like openly, and then will attack you in so many different ways that have nothing to do with the video that you're reacting to. But also, these guys can literally get proven wrong in the most obvious fucking way, and they will still just chug on like nothing happened. Like, how obviously wrong was it that that story about the Al-Ali hospital? The idea that Israel airstruck and flattened a hospital, killing 500 people, which is what Badapanada said about it when it happened. And even after a year of every investigation, left, right, center disagreeing with you, and still just going to, how do you know Israel didn't bomb it? Like, yeah, they don't care. There's no point. There's literally no point.
To a person and convince her wrong when she's literally disproving herself on her own stream and then ignoring what just came out of her mouth 5 seconds earlier. Her defense for sending the CPS to break up our family and to interrogate our 3 and 5-year-old is that, don't worry, kids don't remember stuff.
TV, thanks for the sub. Not beating the label with catch them young, LMAO. Okay.
Which just also, besides being pathetically, sociopathically insane, not to care about the well-being of kids, just demonstrably false. Everybody knows that the most formative years of a child's life is around that age of 4, 5, 6, 7, when kids really take in their environment and develop who they become as people. Pretending as if
Yeah.
interrogating my 3 and 5-year-old sons couldn't possibly cause any damage because they can't remember is the most insane, monstrous thing I could even imagine somebody to say about
Cortisol
this.
as
And
well.
it's
That
just
exists when you're
beyond
3,
being
doesn't it?
insanely dumb. It's just callous, pathetic, and, well, really speaks for itself. It's the dumbest thing I think I have ever heard. Now, moving to Reddit, this whole theme of needing to call CPS on my kids is something that takes place on Reddit, originally from a subreddit called H3 Snark. On this subreddit, they have doxed us, harassed our employees, our Teddy Fresh employees who are not even related to the show, gone after crew members' parents, my parents, basically in every conceivable way that you can be harassed. These people have done it. Actually, the subreddit was closed indeed. However, not by Reddit. According to Reddit, this subreddit is still fully open and operational and is committing breaking no rules. What actually happened is that somebody within their community started informing on them, and we have these screenshots, which I have not shown before, but I'll show them to you now. Here, one of the mods is talking about a person named Sturgeon, which is also a co-mod. And here they say, Adi explained to me that Sturgeon had made a fake post, the quote Ramadan post, and had become more and more unhinged. Here the mods are talking about another fellow moderator of theirs and actively covering up the fact that their mod faked a post on the H3 Snark subreddit. What happened was this story got picked up that we were banning people wishing a happy Ramadan. We were removing the posts and banning them. And this whole narrative of me being Islamophobic started to form on their subreddit.
Is there like a version of CPS that forbids you from having children or from being able to ever have any? These people are such a fucking cancer. It's like they can't reciprocate a social contract. Like they're not supposed to be part of the of our social project as human beings. Like they're not allowed to. It's not fair. Like it's fucking dead weight. It's so destructive. The fuck?
And getting picked up by
Knowingly
shit-tier content
lying.
creators who don't give a fuck about anything. And we look through our mod mail. We searched through it to see, well, this post, was it ever made? Because that's certainly not something we would ever do. And sure enough, there's zero record of it. It was completely fabricated. And when we said that it was completely fabricated, surprise, surprise, the person who posted it erased their account and erased the thread and completely disappeared. Yet the rumor continued to persist on their subreddit. It was never moderated. In fact, it was completely covered up by the mod team of H3 Snark. Here they are. Here's the mods doxing our office.
Uh-oh.
Yes, this is actually a real screenshot. Hi, I know you're on break, so I'll just drop this info here in case you need it in the future. We found the H3 studio and Teddy Fresh actual address. On the right is H3, on the left is TF. Studio listing.
God, they should just. It's so funny that the other side is literally going off Reddit posts and clips that are maliciously interpreted and just being like, one side saying, oh yeah, he's got this disease that can kill you, and that you have to eat dog shit to catch it. And it's because they let dog shit all over the floor in the house where they have nannies, apparently. I don't know how that works. How can they have nannies? Like, but also there's dog shit everywhere. Like, okay. And the other side, you've got like a level of evidence that is being used to pursue legal action. Like, yeah, it's so different. The difference between like left-wing evidence, like tanky creator evidence versus like commentary community. If I don't know why, like if the commentary community was ever put in charge of like arguing the history of Israel Palestine with someone like Denims or Hassan or even Bana Benada, like the performance would just be so different. Like maybe they should do it just to demonstrate how maybe they should just demonstrate the difference about how like the level of research and evidence is so asymmetrical.
The link, it's identical to the H3. Here's their address. This is fucking insane. These are the moderators. This isn't even like the community members. These are the people running the fucking subreddit. These people are knowingly putting us and employees in danger by sharing this address with each other with malicious intent. So once I started discussing that we had an informant in their
Kiwi Farms versus Snark. The problem with Kiwi Farms is like they're so hit and miss. Like it's very interesting watching a story unfold that I actually know quite a lot about that isn't public, and watching Kiwi Farms speculate on it, and watching how often they will just kind of like take a thread and just follow it down this completely incorrect direction. So yeah, unfortunately, too much speculating. They get a little bit too get a little bit too confident, those guys.
ranks that was sending me this kinds of stuff. Surprise, surprise, the moderators deleted their accounts and voluntarily closed the subreddit. Fascinating. After H3 Snark closed down, all the users migrated to another subreddit, H3H3_productions. And if you can believe it, the H3H3_productions subreddit is actually even more insane because there's no active moderators. I encourage you guys just to hop on over to H3H3_productions and just look through it. Read the comments, look through the posts. You're not going to believe what you see there. And if you want to take a walk through memory lane, go over to H3 Snark 2 and see what the posts that are left up there, and enjoy. Just to give you an idea about the CPS thing, here's an excerpt from the new Snark page, an exchange of great minds. All I know is that the more he's fucked with, the less he pushes Israeli propaganda. Therefore, I can only conclude that it is a good thing and that it must continue. The ethics of it mean absolutely nothing to me. A response, you summarized it pretty much. Now, this is all taking place on Reddit. Active brigading harassment to the actual point of trying to break up our family and call CP.
Box, are you just some cringe YouTube drama channel these days? No, I completely reject that label. I am a multi-layered. I do cringe drama. I do debates. I do debate reacts. I do research. I do presentations. I do news. I do all the shit. I just like the drama, okay? And I'm also one of few streamers left who still enjoys this drama and still thinks it's worth talking about. I'm sorry, who else is going to react to all this drama with Snark and Ethan and the defamation shit, and make analogies to the French Revolution and Jacques Hébert and the cartoonists who used to fucking lie habitually against their opponents and defame people for political gain? Who else does that, okay? We need more hubris, actually, you know? If you're not going to be your own biggest fan, who else is going to do it?
P.S. Has Reddit done anything, despite us complaining,
I'm a key worker,
making noise, reaching out for the past 2 years about this Snark community? Worse. I believe, and I will show you why, that Reddit is colluding
did anyone else Google Giorda and see how quickly you can find out that it doesn't have to get spread through eating dog shit, that you can contract, that it can be contracted fairly easily just from animal contact? Did anyone else even look that up? Like, fuck, we're bringing so much to the table, you guys. What the fuck? Stop complaining.
Protecting the moderators of this Snark community. I believe that there's admins that work inside of Reddit that are members of this community and actively protecting it. I will show you my evidence. The first thing is that Ela works with a management company who has a connection to Reddit community managers. We first went through them, an official channel, to say, hey, this Snark is out of control. They're harassing us all. They're definitely violating your site rules. Can you look into it? A day later, guess what? The Snark page was permanently closed. Hooray, we said. That was awesome. All we needed was one person to take a look at it, and obviously it wasn't compliant with the rules. Well, 3 days later, the Snark page was reinstated fully, and they made this post to celebrate. H3 mod announcement. We're back after a much-needed break. We are just a group of volunteers, and we appreciate your...
I don't know if there's 10 minutes left of this video. Does he actually show you where the dog shit fucking claim originated? Like, where people started saying that this was his doing? Was it on Snark? Because the oldest reference I can see to that allegation is Bad Empanada, but that's from the YouTubers. So maybe he got it off Snark. No more discussions or mentions of Bad Empanada. We cannot endorse this creator due to the risk he poses to the sub's future. Oh no.
Your patience. Our relationship with Reddit is currently better than ever.
Yeah, he plays the clip, but is it dated? Is the clip the original allegation? Yeah, I know he spoke about it, but is there an original Snark thread or post that got amplified that started putting those dots together and embellishing somewhat?
And we're in good communication with the admins. Now that to me stood out quite tremendously, considering that our subreddit with 600,000 users, the second biggest podcast subreddit on the entire site behind Joe Rogan, has never had contact with admins. They have never...
Yeah, I know Ethan said his kid had it, and he also said that, I think jokingly, that you need to eat shit to get it, but I'm talking about who actually said that he was doing this, that he was endangering his kids by letting dogs shit all over the floor and letting kids eat it. Whilst having nannies, apparently. Like, where did that come from? Was Bad Empanada the originator of that version of the story? Because I think he seems to have been, but I don't know if Snark were spreading it before he did. Started in Denim's chat. I don't believe it did. She was reacting to Bad Empanada talking about it, so you're making that up. I don't know.
Reached out to us. But why is it that the admins are in constant contact with this small...
Was it Denim's chat that said where the call CPS thing came from? Okay.
Niche subreddit dedicated to harassing people, but we, one of the biggest subreddits on the website, have not heard a single word for them ever. When someone created a Snark page dedicated to Hassan Piker, it was immediately deleted for harassment. Take a look. The subreddit was banned due to a violation of Reddit's content policy against harassing content. So it's harassing when it happens to Hassan Piker, but it's okay, great behavior when it happens to Ethan Klein. What's with the double standard? What about Trisha? Trishyland was a huge Snark subreddit. It was super active, and these people were, really nasty. Trishyland was also banned. The reason given is this subreddit has been banned for excessive copyright removals. Now, that's specifically interesting and extremely suspect, considering we've performed dozens of copyright strikes on the Snark subreddit. We have removed dozens of posts. All the posts we removed had zero commentary or specifically stated that their intention was to steal and siphon views from our property. Besides being granted dozens of DMCA takedowns, Reddit has actually had the nerve to serve us counter notifications on these, or to downright reject dozens and dozens of legitimate DMCA requests outright. Now, how the fuck does Trisha get her subreddit removed for copyright infringement? Meanwhile, when I try to do DMCA takedowns on the subreddit, they literally get denied by Reddit. It's my opinion that the stated reason of repeated copyright infringement is a total cover-up. Listen to Trisha in her own words describe how she got her Snark permanently banned from Reddit.
It's like one of the downsides about being online, I'm sure, and then when you become a mom, I'm curious about how you're seeing and feeling about, if you don't mind. Yeah, you don't have to answer this, but like it's one thing for you to insult me or the work I've done or me leaning into nostalgia, but it's another thing that if you bring my kids into it, I'm gonna throw hands.
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm
a
gonna
whole different thing.
Find your profile. I'm not just gonna block it.
Oh yeah, dude, I found him. I did a whole documentary
Saying he has JD Vance. I'm not.
The shit story
JD
started from
Vance.
Ethan, but then it was twisted into his kids ate dog shit from Bad Empanada. Well, that's the impression I'm getting, because this is from 3 weeks ago. This is where he talks about it, I believe. Around here.
Title.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I apologize for interrupting with the caca breath comment. What's the next step with
Okay,
you?
so now, because I have caca breath, and they don't think it's a big contributor to my issues, but it could explain some of the ongoing stomach issues I've had with these infrequent, semi-annual sulfuric
Gentle on your stomach.
digestion I've talked about.
Yeah.
So I have to take 2 antibiotics. Once 3 times a day, the other 2 times a day for fucking 2 weeks straight. What? The one I have to take 3 times a day is the biggest pill I've ever seen in my life.
Oh shit!
And one of them cost $2,000.
What?
Well, one of them was like, your insurance hasn't approved it yet. And I said, well, how much is it? I'll just pay for it out of pocket. She says $2,000. I was like, no,
For the bottle, okay.
for the 14-day regimen. Wow. But I got it approved. Now it still costs $250.
That's still
That's
expensive,
crazy.
yeah.
$2,000?
Damn.
So anyway, I got those. Now I'm on all this fucking Sudafed shit. Oh yeah, my doctor who's trying to fix my cough also put me on an antibiotic in case it's some post-viral infection.
Are they talking to each other?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're not. I don't know if they're necessarily talking, but they know what
They're aware
drugs.
of what the other prescribed. Okay. That's good.
Ethan.
Shut the fuck up, Doolittle.
H3 is being a little bitch again.
So that's only one part of it. The next part is
what's the next?
That Olive has giardia, which is a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this. Yeah, she came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea, and
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too, and I just wonder why.
It's relatively common.
It should be. They should have found it already. But anyway, so she has giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today, and well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
Oh shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it?
Yeah, I'm trying
because I'm not trying to get it.
Even if you ran with this, wouldn't you also say that Ethan and Ela were eating shit as well? Like
maybe
it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately,
like he said that, but then if you're saying this and you're like, okay, this is the kind of profile that you need to have. You need to be like, I'm sincerely worried about these kids. I'm too stupid and too like much of an invalid to Google giardia to actually see if that's true about how it's contracted. I also need to believe that there's shit all over the house and that the kid just ate it directly. And then I also need to believe that Ethan and Ela ate shit as well before making this call. So even if people try to use this clip against Ethan and try to use it as an argument to call CPS, yeah, you have to be malicious unless someone wants to come forward and just out themselves as the most incompetent propagandist, disgusting dipshit ever. Then yeah, this is malicious. Yeah.
Problem is,
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the air, bro.
That's not what I said. That's literally that's what you said. No, that's what you said. I said. Well, anyway, so let me continue, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So because it can go on surfaces and stuff. So Olive chews everywhere. So Sonny, it makes sense why he got it. Then once he starts having these crazy diarrheas, like in the middle of the night, all day, all the time, he's having these crazy diarrheas. Then when me and Ela start having to get in there and changing his diaper, obviously you put him down, you wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
And they put their hands into the poop.
So I haven't been diagnosed with it. Neither has Ela. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
They never confirmed whether anyone had it either. Okay. Yeah, this is all. Yeah, okay. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work.
On Reddit, I had a horrible snark Reddit that was like posting pictures of her doctor, like all this stuff like that, like just making fun of her, like showing where her future schools would be.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. So I did a whole documentary. I had a whole crew come out. It was like a month process, and I did this whole documentary. I like hired a private investigator.
So like you
found
did a
everybody.
troll hunter.
Yeah.
Like,
1,000%. 1,000%. And ultimately, I don't even know if it'll come out because it worked. Now all my snark Reddits are taken down. The minute one is created, it gets taken down within 20 minutes.
They're like, yeah, we don't fuck with your shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I called Reddit. I went on this like website to get everybody who worked at like Reddit. I like said this is.
I've done all of that and more over a longer period of time, 2 years. With
Lorderbox, why is Ethan telling people his infant son got infected with giardia? I don't know. Why do some rape victims dress provocatively? I have no fucking idea. Like what are you trying to say? I'm sorry. I'm just fucking holy shit. Okay. I'm over it. What a stupid thing to ask. Jesus Christ.
with escalating levels of harassment. Why was it that Trisha and Hassan's were taken down, but mine remains up? Why did Reddit list the reason as copyright infringement when the actual reason was harassment as explained by Trisha? By the way, the DMCAs are written by my attorney. It's not even some like ragtag bullshit where I do it myself. My attorney writes it out, well-reasoned, well-sourced.
I'm a drama channel. That's what I am. I'm a drama channel.
And Reddit ignores it. How is that possible? This is one of my favorite examples. We made a subreddit called Snark to make fun of snark subreddits in general. And the community was actually starting to pick up steam and become pretty active. Well, it was removed. Why was it removed? For harassment. But wait, it gets even better. A few days later, maybe a week later, it's back open. And the moderator now that owns the subreddit is a user named Shredder Cheese, which is a mod.
Will you do debates today? I might do a call-in. What are we debating? What's the argument? What's the scrap? Are we arguing about this? Oh no.
For H3 Snark, Shredder Cheese is a reference to a story they love to tell about how I killed my beloved dog Shredder by feeding him
Israel.
cheese.
Oh, no.
The mod for H3 Snark
God.
named Shredder Cheese is now the owner of Snark. How, Ela asks. I would also like to know, how the fuck is that possible? What the fuck is going on? Of all the harassing posts on the new Snark, the reports are being denied. Now, let me show you an example of one of the posts, just one of many, that Reddit refused to remove. The title is, I'm calling CPS on Ethan again. It says, this time because his kids are around Zionists, which is a high predictor for baby murder. This is a post that is still up on this subreddit that was reported, and Reddit admins reviewed this and said, no, this is compliant. In closing, let's take a look at Reddit's #1 rule for using their site. #1 rule. Remember the human. Reddit is a place for creating community and belonging, not for attacking marginalized or vulnerable groups of people. Everyone has a right to use Reddit free of harassment, bullying, and threats of violence. Communities and users that incite violence or promote hate based on identity or vulnerability
are call-ins anonymous. Like you don't have your YouTuber's brain rot name will show up on the screen, but you don't have to name yourself. No, you have to identify your ASL. Just gotta be in the Discord.
will be banned. This post does not violate rule #1, according to people that work at Reddit and have reviewed it manually. At first, I thought I was crazy. I was like, there's no way Reddit is actually colluding to protect them.
ASL is like an old is it acronym or abbreviation? Why have I forgotten the difference between those two things? It's an acronym. Age, sex, and location. It's what people used to use in the 2000s, like asking for people's ASLs.
But after 2 years passed and the shit just keeps piling up, there's literally no other conclusion that could explain this. In my content nuke, I explore the idea that Twitch has been ideologically captured, and the people in that company are using their terms of service selectively as a form of activism. They come down hard against people that they disagree with politically, and they ignore, protect, elevate the people that they do agree with politically. Something happened recently that's going to blow your mind. I started running reruns of Content Nuke on my Twitch channel as a form of protest, being petty, honestly, and just wanting people on Twitch to see the video I made. Well, wouldn't you know it, if on the same day we launched it, our stream was closed.
Oh no, Scrimpy knows. Chat room. Oh no. One is cyber AS. Oh no. Fuck.
For 30 days, we got a suspension for 30 days. That's pretty severe. What is it that we did wrong? Encouraging or glorifying extreme violence. So, to get this straight, my video showing Hassan supporting terrorism got me a 30-day ban for encouraging and glorifying extreme violence. Hassan's footage of him doing it on their platform and actually encouraging terrorism, no punishment. How the fuck can you be this blatantly, pathetically obvious? They don't care. Nothing's changing. They don't care. They're spitting in our fucking face. They're flaunting it. They don't give a fuck. I got banned for 30 days for showing his content that he wasn't punished for. Make it make sense. And, you know, people go, oh, it was automated. It was probably a mistake. Well, fair enough, right? And that's why I appealed it. And within a few hours, I got the answer on the appeal. Your account was recently suspended for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence. And a member of our team has reviewed your appeal. And after taking a look into the details of your case, we have determined that your account will remain suspended due to your violation of our community guidelines. I have never been so black-pilled in my life. I feel like I am trapped and that the world has gone fucking insane. This shit is bananas. What is happening? And I feel that I'm getting the same treatment now from Reddit. Now, I know they're both San Francisco-based tech companies, but did you know that these two companies in San Francisco, their headquarters are blocks away from each other? It's just interesting. It's just interesting because it shows there's some culture happening in this tech space. I think that these people are all very similar minded. I think that's what this is telling me. Because you got to fit in. If you're going to work at one of these tech companies, you got to fall in line. You know what I mean? You got to be one of the good guys. Actually,
0.7 miles. But in America, that means you need to drive, doesn't it?
At one of these tech companies, you got to fall in line. You know what I mean? You got to be one of the good guys. Actually, I found out that our stream got suspended for 30 days live on the podcast.
Because it's your account. Oh, your account is currently suspended. To view more information about your enforcement, file an appeal. Okay.
Oh my God! It got banned for encouraging or glorifying extreme violence.
Whoa.
That's fucking
wow.
That's Hassan's content that's on your platform that he didn't get in trouble for.
That was very funny. Like, this was unbelievable. Unless has anyone pointed to anything that Ethan said in that video that might have been the TOS violation? Like, there wasn't a Hassan clip? I'm trying to think, but I honestly can't remember him doing anything that would have crossed the line that the Hassan clips didn't.
Holy fuck!
How long is the ban?
Well, it should be only a day ban, right? In theory. Wow.
In theory, it should be no ban because it's his content.
Guys, I got a 30-day ban.
30 days?
30-day, and I didn't even say 30-day ban. I mean, it was worth it to do this just for
They revoked it. Well, they revoked it after a review, though. They said they did a manual review and that it was still staying banned. And then it became revoked, which is like, it's just very, I don't know. I don't know that much about like all these tech platforms, so I don't really make any strong I don't make any strong statements, but it's just a bit suspicious, that's all. It's just very strange behavior. It only got revoked after Elon retweeted it. Do you think they care about Elon? I mean, Elon's a big guy, I guess. Are they worried that Elon's going to buy Twitter? I don't know. Like, don't know. Also, yeah, people did watch the nuke itself on stream. Yeah, people reacted to the whole thing, start to finish, on Twitch and did not get banned. So it's just weird that the video of it looping got banned. It's just very suspicious, okay? And then they ban it, and then they say a manual review is going to keep it banned for 30 days, but then they revoke it. I don't know.
I'm surprised that they're this pathetic.
Yeah, because
I genuinely am too.
That's a manual ban too.
Now, after our appeal was denied, the story started to go viral for its blatant, obvious, laughably absurd hypocrisy, at which point they panicked and unbanned our stream with an apology. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We made the wrong decision. Well, somebody made the wrong decision manually twice. You want to fucking explain that shit?
So
here we are, where it's acceptable to call child protective services on people as an act of political protest on a website, Reddit, in which they do not care, they protect it, they enable it. I have a meeting with CPS on Wednesday where they're going to talk to my fucking children. Twitch is banning us for showing Hassan promoting terrorism. Ban me.
Oh yeah, he did blur footage, didn't he? He blurred the footage of the Houthi pointing a gun at someone. Was that in the content nuke or was that somewhere else? There was blurred footage in the content nuke, wasn't there? Even though some of that blurred footage was streamed on Twitch. Ugh.
For 30 days, no punishment for him. What the fuck is going on? As I prepare to meet CPS agents to talk to our children, I wonder, at what point has this gone too far? And how much worse can it get before something is done about it?
Whoa. Sharp ending. What the fuck? Game of Thrones. Okay, thank you. That's pretty wow chat. Pretty crazy. Yup. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yup. Wow. That's my opinion. He still hasn't done... He's also got the Hassan Part 2 nuke as well, doesn't he? There's quite a few things he's going for. I don't know if that's the end of it. Ethan is unbanned due to the backlash. Well, he's unbanned due to something. Again, like I don't like to do, because you can never really know why. You can never really know why everyone is doing what they're doing in these platforms, because it's also very obscured, which makes it very annoying to commentate on, because you just have to make guesses or say, oh, educated guess, or like maybe this, but no conviction, really, low conviction. Who knows? Clayben Trace, thanks for the $1. And Omer Gerber, thanks for the 15 shekels. Glad to see you back streaming. Hey. Redhead Fuck, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Eth Angry Klein, nothing to H3 about here. Okay. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $3. That beard is entirely comprised of Giardia. Okay. George Costanza in Criminal Minds, thanks for the £5. Have you ever spoken about Naughty Torta? Have you and her ever spoken about Naughty Torta? Oh, me and Denims. How else do you think I know that she knows he's mental? Anyway, Andrew, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. And George again, how do I stop sending you super chats? Good question. Sorry, Durf, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Dennis probably got diarrhea from eating an empanada that had gone bad. Okay. TV, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Not beating the label with Catch Them When You're Young. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. I don't believe Denim has the mental capacity to form memories now. If it's wrong to be mean to her, is it not wrong to traumatize children? Good question. Alzheimer's patients, etc. Child abuse that doesn't leave permanent physical. It's so stupid. All right. And Abd Zero. Thanks to the 25 now. I think SAR is Saudi Reals, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Thanks for the 25 reals. Appreciate it. Nice one. Let's watch the Noah video, Community Hate Watch. We probably will. What are these donos? Oh, my community is just very mental. I don't know. They just got a weird sense of humor. Couldn't be anything to do with the fucking scat content that we've been covering. It's so disgusting. Fuck. All right, hang on. Two-Tone wanted to talk, though. A Hassan fan. Or I don't know if he's still a Hassan fan, but he wanted to talk. Let's see. Hello.
Oh, hello. Long time no talk.
Yeah,
wait, let me mute myself. So I wanted to talk on Israel and a little bit of drama, if that's fine. Drama. Yeah. So about yesterday when Parker said Hamas is a lesser evil, you scoffed at that and I can't really find a reason how they're not I don't know if we debated this last night. I forgot, but the civilian to casualty ratio, what was it, 800 to 400? So it was far better than what Israel did in Gaza. Their overall amount of crimes is far lower. They're not the oppressors. They're not. They are fighting back. Their goal is more Israel just, I don't know how anybody can see that Israel's not the greater evil in every way.
Okay. So the civ combatant ratio, number of crimes.
On October 7th.
Okay, number of crimes and oppressor oppressed. Okay. First of all, we don't actually know the civ combatant ratio in Gaza. We have never had any confirmation of it. Assuming you're right,
but
though.
It's likely to be way higher.
Assuming.
It's
I don't know.
I
don't know. Well, assuming let's just assume it is. Okay. Civ combatant ratios. What do they tell you?
How much civilians died per militant, and it usually is indicative of how good one's military is at targeting militants and not indiscriminately bombing. Yeah.
Is indicative the same as definitive or determinative?
No.
Why not?
No. Because I know the argument you're gonna make is that Hamas makes it harder. Is that the argument you're gonna?
Harder to target their own soldiers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you also know about Hamas's plan, how their operation on October 7th, and what the actual objectives were and what the waves were, the 3 waves? The first wave was to take out the security points at the border where they mostly killed soldiers, but the second wave was to get the villages, the communities that did not have soldiers in them, right?
Yeah.
The kibbutzim. So the only purpose of them going through the soldiers was to get to the civilians. So it's I think their intent matters there. Whereas I don't know if the IDF if you can show me evidence of the IDF like literally fighting past Hamas soldiers so they can get to Palestinian civilians, because it seems like what the IDF does is the other way around.
There's been a lot of stories. There's been a lot of stories of like how doctors have said like quadcopters have came and like picked off children. There's like been obviously credible reports of more than usual like of sniping shots. There's been lots of credible reports of they've like completely shut off they completely not let aid in. I think they just recently announced that. I don't know if they're gonna stop it yet, but and all the limitations have came because of the United States. Hamas has no limitations. Like Hamas is not relying on any limitations. Like at least during the Biden administration, they did have limitations. I imagine if they're not, they would complete far more greater crimes. So I'm saying Israel has intent to do even more evil than they can, and they probably will carry it out. No, unless a full ceasefire goes through.
Okay. Hamas's limitation is the fact that they can't get access to that many Israelis, right? Because the IDF will stop them.
Yeah.
They defeated an army.
Yeah.
They defeated the Gaza division for about 10 hours. And in that space, they managed to kill like over 1,000 people. I don't know if there's been any single day in the war where Israel has killed that many people, like civilians. Maybe not since like Sabra Shatila. So it's like the whole, it's hard to compare two groups in terms of the amount of crimes they commit in asymmetrical warfare, because one group has so much more opportunity to commit war crimes than the other one, right? But I think Hamas kind of told us, they made it very clear to us what they would do if they had Israel's power, if they had Israel's firepower and control over the airspace and the ground. Like, you think they would be anywhere near as sparing as the IDF, like comparatively? I just don't think so. I don't see it. They stumbled across the Nova. They stumbled across the Nova Festival, and the guy were screaming like it's our lucky day. They were happy to have that many civilians contained in one place.
I know they stumbled across it. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Yeah. I'm not saying I don't know if they had the greater power. I don't know because I think the leading goal that there's any militant resistance is because of oppression, not because of just innate anti-Semitism. Like these are like just anti-Semitic dogs out there like going out and like doing like thing. But I do think they do, whether it will lead to oppression of the Jews. I do think they have a goal to emancipation. And by emancipation, I mean they probably want the whole thing back. For them, emancipation means, I know this is not what emancipation means for them. Emancipation means having the whole of Palestine back and letting the 80% of their population return to like Ashkelon or like wherever they live to, and that can be viewed as emancipation in my opinion. So I'm saying that somewhat is a justifiable goal. I don't
You think destroying Israel militarily is a justifiable goal?
Yeah, if the Jews live there equally, yeah, 100%.
Do you think Hamas has given us any indication that they would let the Israelis live there equally?
Some members have.
In what way?
Didn't they change their charter to say it's only against Zionism? Or didn't they like make that little change in 2017?
So when the PLO changed their charter to recognize Israel, when the PLO changed their charter, they had an entire session where people voted on it and the top, and they disowned officially the old one, and the new one replaced it. Like the changes were officially done, because that's how you do that. If you're going to change like the American Constitution or anything else, it's a process. Hamas just published a statement that wasn't even a charter. It was a document of principles or something like that. They didn't touch the old charter. The old charter is still there. It's not even, and you can even look at their actions. If you can look at their, it also doesn't change the fact that they say our fight is with Zionism, not Jews. Well, like every Israeli Jew is a Zionist, barring like 1% maybe. Okay, so
but
that's who they're targeting, and their military action is their military action more in line with the first charter or the second one? It seems like it's got more to do with the first one.
The first, yeah. Okay. Okay. I'd like to move on to the drama aspect. I would like to go back, but for the drama aspect, I've been wanting to get this off my chest because I feel like bad that like this is parasocial, really parasocial. But I feel bad that Hassan doesn't defend himself when there are like so much things he could like. To me, watching you have to admit, like Ethan Klein is more pro-Israel than he lets on. Like he's been calling it a war. He says segregation is not real. The only reason he calls it a genocide is because he knows if he doesn't call it a genocide, his fans will eat him up because his fans are still the H3 fans are still pro-Palestine. They're not like other pro-Israel like liberal a person used to know. They're not like that audience. So he knows he'll eat him up. But like he's much more like from his language you can see how he's like a Biden supporter, how he's like saying, oh, I'm gonna go to Israel to see how free it is, how I see Israel, and saying I love Israel. This is one thing I love, and the reason he's angry at Hassan is not due to anti-Semitism. It's due to narcissism that his own fan base. If you looked at the mega threads in like the thing when he was on like Hassan's stream, his own fan base, not Hassan's fan, not crossover fans, but his own fan base was angry with his takes, that saying that Jews that advocate for Palestinians are akin to capos, or making even sliding that comparison. And and this is not just a lie, and this is not because Hassan turned them on them. This is because I was watching his streams. It's not because he turned them on them. And even you can see through like the dishonesty. So for example, the take where Hassan said, even if rapes happen, it doesn't change my dynamic. There's actually 3 months ago, and even saying, I understand that. I understand that. There was the clip for when it was in the Richie Torres note, letter saying, I understand that. And then he uses it in his thing. So he's being initially intentionally malice. I'm saying this because he's literally saying I understand where it came from, and I understand that clip and it's reasonable. And then 3 months later he puts the exact same clip as a own to say he denies rape when and even in the UN report Pamela Patton, this is related thing, it said point 86, this report is not to determine the extent of the rapes, and they said it's not investigative in nature. So that report didn't say that there was mass rapes. It just said that rapes occurred. No UN report has came up that said that there was systematic mass rapes. That was only from the New York Times. No UN report has said that. And I'm saying it's just a fact. Yeah. So that's what I was saying. That's my end point.
Okay, that's like a cluster bomb you've just dropped on me. Is there any particular dealer's choice? Which one of these do you want me to address? I can do any of them.
Like the fact that I think his main goal of attacking Hassan is that he's mad that his own audience was angry with his takes and not just Hassan's audience, and it's not due to anti-Semitism. Because me watching Hassan, I see personally that he has talked a lot, and he has talked a lot about anti-Semitism that Jews are facing. He has called out anti-Semitism, any notion that Jews control media. He even goes to the fact that like Israel controls America, which is false, and like all this stuff. I've not seen him push one anti-Semitic trope, and then the only quote. I have not seen him push one anti-Semitic trope. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. That's still multiple things. It's like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna choose one. The UN report on rape. I don't know why people do this straw man by saying like mass rape or ordered by Hamas or anything else. Again, the claim has always been that there was a shitload of rape given the scope of the attack, given how it was concentrated in a very small area, and in the fact that Hamas only had military superiority over these areas for less than 12 hours. Given that scope and given that small concentration of area, there's quite an alarming amount of evidence of sexual violence. Given that conflict, the Israel-Palestine conflict, compared to say like Yugoslavia or whatever, has generally had fairly low levels of sexual violence from both sides. And this one stands out. The Commission, the UN report, point 95, the Commission did say the attack enabled perpetrators to commit sexual related SGBV, and this violence was not isolated, but perpetrated in similar ways in several locations and by multiple Palestinian perpetrators. I have never seen Hassan reiterate this
denies
idea.
that there's multiple rapes. I don't think I've ever seen him deny that there's multiple rapes. I've seen him just say that he just always said not mass rapes, which can mean a lot of things, and Israel, as you know, has been blocking like a full depth UN investigation into rapes. As you know, like the 10th of January, there was an article about how they're blocking full UN investigations because that Primilla Pattern report, it said it was not an investigation. It literally said
it was a fact-finding mission, and again,
and then there was another one in June.
Lots of UN reports are like this, though. The fact that it was a fact-finding mission doesn't like.
I'm saying, why is Israel blocking it? If it's this conclusive, why is Israel blocking like on the rapes, just on sexual violence? The UN wants to go, but Israel's blocking it currently.
Because Israel generally just doesn't trust the UN. Israel in the past have argued that even when they give evidence to the UN, like they would argue that, and I don't agree with them for doing this. I think they should cooperate with the UN because like it's better just to say that you've done that. But in the past, like Israel has literally like shown evidence to the UN, and the UN is still, or people from the UN have still stuck by conclusions that are opposed to them. So it's like, why would you bother in that case? Because you know how Goldstone retracted his a lot of his findings from the report in 2008, but a bunch of the other authors still stuck by it. So now to this day, people can still say, oh yeah, even though we've seen the evidence, like we still stand by this report, even though there are sections of the Goldstone report that are completely false, like they're completely debunkable, even by Hamas's own admissions. So yeah, I can see why Israel is weird about the UN, but like I don't support them doing it, but that doesn't, I don't think it indicates any guilt or any like that they're not going to find something. I think there's already more than enough evidence of quite a lot of.
And to be honest, I think in the article said that part of them blocking it was due to that they didn't want to, because of their own, because it was going to investigate both sides. So they didn't, because they didn't want to be put on the blacklist of sexual violence because of their own crimes against Palestinians. I don't. So yeah, I concede your point that maybe it's not due to a lack of evidence.
And also, it's like you've seen all the moments where no one says mass rape or no like, but Hassan will like Kamala Harris will just say people were horribly raped, and he'll like grimace at it, right? He's done that a few times.
I will say why. I watched the context of the clip. I watched the context because so that was after the DNC, and there was like hope that she was going to be better. And then she said we in it because like it was she hadn't really spoken in Israel Palestine yet that much, and then that first interview was her the like establish see if she would change from Biden on that policy, and then it was clipped in the chat, but she said no, we will always defend Israel. And then the fact is the reason he grimaces is because there's a obvious double standard to talk about rapes that happened a year ago and say, and like the language, the passive language, you have to admit she used extremely passive language she uses towards Palestinians.
Yeah, but he didn't grimace when he was talking about Palestinians. He did this, like she started by saying October 7th, there was the attack, people were killed, people were horribly raped. He didn't even wait to see what she was going to say about Palestinians before it was in response to the rape that he did that. And he's done it, and again, he's done it more than once. He's done it quite a few times now. It's like, and again, it's like, can you imagine if I did this for like Deir Yassin? Like even, let's say that his position is actually that quite a few of them happened, much more than you'd expect from such a small space of time in a small area. Let's say he believes it in that way. Can you imagine every time I saw someone talking about Deir Yassin, all I did was just go, are you going to say that the rapes happened, even though it actually turns out that the witnesses said no rapes happened? And that's the only thing I focus on when I talk about Deir Yassin. It's like, well...
He doesn't do it every time. He's done it like once or twice.
I think there's quite a big handful of those instances. But he keeps on talking about, like the one credible statement from someone in captivity.
Piece of evidence.
But that's not what you say. But that's what, and they also said that there were credible witnesses who spoke about multiple cases outside of captivity.
No, because he was arguing with a chatter, so he wants to present the strongest piece of evidence. That like, because first-hand accounts are like the strong. I'm sure he takes because he read the whole UN report on stream. First-hand accounts are the strongest piece of evidence. So he's trying to convince that chatter that rapes happened, and you usually use the strongest piece of evidence.
You think he was trying to convince a chatter that rapes happened, that any rapes happened at all?
Well, in one of those clips, he was arguing with a chatter. But yeah, anyways,
I would like to see that.
Yeah, but like it was so disgusting how like he pulled up that woman that like Ethan thinks Hassan denied, and he said there's a UN report. Like Hassan denies that UN report. You literally read it on stream, and it's thing. So you could admit that, like, could you admit that in the content of like it was a little bit uncharitable?
No, because I don't think
like,
I don't think I've ever heard Hassan ever.
What about the
quite
inbred
like I've never
stuff?
heard.
What about
No, one thing at a time. I don't. The inbred thing is stupid. Okay, I don't agree with Ethan on that. If we're talking about the rapes, I don't think. I need to see an instance of Hassan actually just accurately describing the scale of what happened and given it like in context of how short a space of time it was and in such a small area. Like, I just want to see that. I've never seen that.
Yeah, but through the content, you'd think that Hassan denies outright that there was no rapes, and that's just wrong. You'd think that because he said he just full on denies. That's what he says in the
in the content Nuke. I think does he not bring up the one instance in captivity?
Yeah, no, but then he mischaracterizes those clips after saying
fine.
he's a rape denier. He
Let me
denies
see.
he denies rapes on October 7th.
He likes Hamas.
And then you know what's the funny thing about calling Jews inbred? Because Hassan calls settlers inbred, but there's a clip of Ethan in a bus going around Hasidic Jews calling them stinky and calling, and then he has the exact words.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
agree.
projecting.
I agree
he's
with
projecting his.
Okay, hang on. I just need to.
Yeah.
Watches their propaganda, but he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
Yeah, I really wish Hassan defended himself. He's been hinting that he will make a video. He's saying he's like conflicting on it. So I hope he does.
No, but he can't. He needs other people to do it for him because he's insecure.
No, he can make one like he did on Asmongold. That's what.
Yeah, because Asmongold is like the easiest fucking target. yeah.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the system...
This isn't true either, though. Verifiable evidence. Would you ever he would never set the standard for anywhere else where rapes happened. You wouldn't. Is credible witness testimony not like... Would you not call that verifiable evidence? The thing is, if you use the standard that Hassan's using, then Sabra Shatila didn't have rapes. Because the highest profile rapes that we know about from Sabra Shatila came from witnesses. They didn't see it happen. In one case, the most high profile was the 19-year-old. That wasn't even a witness who saw it happen. That was a witness who found her after she died. Like, but I think that was a rape. I think that statement is very credible based on what was presented. But for some reason, witness statements are not credible in this. It's just very odd. It's very odd.
Okay, you can say that he downplays it, but you can't say he denies it.
I think he downplays it. But also, like that, then you reach the standard. And I would agree with you here if left wingers didn't do this fucking thing where they think downplaying is the same as denial. They do that to me. They do that to people when it comes to Holocaust denial. Most Holocaust deniers don't say nothing. Most Holocaust deniers don't say nothing happened. They say that some people died, but not as many as 6 million, and they get called deniers, rightly so, because they're denying the It's denying the officially accepted narrative. I'm not comparing them, buddy. It's an analogy.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's not even an analogy. It's just like we're isolating the standard of how you call someone a denier versus a downplayer. But in lots of other circumstances, downplayers are akin to deniers. Yeah.
I think he should have said at best like downplays. I don't think he should have said that denies, because if you're looking at this and you didn't know Hassan, you'd think he full out thinks like no rapes happened, like that Z-Scurra person, when there is a difference between Hassan's position and like bad empanadas and Z and the thing where Hassan makes a distinction that he thinks that, I think even in a clip he said multiple rapes happened. So I think you should personally make that distinction. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
I tend to, yeah. I don't think you'd ever extend that child's abilities to me, but you know, we got to hold your own standards, eh?
Yeah,
I'm trying to find. Is it? I don't know. I can't remember. Has Hassan ever watched Bad Empanada denying all the rapes?
He has, and then I know what you're talking about. Then he clips, and he after that, they cut him out maliciously. He said, there's a clip where the bad empanada says that, and then he says, I think that rapes did happen. So he said that he disagrees with that. I remember that was him watching like a hit piece video on you. So I was actually watching the stream then, but yeah.
Okay.
So he went on afterwards to clarify his position. So he's not like bad empanada who like fully thinks none happened. But yeah. And
Interesting.
I can show you that if you want. And also another thing about the content is that Hassan hiding his position being a socialist. I remember he got cancelled for buying a house. This was before he started Leftovers house, and everybody on Twitter was like, socialist who bought a 3 million the house. He has never hid being a socialist, and he maliciously uses a clip that Hassan says we should move towards a social democracy in short term. That's not his final goal. His final goal is I haven't read this Marxist theory yet. It's a thing. His final goal is where workers own the means of production, not just capitalism with restrictions. So he has never hid being a liberal or anything like that. That's why he gets cancelled for the like most ridiculous thing, like buying a Porsche. Oh, I meant buying a house. Like that's a cancelable offense to Hassan, and that was before all this stuff. So yeah, just the whole content I found was so like he even said it. He said he did it out of spite, out of hate, and that hate I can think he's just been. I can't get into this. Is very personal. Right? The hate I think he's been getting into that his own fan base did not agree with his takes, and that's you would agree with that, right? His own H3 fan base didn't agree with his takes initially.
I don't think that matters, but it's hard to tell, isn't it? Because the H3 audience, how long had they been doing Leftovers for? How much of the H3 audience came from Hassan and vice versa, right?
You can see on the mega threads on this subreddit when Ethan on Hassan's stream, there's like a mega thread with 5.2 comments which I was seeing at the time. It was like everybody saying Ethan is acting so childish, and he lost like and the Aaron Bushnell members only sub, like all the chat was things. So I'm saying the own H3 audience definitely did have a.
I mean, that's not entirely surprising. That's not entirely surprising to me, though, because like when you, if you make even like vaguely left-leaning content on in this space, then you are going to attract a bunch of psychos, like very, very far left, fucking authoritarian, whatever the fuck else, who do actually project all their nonsense onto you. And once they find out that you don't hold those positions, then it's a betrayal. That's happened to me. That's happened to Destiny at some point. Yeah, like
I'm saying it's not just all Hassan fans that were attacking him. It was his own fan base.
It would have been his own fan base as well. Yeah, because he was mostly shitting on right wingers, and then when you do that, you cultivate some liberals, you cultivate some social democrats, and you also cultivate some Hamas supporters and like very, very far left pro-Palestinians, or people who want to abolish Israel, or people who are socialists and communists. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, because that's a problem. It's a problem that and communists are partly to blame for this, because they do absolutely do this thing where they will behave like social democrats when it suits them, and then behave like pro-China authoritarians when the mainstream isn't looking. Hassan does do that.
Yeah, another thing about he brought this up as like that Hassan was denying like that there were death camps. In Xinjiang there aren't death camps. That's just a fact. Like it's just such a liberal like, and he saw like a Shen Yun documentary saying that they're organ harvesting. Like this Uyghur genocide thing, because I call it a cultural genocide. I don't think it's a genocide, but it comes from this one Christian nationalist far right person who works at like this think tank called the Anti-Communist Adrian Sins. He's the only person that says that there's been sterilization, not the UN. The UN has said possible war crimes. They didn't even say war crimes. So I'm saying he in the thing he said. He also said the AP News article didn't exist, where they said they were literally opening up Xinjiang to tourism. That's why he said tourism out, because they were opening up.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time.
Yeah,
how did we? That AP article was not accurately characterized by Hassan in the slightest. The tourism hour.
But they did open up Xinjiang to tourism, and they got rid of the thing.
Right.
They opened it up to.
Do you really think Hassan's tone matches this article the way he's describing it? Are you kidding? You're joking, right? Like.
taking one section of the article where
what does this
said
even
that they
prove?
opened
It's
up.
like, well, yeah, they did the job. Yeah, they've successfully destroyed a shit ton of Uyghur culture and rammed houses full of fucking Han Chinese families and scared people into like a level of suspicion that's tolerable for them. But surveillance still remains, fear still remains. Yeah, fuck, man.
Yeah, but he doesn't deny it. He's always said on Xinjiang. I watched his commentary. He said it. He said it's cultural genocide. That's what he said. He said that full on. He said it's completely unacceptable, and he likened to America's action of the 9/11, which he did like the war on terror, and he openly quotes Xi Jinping saying that, like he's making analogy between what they're doing in Xinjiang to what America. So Hassan does not support what China does in Xinjiang. He has called it cultural genocide, which is like objective what's happening. I don't think a genocide's happening. The UN hasn't said it's this one fucking nutter Adrian Zinn's fucking far right German Christian nationalist who's promoting this theory of Uyghur genocide. But yeah,
And you think this is the only person who said that sterilizations were happening?
he's the one who's reported. Yeah, basically. Adrian Zinns.
So you don't think Uyghurs themselves who have been into these camps have said that forced sterilization has happened to them?
There have been reports of that, but don't they do that to Han Chinese as well after they've had like 3 children? Don't they do that to Han Chinese people? Because there's the one child policy, if I'm not mistaken. So is that really genocidal intent to destroy the culture if they're doing to the Han Chinese?
Do they?
If they're doing the same thing, they're giving because there was obviously a policy which they lifted recently of only having one child per like couple.
I don't
So
know if Han
wouldn't-
Chinese people are taken into camps and like re-educated in terms of their culture and forcibly sterilized. No, not as an entire group.
Yeah,
with the
if
intent
they're
with the intent
sterilizing-
of like, because sterilization would be again, genocide convention is the way it is, but sterilization does come under it because it's to prevent births, like forced sterilization with the intent. And I don't think that Adrian guy is the only source of the fact that birth rates in the Uyghur population are far lower than has happened with every other group in China, right?
If they are sterilizing, then I'd consider a genocide. I'd have to look more into it, see what the UN report says and stuff like that. If it's occurring, if they're like sterilizing en masse Uyghurs, then that's fucked up. And probably pushes the line into genocide. Yeah. But there's no like death camps or anything or organ harvesting. That like none of that has been fucking. I don't know if Hassan denies there. Like he says culture genocide, which is what most people describe. But like the organ harvesting and thing that Ethan like put in the clip of like thing to make it seem that Hassan was downplaying. No, he's just saying the fact that they're not ostrich style death camps, which they're not. That's just a factual statement, right? They're not death camps.
Yeah, but that's not the only him correcting Ethan to say they're not death camps isn't the issue with Hassan's coverage on.
Then why does
Uyghurs.
he include that?
Like,
then why does
Ethan's Ethan's a normie. Like it would be a mistake. It would be that he doesn't know the situation all that well, but that doesn't necessarily get Hassan off the hook, does it?
Yeah, I'm saying he framed it like more like you could say like he framed it in a very discharitable way, like very thing. I watched him reacting to an AP News article where actually Tanky's in his chat was pushing him and like he was fighting against the Tanky, saying that like this is completely unacceptable and that surveillance and it's akin to things. So I'm saying that I don't see him downplaying, except that like one quote where he's probably talked about this for hours. This is a problem with Hassan. He streams like 9 hours a day. So obviously you can like when he's talking about rapes for like several hours, you can pull up these two instances, but that does not summarize his full full
Yeah,
on.
I mean, he also did it with Hong Kong. Like his immediate thing when they brought up Hong Kong was to say, "Oh yeah, everyone said they were all going to get mass murdered and everything. That didn't happen." It's like, why
Yeah,
are
I
you
remember
talking
that.
about like that? That's not the point. Like, they've had their civil rights crushed in Hong Kong. Like, what the fuck? That's
Yeah, true.
so yeah. It's obvious he carries water for the CCP. Like, it's not like I don't think he loves them or he
Yeah.
thinks like, but yeah, he obviously does. Yeah, and that's an
He
issue.
does. He does. He is pro-China. He has said he's pro-China. And
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
in my understanding, he thinks that China's a social democracy right now. That's a state capitalist that's transitioning towards socialism. I think that's what his position is. So maybe that's why he likes multipolarity. So,
Yeah,
but like
do you think
he's not like a
out of
full-on
interest? Do you
like
think like liking multipolarity just like as a first principle makes sense? Like,
no. But he's not like Jansen Hinkle Russia for China. He's not that.
No.
Which is like what the video tried to frame him as, like this ridiculous claims of fucking organ harvesting and fucking ostrich style death camps.
He's anti-liberal. Like he's anti a lot of the things that like hold true to liberalism. Like I don't think he really cares
he's
all that much about.
anti-capitalist.
I don't think he cares
That's a
all
good
that
thing.
much about democracy. His disinfo on Syria was absolutely ridiculous as well. He defends like actions by some of the most like insane authoritarian states and movements in the world, like defending the Russian annexation of Crimea constantly.
I watched
like,
I watched his commentation in Russia right now, and he seems really pro-Ukraine. I watched his recent, like he's been shitting on.
He defended the annexation of Crimea. Like,
did he say he supports it, or in some ways it can?
He said it
be
was a
seen as
morally justifiable act. He also like made fun of people over it for like a Crimea River and shit. It's just fucking like. Can you imagine if I said that about like one settlement in the West Bank? That'd be mental.
I don't know.
For all this
I don't
talk
know.
about ethnic cleansing of Muslims, like how many people fled Crimea during that annexation because they were in fear for their rights and for their lives? Like 200,000 or something.
Yeah,
They're
that
never
was
going
back in the 1940s.
No,
Oh,
this
wait,
was recently. This was recently. A bunch of people, like
Wait,
since
Muslim
2014.
Tatars? Wait, who?
Since
Who
2014, Ukrainians and Tatars have fled Crimea en masse. Yeah, and been replaced by settlers. How many people? Let me double check the number. Fled Crimea since 2014.
I thought you were talking the one in during World War II was much bigger.
No, the Tatars. Yeah, So since was estimates, but it's between 50,000 and 200,000. Yeah, including tens of thousands of Tatars. Yeah, and not to mention the ones who have stayed or are getting persecuted. So yeah.
My position is that like I don't support it, but in some ways it can be seen as justifiable. I don't support it, but in some ways it's not like the Golan Heights where like you first take it over and then you replace it. Because like the Golan Heights, when Israel first took it over, the population didn't want to be a part of it. But while Crimea, Russia didn't move any settlers, and the people there majority, according to most polls. I'm not saying I support it. I'm saying in some ways it can be seen as justifiable, but
not if you think the Golan Heights is unjustifiable. Crimea is only got a large Russian population because of ethnic cleansing, because of whether it was even in the famines or before that. Like, yeah, Crimea was at one point, right, beginning of the Russian Empire taking over, was like 2% Russian. It's only a large Russian population because of imperialism.
It'd be similar to the Golan Heights if it was majority Ukrainian. Russia took it, and then drove out the Ukrainians, and then that area became pro-Russia. But that area was pro-Russia before
you just described
the modern state of Russia.
You just described what happened to Crimea, but it happened over a period of like 300 years. But yeah, that is kind of what happened. Yeah. There's also, even then, there's still actually not even that much evidence. It would be like if like 100 years from now, if 100 years from now Golan was majority Jewish, then it would be okay to annex because it's happened over a long period of time.
Yeah, but did the modern state of Russia take it over? Yeah, I see. I don't support it. I don't support the annexation of Crimea. So, yeah, I should be probably defending this. I hope he's gone back on that point. I hope he's gone back. But Ethan was like claiming he's pro-Russia, which he's not. Maybe he does some propaganda, which is wrong. Obviously, when you watch somebody, they don't need to be perfect. we can have like disagreements, but he's not pro-Russia. That's which Ethan has said. And like he's last thing about the not last thing. This is the like drama. You can tell me to go anytime you want. But like, do you think? I'm sorry, this is personal. Do you think Ethan has gone a little bit too far, claiming that he said unsolicited nudes, like claiming that he's like a sex criminal now without any piece of evidence? Is I know what they were referring to because the attack was coming from DGG like 2 weeks ago. It was like talking about this one Cosmopolitan article where he was clicking on random Snapchats where he was supposed to be fans sending picture of his merch, and some of them were nudes, but they were unsolicited nudes, and he was clicking on random Snapchat. So do you think he's gone a little bit too far claiming that he's like a rapist and like a sex criminal?
Did he call him a sex
would
criminal?
you say that's well, he said he shares solicited nudes. He shares solicited.
He said that he
nudes,
solicited
which is-
nudes from fans and then showed them to people. Isn't that what he did?
Yeah,
Or that he's accused of doing.
that's what he did. And he said, and there was also another clip of him talking about Lebowski Live and like how he has sex with drunk women. There's another clip of that, so that's implying that he's a rapist. That's one of them. So
Wait, so he's not
would
called.
you say
You're saying he's implying by having sex with drunk women?
Yes, there's one clip of that. Yes, he said that.
And implying that he's
yes,
yeah, but saying someone has sex, saying someone's like a bit of a sleazebag or whatever, maybe, or like Hassan definitely used to be that fucking Bro Tips channel.
Yeah, but like he's implied that he's doing great. You can't have.
Yeah, but he's not. Wait, where's he? How is he? Can you show me the strongest implication that Ethan gave of Hassan being a rapist?
Let me show. It was actually on the. I remember it being on the. Rapist. So I'm gonna quote his word. It was on one of these subreddits. Sorry. This must be a little bit boring. Here. Did Ethan ever elaborate? Could I send you links?
Yeah.
So I'll make it. So this is what one thing I'll send. Sorry to here message. I'll message you it. Yeah. Yeah, it's on the snark. Oh, I need address. Yeah, I sent you it. See if you got it. It's on the it's on like the H3 underscore. That's
Obviously. Yeah,
where
let's
I
see.
found it.
Bro is straight up in that like Lebowski, Big Lebowski like.
So yeah,
sex
he calls him a
predator
sex predator.
vibe.
Sex
He looks like
predator vibe.
someone at a Big Lebowski party, you know, where he.
He's talking about his clothes here, isn't he? He looks like he's
No,
talking about what he's
wait,
wearing.
No, fucking saying he has
Yeah, he looks like he's.
He like takes advantage of drunk women, which is basically what he's saying here.
Bro is straight up in that like Lebowski, Big Lebowski like sex predator vibe.
This is with
He
no
looks like
evidence.
someone at a Big
This is a
Lebowski
legal
party, you know,
thing.
where he.
No, that is not illegal. To say someone to make a comment about someone's like what they're wearing, that they're giving like this Big Lebowski sex predator vibe. Like that's like someone's like seeing someone with like the mustache and calling it a pedo stash, right? Like
he takes advantage of drunk women after that.
Yeah, he looks like he's at a Jackie Treehorn party.
This, to my knowledge,
You know,
if
fucking,
you can't
drunk-
consent while you're drunk. So
women.
at least where I live, I
Which
don't know.
surprisingly doesn't seem too far off from what he actually does do.
he said, doesn't seem too far off from what he actually does do,
Or has done at least.
or has done.
Yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
referring to what? I mean, if he can
I
show you
don't
the
know
evidence,
what-
then that would be.
There's no, unless he's
Isn't-
talking about
isn't
those
this, like,
satirical.
upcoming footage. Oh, what? Because it's the Bro Tips being satirical. Is that what we're gonna go with?
Yeah, yes, he's saying that he does that in real life, and he's showing solicited nudes to other people without any evidence. Like that in itself is like horrible action to like of a thing like purposely showing solicited nudes. So he's just throwing all.
I don't
these
know. Would you not want to see
accusations.
the evidence before we start with that? Because if he's saying he's got receipts for it and it's going to be an upcoming video, like we're talking about a video that's not even arrived yet.
If he said he hasn't decided on writing it yet. So
The thing is, I think what's going to happen. What's going to happen is he's probably going to show evidence of Hassan in the past, in like 2016, being probably a bit sleazy by today's standards, anyway. And you guys are going to say, "Oh, but that's not rape, though, is it? You called him a rapist," even though I don't think Ethan has actually ever called him a rapist. No, compared to again, if we're okay with like calling some fucking settlers inbred or whatever, like if we're okay with this kind of like hyperbole every now and then with people, then because Hassan has no shortage of doing this himself. Like how many fucking people has he accused of like being Nazis and shit like that? Okay, like, and that's a much more literal
who was
like
he falsely
accusation.
accused of being a Nazi?
Adam something. He said that Adam something had not left his alt-right rabbit hole and scratched a liberal and a fascist bleeds over nothing. Like it was over nothing. It was over debunking anti-Ukrainian propaganda.
Yeah. Adam something is pro-Palestine.
I think Nick DeOrio as well. Whatever the evidence there is.
No, Nicholas DeOrio definitely has alt-right vibes. Nicholas DeOrio.
Alt-right vibes. Are you calling him a Nazi there?
His audience is full
See
of
the
it.
difference.
So,
no, wait. Are you calling Nick DeOrio a Nazi or not?
I need to. There's a. No, I don't think he's.
Okay,
he's
so
a
saying they have
Nazi.
vibes is not the same as calling them a thing. You two, I did there.
Yeah, true. There was a clip of him quoting Hitler, so I'd need to look. I'd need to look more into the Nicholas DeOrio stuff.
I mean, that could mean so many
But
things.
yeah, I'm
right?
saying if there's any evidence of Hassan sharing solicit nudes, this would already be blasted. And the only thing they could come up with was a Cosmopolitan article of him clicking on messages from fans and him being the victim. Because honestly, sending unsolicited nudes should be a crime. Him being the victim, because he was a victim in that situation. And I remember Dan Saltman was deflecting when the Destiny thing came up. So that's what I think he's referring to. That's what I think because he shows a reporter of him clicking on messages and him receiving unsolicited nudes. But the way Ethan characterized that.
How are Miskiff and the other dude, what's his face? Ludwig, how are they involved in this?
Yeah, there was a clip of Hassan on his phone, like privately, and then Ludwig peeked over his shoulder and saw the thing. And they're saying and yeah, that's not purposely showing. So that's again mischaracterization. But yeah, anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about somebody else's things and
yeah, I don't know
in
either.
terms of
I mean, if it's a false accusation, it's a false accusation, and I wouldn't defend it. That's why I haven't commented on that. I said I'd be interested in seeing what the allegation is.
Yeah. And like on the harassment thing, Hassan has promoted no harassment against Ethan. Like he's blocked, like for like there's clip compilations of him since October 7th, people coming in his chat saying he actually reposted on his TikTok of him coming in his chat and he's saying Ethan is not your enemy. Ethan cries for people coming in his chat saying he's a Zionist. Ethan cries for Palestine. Ethan is pro-Palestine. He said that all the way until October. He never pushed the theory that Ethan was a Zionist, and this is just the truth. Ethan is way more pro-Israel than it lets on. It's just something like the way he says war and like how he's pro-Joe Biden and who he's a fan of, who's subreddit, he's still. I'm sorry to bring it, but this is like if he's gonna make the Hassan bad empanada, he's still a fan of, and still, to my knowledge, taking stuff from that subreddit from like a week ago, who he's a fan of. He's much pro-Israel than he lets on.
Well, if that's too, listen, I'm just saying though, like for most, and I know it's difficult to accept this because the online world's a very difficult place right now. But I think for most normal people or people who actually understand any of this conflict, I think being that level of pro-Israel is still more acceptable than being pro-Houthi, Hezbollah, Hamas. So I just don't like.
Are you sure? Because Hassan is the biggest political streamer by a mile. So I don't
and
know.
he supports like some of the most insane actions and some of the most insane organizations in the fucking world. Yeah, it's a big problem. Yeah, I think that's not nearly as bad as what Ethan says about Israel. Like for political advocacy, no way. Also, Asmongold's bigger streamer now. Sorry.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
No
Thanks, partly thanks due to Destiny and sorry to bring up, but that's a lot and due to the smear campaign, which there was like people saying like he was using anti-Semitic slurs like such as pig dog, which is not.
Is that
but yeah,
is that what people are saying now, that Hassan got hamstrung because of people defaming him?
Yeah, he was literally blacklisted during the election. Like, yes, if you went on to Incognito and there was like 10 people 10 drama slot videos that all got like 500,000 views of him making things. Yes, obviously, if somebody gets attacked this much, it makes to an impressionable audience to see if somebody's like gets attacked and there's false like things as such as that he calls random Jews inbred, which is what was implied.
When has Asmongold ever not been bigger than Hassan?
Oh, he's just grown a lot since the election. He's like at 57. He was like 57 average views. He's at like 40K. During the election, Hassan was bigger, but now when they were traveling, Hassan had 312K. But now during like the inauguration, during State of Union, during political events, Asmongold gets more. Because during the election, this is not just me. He was actively blacklisted. Like this is not thing. Twitch confirmed that he was actively like thing. So like the person at the top of the thing and like thing that was getting served to every single new Twitcher was Asmongold. Yes, and attacking his direct enemy thing. Asmongold, who's actually like anti-Semitic and is, I'd say, a Nazi, like, because he said like he's watched Hitler era videos and like fully agreed with them and saying like this culture is not compatible with ours. Obviously, he's inferior culture and like the Holocaust probably happened and I'm the opposite of Jewish. Asmongold. So I'm saying if you actually cared about anti-Semitism, this goes to my first point. If Ethan was not a narcissist and he actually cared about somebody that's promoting anti-Semitism and has a community that says based AFD and like his community also thinks Jews control the media. If you care, you wouldn't be attacking Hassan, you would be attacking Asmongold, who's by far bigger on YouTube and bigger on Twitch. This is just a fact. And the ringleader of the campaign is retweeting Elon Musk, a guy who's promoted the fact that Jews are bringing minorities into America to replace white people. So I think everybody knows this, but this smear campaign is due to personal vendetta plus Hassan being pro-Palestine. It's not due to.
It is not because of him being pro-Palestine. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Like, okay, I agreed with maybe like 20% of what you just said there. This is not because of Hassan being pro-Palestine. It is not. It is not. It is not. Like Ethan started this whole thing by he called the war a genocide along with Hassan. He spoke about how fucking settlers were military targets, which overlaps with the position of Marwan Barghouti, the most popular Palestinian leader, holds that position that Ethan does. But condemning October 7th, that was the genocide. Okay, the break was over. The break was over. What, like? Support for October 7th, people like Second Thought, who Hassan just refused to have any fucking bad words for when he was literally saying that no Israeli is a civilian. You can keep calling it a smear campaign all you want, okay? But out there in the real world, okay, most people are not going to take kindly to that kind of rhetoric. No one forced Hassan to celebrate the Houthis. No one forced him to support the annexation of Crimea. No one forces him to defend China. No one forces him to defend people like Second Thought or Bana Panada, who think there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian, who literally think 6-7 million Jews in the world, like almost half of them, are fair game to get fucking murdered. No one told Hassan to defend people who say that, but he does. And he promotes people who say that. He promotes them. He promotes the people who say it. What the fuck are you talking about? Would you ever do this for anyone else? If I started, I don't support what Asmongold says. It's not guilt by association. It's not association. It is promotion. If I start promoting Asmongold's content and saying W Asmongold, great fucking creator, really well sourced, really academic, but also I don't really agree with his positions in the Holocaust. Fuck off. You would never hold this down for anyone else. Ever.
Who did Ethan try to watch on the stream before his own chat? Who's Ethan? Where is Ethan getting all his points from? It's literally, I'm sorry to bring it up, but you're doing guilt by association. And he tried to watch. The only reason he doesn't watch it is because his audience hates the person guts. It's Destiny, a guy who's openly pro-genocide. So if we're doing guilt by...
Sorry, wait. First of all, okay. Fuck you for making me defend Destiny. Destiny is not openly pro-genocide, okay? That is not a thing. Well, you can talk about that. You can talk about that clip all you want, okay? I don't know if you've seen my discussion with him over that clip. I think, like, after that clip, he was supporting a two-state solution, which is the complete opposite of the, quote, pro-genocide thing that he was talking about before that. So, but in any case, when has Ethan shouted out and supported Destiny's content? Are you saying he got something? Are you saying he got? Are you saying a Jubilee video, which Hassan also watched, and said that Destiny's going to tear these conservatives a new butthole?
No, he was watching the specifically the Destiny one, and his crew shot him down. But like he's a Destiny fan, and no matter how much, I'm sorry to bring this up, this is the thing. No,
No,
matter
but
he
again,
tries to
when does
deny-
Ethan? Okay, even if you believe that, even if you believe everything you believe about Destiny and think it's comparable to saying 7 million people in a country are valid military targets, which it's not. I don't suppose you can find me, Stephen, saying that that every Palestinian's a military target. You can find me that if you want. You won't, because that
There's
is a
clips of
step
him
above.
laughing after.
That is
There's clips of
it's
him laughing
advocating.
after.
Advocating, saying point blank, these people are military targets, all of them, this entire country. That you have no comparison. Him laughing at something.
He has said that
In
he
any
advocates
case,
for the whole.
Ethan does not
Yeah.
support. Like, if you brought that up to Ethan, what would he say? Would he say, "Yeah, there are multiple
reason
schools
he
of
denies
thought
is
in
'cause
the
he's-
pro Save the Jews move"? No, he fucking wouldn't. He wouldn't mince around
Well,
it
you
like
just-
a miserable little fucking worm. Who like he would condemn it openly.
I'm just Hassan has pushed back against bad empathy, saying that he's unhinged and stuff like that.
Yeah, he says he's unhinged because of how he behaves on Twitter and his bad optics. It's like Do you want to watch? Can we just like sit here and watch together like how he reacted to that second thought take about there being no civilians and how Hassan just minces
I
around
remember,
it?
but
Like,
he did go on when he was reacting to your video, which mentioned the second thought video. He did go on to say I completely disagree with it. So he did later
while still promoting
on
the
to say-
creators and saying they make really good content, and it's like you can't do that for anyone. You can't get away with doing that for anyone else. You can't promote. Imagine if I promoted Asmongold and I was like saying, yeah, this guy, really well researched. He has really solid
All of
opinions on these
Asmongold's
issues,
takes are
but
bad.
also
At least some of second thought. Like Asmongold and second thought, like Asmongold is way worse. Asmongold is like a Nazi. A second thought, JT or what thing is not a Nazi.
No,
Asmongold is like
he's not a Nazi who just thinks like almost half of the world's Jews are military targets.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope he doesn't think that like killing 6 million Israeli Jews are fine. I hope he like just thinks like.
I mean, it's literally the only logical conclusion of what he says. They are no civilians. There are no civilians. He said it multiple times. He was so unequivocal and like much more unequivocal than anything that I've ever been accused of or anyone else.
Yeah.
And obviously we know that Bad Empanada feels that way as well, but he gets a pass now as well. What? Because he defends Hassan. Like, come on.
Yes, that's because Hassan can't be bothered to do the defending, which honestly I think he should, because the video on Asmon, he's been saying that he's planning to. I hope he does make like a full edited video of like of the stuff, like of Hassan never hiding like his socialist views and like stuff like that. Him just saying we should move to social democracy in short term, which is what every socialist aims for. I think every single socialist aims for in the short term to go to social democracy, and then transition towards socialism. And also the thing about saying you're a communist, nobody identifies as a communist. I've never heard somebody say I'm a communist. Everybody just says a leftist or socialist. Communist is like we and like when like that's not hiding your view saying that you're not a communist but you are a socialist.
Why was he
Well,
sneering? Why? I don't know if I want to go down this rabbit hole or not. Why was he sneering at people at Ethan for not knowing then, and then appeal to having Lenin in the background? Was Lenin not a communist or like?
No. He says he's a socialist, but he doesn't know whether society can progress in a way where we can live in a stateless, moneyless society. We can't even imagine a world like that. But we can imagine a world where workers own the means of production. Which I need to read more on this. I'm just a 19-year-old kid. I need to read more on this. So, but yeah, you can advocate for socialism by not advocating for a stateless society. Well, not knowing where society can progress in that way, where we can have a say. Yeah.
But also not being against it, and also like not being against the means to get there, which
not being against it because we don't know whether society can.
Yeah, but this is what like So obviously, think about. Okay, do you know how there's like the literal meaning of a word versus the way a word is used and is practiced, and the latter is generally more important. All these people who called themselves communists throughout the 20th century and even today, none of them have actually enacted a classless, moneyless, stateless society. They've all done
Yeah,
like
exactly.
state-controlled, like Soviets or central planning and all that. The stuff they advocate
Yeah,
for, but they all do it in the name of communism, right? Like, so when you are
of
like,
achieving communism at the end. Yeah.
yes. So
Yeah.
when someone, as far as I know, and maybe this surprises people, but I actually have read quite a bit of Marx, okay? And I understand like the...
Yeah, I know you have.
I'm pretty sure if you're a communist or a socialist, like these two words are generally quite interchangeable. People don't use the word like by their terms. In Marx's terms, if you're a socialist, you're probably also a communist because like why would you...
Yeah,
the whole
probably.
point of socialism is that socialism is supposed to set you up for abundancy so that class and money and the state become less and less necessary, right? Like, and that's like, yeah. So it would be very strange that you would be like, no, let's just keep all these things that are like oppressive. Like, let's just keep class, even though we don't need it anymore. Like, you would never, that wouldn't exist.
Yeah, from Marx's perspective, then why would they? Yeah, but like I've just never seen really. I've never seen Yeah, from Hassan's perspective, I'm trying to defend him. From I need to read more Marx. I don't know where to start, but I need to read more of his works. I plan on ordering it, but he just doesn't know because it's hard to imagine, and it definitely will never be achieved in our lifetime, or his lifetime. So that's why he's saying that he won't necessarily oppose to it. But that's not like what Ethan was claiming. He's saying he hides as a SOCDEM. He has never hid as a SOCDEM. He has openly he's never said he's like pro-capitalist. He's always said he's a leftist, which means anti-capitalist, and he's a socialist. That's what he's.
No,
I
but
think
that's not the point though. It's like it's that he softens his because socialist can mean anything from Bernie Sanders to the CCP, right? These people are all socialists. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of a socialist. Okay, like I support workplace democracy, and I'd like there to be more of that in the world than there are private enterprises. Okay, so I'm in that camp as well. All right, so it's a pretty. The problem is with socialists is that. It's a very broad church, and usually when someone says I'm a socialist, but then all they talk about is social democracy and shit like that, which has nothing to do with socialism really. When they talk about all those things, and then when they advocate for all that, then it's like, some people are going to be surprised when you start supporting the CCP, and even saying things like what Hassan does in the past, because Hassan doesn't. What Hassan really believes about social democracy and social democrats is that. The same way, that's what they mean when they say liberals, right? Like the people who will always choose fascism over socialism, the people who are like the real thorn in the side. These societies that seem really
doesn't mean
welfare and social programs and all that, but actually they only can exist by plundering the fuck out of the third world. Like that's what they think about social democracy, right? And that it's all obviously like they believe that it can never be sustained. It's always going to go back to.
We're seeing
neoliberal. Yeah.
We're seeing it can't be sustained. Germany, we're seeing all these social democracies like plunge into and vote increasingly for fascist parties. From France, I think you would classify as a social democracy. The UK, we've seen the welfare, like I'm sure you've experienced this. Like I've heard this as well. Like NHS getting worse year by year. Like longer waiting times are getting more. I think even Keir Starmer said he wanted to. Do privatization of like a sort of it. So we're seeing that social democracy does not work, and we're seeing that in Europe.
Yeah, and people have been saying this about liberal democracy or social democracy or anything like that since like the 1920s and 30s, right? Like people thought that it was going to be socialism or barbarism, and I guess and liberal democracy won overall both of them. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, China's coming up. So
China has been and will be, quote, coming up for a very long time, okay? They still have to deal with challenges that have been handled by liberal democracies long ago. They don't know what it's like to deal with a restive middle-class population that's getting really fussy about the situation and all that. Like, yeah, not to mention what the fuck, like the military escalation and what might happen with the 9-dash line in Taiwan and shit. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's why a lot of socialists because they view China as the only counterbalance. That's like why that's they view as the only hegemonic power, which is not like a capitalist regime. Yeah, so that's probably why a lot of it make it. And you would agree that China's advancing towards has an intention, like the leaders have an intention of it's state capitalist now, but like the leaders have an intention of advancing it towards socialism, right?
I think they have a stated intention, but I don't know. It's I feel like these regimes, and maybe I should read more on them, but I feel like these regimes tend to just get kind of stuck in the
Okay, man. They've been
despotic
making big
phase.
advancements in AI and like fusion and everything like that. So, hopefully, I'm hoping for China's uprising. Because I do think ultimately that they probably are better than especially in the last 16 months. I think maybe a lot of young people are seeing this, that they probably will. With the U.S. policy towards Israel, they will probably be better. But yeah, that could be a disagreement.
With the U.S.
we
policy
have.
towards Israel,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Because China's very
With
like
how?
pro-Palestine.
Well, at least they're not funding Israel like actively, and they're not like they're voting actually, yes on UN like pro-Palestine UN resolutions. They're neutral. That's one criticism I have of them. That, and I think even Hassan have of them, that they do not help. Like they're very self-interested. So that is one thing, but they're not pro-Israel like the US, and
No,
they are somewhat
but they also are quite
Palestine.
cynical in the sense that they deal in defense and military with Israel, right? Like,
Yeah, but they do vote yes on every UN resolution.
yeah,
I know
and
those don't
but
matter.
they vote yes on UN resolutions that don't result in anything, right?
Yeah, yeah, true.
Just they're having their cake and they're eating it. Also,
yeah,
there's something that oh god, I fucking hate second thought. My god, this whole thing about social democracy inevitably failing, even though it's been inevitably failing for like 100 years now. What is it? We've been in late stage capitalism since 1919. Like,
yeah.
If you look at where am I going to find this? It's Our World in Data, isn't it? Social democracy and welfare getting more shit, basically, is not just because of privatization and capital. That has happened in part, especially in places like the UK and Ireland and the United States mainly.
Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, but do you know, have you ever seen like a graph of like public social spending as a share of GDP from all these countries?
Yeah, I've seen it shown by you. Yeah, it's gone up since like even the neoliberal era, since the 1970s.
Yeah, even in countries that have supposedly like rolled back on their social democracies, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't. I need to study more economics, but it doesn't feel like that. Like it feels like from the citizens living there, they've all said like the welfare has gone like gone to shit. But I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's gone up
there's been a
for
few reasons for that though. Like one of the reasons, like so the NHS is struggling because of underfunding, and
Yep.
governments are not putting enough in the budget for the goals. It also struggles because we're an aging population. Like it's that part is not going. Yeah, so it's
true.
like there's like varying factors here. But yeah, this idea that like there are some
Like
countries,
Germany as
obviously
well,
Sweden
which are
took a
aging.
big backdrop in the 90s, like a backslide. But yeah, the general trend since the 80s has still been upward.
Okay, well that's good. I've just hoped like that. What I mean by maybe end of like a social democracy is like if a party like the AfD wins, because they've had like neo-Nazi leaders with like who actually collaborate with the actual Nazi party that's banned. So that's what I'm saying about like we kind of I'm naive, but that does kind of seem like the end to like and then they fuck the country up even more. So that's what I'm saying, that might be then. But
Yeah, I
I
100% agree with that. I just don't see the evidence that socialism is the answer to it.
Okay. Yeah. Because even Eastern Europe is yeah. I guess that's understandable. And last point, but I've kept you long. Last point. I just want to really nail in the point. So I'm sorry talking about like your former thing. So for the Dan Solomon campaign, do you think the campaign that he is primarily leading, do you think it's because of anti-Semitism, or do you think when he like retweets Elon Musk, like that's the spearhead of the campaign? Do you think that's because of anti-Semitism, or is that because of what's his name? Because of vendetta, because of personal vendetta his friend has towards and his community has. Because to me, when you retweet Elon Musk and when you use accounts like Stop Anti-Semitism, which think that wearing a keffiyeh is like a crime and dox you for it, wearing a Free Palestine, when you use those things, that just shows that all of this about anti-Semitism is gone out of the thing. So that's the only thing I really wanted to last thing I wanted to ask.
I have no idea what Dan is smoking with that campaign, so can't really comment. I tuned out of that one a long time ago because it seems mental. I think I told him that at the time.
Okay.
He's literally like on my stream one time, and I was asking him like, "You realize that the only way you're going to get this done is by siding with fucking nutter right wingers who he doesn't like."
Yeah, making Asmongold like the only like political voice, like big political voice on
Well,
Twitch.
I
would
think
be
Hassan
quite
did that to
scary.
himself. I think he could have
Okay.
been slightly less unhinged, but you know.
Yeah. Okay.
You said
Well,
you said
thanks.
earlier you were complaining earlier about like how the social democracies in Europe are like plunging into fascism or some bullshit like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you say like, for example, oh, I hope that China succeeds in whatever, right?
Success
Guess-
for all countries and people. Yeah.
Guess which party is being supported by China in Germany?
I have a feeling. I don't know. I have a feeling you'll say the AfD.
Yeah, it's the AfD. They're literally in contact with the CCP. Alice Weidel literally was working in China for like years. She has a lot of contacts with the Chinese. She has a lot of contacts with Russians. Like you all
Russians,
you think about is just fucking optics or whatever you think are optics, even though you don't actually know anything deeper than the scratch of a surface. Like you have no fucking clue about anything that has to do with geopolitics. You just like fucking tout shit that you hear on stream and don't actually do any research yourself.
Sorry, I was joking.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Right?
I've heard from other people that
you would think, right? China, socialism, blah blah blah, right? You would think they care about people. They care about like the
I tend to
all
match people where they
thrive, the workers' party. You know,
they're
they
being
want
nice, you be nice.
the baseline to
Power
thrive,
persuasion.
right?
I think they want their own people. Yeah, they're self-interested. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Why don't they support, for example, I don't know, the leftists party that are also isolationist and would also kind of like destabilize the countries? No, they don't actually support the leftist party that would actually destabilize the countries. They support the fascists, the Nazis.
Yeah. I'd have to look more into that. But like the reason why I have admiration for China is because like I've heard that like the average citizen in China really likes Xi Jinping. Like
Where did
96%.
you hear that?
A American university poll that said like 95% of like basically all Han Chinese people support the CCP communist
so you
Chinese.
go a poll of like who the people in China support rather than actually looking like what is happening on the ground in China.
Well, they've been brought out of poverty. They're building mega cities and then they haven't even been filled with people yet, and they're moving
Do you know what's happening in rural China? They're literally they're literally forcing people from rural China into forced labor because they need people to work elsewhere. They're taking people from what they've been doing before and putting them somewhere else to work, even if they don't want to. They're literally like forcing people to work jobs that they don't want to work in.
That sounds really bad. It's true.
Yeah. So you don't know anything. You don't know anything. You just see fucking slogans and shit, and then you think it's actually like the truth. Oh, China is so fucking based.
I like red sun in the sky.
You have no fucking idea. You have no fucking clue, man.
I've seen an Alex Jones and like Mao Zedong get it, and that's pretty. I don't know. I just like, but like,
You
there's
just
this
like
one really funny.
slogans. You just like slogans. You don't like anything. You don't know anything. You just look at something.
What about all the advancements they're making in
You look
AI?
at the packaging and you don't actually know the contents.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, man. Good cop, bad
I
cop.
gotta look more. I gotta look more into China. I just see on my Twitter a lot of like good advancements that China are doing in terms of fusion. Yeah, X.
Anyways,
yeah, Twitter,
I gotta go. Bye.
Okay. Well, sorry for keeping you this long, Loner Box. Yeah, thanks for the chat. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having more of a spine than Hassan. Well done. Hassan is not half the man that little zoomer is. Okay, I'm just saying. Guy just kept chugging. Oh. BLA hijacked a train. Wow. That's not good. Separatists hijack train carrying over 400 passengers in Pakistan. The authorities were struggling to reach the remote site of the ambush in the country's southwest, and the passengers' fate was not immediately known. 450 hostages. Next story. Next story. Next story. Who are these people? Hello, Soifar. Sofyar, not Soifar.
Oh, sorry, we actually.
Who are you?
Yeah. I'm watching the stream. I've been watching the stream for a long time. I really love the content. Well, actually, came in to try and comment on a few things the previous, the lovely guy from the previous conversation said. Like, you've heard probably that was a big argument between Hassan and Bad and Panada.
I didn't know it was a big argument, but it sounds like
not a big argument. It's more like Bad and Panada, like really like attacked him pretty severely. Like, but Hassan tried to like. It was actually insane. He actually compared himself to Martin Luther King and Bad and Panada to Malcolm X, and he said both are needed for women. I swear to God, I have the video. It's insane. He actually.
No, give me it. I want it. Because
I have to find. It's really short. It's like 8 minutes, and
because they're both Malcolm X, right? They're LARPing inflammatory dipshits who don't achieve anything.
Yeah, it's insane. Okay. And I swear to God, he said like both Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were needed for the emancipation of black people. And
it's the fucking copium. It's the copium argument. Is that like MLK won the hearts, and Malcolm X reminded everyone what would happen if they didn't get voting rights. Like all hell would break. It's fucking stupid. Malcolm X didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. He tagged along with fucking MLK protests near the end a couple of times.
I've watched your video on how Second Thought tried to like frame. Martin Luther King and like try to co-opt him from like and it's insane what's happening. I'm trying to find it. It's like, oh my God, it's insane though. Is it? Oh, maybe it's in my history. Let's see. There we go. I found it. I can send it. Where should I send it? In chat or?
DM or chat's fine.
Okay, here's in chat.
Which chat though?
Sorry, I'll DM it to you.
Or stream suggestions. You can get it there as well.
Oh, it wants me to.
You'll have to add me.
Okay, because I have a different name, stupid name I have in YouTube or something.
Whoa. Wait, where are you trying to send me this? You have to send it on Discord, right? Not on YouTube.
Yeah, on Discord.
Okay.
I've sent.
Well, no pressure. Just a lot of people waiting for you. This guy's trolling me. I'm on my own. What the fuck? He left. I don't have noises. He left. Shit. Rip. Hello, Hanar.
Oh, Rick Khan is going to be disappointed that he didn't get in.
Oh no. Why? What have you got to say?
He's just like, you brought in the Soifar, and he's like, oh, I've been waiting. No, basically I was talking to Rick Khan and wanted to rebut some of the stuff that Putin had
Oh,
said,
shit.
but he's gone now.
I mean, if you
I
can,
think he did a good job, but
Hi, I got moved. I just talked to him about anti-Semitism in Australia
uh-huh.
Because he's Australian. And we talked about like how the recent wave of, well, recent was what was the last incidents like a month ago ish, where the last incident was the attempted bombing. Last update I saw about it, it seems to be a criminal group using it as a distraction. It's a very weird story, but it really led into question like you had these anti-Semitic incidents happening all across like the supposed Western world. First it was Canada, then France, now it was Australia.
Okay.
And it sort of like led out of Jews to like question how like is the like the like the question about like relations between Jews and other groups, because all of these places are very popular like moving destination for Jews. Like Canada had a very large Russian Jewish immigrant community ever since the 90s, and just general large Jewish community. Australia was a very popular destination for Jews back in the day, and France has like the 4th largest Jewish community, and yet we see all this happening. And it's in like in multi-front. It's both like you see it IRL and you see it in like the online sphere. They're like backing each other up.
Yeah. Shit.
The funny dude that you debated before like said that Asmongold is a more dangerous thing than like Hassan and Bada Banata, and I disagree. They are equally, if more important, because this is very much a case of radicals versus moderates. Where you saw like the left very much turning into having a lot of like anti-Semitic, the far left, I mean, having some very anti-Semitic undertones take over the rhetoric, and a lot of they they're very famously doing it by masking it. They would talk about, no, we hate the Zionism, just the Zionist organization, but then they would talk about it like in absolutes, like they're gonna kill everybody, then, which of course is bad for the country that houses half the Jewish population.
Yeah. Well, shit. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to talk about trying to gauge which one's more dangerous. It's just
I'm not
there's more
saying
to like there's more content to react to when Hassan talks. Like Asmongold, I just see him reacting to streams going, yeah, 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 yeah. So it's like I mean, I'll do both because they're both big names. But
Asmon's definitely got
I'm not necessarily like making it a competition. It's just that they're both dangerous in both like sides of the political spectrum. It's not just like the right will claim that the left are doing it, the far left will claim that the right is doing it. The truth is that both extremes have that anti-Semitic undertones nowadays, and it's both converging more and more into popular understanding.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I agree. Fuck. Well,
And it's been largely fueled by like also like the online sphere. Like Ethan has been talking a lot about Reddit, and it's kind of weird to say, but it's been known for a while that like certain parts of Reddit had like a very known bias problem against Israel that just bled into anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Well,
there's definitely certainly sectors like that where like, and they'll use Zionism as like a euphemism. But I think they're kind of like extreme echo chambers.
Rip. Okay. I'm gonna drag someone else in. You guys can stay if you want, but I'm gonna be quick with these ones.
Sure.
Okay.
Hello, Puppy Wallet. What a name.
How's it going?
Do I trust anime profiles? Okay, yeah, hi.
Here's my claim. All right, I think people who are setting Tesla superchargers on fire should be.
Hey, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, go on.
I'll add you and.
Oh, here's the MLK video. We got the MLK video. Okay.
Oh, okay, good.
It's not fucking timestamped. Does he say it right in the beginning? Oh, there he is. Okay. This is a site. Okay.
A bit in, a few minutes in. It's a very short video.
Okay, what's the timestamp? Okay, fuck. I don't want to. Okay. Okay, it's. Can I just start from the beginning? It's an 8-minute video. That's not that quick. Shit.
I have a delay on your stream.
Okay.
I think like 2 or 3 minutes in, he starts talking about how bad empanada is looking.
2 or 3 minutes in. What the fuck? Is he just reacting to?
The way I see it is like this.
Oh.
Okay. I live in a settler colonial enterprise that is also known as the United States of America. I'm an American citizen. I take advantage of the bounty of this settler colonial enterprise and the untold amount of pain that it cost, the untold amount of pain that it dished out upon.
He's talking about Turkey, the Ottoman,
the indigenous population here, and even chattel slavery. I also understand that this settler colonial enterprise, the United States.
What? Hang on. Let me just do it this way. Okay.
Maybe I go in.
Right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, it's actually 6 minutes in, so thankfully.
Okay, sorry.
Because he's covering.
But if you want to look at the comments, like you see, everyone is taking bad empanada side.
Okay. Yeah, well, Hassan did that to himself. That's what you get for trying to pretend to moderate your messaging when everything that you preach clearly goes in one direction. Yeah, okay, let's see.
In the news from the perspective of a dude who's living at the
to the point of them just turning on him at this point.
Well, let's see.
They literally don't see any Israeli Jew as a human.
Let's see.
Country, he's in a transigent. Having said that, at the end of the day, there are multiple perspectives in any conflict, in any involvement. For the MLKs of the world, there was always the Malcolm X's of the world, and the civil rights struggle would not have been successful without both of these parties. Nonviolent political resistance is incredibly important. When it comes to the apartheid state, it's the exact same thing. Whether it be South Africa or whether it be Israel, you are going to have internal pressure that plays a very significant role, okay? And those guys are not going to be like-minded. Okay, they're not going to agree on everything because there's a metric ton of social conditioning that plays a role here. And I will continue advocating for the things that I believe in, even if those people consider me to be a terrorist, even if those people consider me to be lesser than them because of my background. Okay, and plenty of them do.
Wait, what's the context of him saying that? What's the context of that coming up? Okay, let's see here.
And stand in front of the settlers. Okay, if you're doing that, I'm never going to shit on you. If you're doing that, then that's good.
He said he would defend an Israeli that defend the. Even though he did, he shit on many Israelis that are anti-settlers. Like many Israelis don't agree with the settlements, but he still just generalized all Israel as Nazi Germany, essentially.
Yep, I know.
What he did was essentially synonymize Zionism with Kahanism.
That's what they do. Yeah, I know. All right, let's see the context. Okay.
I think, given my Turkish background, and also my American background as well.
I watch it. Are you not watching the video? It's live on my Discord.
Have an understanding of what it's like to constantly be cast aside by your own peers. Having said that, that is nothing in terms of the violence and ritualistic humiliation the Palestinians are subjected to by a rabid, settler, colonial, genocidal apartheid state that is doing terror on a daily basis. You do not need to cede ground to bad faith actors, but you can understand that there are so many different approaches that people engage with. You are covering the news from an American progressive perspective. He's more extreme in his views because he's covering the news from the perspective of a dude who's living in a third world country. He's in a transigent. Having said that,
that's why it's in reference to someone in chat saying that it's in reference to him talking about how he's more extreme. So yes, he is making the comparison between himself. Okay.
progressive perspective. He's more extreme in his views because he's covering the news from the perspective of a dude who's living in a third world country. He's in a transigent.
Living in a third world country, bro, like reaping all the benefits of living in that country. Argentina. Okay.
Having said that, at the end of the day, there are...
Bro, that's fucking mental. Why would you put it that way? That's like saying the fucking Queen lived in a third world country when she was frolicking in Kenya with the... No, that's not the... Okay.
Multiple perspectives in any conflict, in any involvement. For the MLKs of the world, there was always the Malcolm X's of the world, and the civil rights struggle would not have been successful without both of these parties. Nonviolent political resistance is incredibly important. When it comes to the apartheid state, it's the exact same thing. Whether it be South Africa or whether it be Israel, you are going to have internal pressure that plays a very significant role, okay? And those guys are not going to be like-minded, okay? They're not going to agree on everything because there's a metric ton of social conditioning that plays a role here. And I will continue advocating for the things that I believe in, even if those people consider me to be a terrorist, even if those people consider me to be lesser than them because of my background.
Bro, you're not Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Shut the fuck up. You're not, you know what you are? You're like, you're not even, I would say they're both Malcolm X because actually, if you look at Malcolm X's career, first of all, very anti-Semitic. He used to distribute the protocols of the Elders of Zion. And even when he left the Nation of Islam, he did not leave. He did not leave the anti-Semitism behind. He did not do that. He still kept on saying anti-Semitic shit up until basically the day he died.
Did you like choose as white people or something? I didn't know that actually. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, he believes in the protocols. Yeah. Like he used to distribute the protocols of the Elders of Zion and called it essential reading for most of his political career. Yeah.
Wow.
That's why MLK snubbed him in large part because MLK was actually quite pro-Israel. Like he opposed the occupation of the 60s after Six Day War. But MLK defended Israel's actions in the 6 Day War. He defended it as self-defense. He just didn't defend them holding onto the territory permanently. Like,
which is understandable. I also disagree with that vehemently. I think it's caused all of the problems that we have right now are due to the. I understand the points, but I think that most of the problems we have are due to the occupation. Like everything that's happening, I think the radicalizations of both sides can be seen through the view of being a product of occupation. I think that's something I do believe in. Maybe obviously there's a. I know I live in Israel, so obviously I know all the arguments for the occupation. I know the ultra settler, that's God promised land. But I know also the perspective of people saying we need it for defensive reasons. We don't want it to become a second Gaza. And I do understand those feels but I do think it's still the holding on to it. It was back in '67 and basically just allowing settlements to go in, denouncing them, but essentially letting it happen is also a very big problem. But essentially, like it started as a snowball that now it's really hard to go back to a situation that is. I do think it's also very easy to do a two-state solution in terms of like land switching and land annexing parts of the West Bank that have Israeli settlements and giving back equal amounts of land that are unsettled, that are Israeli territory currently. It's very easy to solve that through that, but I do think the radicalization of the population is a lot, not just Palestinian, but also Israeli society. I think that's been a product of a long, obviously a national conflict, but also due to the occupation of people living under terrible conditions, essentially saying, I have nothing to lose, so I'm going to commit terrorist attacks. And then Israelis that are just living in Israel proper, like in Tel Aviv and around that, and experiencing violence and essentially going, there is no partner for peace. That's the snowball that we've been living for ever since the country was created, I think. So that's my rant.
This is what MLK said about the 6 Day War. He said, so he was asked if he thinks Israel should give back the land that was taken after the war. And he says, well, I think these guarantees should all be worked out by the United Nations. I would hope that all the nations, and particularly the Soviet Union, the United States, and I would say France and Great Britain, these four powers can really determine how that situation is going. I think the Israelis will have to access the Gulf of Aqaba. I mean, the very survival of Israel may well depend on access to not only the Suez Canal, but the Gulf and the Strait of Tiran. These things are very important. But I think for the ultimate peace and security of the situation, it will probably be necessary for Israel to give up this conquered territory, because to hold on to it will only exacerbate the tensions and deepen the bitterness of the Arabs. But he still, nonetheless, they say here, supported Israel's actions to assure its survival. And then the thing he says at the end here, that after the ceasefire, the day after the ceasefire, King said that Israel faces the danger of becoming smug and unyielding. It's like,
That's
he saw
perfect analysis. Like it's the perfect. It's insane. He had it on point, I think.
Yeah, he understood the conflict really well. Like this is the case with like everything. Even the way that he writes about nonviolent protests and all that. Like it's not like some religious, like naive, wishy-washy, like love your neighbor and all. No, it's like it's very intentional. It's like very tactical. It's very morally argued and everything. Like yeah, MLK was a genius. He was very, very, very shrewd in what he did. Yeah, because he visited
Absolutely
Jerusalem
based.
as well. Yeah. Sorry, neither of these fucking retards are MLK. I would actually say for Malcolm X, because throughout this whole time, Malcolm X basically like got snubbed by MLK, did not lead protests against white supremacists. He called MLK a house Negro, okay, like, and an Uncle Tom.
And it's Uncle Tom.
Yeah. A house slave. Yeah. So, like, but even then though, Malcolm X did eventually turn up to civil rights protests in the South. When MLK was in jail, Malcolm X turned up to support the protesters. He still shitposted and all that, but he actually did turn around at the end. So really, if there's anything, maybe Hassan is Malcolm X, if you know anything about what Malcolm X was like, and Badam Banada's like, what, the Nation of Islam guys who killed him in the end. Yeah.
Probably.
But that would require Hassan coming to his senses for at least a year or two.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah.
In the end. Maybe it's foreshadowing, yes. Let's see what happens.
Unbelievable, man. God. Elijah Muhammad. Well, Elijah Muhammad was a bit of a wrong'un, wasn't he? Didn't he abuse like young girls who worked in the nation?
Who is Elijah Muhammad? I actually don't know.
He was the leader of the Nation of Islam.
For these of the world.
So
ISIS? Wasn't it Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi?
No, the Nation of Islam.
Malcolm
X movement. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't really know a lot about Malcolm X in American history. I'm sorry. Like I'm a Middle Eastern Jew, so I always bring into everything to our side. I'm actually Baghdadi myself.
These guys they believe in like Yaqub. They believe that like white people were created in a lab 6,000 years ago by a guy with a massive head.
Oh my god! I also happen to study evolutionary biology, and that is actually false.
Yeah, well, you heard it, here, guys.
Yeah, it was actually an evolutionary advantage in an area where there was not a lot of sunlight, and sunlight is essential to create vitamin D. So, in order to and melanin blocks absorbing sun rays. So in order to maximize the little bit of sunlight you get, I know it's stupid, but that's actually the reason. That's the only reason why white people exist, essentially.
Rip. Okay, so it's at the beginning. Let's see this video.
For the MLKs of the world, there was always the Malcolm X's of the world, and the civil rights struggle would not have been successful without both of these parties.
Yeah, we just saw that. And later on here, he's like, yeah. And this is in reference to Badam Banada being the more extreme dude. Also, Argentina is not a third world country. God, these people are so white. Oh God, the person who wrote this comment is the whitest, most middle class, gated suburban fuck. Oh God.
Saying Argentina is a third world country is unbelievable. It's insane.
Well, rip. Okay, I'm gonna move on to something else because too much hate watching for one day, at least of that person. All right.
I think
take care,
actually
guys.
have to go. I have a test in microbiology anyway in 2 days. I think.
Wow. Well, at least you'll know the answer to how white people were created.
I know that Giardia is a disease unknown to science.
True. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Bye, thank you.
Good memes, good memes. Wow. Oh, Hassan. Why is it? That's like American history as well. And he lives in America. Like, come on. Come on. Whatever. Big fucking deal. There's someone in chat who thinks that just because there's poverty, that makes it a third world country. Okay. Bro. Why are people telling me to watch the Noah Samson video? Do I really want to, after all that? Isn't it quite long? Should I not cover Trump? Isn't that more important? What do you think Israel should have done in the West Bank after 67 when Jordan wouldn't negotiate? Jordan was negotiating. But that's not... Have you not seen what Israel offered for the West Bank? I think it was this, wasn't it? I think Israel was willing to do this. Was it not the Alon plan? I think this was what Israel said they would do after the 6-Day War. The blue is the areas that Israel annexes. I mean... Alright, okay. Who the fuck lives here? Is this even a country? Fuck that. No. It's over an hour of all the same talking points. Yeah, I know. Oh, God. Whew. Is Asmongold not talking about did Teuton get banned? I don't think so. I think he just got kicked out of the call. He didn't even kick the call. He just left. He dipped. He was done. React to some videos next. Well. Oh, not the anti-Elon crowd is insane. We have not seen Asmongold defending the thing. Trump trying to deport this guy. Well, this is bad though. Look at this. There's not a legal video in this, is there? Or what's the news item? Let's see. Court blocked it. I know.
A federal judge has blocked the deportation of a Palestinian activist and
context. This guy who we spoke about yesterday, apparently he was handing out a document that was printed by the Hamas media office or produced by the Hamas media office at student protests in Colombia. I don't actually even know if that's true, but the document that Hamas produced after October 7th, like their narrative basically, where they talk about Al-Aqsa flood being very necessary, but they never killed any civilians, or they didn't try to kill civilians. It was all collateral damage, or Israel doing it, that kind of thing. But for whatever he might have done, he was arrested by federal agents, by ICE, and detained, and they're talking about deporting him. And Trump put out a whole message about it as well, or the White House did. This guy, the problem is that this guy is a permanent resident with a green card. He has permanent residency. He's not a citizen, but he is a permanent resident. So there's a whole legal issue. He's married as well. His wife is 8 months pregnant. He's quite young. He's been accused of, Trump accused him as well of being a paid agitator with no evidence. This is Truth Social post about it. Following my previously signed executive orders, ICE proudly apprehended and detained Mahmoud Khalil, a radical foreign pro-Hamas student on the campus of Columbia University. This is the first arrest of many to come. We know there are more students at Columbia and other universities across the country who have engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity, and the Trump administration will not tolerate it. Many are not students. They are paid agitators. We will find, apprehend, and deport these terrorist sympathizers from our country, never to return again. If you support terrorism, including the slaughtering of innocent men, women, and children, your presence is contrary to our national and foreign policy interests, and you are not welcome here. We expect every one of America's colleges and universities to comply. Thank you. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if a future... Can you imagine if a future Democrat uses this precedent to go after Russia sympathizers? Oh, no. Now, the problem is, there's no evidence that this guy was a paid agitator. He was a student, and more importantly, he's a permanent resident. This is legally, I think, pretty unprecedented. Like, this is not the usual way to treat someone for this kind of activity, given his circumstances, because he is a permanent resident with a green card. So that's why there's an objection from the US District Judge, Jesse M. Furman, said Khalil is to remain in the United States to preserve the court's jurisdiction as the court weighs a filing challenging his arrest and planned deportation. This is not normal. This is not normal. People trying to cite anyone who's just gone to decide to Google US immigration laws about deportation and thinks they can just highlight a sentence and get a fucking dunk. No, this is not precedented. This is not legally what usually happens in this situation. So it's not surprising that a federal judge has blocked the deportation already.
A federal judge has blocked the deportation of a Palestinian activist and Columbia University graduate who was arrested by federal immigration agents in New York Saturday. Attorneys representing Mahmoud Khalil have filed a motion as well to transfer him back to New York after he was sent to an ICE processing center in Louisiana. The Department of Homeland Security says Khalil was arrested for violating President Trump's executive order banning anti-Semitism. Khalil, who helped lead pro-Palestinian protest at Columbia last year, has not been formally charged with a crime and is a permanent resident with a green card. The president took to Truth Social Monday and said Khalil's arrest was the first of many to come. CBS News correspondent Lily Luciano has been following this for us. So, Lily, what do we know about what led to the judge's decision to block his deportation?
So what we know is that Khalil's attorneys have, of course, filed a petition to fight that deportation. We know, according to multiple legal experts, attorneys, immigration attorneys I've talked to throughout the day today and starting yesterday, that this is extremely unprecedented. The government has not provided evidence that Khalil was in any way cooperating, working with Hamas. And I have not seen any statement that the government is alleging that he made in support of Hamas even. I've talked to multiple students, faculty members, who are all very concerned about this being a violation of freedom of speech. There is certainly, I spent the day today in Columbia, at Columbia University, there's certainly a chilling effect. Technically speaking, what I know about this order or this block on the deportation, the purpose of it is so that the court here this federal court does not lose jurisdiction. Because once somebody is deported, then it's very hard to bring them back to the United States to face a legal process. And so what the goal is to maintain that jurisdiction in this federal court where, as anybody, especially somebody with a green card.
What order is being followed here? It's Trump's executive order. It's actually an old one. It's a reaffirmation of an old one. Trump in 2019 put forward this executive order about combating anti-Semitism. And since coming in now, it's Executive Order 13899. And then this is it being reaffirmed on the White House's page. You can read through the whole thing if you want. My administration has fought and will continue to fight anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world. On December 11th, 2019, I issued Executive Order 13899, my first executive order on combating anti-Semitism, finding that students in particular faced anti-Semitic harassment in schools and on university college campuses. Executive Order 13899 provided interpretive assistance on the enforcement of the nation's civil rights laws to ensure that they would protect American Jews to the same extent to which all other American citizens are protected. The prior administration effectively nullified Executive Order 13899 by failing to give the terms of the order full force and effect throughout the government. This order reaffirms the executive order and directs additional measures to advance the policy thereof in the wake of the Hamas terrorist attacks of October 7th, 2023 against the people of Israel. These attacks unleashed an unprecedented wave of vile anti-Semitic discrimination, vandalism, and violence against our citizens, especially in our schools and on our campuses. Jewish students have faced discrimination, denial of access, etc., libraries, intimidation, harassment, policy, combat vigorously, use all available and appropriate legal tools, prosecute, remove, or otherwise hold to account the perpetrators of unlawful anti-Semitic harassment and violence. Remember, this person has not been charged with any crimes so far. This is the executive order they're going with. Because this is Trump's thing. He just wants to executive order every single problem that he sees. Like a ham-fisted fucking wizard.
Somebody who is a permanent resident of the United States can fight a case.
What are the next steps?
Well, the next steps, I was wondering whether he needs to appear in this court, and I have not received any clarity on whether or not he has to show up in person. He could potentially attend virtually. His attorneys, which are more than one, will likely of course, be present at this hearing. And so will, I'm sure, many protesters, because throughout the day today, we have seen growing protests from people who stand, doesn't matter where they stand politically, where they stand in terms of the conflict, who are concerned about this unprecedented action of taking a U.S. permanent resident who is married to a U.S. citizen and potentially, speeding up a deportation, taking away his green card, which is supposed to ensure a much greater deal of rights than somebody, for instance, with a visa would have.
Are you finding that people are concerned about a potential chilling effect that could have on protests?
That is the word. Not just on protests. We have already seen a chilling effect on protests at Columbia and other campuses following students facing disciplinary action. We're talking about a chilling effect within the university, within the education system. As we know, those $400 million were removed from federal funding from the university. I've heard from professors and from faculty members who are talking about clashes. And I was at a press conference with a group of professors who were speaking just a few minutes ago, really about an hour ago, who were speaking to their own colleagues within the university, calling out on student protesters, especially those who are foreign-born, in tweets, creating lists and potentially sharing these lists with the government. There's all kinds of finger-pointing. And so beyond this order and beyond this executive order or the deportation, there's certainly people self-censoring in fear of retaliation.
Lilia Luciano, thank you for following this for us.
A federal judge.
The thing is, as well, it's just that the precedent that's being set here, given how insanely xenophobic this administration is, and MAGA in general, is that you realize that once you weaken this person's protections, you're weakening the protections of anyone with a green card. You understand how that works, right? Like, if the green card and permanent residency doesn't save this guy in a way that it would otherwise, then there are other people that are not going to get saved by it. And especially when Trump is quite strongly insinuating that he's like foreign and funded and shit like that, even though there's not really any indication to back that up. Yeah, this is not a good
A federal
situation.
judge-
You shouldn't be defending this. Fuck. 1 or 2 people in chat. I can see you. Because people in chat are like, no, but the guy's bad. I don't care if you think the guy's bad. He's an American, okay? Well, he lives in he's an American resident. He's a permanent resident. He has as much right to be a piece of shit as every other American does. Rip. When did Mutahar become pro-genocide? Dunno, man. I thought this was America. Yeah, I mean, you hear more of that. But that's why. That's why this federal judge and the district attorney as well is, I think it was the district attorney, wasn't it? Yeah, that's why these judges are against it. That's why they don't like this.
I'm sure someone will speak out when they come for me.
Good. Well, okay. Wow. Chat's very funny today. Yeah, it's good. Thanks for the $10, Lawson. Appreciate it. Hunter, thanks for the $4.99. It's easy to be a radical when it does not affect you. And Dahlia, thanks for the $10. This stream is now Mina's. Oh. And Matthew Faustini, thanks for the $5. Maybe we should watch the latest Bad Empanada video attacking Hassan that Hassan won't watch because he is attacking him. Nope. Thanks for the $5, TV. If you claim that the John Wick of commentary, Nicholas de Oreo, is far right, you've lost the plot. Literally doing the isn't that guy a blank? Yeah, I don't know where the evidence is for that. Like, I've never seen any indication that Nick de Oreo is a Nazi or even close to one. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. No matter how much reality you show me, my position won't change. Congrats, Chuton. That's definitely delusion. Wow. S. Breeze, thanks for the $5. And Ben, thanks for the 25 PLN. And Will Kane, thanks for the 10 Hong Kong dollars. Brit living in Hong Kong, we're all right. Well, I hope so. Shit. How do you view wealth and capital taxes? If you're wealthy, you should get taxed more. And if you're Republican, you should get taxed even more. Is that fair? If you voted Trump and you support the tariffs, you should probably pay some kind of like liability tax to the rest of the country. Isn't it only fair? Like, if you want to tank the economy, like, pay for it yourself, dick. Did Nasrallah really say Jews were nostalgic for Europe? Nope. He said they would be eventually if there was enough violence. He was kind of saying that. He said it just a few months ahead of the Second Intifada because he was kind of. I didn't actually realize this, that before the Second Intifada in the year 2000, in the months leading up to it, Hassan Nasrallah was constantly like egging on the Palestinians to go and do something like that. Like, he even used the words Intifada. He was like, "Yeah, you should do it. You should do that." Like, yeah. He was negging them. Didn't Anna tell me that she was on a panel the other day? A Ukraine panel. Wouldn't mind watching a Ukraine panel. A debate panel 4 days ago. Who is it? Is it? Yeah, it's Anna, Dylan, Lactoid, Wick. Why do I never get on these panels? The fuck? Why does Wick hate me? He does. He clearly does. Maybe he just doesn't think I know. He doesn't think I would fight for Ukraine online. I don't know. What's this? You're too antisocial. True. Wow. Yes, I did see some of the Avi and Pisco convo. It was good. I got bored. The IP content took you away from Ukraine. Yeah, but I also made video essays on Ukraine. I have more video essays on Ukraine than I have on Israel-Palestine. Interesting. I didn't expect Avi voting for Trump. Yeah, me neither. But I guess he did it in like a... Does he factor in the fact that he did it in blue state? Like, he did it in New York, so I don't think he expected his vote to mean anything. But still a strange thing to do. But Avi's a strange person, so what can you do? IP brings you the views and the subs. No, Ukraine has as well, though. Just depends. All depends. The thing that gets me the views is the H3 drama. Like, that's what... I do kind of want to watch this Noah video. I'm just curious, and I'm in the headspace for it. It's an hour long. I could watch it while I game, maybe. But I just want to have a peep. I just want to have a little peep. Because today's been a good stream so far. We can afford that. Because it's got like Mutahar and Turkey Tom. Okay. Yeah, I want to do slop. I'm going to get my fucking Huel. Do I need to do a re-rendition of my hour-long Noah rant? Yeah, maybe. I need to get my Huel. Okay, and then we will start. No, I'm not in the video. No. So I've been told. Be right back.
What's with the big ass cup though? What's with the cup?
It stores more water, and I need water.
Part time. Alright. Okay, what's your thoughts on the debate yesterday?
No.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go closer to you though.
Yeah, no, follow it.
Because I'll maybe look like I'm talking to you guys. This is so fucking unnatural. Holy shit.
It's broadly accepted as a racist term.
Yeah, I know. That's why I used it.
Observe as the political streamer, a fully grown adult, takes criticism on the internet. What does he resort to? Slap a community note on him. I don't watch Doctor Who, but I know that Wiz's takes are shit. Who the fuck? Look at the kind of fucks who respond to me. Oh, these critiques are pretty good. Fuck you! What can I do with this? All right. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Look at this. You think this is a deep fryer? Look in here. These are Kalashnikovs. These are RPGs. These are Katyusha rockets. Long-range missiles. Anti-tank missiles. Grenades. Look at this other deep fryer. You think this is oil? No, it is rocket fuel. You think you can cook a large fries in rocket fuel? You cannot. Doesn't taste good. Look back here. You think these are burger buns? No. These are grenades. This is not the appropriate equipment to produce a Happy Meal. These are not Happy Meals. These are unhappy meals. Terror meals. Meals of death. And then he'll just take like 2 steps to the left. Whoosh. Today I'm in Gaza. We killed Yahya Sinwar. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat. Yeah, Churchill knew. Churchill was like, hey, stop giving this guy shit. Because he's just going to take more. This guy's insatiable. He didn't say it in that way. He said it more like... That's what he... Okay. Okay, we've got supplies. We have supplies. I just... The thing is if I start watching this... he is going to trigger me so hard. And I don't know if I'm ready to get this triggered today. Oh, God. So I just do it tomorrow? It can just be the start of tomorrow's stream? Like, fuck. Spread the load. Oh, God. Fuck. Do you miss real food? This is the first Huel that I've had for quite a while. But yes, it already makes me miss real food. Chop chop content boy. I'm just preparing myself, okay? Gets more viewers. Well, tomorrow it would get more viewers because it would be, if it was in the title of the stream, it means you get a high viewer stream today and high viewer one tomorrow because it's like the more clickbaity titles and shit. It's not about the views, it's just, can I cope? At least if I game, I don't have to react to every single thing. I don't want to pause every single thing that he says. There'll be more developments by tomorrow. You're right. You're right. We have
These outlets have
we have no choice. We'll see how long I last, okay? See how long you last. It's not about the views, it's about sending a message. Yes. Yes. We'll do it. We'll do it. We do have a goal. We do have a super chat goal for all the immense damage that's about to be inflicted upon me by this fucking video. Okay. Yes! Do a Dean Wither style react. Are you kidding me? Just pause every 2 seconds. Oh, Hassan, why'd you hate me, Hassan? Why? Oh, come on! I'm not nervous. Okay. He's gonna have music in this video as well. The audio is gonna be an issue. Okay. We can stick him there. Okay. First of all. Okay. Gamer volume can come down, I believe. Yes. If he puts music in this, we're gonna have huge issues. Okay.
If you like my videos and want to help me make more of them and faster, consider joining my Patreon.
Wow.
Thanks. About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. In this video, the host, YouTuber Ethan Klein, alleges that the political streamer Hassan Piker is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Promotes anti-Semitism and is radicalizing his viewers to do the same. He accuses Hassan of being a rape denialist and goes on to accuse him of prolonging what he calls the Israel-Palestine conflict with his radical views.
This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive.
Whoa!
You need both, and it can be done, but not while...
No, what we need to do is run around Israel with guns and just kill random people and say, what's my objective here? What am I even supposed to do? Oh, no.
People like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
In this video, Ethan also criticizes Twitch, the platform that Hassan streams on, accusing the company of having a systemic problem of anti-Semitism. He cites the company's open support of Hassan, its sponsorship of a live event that Ethan claims was anti-Semitic.
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
And its alleged discrimination against Jews through a recent ban on new account signups from Israel. So I'm going to tip my hand a bit here and say at the outset that this video is quite possibly the worst video I've ever seen. It's plagued with factual errors, misrepresentations, contradictions, and overt pro-Israel Bush-era U.S. State Department propaganda. For a more thorough breakdown of all of this video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Empanada. He's gone point by point with these and debunked them, many of them months prior to the release of Ethan's video. Hassan himself has also responded to most of these claims also months ago. I will leave these videos linked below in a playlist. Given the existence of these dozens of other responses, I'm not here to repeat their arguments. You can just go watch them. No, the real reason I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say, the things he chooses to leave out. Save for a passing mention of an outdated, vastly underestimated death toll of Palestinians in Gaza, Ethan omits the Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue for a few reasons, but mainly
I don't think Ethan really disagrees with Hassan all that much on what's happening in Gaza. That's the thing, right? Yeah, usually when you make a video about someone, you talk about the disagreements. Like, Ethan also hasn't really spoken all that much about, he didn't speak about the civil rights movement in that video either, because probably both him and Hassan think it was a good thing. Hassan maybe thinks Malcolm X was more important and more useful than he actually was, but okay.
all of the points he raises are directly tied to the Gaza genocide. The main targets of this video are some of the only groups in the world that have violently resisted Israel's genocide, and the few figures in independent media that are willing to tell the Palestinian side of the story. By leaving out the broader context, Ethan is able to present a false perception to these millions of viewers about the motivations behind the people his video attacks. He's able to
are we going to talk about the motivations of Hezbollah and the Houthis? Are we actually going to, maybe we'll actually read some words from Nasrallah and the Houthis themselves, maybe. I can't wait. We're actually going to see what those people really think. Because I would really hate to have to pause this video. I'm so mad. I know I'm mad because I know what he's going to do. But it's like, I know I'm going to have to pause this video and show you what Nasrallah actually thinks about Israel and Israelis and Jews. And I have to do the same for the Houthis because none of these people do it. They don't listen to what Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis actually have to say about the conflict, but maybe we'll get some refreshing.
Frame them as mindless, terrorist-supporting, America-hating anti-Semites, and not what they really are, which is anti-genocide people that are against genocide.
True.
Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations.
That's what, they really hate like genocide. They hate which to you guys is like killing lots of people, right? They really hate that. That's why Hezbollah supported Assad. That's why they went to Syria. Oh fuck, this is hardcore. I forgot. Don't die right off the bat. Be careful. I don't know if I have debuffs. Oh my god. Don't die. Don't die.
Health warning.
It's hardcore. Don't die. Don't die.
Operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it, but it's that last thing that I think does quite a
Did Teuton just watch this video and then come to me with what he's smear campaign? He's using all the language of this video. Is that what he did? Man, they're radicalizing my youths.
bit of damage, lying by omission. The way Ethan's video is framed seems to imply that Israel's genocide in Gaza is not actually a genocide. He never explicitly uses the term himself, but it's presented as just another thing that's happening in the Middle East that's sad, but ultimately the product of a war. That there are deaths on both sides, and that all we need to have...
Why wouldn't you go and see if Ethan's ever called it a genocide in any other area? He has. Maybe he's changed his mind? Are you trying to allude to that?
Peace is rational dialogue between these two sides. This could not be further from the truth, and to better understand this, we need to talk about Gaza. Thus far, I've been using the term genocide in reference to Israel's actions in Gaza, but it seems like a lot of the people using it on social media here have a general lack of understanding of the gravity of what that term actually means. Genocide isn't just bad thing that's happening where people are dying. No, that's not what it is. It's a Holocaust. The U.S.-Israeli Holocaust. That's what it should be called. Israel.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, if I was Jewish right now, oh my god, I would be, bro. We need another piece of music. If I was Jewish right now, holy shit. I would be so fucking furious. The Holocaust? Really? Why should it be called the Holocaust, Noah Samson? Was the Holocaust the real one? Was that precipitated by Jewish militant groups just running into Germany and just killing fucking random people in the like over 1,000 of them, and kidnapping 200, and then having a fucking de facto government military and militarizing their area to the point that it's probably the most densely like militarized environment in the entire fucking world, and hiding behind all their civilians as they do it. Okay. You know, Hamas have said they still want to fight. They've said they still want to fight Israel, right? They still want to do October 7th. They still want to destroy the country through military means. Isn't it interesting that all these uniformed Hamas people suddenly just appeared out of fucking nowhere as soon as the ceasefire starts and is ready to hand over the hostages, right? Where were all their uniforms during the war? Oh yeah, they didn't wear any. They didn't wear the uniforms. They literally just, they disguised themselves. They basically said to Israel, yep, we're fighting you. And if you want to fight us, if you want to hit us back so that we don't try to attack you again, you're going to have to go through civilians. Sorry. Good luck with that. Like, that's what they did. That's their entire strategy. Ooh.
Israel is using everything in its power to eradicate Palestinians from the planet. The fact that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide isn't controversial, not among the experts at least. This is the near universal consensus among top human rights groups and humanitarian organizations operating on the ground in Gaza.
Is he going to mention, let's see if he gets to it.
Israel's committing genocide and countless war crimes.
Everything in its power. That's so stupid as well. Why would you say everything in its power when they're clearly not doing everything in their power to wipe Palestinians off the planet? Like, what the fuck? Do you know how much power, how much firepower Israel has? Like, he's not even making this slow motion genocide argument here.
And crimes against humanity. There is the Amnesty International report, a 300-page report that accused Israel of genocide in Gaza. There was the Human Rights Watch.
So, given that a lot of these human rights organizations just kind of like copy paste each other, you can usually go with like one. If you look at the Amnesty one, is he going to mention that Amnesty challenged the ICJ's interpretation of the Genocide Convention and like said that they should change it for their analysis? Is he going to mention that?
Watch report accusing Israel of crimes against humanity and genocide in Gaza, specifically through the intentional deprivation of access to clean drinking water. The United Nations, Euromed Monitor, Doctors Without Borders, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, various Holocaust scholars, they're all saying the same thing. Last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that the case for Israel's genocide in Gaza is plausible. It was a preliminary hearing and the final...
No, they didn't say it was plausible. No, that's not what they said at all. The ICJ president literally had to come out and say that's not what they said. He's still stuck on that one. Oh my god. Do I have to go and get these links? We've done this so many times. Alright. Well, I kind of blame the ICJ for not explaining their legal language effectively. But, you know.
Rulings on cases of genocide typically take multiple years, but the ICJ issued a several...
I just want to enjoy my video game, bro. What the fuck? Can you explain what the Joan Donahue clarification meant? Yeah. Okay, where's the tab? That's not it? Okay. What she said was, can I just go to...
Several rulings on cases...
Why is it not letting me do picture-in-picture? Oh, here. So, in the court's view, the facts and circumstances mentioned above are sufficient to conclude that at least some of the rights claimed by South Africa and for which it is seeking protection are plausible. So what that means is, and they mention this later on, if they don't mention it in this paragraph, they mention that what's happening to Palestinians is that there is what they called a plausible risk. There's two qualifiers there, plausible and risk, of irreparable harm to the rights brought by South Africa, which would be the rights to not be genocided, okay? Now, plausible already means a low standard. They said that in Gambia and Myanmar, that plausibility had a low standard of evidence because they didn't even base this on this isn't a merits-based ruling. This is a preliminary ruling. And plausible risk does not mean it's plausible that it's happening right now. Plausible risk means it's plausible, as in like not impossible, like that there's a risk of this happening. There's two qualifiers there, that this will happen. Plausible risk is a future tense. That's what they were referring to. So they did, and that's why the Judge Nolte, who voted in favor of all of these provisional measures, who voted in favor of what the court said, literally said the words, "I do not find that Israel's military campaign in Gaza is plausibly being done with genocidal intent." But he still signed off on plausible risk because he said, well, it's not happening now, but I think it could happen in the future. That's what he said. So that's the explanation. And that's why Judge Donahue came out and said that. And that's also why people who voted in favor of the provisional measures didn't necessarily even think it was plausible that genocide was happening right now, like Nolte. Now, where are these fucking snakes? Kill them for their shards. Bro, where are they? I'm rusty. Are they in the cave? Oh no. So what you're saying is there is plausible intent. Yeah, because I think Nolte argued that he didn't think it was plausible that the war was being done with genocidal intent, but he did think it was plausible that some of the inflammatory statements from government could allow for genocidal acts to take place in the future. But that's a very soft statement, given that war rhetoric is generally quite insane. Like, look at what the American generals and politicians said after 9/11, right? They were unhinged. And that's also why they didn't call for a ceasefire in this hearing, in this reading. They did do it for Ukraine. The ICJ did call for an immediate ceasefire unconditionally from Russia.
genocide in Gaza is plausible. It was a preliminary hearing, and the final rulings on cases of genocide typically take multiple years, but the ICJ issued several provisional measures to prevent the possibility of a genocide taking place, provisional measures which Israel has failed to follow completely. And then there was, of course, the International Criminal Court, who issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former
he went to amnesty there. Has the ICJ said that Israel has completely failed to follow the provisional measures? But obviously the ICJ has not said that, because one of the provisional measures was don't commit genocide, right? So if the ICJ thought that they'd failed completely, then the ICJ would be saying Israel has committed genocide, but the ICJ hasn't said that yet. So yeah, the case would be shut if they thought that. So that's a bit of a strongly worded. That's the thing, like these people, like I know that Noah has not read this entire Amnesty report. Like it's 300 pages, so it must be convincing, right? It's from Amnesty. Like, I don't know why I'm just dealing with this headline spammer. Like, fuck. Like, there's not been any critical engagement with any of the things he's citing here. He's just riffing off of headlines. If you look at the Amnesty report, is the case even still ongoing? Yeah, it is ongoing, yeah. Even Finkelstein didn't read it fully. Well, he doesn't act like someone who has, that's all I know. Maybe he forgot certain parts. This is the page from the Amnesty report that gives you an example of why it's not even like wrong. It's unreliable. Where would you be? Page 107. Yeah, here. One of their pieces of evidence is direct attacks on civilians, because obviously killing members of the group. And they mentioned 15 airstrikes across Jabalia, North Gaza, Deir al-Bala, Nuseirat. These are all the refugee camp areas, as well as in southern Gaza and Rafah. So they talk about this, and they mention these airstrikes. And they say the strike killed 15 civilians. The strike killed 4 civilians, 2 children, did not find an objective, did not find any military objective, contradictory remarks, did not find a military objective, did not find a military objective. Do you know why they're saying this? What they're basing this on? The methodology of this is interviews with locals. I think they interviewed about 200 locals total. The problem with that is I'm not suggesting that the locals are liars. I don't think they're bad people or anything. There is one problem though, and it's that the locals might not be liars, but Hamas are. And Hamas, literally in previous wars, has told the local population to lie when they are asked about strikes and deaths. They're specifically told and forbidden from saying otherwise. And if you're in Gaza, you can believe what you want and you can see what you saw, but you're probably not going to defy what Hamas wants you to do. You notice that Hamas are quite bad to you, actually. Like Hamas will treat you quite badly if you disobey them, right? And if you go against them. So the Interior Ministry in 2014, this fucking video is gone now, by the way. Their channel is gone. Look at this. The Interior Ministry channel is gone. It got taken off of YouTube for TOS violations. But this was them in 2014 in Operation Protective Edge, where they did this on Facebook as well, and they did this on Al-Aqsa TV, which is the Hamas-controlled TV station, is they told people, why is it doing that? They told people that if someone dies, you have to list them, always describe them as an innocent civilian or an innocent citizen. Where is it? This is the only place I have this video anymore. Oh yeah, don't publish pictures of missiles being launched from the city center. Yeah, here. Don't forget to always add, quote, innocent citizens to describe those killed in the aggression on Gaza after the Israeli raid. Like, the problem is if you want to know about how Hamas behaves in this war, or if you want to know about this war at all, really, you can't really do it without looking at previous wars. Because we know from previous wars that Hamas will hide their dead. It's in their interest. It's completely in their interest to hide the dead. they did it in Kasled for a long, long time in Kasled. When I think like 1,400 people died, Hamas kept on saying, we only lost 50 members. 50 out of 1,400. It wasn't until a year later, after the war ended, when the Goldstone report had been published, when everyone was saying that Israel's targeting civilians is a matter of policy. After all that, then Hamas published their death count, which was actually 700, right? So they've done it in the past, and in Protective Edge, they did the same. They did the same with literally telling people, like civilians, don't say that someone you know who died was a soldier, even if they were. Don't do it. And this is what the Amnesty Report is based on. It's based on witness statements. And witnesses who are under authoritarian rule, that's a problem, right? Because the witness can be the most honest, like, well-meaning person in the world, but if you have someone with a gun, like, in charge of the area that you live in, then you're probably going to listen to the guy with the gun and do what they say.
Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who are now wanted international war criminals. Towards the start of his video, Ethan mentions a death toll figure of 40,000 Palestinian people.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone, with further projections that include indirect deaths in the hundreds of thousands, potentially over 10% of the population of Gaza.
So what number are you supposed to say? If he had said 60,000, would that have been a problem? Because the projection, which is not a non-peer-reviewed projection, by the way, which is just based on a model of different wars that have had indirect deaths, like across history, and just saying that, like, oh, because like of some war in Uganda in the 80s where a shitload of people died of like starvation, like something like that. That's what they based it on. They based it on like 15 different wars where there had been additional deaths, either because of like, for the Iraq war, indirect deaths was counted as like, they included things like Sunni and Shia sectarian violence that came after the war, and counted that as like, so you can't really do that for wars that have just massively different circumstances, or for like wars where there were full on like widespread famines. Also in that Lancet study, one of the examples they use, why can't I find these fucking snakes, is Kosovo, where in Kosovo obviously had basically zero indirect deaths because there was plenty of access to humanitarian aid and things like that. Yeah, where are these are they up here? How do you get up there? I feel like I'm just going in circles. They're in a cave. Oh, I went in the cave though. Anyway, I'm pausing too much. Fuck this.
Ethan's brief and false citation leaves a lot of other things unmentioned, like how the...
Is it really a false citation to just give the health ministry's numbers? God, he's so fucking disgusting, this guy. Holy shit. Like, you can't just try to make the death toll as high as you possibly want it to be and then shit on other people for not doing the same thing. I think the health ministry's last numbers were 45,000, I think, at the time that this video came out. He just gave the health ministry's numbers. Like, fuck you, Jesus Christ.
Vast majority of these deaths have been Palestinian civilians, including over 15,000 children. The United Nations described Gaza as a graveyard for children just months into the genocide, and after that, Israel only ramped up its child killing. Ethan does not mention that over 1,200 families have been completely erased from the Gaza civil registry, meaning that every single member of their bloodline has been killed. Nor does he mention that the mass slaughter of these innocent civilians has been intentional. Israel has a long history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. This dates back to the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of over 700,000 Palestinians from their land in 1948, which included the...
God, he's not even good at pro-Palestinian propaganda. He could mention like the Irgun and how they would, and the Lehi, that would drop bombs in urban centers in the 30s during the Arab Revolt. They targeted civilians. He could do that. It's before the Nakba, right? In the Arab Revolt. Okay. He's not I could do his side better than this. Fuck.
Massacre of thousands of civilians, and it's also evident in all of Israel's many previous violent incursions into Gaza specifically. During Operation Cast Lead, starting in late 2008 to 2009, Israel slaughtered about 1,400 Palestinian people. 300 of those were children. During this widespread massacre, Israel ordered people to shelter in schools, so-called humanitarian.
This is the war. Cast Lead. Obviously, he does not read anything substantial about it. This is the one where the police station bombings happened. And it turned out that those police stations were actually full of soldiers because they'd integrated the police force with the military. Hamas, he mentioned 1,400. This was the delayed thing from Hamas. Hamas admits 600 to 700 of its men were killed in Cast Lead. So that's 1-to-1 in urban warfare with a group that hides behind civilians and doesn't fight in uniforms all that often. So, you know, so if you're targeting civilians, but you manage to kill half of them as Hamas guys, are you saying that like half of Gaza is Hamas for that level of, for that ratio?
Safe zones, then proceeded to bomb the schools and kill people by the dozens. This practice has continued at an even larger scale in the latest escalation in Gaza.
Firas, my brother.
Yeah, sorry, these guys are not in caves, by the way. I can't see anything in this fucking cave. I can see trolls. Is there a different cave? I'm just going in circles now. Fuck. I need to go somewhere else. Let's leave this place.
The Firas, he screams. The pain is overwhelming as corpses lie by his feet. These are the moments just after an Israeli strike on a school sheltering thousands of displaced Palestinians.
During the 2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful, Israel fired on the peaceful crowds with
It's like saying January 6th was overwhelmingly peaceful because most people didn't go into the Capitol building. But who were the ones who actually got hit? Was it the ones who stayed back, the majority of them who stayed back, or was it the ones who went towards the fence? Who attacked, who fought with the military on the other side? Overwhelmingly peaceful. By the way, Hamas and Islamic Jihad claimed just under 30% of the people who died. Hey, okay. Overwhelmingly peaceful, sure.
Sniper rifles, injuring thousands and killing hundreds. The UN reports concluded that Israeli snipers were intentionally targeting children, medics, pregnant women, and disabled people. Israeli snipers later publicly, gleefully recounted their experiences of hunting Palestinians for sport, bragging about the number of kneecaps they could shatter. This trend has continued in Israel's latest escalation since October 7th to an extreme degree.
The way he's summarizing everything is just so fucking mental. It's like, even if you... Can you please stop carrying water for the side that gunned down these people? This guy is carrying water for the people who were literally trying to attack fucking civilians and describing them as overwhelmingly peaceful. Who's covering for who? You can make the criticisms of the March of Return. Yes, they were very fucking trigger happy. There were people who did not deserve to die. Like he even mentions one of them, Najjar, the medic, who the IDF not only murdered, but they lied about her as well. They clipped her out of context and said that she was self-admitted human shield. Right? Don't act like I don't know what the fuck happened. I know more than you do about what happened. But he's saying this was what? An overwhelmingly peaceful protest, and then Israel fired on them, killing 200 or something. Like, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. People were, like, attacking... People were trying to break through the border fence, and they literally said they were trying to do that. They had fucking maps. They were distributing publicly on social media maps for how to break through the border and get to the nearest kibbutz. To do what exactly? like, I don't know, maybe I just have more of an affinity with my Middle Eastern brethren, okay? But when I was in Lebanon or when I was in Israel, on either side of that border, even when I was 13 in South Lebanon, no one had to explain to me that it would be a bad idea to walk towards the border or even to walk towards the Syrian military bases, because there were Syrian occupiers there as well. Because if I did that, I'd probably expect to get shot. It's a militarized border that's separating a fucking... It's an armistice line that's separating two armed factions and that are part of a conflict. Yeah, probably don't go towards that border. Especially not to try and fight with the soldiers on the other side. Where's the... This is Sinwar, by the way, leader of Hamas at the time, 1 week into the March of Return.
خرجنا اليوم وسنخرج على مدار الأيام القادمة وسيفاجئ شعبنا وشبابنا وسيفاجئ شعبنا وسيفاجئ شبابنا العالم كله بما في جعبته ولينتظروا زحفنا الكبير سنقتلع الحدود وسنقتلع قلوبهم.
I think what he means is this is like a figure of speech, right? It's like a figure of speech, isn't it? Like about winning the hearts and minds. This is him 1 week into the March of Return, because it lasted like almost a year, these protests. Okay. Just because Noah did say something about how he wants his audience to understand the motivations of groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, and feels like they've been strawmanned by the likes of Ethan Klein, so there, just thought I'd give you that one. Sinwar saying that and encouraging people to march towards the border with the intent of breaking it down to target civilians in the kibbutz. That's Sinwar saying that isn't actually mentioned in the UN report, so just thought I'd plug the gap. Where the fuck are these fucking snakes? They're not in this cave. They're not. Look. They're not in this cave. What are you talking about? I'm stuck and I'm scared. I'm on hardcore mode. I'm not used to it. It's been too long.
IDF snipers are intentionally targeting children for execution by shooting them in the skull and in the heart. Healthcare workers have testified to seeing Israeli drones hovering outside of hospitals, picking off children. That's where they're shooting them and injuring them and then circling back to execute them.
What I think I found...
Just to double check, I don't know about the drones. I don't doubt that there have been war crimes committed with those drones, because if you're in a drone, you can see what you're hitting, right? Quite easily. The evidence that they had for them targeting kids with snipers is that one Jewish American doctor, that Mark Perlmutter guy, who thinks Zionism is the same as Nazism, standard, he said that people were hit by high velocity ammunition. That's his proof that they were intentionally sniped. High velocity ammunition just means it came out of a rifle. So strange accusation to make.
Particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down and...
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful.
So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children, and we had...
All ammunition is high velocity. No, like... There is such a thing as low velocity ammunition, isn't there? It comes from like handguns and shit. But I don't know how many people... I'm convinced some of the photos are fake. No, they've been verified. The problem isn't the photos being fake. They're not fake. if you think they're intact bullets and there's like the skulls are not like shattered or whatever by maybe what you expect from like a sniper rifle, that's probably because it would have been like maybe in some cases like bullets flying through walls or flying through something that would stop them. Because yeah, like urban warfare is mental. Urban warfare is a total state. Like it's there are bullets flying through walls. There are people running past windows. There are people running in and out of like fucking combat, like in the line of fire in combat zones. Not to mention there are tunnels underneath everything. Like yeah, it's just. It's the perfect environment for people to make mistakes or to just be trigger happy or to panic or to even, it's also the perfect environment for war criminals to just get away with it because that's obviously happened as well.
Description after description. This is not, you know, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day.
Oh,
operating
shit.
on children.
Sorry, not the game, not the
I was
guy.
lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped, and this quadcopter came down and hovered over me and shot me. And that's clearly a deliberate act, and it was a persistent act, persistent targeting of civilians day after day. We had 1 or 2 mass casualty incidents every day, and that meant 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 seriously injured.
Just hunting Palestinian children for sport. It's pure terrorism. The Israelis also have a history of murdering Palestinian civilians by running them over with bulldozers and tanks. Recall the story of the killing of Kamal Zair.
Weird, we've never seen a video of these drones in action. I don't know if we have. I don't know. I don't know about that story. But that's a doctor giving... He was a doctor, wasn't he? He was giving like a witness statement. So no, I don't know what he's referring to there. I don't know like the details of that story. I'm not going to comment either way until I've read more about it. Oh.
From April of 2002. Israeli tanks shot and killed him and then proceeded to run him over. He was 57 years old, wheelchair-bound, and waving a white flag. Another prominent case of this was Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer while protesting the destruction of Palestinian homes in Gaza. Israelis, for years after her murder, celebrated...
Ben Shapiro mocked this person, didn't he? I don't actually know her story. 2002, second Intifada. Yeah, I remember Ben Shapiro made some ridiculous fucking joke about this person. He could use a more recent example as well. There was that Turkish-American girl who was shot. It was in the middle of a fight, but I think the fighting had been dying down.
Health warning. And
I think it was after the fighting had died down and the protesters had backed off after they were throwing stones at the IDF. And then she had got shot after that. I don't actually know what came out of that investigation, but... Rachel Corrie was lying down in front of a bulldozer and the guy didn't know she was there. Okay. Huge if true, but I don't know.
The day by making pancakes with Rachel Corrie's face painted into them. In the latest escalation, individual Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only reason we have these admissions is because Western outlets have written...
That quote, what did he say? You can't pause enough. The problem with what he's doing though is like, you realize that even if every single thing Noah was saying here was completely true, right? And the only ones I'm not really contesting are the ones I haven't read about all that much. So, but the ones that I do know about, I know that it's not the way he's describing it. His summary of the March of Return is insane. It is just disinformation to frame it in that way. His citing of that New York Times article about Israeli snipers intentionally targeting kids is also not... that. The New York Times article that he brought up doesn't say snipers. One witness said someone was sniped. One witness. But the idea that there's like some kind of like widespread activity, that came from Perlmutter. That came from the doctor whose only evidence was that he said this was high velocity ammunition, which is not proof that it was snipers. Not even close. The New York Times article doesn't say that any substantial number of these were snipers. They just say one witness said one of them was a sniper. So I can read about the ones that he's talking about and know that they're wrong, but also like it doesn't take away from the fact that the IDF has committed war crimes in Gaza. Of course they have. Like, and it's not just that they've committed it in like a bad apple sense. It's that they've committed it in the sense that they know they can get away with it. They know that all the way up to division commanders, right? Division commanders like in the Netzarim corridor are okay with soldiers being far more trigger happy and more fucking snappy with their decisions than would be legally permissible, right? We know that's happened. We know that people are getting away with committing atrocities, and that the worst punishment people get for these kind of acts is like, generally it's a slap on the wrist, maybe a year or two in jail. So we know all that. But the problem with what Noah's doing here is, even if you assume everything he's saying is true, and that this is like all the horrible things Israel has done throughout the conflict, do you understand that you can do the exact same thing for Palestinian activity, right? You realize that I could make an equivalent of this video and say, well, it goes back to the Nakba. I don't even need to go to the Nakba. I can say, oh yeah, this Palestinian Arab tendency of just never, ever, ever, ever accepting a Jewish presence in this region, wanting to stop Jewish immigration, like all the leaders wanting to completely halt Jewish immigration from as early as 1920, let alone during the Holocaust and everything else, but also using violence against civilians to achieve it. So I could talk about 1929 with the Hebron massacre, okay? I can talk about 1920 with the Nabi Musa riots, the Jerusalem riots, where Palestinian leaders incited a mob to go and murder Jews and killed like 5 people in the middle of a protest about Jerusalem, right? And the chant was, what was it? Palestine is ours, the Jews are our dogs. I could talk about the Arab Revolt where they targeted civilians. I could talk about during the Nakba, right? I can talk about how before people were getting ethnically cleansed from villages, I could talk about how Jerusalem was under siege. And the Jews who lived in Jerusalem were at risk of starving to death by not just the Arab Legion in Jordan, but also by the ALA, by al-Husseini's guys, right? I could talk about the massacres in Kfar Etzion, where a bunch of like Jews surrendered in the West Bank, in a village in the West Bank, and were murdered anyway in the hundreds, okay? So you can go through all of these different things. Talk about the Fedayeen and how they targeted civilians. You can talk about before the Israelis went into Lebanon for the first time, it was after the Coastal Road massacre, where the PLO found a fucking bus just north of Tel Aviv and then captured it and then killed like a bunch of civilians, like dozens of them. I could talk about the Malot massacre. You can talk about all these different things all the way up until October 7th. And you can do a very convincing hour-long video just cataloging. You can talk about the Second Intifada, or like when those 2 Israeli people got lost in Ramallah and asked for help from the locals and got lynched, right? There's so much you can go into. The suicide bombings, right? They were intended to get civilians. They would intentionally go into areas that were crowded, full of civilians, women, children, families, and then blow them the fuck up, right? You can talk about how Palestinian armed resistance for most of the Israel-Palestine conflict has meant terrorize the fuck out of Jewish people who live here, civilian or otherwise, until they leave. Until the Russian Jews go back to Russia, until the Poles go back to Poland, until the Ethiopians go back to Ethiopia, until, yeah, like all of that. Nasrallah says this openly as well when he tried to egg on the Second Intifada. So I can go over all of this, right? And I would not be telling a good story. Even though every single fact in there is true. Every single fact I just told you about Palestinian terrorism is true. But that doesn't tell you anything about the conflict. It doesn't tell you anything. And Noah's doing the same thing, just in the other way around. And actually, to back up one thing that Ethan said, I don't agree with everything he says, but to back up one thing, he is completely correct when he says that this kind of all or nothing maximalist mindset, fuck me, is the reason this conflict is never ending, because this is how Israelis and Palestinians see it as well, unfortunately. It unfortunately just shows you how no side is willing to concede anything. No one wants to concede anything on the conflict. Everything just gets polarized. And then the concept of reconciliation and peace and like reparation is just, it's out the window because everyone feels like they're the victim that's owed something, or their side is the one that like needs to win completely. Otherwise the other side will fucking wipe them off the face of the earth. There is merit on both sides of that argument. There's a merit on the Israeli side as well. Palestinians and their leadership have a lot more agency in this conflict than people like Noah would have you believe. But yeah, but that's why, like, if you see it in this way, in this all or nothing way, then the only way that ends is one side wipes the other one off the face of the earth. And you can guess who would win in that scenario. Is that all right? Are you banned on Twitch? Don't think so. Anyway. But Israel used its full firepower. Yeah, I don't really want to know what it would look like if they used their full firepower. The difference, only one side historically accepted coexistence. You're doing it again. Like, okay. Well, like they accepted two-state solutions. Well, the first partition plan that the Israelis accepted is they didn't actually accept it. They accepted 37 as a concept, as a principle, but they didn't actually accept the exact plan. They voted to continue pushing for a negotiated version of the plan because they wanted more land. It also would have included the expulsion of 200,000 people. The UN partition plan, they accepted it. They all knew it was never going to go through, that it was going to be a war instead. So however sincere they were about that and what they were going to do with it, who knows? And they still also, when they accepted the 47 partition plan, the Israeli leaders met up, okay? They met up and decided in the cabinet that one thing that they were quite likely to do in the case of partition actually going through would be to deny citizenship to the Arabs who lived in the Jewish state, which would have been like 45% of them, right? And the point in them doing that would be that if there was any hostility, then they could just deport them. They actually considered not giving citizenship at all to Arab citizens in the Jewish state. What's your source for that? Benny Morris. It's the first edition of The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, I believe. Yeah, they were initially planning on not giving citizenship to the Arabs in Israel. Yeah.
Health warning.
Because they wanted to... Whoa. Because they wanted to have the option of expelling them. And you can't expel citizens. So, I'm just saying... And obviously, Camp David, all right, yeah, they did accept a peace process in the 90s and then continued to expand settlements, okay? Even Barak was okay with some settlements expanding. So no, there's still responsibility to be accepted on either side. Like, you don't need to respond to every single like failure on one side with but we like stop. Yeah, it's just annoying. Okay. Fuck.
Face painted into them. In the latest escalation, individual Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only
Oh yeah, the atrocities. I think the guy's talking about killing terrorists, isn't he, in that quote?
Individual.
On many occasions, soldiers had to run over terrorists dead and alive in the hundreds.
Health warning.
So currently, even them talking about killing terrorists is an atrocity to Noah Samson. Okay, interesting.
Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only reason we have these admissions is because Western outlets have written articles with concerns over how the mass murdering affects these soldiers' mental health. Another element to the case that Israel is committing genocide is its continuous intentional deprivation of the basic necessities for life for Palestinians in Gaza. They've been using starvation as a weapon of war, a war crime, and a crime against humanity. Most recently, Israel's response to the quote-unquote ceasefire in Gaza is to continue this mass starvation while explicitly stating it as a matter of policy. They have blocked humanitarian aid throughout the genocide in violation of international law, the ceasefire orders, and the ICJ's provisional measures against genocide. The pretext they've fabricated for this policy of intentional starvation is that Hamas is looting these aid trucks. They have provided no evidence for this claim. What we do have evidence for is that Israel has protected...
I believe the evidence for Hamas looting aid trucks is armed gunmen on top of the trucks and locals saying that Hamas looted trucks. Isn't it? Okay. Rip. Oh, is this Israel doing it by allowing gangs to loot? Okay. Fuck me. Oh, I know this article. It's from Haaretz. Yeah, we have gangs doing it. Yeah. Is he going to mention that some of these aid organizations didn't want the IDF to protect them because it would make them into targets? Did they say that? That they didn't want, some of these people rejected IDF escorts. But he's going to blame Israel for that, for Gazan gangs looting trucks and extorting fees.
Protected and supported criminal gangs with ties to ISIS in areas that Israel has full control over, and these groups have been looting aid trucks. Israel is intentionally depriving Palestinians in Gaza of access to clean water. Oxfam reported that Israel has destroyed over 1,000 miles of water and sanitation networks, leaving less than 7% of pre-war water levels in Rafah and North Gaza. Israel has also partially or entirely destroyed over 80% of water and sanitation infrastructure in Gaza, including all 6 of its mainline wastewater treatment.
Israel-ISIS collusion. Based? Unbelievably based. Nice little subtle reference there.
Plants. Brutal, violent attacks on the healthcare system are another aspect of the genocide. They've damaged or destroyed every single hospital in Gaza and murdered countless medical workers, doctors, nurses, rescue workers, and healthcare staff. They've kidnapped doctors and held them without charge where they've been tortured. Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, Gaza's leading orthopedic surgeon, was kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, brought to an Israeli prison, and then reportedly raped to death. The latest UN reports have concluded that over 90% of the buildings in Gaza have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. If you watch any of the footage coming out of Gaza, this is made quite clear. Israel's destruction includes every single school, hospital, mosque, cultural center, church, residential areas. Everything has been...
Who is he arguing with? Ethan calls it a genocide. Yeah, but he didn't mention it in his content nuke, so Noah's assuming that he doesn't believe it anymore. I don't know. Or because he called it a war. Apparently genocide and war can't happen at the same time, I guess. I don't know.
Been bombed. It's estimated that it will take a minimum of 15 years to remove the debris and unexploded ordinances from the Gaza Strip. That's just removing it, by the way, not rebuilding.
Didn't Egypt say that it would take... The Egyptians said it would take them like 6 months. Or the total, I think, was 5 years, but that... I think the initial phase of removing debris was 6 months. How do estimates go from 6 months to 15 years? How long did it take for them to remove the debris in places like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or Berlin after World War II, or Stalingrad, or... Yeah. I hate so much that they can't own the position that they support Hamas. I think Noah Samson sincerely doesn't believe that he's supporting Hamas by saying all this. Well, we'll get to that, maybe.
In September, the UN released an estimate that because of Israel's illegal and inhumane blockade around Gaza, which regularly limits the transfer of things like concrete into the Strip, fully rebuilding Gaza will take 350 years. Gaza is about 25 miles long and
350... Bro, I feel like these guys they talk like this is the first time they've ever seen a war, or they've ever read about a war. But if you look at some of the things that happened in World War II, and the urban warfare that took place there. And these are areas, remember, Stalingrad, for example, did not have, the people who lived there did not have 17 years to prepare for an invasion, right? There is no equivalent to that, to the amount of concentration of like tunnels and military infrastructure that they have in Gaza, right? Like the Viet Cong is not comparable because it's obviously was spread over a wider space and often in the jungle and shit. So, but yeah, apparently in the time it took to like build most of the United States, it's 350 years. What the fuck, man? Why? Why do the numbers have to keep on going up? Like it's comical. It's like he's making it funny. I don't know why. Like why are you doing this? Why is he having that effect? Like why is he? It's fucking tragic. It's like a really. The situation in Gaza, even if you blame Hamas, like, even if you're a proper, full-on fucking BB simp and you blame Hamas, like, 100% for all of it, like, even then, you would surely, like, have to admit, if you were still a human being at that point, that you have to, that, like, what's happened there is, like, completely, like, atrocious. Like, it's disgusting. But Noah's making it, like, 350 years. Okay.
5 miles wide. It is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. It is in this area that Israel has dropped equivalent to that of multiple nuclear weapons. Israel has done this with full knowledge that over half the population of Gaza is children. So no, this isn't just a case where 40,000 people died. A lot more than that happened. One of the most tragic elements of the Gaza genocide is that, as crucial as it may be for the factual record and eventually holding the perpetrators accountable.
Now, I think some of these left-wing creators who go on this will challenge at least the claims that they'll try to say, like, they'll try to combat the idea that Hamas militarizes all this infrastructure, and that the reason so many buildings get destroyed is because, like, how do you think Hamas fights, or how do you think any urban war happens? It's door-to-door fighting. So if you fight door-to-door, and one side has tanks, and would rather fire a tank at the empty building that's got, like, a couple of soldiers in it, and a tunnel underneath, and then send their soldiers into a meat grinder, then you have to contend with that, but I wonder if he will. The last time I saw him do a video on genocide denial in Gaza, I don't think he mentioned Hamas once. Maybe right near the end.
Merely recounting these statistics does not afford Palestinians the dignity of humanity. They are simply reduced to numbers, to tens of thousands of names on a registry, as if they aren't human beings with dreams, hopes, hobbies, interests, and love for the people around them. If you've had this feeling as well, I want to recommend a book. It's called If I Must Die. It's written by renowned Palestinian poet, author, and teacher Dr. Rafat Al-Arir. It's full of stories and poetry and history about life, or rather survival, in Gaza during occupation and genocide. It is beautifully written and humanizing beyond anything you'll ever get from most coverage of Gaza, especially in the West. I have a friend from Gaza. His name's Ahmed Sarsour, and he's a very talented poet. We got in contact on social media, and when I read his work, it moved me in a very similar way to the way Dr. Rafat's words have. Ahmed has a sister, Rania. She is a mother and a gynecologist from Gaza and is seeking help after being displaced in February of last year. She and her children were forced to flee their home, and her life was further devastated when her home and her family members' homes were destroyed. She gave birth to her baby, Rose, in a hospital without proper care and no anesthetic, and now faces a dire situation with limited resources. I've linked your fundraiser in the description. Support if you can. The funds raised will go towards essentials like diapers, baby formula, medicine, basic living items, rent, and travel expenses for relocation. Another friend of mine, Ahmed Matar, is a 27-year-old inventor from Gaza. He makes these brilliant videos showing the process of constructing creative inventions to use in order to survive in Gaza. After the so-called ceasefire was implemented, Ahmed and his family returned to their home in the north only to find that it had been looted, vandalized, and destroyed by the occupation forces. Support his...
Why is it the so-called ceasefire? Okay. The thing is, I don't really like to do this thing where people psychoanalyze YouTubers as they're watching their content, but, like, it seems quite clear that, like, Noah does care a lot about, like, the human aspect of what's happening. But I don't know if he just thinks, like, reading these headlines about human rights reports gives him, like, the broad understanding that he needs, or that he thinks that he knows all about the history because of, because he can mention the Nakba or something like that. But it's like, I feel like if you made the whole video like this, of just talking about, like, the human stories and promoting fundraisers, like, that would be completely, like, unobjectionable. But the fact that he has to inject, like, all this fucking, like, nonsense into it, especially in a video where he's, like, supposed to be dunking on, like, Ethan and Mutahar and fucking Turkey Tom and shit, like... He has listened to 3+ podcasts on the history of Israel, all from the same person. I don't know. It's one of those things that I told you, like, you can have a pretty in-depth knowledge about the conflict, but, like, the problem is that so much of the popular commentary on this will only tell you everything about the conflict from one side. That guy, Rifat, he was written about in the New York Times. This was him. I think he was killed. He was killed in an airstrike in Gaza, journalist. About humanizing, like the way, are we saying that he humanizes people, or it's just humanizing him and Palestinians? Because his Twitter feed, I remember, was absolutely insane. Just realized you're a Zio. Zios are heartless, brainless pieces of shit who conspired with the Nazis against the Jews. What else do we expect from Zios? Nothing. Okay. The thing he's referring to here is the Lehi, a group of 300 people in Mandate Palestine who tried to convince the Nazis to do a joint invasion of Mandatory Palestine to get the British out, and obviously failed. That's what he's talking about by Zios who conspired with the Nazis. Not quite as much of a conspiracy, and not quite as much conspiring as al-Husseini, but okay. Zios are the dirtiest little snitches ever, even when they disguise as journalists. No wonder many of them capoed like bitches. Zionists are scum. Israel is the root cause of evil. This is Israel far worse than Nazi Germany. Yeah, this guy's kind of unhinged. To be fair, Benny Morris thinks the Palestinians caused the Holocaust. Louis, you are lying. You are a fucking liar. Benny Morris has literally said the Holocaust would have gone just exactly as it did, even without al-Husseini or Palestinians. Benny Morris does not say that. You're confusing him with Netanyahu, maybe. No, he obfuscated. Okay, let's get the clip up, shall we?
To think, yeah.
Come on, Norm. How big is this transcript? He said there was something there. Okay, let's have a look.
It would have been the dispossession of many Jewish people.
Not you.
Actions of the
One thing which stood out, and I think Moin made this point, is that the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price for the Holocaust. That's the traditional Arab argument. This is slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s did their utmost to prevent Jewish immigration from Europe and reaching Palestine, which was the only safe haven available, because America, Britain, France, nobody wanted Jews anywhere, and they were being persecuted in Central Europe, and
so far that's all completely true.
Eventually would be massacred in large numbers. So the Arab effort to pressure the British to prevent Jews reaching Palestine's safe shores contributed.
So did the US. Are you fucking deaf? How stupid are you to say that? He literally said they wanted to prevent Jewish immigration when Israel, Palestine, was the only place that they could go. Yes, that would imply that every other country. He literally mentioned other countries not allowing people in. What the fuck's wrong with you? You're mental.
Did indirectly to the slaughter of many Jews in Europe, because they couldn't get to anywhere and they couldn't get to Palestine because the Arabs were busy attacking Jews in Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow Jews to reach this safe haven. That's important. The second thing is, of course, there's no point in belittling the fact that the Palestinian Arab National Movement's leader, Husseini, worked for the Nazis in the 1940s. He got a salary from the German Foreign Ministry. He raised troops among...
Now, the funny thing here is that Moin tries to compare this to the Lehi. 300 people.
Muslims in Bosnia for the SS, and he broadcast to the Arab world calling for the murder of the Jews in the Middle East. This is what he did. And the Arabs since then have been trying to whitewash Husseini's role I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he did. He helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing, and supported them in doing that. So this can't be removed from the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid a price for the Holocaust, but they also participated in various ways in helping it happen.
Right. I'll make 2 points. The first is you mentioned Haj Amin al-Hussein.
Was that what you called? Okay, that's fucking helped versus caused. Yeah. It was Kosovar Albanians, yeah. Yeah, I think Haj Amin al-Husseini recruited like quite a few thousand, didn't he? Yeah, he recruited people for the SS, yeah. It's not a big deal. We were all young once.
Campaign if you can. I will leave these fundraisers as well as a link to Dr. Al-Arir's book in the description. The book is devastating though.
Oh, with Rifat's book. No, not the book. I think he was promoted in the New York Times. A poet who teaches Israeli poetry, they called him, like a humanizing, whatever. But they had to do an editor's note because apparently when he does these lectures, he actually is very fucking mean to Israeli poets. They had to do this massive editor's note. Okay, whatever.
Especially considering the fate of its author. Dr. Rifat was killed by Israel in a targeted assassination in December of 2023. He was killed alongside his brother Salah, with his son Muhammad and his sister Asma and 3 of her children. This came after having over 30 members of his and his wife's family slaughtered by Israel over the course of their lives. What these numbers also fail to communicate is the weight and depth the effects of this crime has had and will continue to have for generations. To speak only of the children of Gaza, they will forever hold the wounds and trauma caused by Israel's genocide in their minds.
Targeted with no evidence. I don't know if there's evidence that he was targeted, but it wouldn't surprise me if Israel targeted him, no? Like Israel does, like they do target. Israel does target journalists. They do, because they'll argue, and this is true to an extent, but I don't think it's as true as Israel tries to make it out to be. It's true to an extent that a lot of these like journalists, as described by the press, are like, it's just like a dude with a fucking phone who is also a soldier or like supports Hamas's actions or even engages in incitement, right? But I don't think he's one of them. I don't think he engaged in a level of incitement through his journalism that deserved him being targeted. There are journalists who have done that. There are journalists who are like either Hamas affiliated or they're just like so pro-Hamas that they're just telling, like, they're just inciting war crimes through their coverage, in which case you are susceptible to targeting. But I don't think Rifat was one of those guys. Unless anyone can show me any evidence. How many are embedded with Hamas? Well, think about it. If you're going to be a journalist in Gaza, chances are you're not going to have that much freedom of press unless you support Hamas, unless you are like, or at least friendly to them. So, I mean, Hamas have admitted this in the past. Like the amount of journalists, quote unquote, who were killed in Protective Edge. If you look through Hamas's martyr page, like for the military media section, where these are like double-edged. These are like soldiers and reporters. The list is quite big, actually. The list from 2014 there's like quite a few of them, maybe like a dozen or 2 dozen journalists who are also soldiers that are claimed by Hamas. But I think for Israel, when they say Hamas journalist, I don't think they just mean journalists who are inciting violence or are also soldiers. I think for Israel, I think even a propagandist Hamas journalist is targetable, but which they shouldn't be. That's not legal. Like the Geneva Convention is very clear that doing propaganda, even for a terrorist group, that doesn't make you a target. So that would be like Mr. Fafo, like that guy, right? Like I don't think there's any evidence that his journalism has crossed the threshold of him being a target.
And hearts. It was reported that when asked, over half of the children in Gaza expressed a desire to die. Many of them already held such wounds, though, of course. But in terms of sheer scale and intensity, what we're seeing now is incomprehensible except to those experiencing it. Throughout these 17 months of genocide, the international community has left the people of Gaza to languish and die. If there's anything we've learned about Israel in the past 100 years, it's that there is no crime they can commit that won't go unpunished, up to and including genocide. In the latest escalation, again, the world has watched this happen, and
is glorifying martyrdom the threshold of crossing over into targetable? I don't think so. No.
Done nothing. And some have, of course, actively made this genocide possible. Most notably, that would be the United States government. The US and the Biden administration is fully complicit in this genocide. They've repeatedly sent billions of dollars in weapons shipments and provided military and diplomatic support. Over 80% of the killing machinery that has been used to slaughter Palestinians in Gaza has been provided by the United States government. They've also provided rhetorical and diplomatic support by whitewashing Israel's crimes against humanity, laundering Israeli atrocity propaganda, and denying and dismissing genocide allegations. That last one should come as no surprise, given that a genocide ruling against Israel does also implicate the United States in the crime of aiding and abetting genocide, since they sent the bombs that made it possible. The ICC is already being urged to investigate Joe Biden and Antony Blinken for their role in perpetrating this very...
This video is allegedly about the nuke. It's about YouTubers who defend genocide. He's just setting you up. He's just... Okay, if this is a fucking video essay, you guys are so stupid. The point would be to make the case first and then be like, look at what these people have to say about it. Like, I would do that. The structure, there's nothing wrong with the structure of this video so far. It's just the content that's a bit goofy at times. Silly. Wrong.
Crime. These actions have shown the U.S. to be acting in violation of both domestic and international laws by sending weapons to a regime that is actively and intentionally blocking access to humanitarian aid against a civilian population that they are occupying, and ignoring the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and Gallant. This is just another plot on the long chart of the U.S. and Israel's position as rogue states in the international community. There's a comment I saw on Ethan Klein's video.
Rogue states. Holy shit. Okay.
It read, I feel like a lot of people can't separate Israelis and the Israeli government, and the same with the other side. Like, you are allowed to hate on the people who actually kill people and not hate the innocent adults and children that are being killed from both sides.
Both sides?
This is a popular framing among liberals and liberal outlets,
really
that we should separate the Israeli people from the actions of their government. While there are some examples from the past where this may be true, such as the case of the American public's attitudes towards the end of the Vietnam War, which diverged from their government, the same
the
cannot
Israelis support the genocide. Okay, let's go.
Be said in the case of Israel. The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. Months into the genocide, polling showed that over 95% of Jewish Israelis supported the IDF's actions, with a majority of those indicating that the IDF was not using enough force in Gaza. The force in question there being
genocide.
Yeah, they wanted more. It wasn't enough, apparently. 17 months later, and nothing has really changed. Just weeks ago, polling indicated that the Trump administration's plan to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of Gaza.
Less than 15% of Israelis believe Trump's plan is immoral, including 54% of Arab respond. Really? To fucking 4 years? How many 4 years think the Trump plan is a good idea? Holy shit. How many times is he going to say genocide? What can I say? It's a very good way to not let people... It's unarguable, isn't it? Genocide.
Was supported by over 80% of Israelis. This headline refers to Israelis as a whole, but that 80% support statistic is actually only the perspective of Jewish Israelis. A majority of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, or Arab Israelis, as the Israeli...
It's a very small majority, though. He's not going to comment on that? Why would only 54... Can you imagine if 54% said relocating 2 million people is immoral? He's not going to comment on that? He's not going to shit on those guys? Take him down, Noah. That's fucking mental.
Government tries to call them, considers this ethnic cleansing plan to be immoral. When it comes to Jewish Israelis, however, that number drops to just 3%. This should come as no surprise, given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
children grow up to
Oh yeah,
be-
just so you know, this person is not the quintessential Israeli. Sorry, like.
Arabs. I
This
read
person
the
is
numbers
pretty
last
mask
week.
off.
My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think.
What do you mean? Of course it is. What you think the average Israeli position on how many civilians have died is? I don't give a shit. Fuck them. Fuck them. No. Even the ones who don't, maybe they don't care that much, but even the ones who are more right wing would generally say something like, hey, "Oh, you know, it's tragic, but of course Hamas is using human shields." Blah blah blah. That's more like what they would say. They wouldn't just say, "Who gives a shit?" Like.
Children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
But the problem is that, like, if we're going to use Ask Project videos, again, it's like the propagandist fucking thing. Because I could just as easily go and grab a bunch of Ask Project videos of them going through the West Bank and asking, what happens after the conflict ends? And like, oh, all the Jews fucking leave, right? Or their opinions on Hajj al-Husseini, who support Hitler. Oh, they're all, I think he's a great leader, really good leader. What do you think about Hitler, right? Because what do you think about trans people? You can do all of this as well, but it doesn't tell, it's not useful. You're actually, it's almost to the degree where when you give people this much information, but all of it is only from one side, then you're actually kind of giving people like negative knowledge almost, because it's just so much fucking nonsense that they have to dislodge before they can actually have an understanding of what's really happening there. Oh.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם. צר.
אבל מה, ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע.
Whoa, don't die.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying, you know? I never want it. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst.
בפשע נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי, אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין עם מי לדבר, כולם שם מחבלים, לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
There is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields.
Human shields?
To gain sympathy. The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
These people know that they're on camera and that these remarks will be posted on the internet or shared on the mainstream news. This is normal to them. This is normal in their society, which is a testament to the fact that their society is not normal. It's typically bad form to cite street interviews as being some meaningful indicator of widespread.
Yeah, but you're going to do it anyway, buddy. Let's do it anyway. And let's just get really appalled when assholes like fucking Traveling Israel do the same thing for the Arab world, when they run around and get fucking survey data from the entire Middle East, not just Palestine, and talk about the anti-Semitism that comes from there. Or how many fucking state medias in these countries will just air fucking videos that claim to be historically accurate, but are really just like rewrites of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. No, we won't do that though. That's dehumanizing when we do it that way. Shit. Stop Hassan pausing when he's mid-sentence. Bro. Has me pausing, okay, if I jump to a conclusion and press play and it turns out the conclusion I said was completely wrong, I'll acknowledge it, okay? But that's yet to happen.
Spread attitudes. But again, with Israel, it's just different. Not just because these attitudes align perfectly with the wider Israeli polling data, but also because it's almost impossible to find anyone in Israel saying anything else. The amount of truly anti-Zionist Israelis living in Israel numbers in the hundreds.
What? It's impossible to find an Israeli who doesn't give a fuck about dead civilians on the Palestinian side. Look, we got one in chat. We got a live one. Lorna Box, didn't you stop streaming and left crying like a bitch because some Hassan fans were critical of your Zionism? No, but thanks for asking it, like an honest question. Never said I was quitting streaming. Never said my taking a break, because that's all it was because of Hassan. I actually said the complete opposite. So, you know, I'm sorry that your favorite creators are liars and you fall for it. And you're basically making people rich by being a gullible, fucking cum-guzzling piece of shit. Anyway.
This figure is according to anti-Zionist Israelis themselves. They are alone.
Everyone around us are...
No offense to cum guzzlers, you know, it's like... it's a real decent human thing to do. Where are the massive protests in Israel in support of Palestine?
Health warning.
Okay. There are protests in favor of ceasefire. It's like asking, it's like after October 7th, or even like after the second Intifada, it's like asking me to find fucking, it's like asking me to find like any pro fucking Israel or even pro-Jew protests in Palestine. Like, what the fuck?
completely genocidal maniacs. Everyone around you. And I don't mean it metaphorically. It's not metaphorically. It's literally everybody. It will be your family. It will be your teachers. It will be your colleagues. Everyone around you. So you're alone.
Just remember, like, there was a time, not that long ago, people in Israel were en masse and even voting in people who supported a Palestinian state. That wasn't even that long ago. The problem is that they supported that, they voted for that, and in the end, they got the second Intifada. So if you're a left-winger in Israel, it's quite hard to make that argument when there are fucking suicide bombings happening around you, right? When you vote for one thing and then the outcome is that. There were mass protests after Sabra Shatila. I believe some of the biggest, actually, in Israeli history were after Sabra Shatila. To fight en masse, while they voted in a government that was willing to negotiate for a Palestinian state. You're not seeing the peace rally? Like, that's where Yitzhak Rabin was killed. He was killed at a peace rally. You're no different from Ben Gvir. I know you think that. That's okay. And there's nothing I can say that's going to change your mind on that because you're mental, okay? If you think I'm different from Ben Gvir, then yeah, well done. Like, thank you for having a perspective that just results in the conflict never ever ending. You think Ben Gvir supports a Palestinian state like I do? Wow. Like, just, yeah, keep on saying things to confirm how fucking stupid you are.
Even if we will gather all of those anti-Zionists together from Jerusalem.
But yeah, they think that like they think like the only good position here for an Israeli is to be anti-Zionist, is to want to destroy your own country. They don't think end the war, two-state solution. That's not good enough for these guys, right?
Tel Aviv or Haifa or whatever, it will not be more than, I don't know, 500?
There's no tangible internal opposition within the country. The Israeli left is a myth. This is reflected once more in the openly genocidal sentiment we see on social media from IDF terrorists who have been willingly, gleefully, posting their own war crimes on the internet for everyone to see for a year and a half.
They go into the homes of Palestinians, and they're often clearly staying there, and they just smash them up, and they film themselves smashing them up. They also delight in going through women's underwear drawers. And this is a sort of recurring obsession. You have to see Israeli soldier videos in the context of the broader output of Israeli society.
If you gave me a button.
I love this generalization as well. It's so fucking mad. Like this is a recurring obsession. Like, of how many thousands of soldiers are there? To assume that this is like, and even these guys don't really have a very big podcast. And there's still, it's like everything any Israeli does is just like indicative of the entire society. It's wild.
To just erase Gaza.
Why are they doing that? Because the IDF is a bunch of fucking, first of all, they're quite young. They are hateful, obviously, because especially since the second Intifada on October 7th, it's like broken their brains completely. And also just like the country growing more increasingly right-wing over the last 25 years. and it's not punished, not severely anyway. I think the people who photograph themselves with underwear, I think there were some people who were kicked out of the army for that or were reprimanded, but yeah, it's a whole list of things. There's like a lack of accountability and lack of punishment. There's just like a general culture. There's just the nature of how conscription is done in the IDF and the fact that they're all quite young, and you know young people are like, they're dogmatic, they're hateful. Like, yeah. I believe that protocol of doing that as well, like taking pictures, like taking your phone into Gaza and taking a picture of where you, like broadcasting your whereabouts as well, is also like, even for just like a self-preservation thing, that's probably seen as a bad idea. No, I've heard people, I can't remember who I heard talk about this, but I heard someone saying that even like from a military perspective, it's like really dangerous to do that. Like you're putting yourself and your unit and your like allies in danger by just like by doing that, let alone obviously the dehumanization that you're engaging in too. It's dumb when people are trying to catch IDF soldiers traveling internationally. Yeah, well.
Every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow. I would press it in a second. I would press it right now. Give me that button. I'd press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
There's an Israeli song called This Was My Home. And what they would do is dress up as caricatures of obviously what they perceive Palestinians to be, being sung mockingly to people who no longer have homes.
Have female soldiers publicly engaged in this? Not that I've seen. There's that one image of that tiny little woman with a gun marching a bunch of prisoners down a road. Hey, Alan Green, if you aren't feeling like so much of a coward, you can come and argue your positions to me, but otherwise, take care. Ugh.
We're not looking at some sort of obscure subculture within Israeli society. This is mainstream Israeli society.
People have been keeping tabs on this. There are a number of archives documenting the names and crimes of these Israeli terrorists.
Shit.
One of the most thorough of these databases was created by a historian, Lee Mordecai. It's called Bearing Witness to the Israel-Gaza War. It is presently over 120 pages long with extremely detailed footnotes.
Whoa,
There's that one tweet that's
fuck?
like, hitting translate from Hebrew on Twitter is like discovering a lost page from Mein Kampf. This holds up pretty well. Here, let's try it on this tweet.
I love
the survivors of the
Nazi,
2025.
The Nazi shit is so funny, man. Like, does he not realize what he's doing?
Holocaust are proof that every trace of the murderous mutations in Gaza must be erased, from delivery rooms to the last elderly person in Gaza. 100% dead in Gaza. That there is Barashi Kinneret, the host of a mainstream Israeli news channel. One more example that I found particularly striking was the Right to Rape protests. A group of Israeli prison guards were placed under investigation after security camera footage.
Yeah, this one was fucking mental. There was like this was like when there was a politician went there, didn't he? There was one of those right-wing politicians who went to support this protest. They were against the detention of those guys. The 9 guys who were who were detained. Yeah, they were detained in that area for sexual violence against prisoners, among a shitload of other things. We read that report when it came out, this Daytime report, about the amount of shit that they had done, about how someone had to have like it was either their hand or their foot amputated because the zip ties that they'd used to bind them were so tight that it cut their circulation off and they had to have a fucking amputation.
Footage leaked showing them gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. The Israeli public reacted in uproar, not because of what they were alleged to have done, but because they were potentially going to be punished for it. Protests were held outside of the prison, attended by top Israeli officials. Mainstream Israeli news channels brought on one of the alleged rapist soldiers for interviews, supporting him and his right to...
Someone, I can't remember, someone told me this wasn't... Was this him or was this his brother? Someone told me this was his brother, but I don't actually... Yeah, none of this is about the content nuke anymore. Noah's gone his own way. It's the clickbait thing. Yeah, Channel 14's not mainstream. Channel 14 is like fucking Ben Gavir land, isn't it? That's one of the soldiers involved. Okay, so it is, yeah.
Kill and rape Palestinian hostages. Again,
no, Channel 14 is not Fox News. And Channel 14 is like Truth Social. It's not like, was it News? What's the Trump one? The really bad OAN. Info, yeah, it's mental. It's mental.
This wasn't some extremist fluke. It was reflected in broader polling of the Israeli public. According to a poll taken around that time, 65% of Israeli Jews oppose criminal prosecution for soldiers.
And quite a lot of Arab Israelis felt this as well, because this was not a dispute about whether or not they should get punished. This was a dispute about whether or not they should go through military court because they committed those crimes when they were in the military, or if it should be like a civilian criminal case. That was the difference. More people felt like it should be for military court.
Suspected of raping Palestinian detainees. And 47% of Jewish Israelis answered that Israel does not need to abide by international law and maintain moral values in the war. Simply put, it's a genocidal society, top to bottom. Perhaps the most complicit party to enabling this genocide, aside from the material support of Western governments, is the Western media. As previously mentioned, this support largely takes two forms. The more overt kinds, like spreading misinformation, an explicit Israeli state and IDF.
Oh, we're gonna get to Mutahar and all those guys, right? Surely.
Propaganda. And the other more subtle, yet significantly more frequent and effective, is that of manufacturing consent. Reporting on Palestinians has some clear differences in coverage, language, and framing when compared with other groups. In the first 100 days after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 262 children were killed. In the first 100 days of Israel's assault on Gaza, more than 10,000 children were killed. The true number is likely much higher, but mentions of child deaths and related terms were 33.4% higher for Ukraine than for Gaza. During this time frame, CNN mentioned child victims of the war 2,446 times for Ukraine versus 2,110 times for Gaza, and MSNBC mentioned child victims of the Ukraine war 1,775 times versus 1,522 times for Gaza.
So you're gonna mention that the true number for Ukraine is also higher? I don't know.
Gaza. This means that for each child death from Ukraine, children receive the equivalent of 16.1 mentions on air, whereas children in Gaza receive the equivalent of 0.36 mentions. MSNBC did not run a single segment in the first 100 days that focused specifically and exclusively on the plight of children in Gaza. MSNBC ran over a dozen segments focusing specifically on the plight of Ukrainian children during the first 100 days of that conflict. Emotive language was barely ever used to describe the killing of Palestinians. This comes despite the vastly higher death toll over the same period. On CNN,
the higher death toll? Between Ukraine and Gaza? Or is he just talking about for children? Because I think as far as Ukraine goes, we have no idea how many children have died. We actually have no fucking clue. The death toll in Ukraine is massively higher. Like, it's a shitload higher. Even Mariupol. The estimates for Mariupol are what? Between sort of 20,000 and 75,000 for that one city that was besieged for a few months. Amount of time the words war crime or genocide were mentioned. Okay. Yeah, I think for the kidnappings, we know that Russia has kidnapped at least, I think it's just under 30,000 kids. Yeah. That's confirmed. With Mariupol, it's aerial footage of the maps it's aerial footage of the mass graves outside the city.
In MSNBC, the words war crime and genocide were mentioned 17 times more in the context of Ukraine than in the context of Gaza. Ukrainian victims were labeled as subject to war crimes or genocide 1,790 times compared to just 104 mentions for Palestinians. And we still see this now, obviously. During the hostage exchanges as a result of the latest so-called ceasefire, for example, you may notice that Palestinians detained without charges in Israeli jails, of which there are thousands, they are referred to as prisoners, whereas the IDF soldiers, that is, actual militants that were captured by Hamas on October 7th, are referred to as hostages. One of the greatest tweets of all time that I've ever seen.
Yeah, but that's human rights organizations do that too. Are they wrong? You've been citing them for this entire video. Even the human rights orgs do that because detaining someone, internment, is not illegal under the Geneva Convention. In the context of occupation, it's not illegal. The way they can do it has problems because you're supposed to give them appeals processes and reviews, but detaining without charge is not in and of itself illegal. But hostage taking, which is what Hamas did, because Hamas haven't even tried to claim that they're doing some kind of like administrative detention or fucking holding criminals or doing something in the name of security. They have admitted that they're kidnapping these people so they can exchange them for prisoners. So yes, that's why one side is prisoners and the other side is hostages. Yeah. That's why.
Described the capture of an IDF terrorist during October 7th as him being kidnapped from a tank.
Holy shit.
Kidnapped from a tank. Kidnapped from a tank. Coverage has been focused almost exclusively on the condition of these IDF quote-unquote hostages, rarely making mention of Israel's contribution to their condition, like how they starve out the population of Gaza, which obviously affects all of the people in Gaza, including the Israeli hostages in Gaza, or the fact that they rain airstrikes on them all day, every day for 16 months straight. Is that good for your health? Is that healthy? The same cannot be said of coverage of the Palestinian hostages. Despite emerging from these Israeli jails with clear evidence of extreme physical abuse, images of the Palestinian hostages are rarely, if ever, shown. The assumption is just granted. It's relied on that they're terrorists, criminals, and whatever else. So whatever happens to them, that's just what happens in jail. The Western media lies in other subtle ways, like burying the lead in stories and deceptively framing headlines. This is especially apparent in coverage of things like ceasefire negotiations. These outlets have consistently framed the lack of agreement.
What did she do? What, the person in that video? I don't know. I think there's something that's kind of ironic about what he's doing is because the reason that we know about the treatment of Palestinian prisoners is because Israelis spoke up about it, right? Like the reason we know about Sdei Teiman was because it was confirmed by Israeli doctors. But the only way we found out about how people have been treated by Hamas under captivity is after they're released, right? Like, and after they're don't have a guy with a gun next to them telling them what to say or do. Unless we had anything otherwise, did we ever have anyone from Hamas going into the media and saying like that they disagree with the way that the hostages are being treated? So it's funny that he's talking about like a sick genocidal society or whatever, even though internal critique, a lot of this comes from within Israel, from people who are Zionists as well. Like not everyone who reports on atrocities by the IDF in Israel are anti-Zionist. A lot of them will be two-stayers or like Israeli left. Or even centrists. Israel's a democracy thing's bound to come out. Yeah, but that doesn't really suit Noah's narrative, though. There's a kind of like a bit of projection going on. Because again, it's just the fact that, and people do this, Traveling Israel does this, is that you can do everything Noah is doing right now, but just flip it and put it onto Gaza. Genocidal, sick society, like no accountability. Everyone thinks there's no opposition. Like you can do all of that with the right selection of information.
To terms as being Hamas's fault that they won't agree to Israel.
Apostate prophet does do that, yeah.
Terms, but they interestingly decide to use only one definition of the ceasefire agreement, which is Israel's definition, that being one which is only temporary, with no guarantees that the genocide.
Ceasefires are always temporary. Like a ceasefire is not the end to the war. Obviously, a ceasefire is temporary. What?
Will end after these temporary pauses. They're not really ceasefires, but in order to frame Hamas as disagreeing with them, that's what they have to call them. The ceasefire that ended up being agreed upon in January was the exact same ceasefire that Hamas had agreed to over 6 months prior.
No, it wasn't. It didn't involve Israel staying in the Philadelphia corridor in the first phase. Israel has a lot more control over the Strip in this deal than they did in the previous one. The differences are quite superficial for well, not superficial, but they're not that massively pronounced for that much fighting. You'd think the fighting would have put Israel in a more strong negotiating position, but no, he's incorrect to say that it's the exact same one that Hamas accepted. Hamas accepted Biden's proposal after making a bunch of changes, and then that was the one ceasefire, the one in July, where the Americans admitted that they could have done better to push Israel to accept it. Like, in every other ceasefire, they blamed Hamas for tanking it, but for that one in particular, it was not pursued as aggressively by the Americans because of the election. They were anticipating the election. But no, that framing from Noah is not correct.
Israel continually sabotaged these negotiations, but if you read any of these mainstream outlets, you wouldn't know that, not until the very end of
According to who sabotaging all of these negotiations? Because the only people we hear from these negotiations are Qatari mediators, Egyptian mediators, and they'll usually tell you what Hamas people said, and from the Israeli government and from the Americans. Like, which side exactly are we believing when we try to say what's happening, with whose fault it is that there's just not a ceasefire happening?
These articles, at least. The latest reporting on these negotiations continued this trend of misleading coverage, such as this story from early February. The majority of the article, headline included, frames Hamas as the instigator to a potential ceasefire failure. However, both independent observers and Israeli officials themselves acknowledged that it was actually Israel who had already broken the terms of the ceasefire agreement immediately after it was implemented. To anyone with a brain and eyes, this would be apparent given the evidence we have of these violations, but because these outlets didn't show the evidence we have immediately themselves to a potential ceasefire.
Imperiled as Netanyahu threatens to resume fighting. Is he talking about the current one? He's talking about the current one. Is he? Hang on. Gaza cease. It could be the November one, actually. Ceasefire imperiled as Netanyahu threatens. No, this is from this year. This is from this year. This is because, oh god, the way people play propaganda with ceasefires is so fucking horrible. Both of them do it as well. Israel asked for an extension to phase 1 of the ceasefire to continue hostage exchanges. That's what Israel wanted to do. Hamas wants to jump to phase 2. So basically, both sides get to accuse the other one of rejecting ceasefire, right? Because Israel isn't wanting to negotiate into phase 2 just yet, and Hamas doesn't want to extend phase 1. So both sides gets to accuse the other one of like hamstringing. It's so stupid. Ugh. They deserve each other, Netanyahu and whoever's in charge of Hamas now. What the fuck?
Failure. However, both independent observers and Israeli officials themselves acknowledged that it was actually...
They said that Hamas claims were accurate. But Kogat, the Israeli military unit that oversees aid deliveries, said in a written response that Hamas's accusations were completely false. Which accusations? Mohammed Sinwar. Hang on. Is this from the same article? Why is he... That doesn't really say what he's saying it says. Where's the detail? Claims? Where? It's from this. Here. Why is Israel wanting to extend phase 1 valid? Why is I wanting to extend phase 1 valid? Because phase 2 has not really been negotiated at all. And it's probably valid because phase 2, as it stands now, just allows Hamas to rebuild, I think. I don't think the Israelis really want that. Because if Hamas rebuilds, especially when they keep saying we want to do October 7th again, who's that going to help? The current standoff stems in part from Hamas's accusation that Israel has not upheld its promises for the first phase. This is true in one place that I know, which is that Israel hasn't pulled out of the Philadelphia corridor. They were supposed to pull out of the Philadelphia corridor on the last day of phase 1. They were supposed to, they're supposed to start their pullout on the last day, but they haven't done that. So that's probably what they're talking about there. Israel is required to send hundreds of thousands of tents into Gaza, a promise Hamas says Israel has not kept. 3 official... Oh, so this is the claim, okay. This isn't about necessarily tanking the ceasefire, but... Okay. So I think Noah's kind of simplified that too much.
Israel, who had already broken the terms of the ceasefire agreement immediately after it was implemented. To anyone with a brain and eyes, this would be apparent given the evidence we have of these violations, but because these outlets didn't show their readers that and also prioritize the input of party committing genocide, this citation here is crucial for its readers. They need to see this to understand what's happening. But the New York Times waited to mention it until 9 paragraphs in, like basically the end of the article. This is a textbook example of bearing the lead, but it also goes beyond that into just a lie, right? The entire article is framed in precisely the opposite way of what this confirmed fact revealed. If the Times weren't...
What confirmed fact did you just show? Is Noah not going to mention that the extension of phase 1 is still on the table? It is. Okay. There's too much information for him. He can't handle it.
Weren't running cover for a genocide, the headline of this article would read, Israel violates ceasefire, confirmed...
It's so fucking mental that even like, because people who are even more liberal people who are defensive of Israel will say the opposite about the New York Times. They'll say that the New York Times is using like their lack of military experience and commenting on the war in a way that's like irresponsible and shit. When they were talking about changed terms. An extension of phase 1 is de facto just an acceptance of a temporary ceasefire. Yeah, but who has more bargaining power now? It depends on what you think is like, if Hamas are put into the position where they should accept an extension of phase 1 and then just, I don't know, like, should they accept an extension of phase 1 or just go back to fighting? I would probably accept an extension of phase 1. The problem is that like the big elephant in the room here is that Hamas are still thinking, give up all leverage and get killed or just get killed. Tough choice. Okay. Maybe Hamas should just do one of two things, okay? I don't know why people think this is like a difficult concept. 1, stop trying to destroy Israel and say you're going to stop for a start, okay? 2, just give power. If you can't do one, just give up power to someone else. Embrace the Egyptian plan and just be like, yeah, you want to take over reconstruction and governance and put it in the hands of people who are not quite so fucking retarded, then yeah, go for that. And let the Hamas leaders live out the rest of their days with their fucking buddies in Qatar, in a fucking 5-star hotel in a jacuzzi, with all the money that they stole from their own people. The Egyptian plan was naysayed by Israel and the US. Yeah, why, Sulfur? Why? Because the Egyptian plan doesn't say anything about what to do about Hamas. Of course they don't support that. That's the problem. That's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that either you end the war, in which case Hamas just rebuilds and starts again, which is what they will do, which is what they've said they will do, or Hamas gets replaced. If Hamas doesn't want to get replaced, then you have to keep fighting them until they're replaced. And I'm sorry, I'm running out of alternatives to this proposal. Unless you want to give Gaza back to Hamas for another 20 years and just hope they do it differently. Even though they've told you they won't. I don't know, what do we think? What do we think? The issue is that the parties willing to replace them all have some Palestinian state as the demand for doing so. We can get to that, but the problem now is that the parties who are willing to replace Hamas are not willing to sign off on the fact that Hamas has to go, and Hamas will not go unless they are defeated militarily and politically. But yeah, if Israel gets rid of Hamas and actually leaves the space in Gaza for a new force to come in and take over, then yeah, then the ball is completely in their court, and then people like Egypt get to take all the moral and like superiority in the world, because they can say like, okay, Hamas are not threatening you anymore, they're done, like this is what you wanted, now what next? Like, but they're not really in that position right now, because Hamas have basically shown the world through these hostage exchanges that they are still good to go, and it doesn't really help. It doesn't really help the ceasefire negotiations. It doesn't really help the ceasefire negotiations if Hamas keeps on using these fucking hostage exchanges to flex and showcase their will to keep on fighting. Egypt's proposal is insisting on a technocratic government and not Hamas. Show me that. Where did they say not Hamas? What? They did not say not Hamas. They just didn't say anything about Hamas. They said nothing. They dodged the question. They mentioned, they modeled it on Berlin and Hiroshima. They modeled it on Berlin and Hiroshima, which implies that they want some big bad military to finish the job against Hamas. Like that's because that's how that happened, right? The difference is that Hiroshima and Berlin obviously got fucking pummeled to the point that the people in charge gave up. But we haven't had that in Gaza yet. Oh, shit! Fuck me! Are you vanishing, you piece of shit? Fuck you! Hey! Roach! He roached me! We were 2 on 3! Fuck you!
Health warning.
I'm gonna... What the fuck?
Health warning.
That guy tried to roach me.
Health warning.
Yes, I've read the entire 106-page plan.
Warning.
They do not say in the positive or the negative what happens to Hamas.
Health warning.
You can interpret it as keeping Hamas in, or you can interpret it as them leaving. Like, you typed that. Oh. Oh, okay.
By Israeli officials. Probably the most insane example of this sort of thing is the following headline, once again from the New York Times. Lebanon ceasefire.
Oh, okay. Pre-watch, he hasn't read the ceasefire terms. He doesn't know that Israel was given, because Hezbollah were so fucked, that Israel actually had the right. Israel had the right to carry on hitting Hezbollah if they thought that they weren't being appropriately dealt with by the UN and by the Lebanese army. Yeah, shit.
Appears to hold despite Israeli strike. If Israel struck, they violated the ceasefire. The ceasefire...
No, that's not the terms of the ceasefire. You haven't read the ceasefire, Noah. Sorry, why? Just read the terms of the ceasefire. Also, a strike, or even a handful of strikes isn't incompatible with a ceasefire. That's not incompatible at all. Some ceasefires can mean not a return to full-scale hostilities, like they say, full-scale fighting. But even there, where is the where did I take the ceasefire terms? I need to understand that what just happened was a big LSF clip, but unfortunately I can't. Oh. But my clipping option is on. My channel just isn't letting me do it anyway. Where is it? Is it this one? Oh, yeah, this is it. Let me clip chimp you. Yeah. Reserves. The letter is reported to note that should the terms of the agreement be broken in southern Lebanon, Israel reserves the right to act at any time. Where was the... Is this the full text? Where's the... This is the US side letter. Yeah. Israel has the right to act in response to threats from inside Lebanon in accordance with international law, which would mean a strike. So yes, the ceasefire can still hold with a strike. Because unfortunately, Hezbollah, and I guess Noah won't mention this, were not supposed to move people into the south with military installation, with military equipment, and they did anyway.
Not
That's
hold.
why.
Israel violated it. It's just
Wow.
absurd. The genocide is referred to almost exclusively as...
It's just absurd. It's absurd that this thing I don't understand is not going in the way that I'd expect it to.
As the Israel-Hamas war. Like the Nazi Holocaust, Israel's genocide
Whoa.
in Gaza has been conducted under the pretext of war, but the genocide aspect, of which there is, again...
The pretext of war. The only difference is that when the Jews were rounded up, they were literally not doing anything. They did nothing. There's lots of differences, but okay.
broad consensus has taken place is omitted from this framing. Every single article that mentions this so-called war should be immediately citing the expert consensus that it really is not just a war, that it's a genocide. That doesn't happen, though. Trump recently made a number of statements explicitly supporting U.S. assistance to the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, including land development by U.S. companies. One tool I found helpful to compare these differences in this sort of coverage is Ground News, who are also the sponsor of today's video.
Hey.
The coverage from right-wing outlets such
I love it when people that don't even read articles support Ground News. It's so funny. Is it not? Where's the curiosity? That's the weird thing. I don't understand where the curiosity is. Like, does he not see that headline and think, okay, does ceasefire actually mean that under no conditions can you fire a single shot? Is that what a ceasefire has always meant in military history? What are the terms of the ceasefire? Like, what was the Israeli strike? Like, was there a violation on the other end that the strike was actually justified in response to? Like, where's the sense of curiosity? Or do you just see it and think, you said ceasefire, but there was a fire. Rip. Okay. Fucking Shill supports Ground News, just watches Al Jazeera for everything. Like, fuck me.
Which is Red State, frames the comments as explicitly positive. Trump and Netanyahu unveiling a bold plan for Gaza and peace. On Ground News, this outlet has a low factuality tag, which means that they often omit key details. Some liberal to left-leaning outlets like New York Magazine, an outlet with a high factuality label indicating they typically rely on well-researched reporting,
Sorry, is this what you guys just cited me, Emberman and Sulfur? For the purpose of managing the upcoming phase in accordance with a Palestinian decision, the Gaza Administration Committee will be established to manage Gaza's affairs for a transitional period of 6 months. This committee is an independent body comprised of technocrats and non-factional figures working under the umbrella of the Palestinian government. Working under the umbrella of the Palestinian government. Under the umbrella of the Palestinian government. Comes within the framework of preparations for the full return of the Palestinian National Authority, the PNA. This does not completely exclude Hamas, like it doesn't. A non-factional body for the administration committee to be overseeing the transitional period, that's not the same as saying that Hamas will be completely gone. This is not what that says. A lot of these institutions that Hamas still runs are Palestinian Authority institutions or PNA institutions. And also, it's a bit more telling that they don't even talk about. So why not counter it instead of saying no? I did. Did I just point that out? Because you can say Palestinian Authority in this case is not you but them. Oh, because chat's stupid. I don't know. Same with the police as well. They talk about training Palestinian police personnel, but obviously the Palestinian police institution, which was a P&A institution, is still run by Hamas.
Explicitly call Trump's proposed plan a case of ethnic cleansing. Other left-leaning outlets centered the extreme nature of his language in the headlines, such as The Intercept, with an article titled, "Trump, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip," or the proposed plan's effect on Palestinians, like Middle East Eye, with their article headlined, "We'll own it. Trump wants to make Gaza a holiday hub without Palestinians." Ground News is an app and website that lets you compare media coverage across political biases while calculating each source's reliability so you can see how framing shapes public perception from sources around the world. Without understanding the different biases behind the news you read, you might not realize how skewed the narrative is. Unlike other platforms, Ground News is independent and nonpartisan, so they have no stake in promoting any agenda, just the facts and how those facts are presented. It's not always about how a story is spun, but equally important, as we've seen, is the information that other platforms choose to leave out.
Okay, here's a concession, okay? Just thinking. Let's say that the Egyptian piece, their proposal actually does completely exclude Hamas from any form of future government. Like, they're just gone. But then it also, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not misremembering, does it say that they should return to hostilities then? Why don't they propose for Hamas to leave? Because Egypt's stance is that they condemn the war. They condemn the war in Gaza. And they want to maintain the ceasefire. So they're saying like, oh yeah, we want to rebuild Gaza. We're not going to mention Hamas. We're not going to say get rid of them. We're not going to say they're going to be part of the future government. But we're also going to say we want to keep the ceasefire. It's like, so you want to keep the ceasefire, you want to go rebuild Gaza, Hamas are still there, they still have a monopoly over the means of violence in Gaza from the Palestinian end. Is it just incoherent then? Is that because it's one or the other. One is that it doesn't answer the question of what happens with Hamas and kind of strongly implies that their presence will at least be tolerated. Or that they're going to have some involvement, or two, it's just incoherent. It's just a complete fucking mess.
Liberal outrage over this story has been almost entirely focused on Trump's comments, but ignores the bigger picture, the fact that it was the Biden administration who made this ethnic cleansing plan possible by facilitating the total annihilation of Gaza, and that it was the Biden administration that proposed this ethnic cleansing plan in the first place. And yet, there's only one source that leads with this crucial piece of context. Ground News made it easy to find this story and have it compared with all the rest. Ground News specifically created their blind spot feed to highlight the stories only picked up by certain politically slanted outlets so you can see the world as it is, not through the partisan narratives these outlets want you to. These are just a few of the ways that Ground News helps me research stories, stay informed, and understand the way information is being presented.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Emboman, but the problem is that if I accept your framing, then that just means that the proposal is incoherent. Because how the fuck do you do that whilst maintaining a ceasefire? Like, how do you do that? It's impossible. What is the reason.com saying that Biden said about the proposal to remove Gazans? It's from October 12th. What did Biden actually say here? Biden, working to set up a humanitarian corridor for Palestinian civilians to flee to Egypt. This is Noah actually, this is from Reason's article. This is the article that Noah was using. Biden's failed proposal to remove Palestinians from Gaza. And they link you to this article from October 12th. Push Egypt. See that? Responsible statecraft. It's Biden saying that he wants to set up a humanitarian corridor. You're equating Trump expelling, willingly or not, 2 million people from Gaza with Biden wanted to have a humanitarian corridor for people to flee willingly. Noah, stop getting Trump elected. Please. You cannot stop treating these people like they're this fucking same. Jesus Christ. Ground news. Oh, I hate him so much. This is why Trump won. It's not, but fuck me. It doesn't help. Doesn't help at all. Should he not have done this? Should he have said, yeah, Egypt, leave your doors closed. Don't let people flee. What the fuck? Too many windows open.
The world as it is, not through the partisan narratives these outlets want you to. These are just a few of the ways that Ground News helps me research stories, stay informed, and understand the way information is being presented is just as important as the information itself. I highly recommend checking it out. For a limited time, you can get the same all-access Vantage plan I use for 40% off. It's just $5 a month for a platform that actually encourages you to think for yourself. Go to ground.news/Noah or scan this QR code to sign up today. Thanks again to Ground News for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to the video. When Israelis and top Israeli officials participated in the right to rape high factuality label, indicating they typically rely on well-researched reporting, did explicitly call Trump's proposed plan a case of ethnic cleansing. Other left-leaning outlets centered the extreme nature of his language.
I just want to see how he characterized Biden's proposal.
The headlines, such as The Intercept, with an article titled "Trump, the U.S. will take," with their article headlined "News is an app and is reliable." Banning the different other platforms, Ground News is independent and nonpartisan, so they have no stake in promoting any agenda, just the facts and how those facts are presented. It's not always about how a story is spun, but equally important, as we've seen, is the information that other platforms choose to leave out. Liberal outrage over this story has been almost entirely focused on Trump's comments, but ignores the bigger picture, the fact that it was the Biden administration who made this ethnic cleansing plan possible by facilitating.
Oh, I hate him so much. Fuck me. Oh God, this is what happens. Fuck, like you're just just destroying the opposition to fucking fascism. Like, oh fuck.
The total annihilation of Gaza, and that it was the Biden administration that proposed this ethnic cleansing plan in the first place. And yet, there's only one.
No, he didn't. This is your source.
One source that leads with this crucial piece of
information. He's doing this whilst promoting a fucking platform. He's promoting a platform that tells you how to read news responsibly. And you go to the article. This is his process. Trump revives Biden's failed proposal to remove Palestinians from Gaza. Well done, Matthew Petty. You go down. Okay, where's the Biden administration's plan? Here, tried to push Egypt to accept a mass exodus. Okay. What did Biden actually say? He's working to set up a humanitarian corridor for civilians to flee to Egypt. It was the Egyptians who dismissed it as a mass exodus, obviously because Egyptians wanted to charge extortionate fees for people to flee Gaza, which they did. I think 100,000 people from Gaza have fled into Egypt, maybe a bit over. But they had to pay a shitload of money to do it. Holy shit. Can we get a Ground News fact check on that one, please, guys? Get a Ground News fact check. This incredibly crucial piece of information. Fuck me. Can this guy can he not just go back to shitting on Fresh and Fit or whatever? They're easy. You don't have to read that many articles to have a go at them.
Of context. Ground News made it easy to find this story and have it compared with all the rest. Ground News specifically created their blind spot feed to highlight the stories only picked up by certain politically slanted outlets so you can see the world as it is, not through the partisan narratives these outlets want you to. These are just a few of the ways that Ground News helps me research stories, stay informed, and understand the way information is being presented is just as important as the information itself. I highly recommend checking it out. For a limited time, you can get the same all-access Vantage plan I use for 40% off. It's just $5 a month for a platform that...
If anyone wants to edit that section just there that we just did, finding out his source for Biden's ethnic cleansing plan, and find out that it was a humanitarian corridor proposal, nothing like what Trump suggested. Can we... if someone wants to get us a clip for that bit, that'll be a good little highlight, I think. That's probably the only content I want to make out of this entire React. We're only halfway through the video. Oh no. Fuck. And I'm also being very precarious.
That actually encourages you to think for yourself. Go to ground.news/Noah or scan this QR code to sign up today. Thanks again to Ground News for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to the video. When Israelis and top Israeli officials participated in the right to rape protests we talked about earlier, protesting the Israeli right to rape and murder Palestinian hostages, these events were summarized by the New York Times as unrest. They were framed around the protest's effect on the party that was doing the protest, that is, again, the right to rape protest, and not on the fact that Israeli guards raped a Palestinian hostage, it was captured on video, and that the case was clear-cut enough that they actually called for an investigation for once, unlike 99% of previous cases of the IDF abusing, raping, torturing, and murdering Palestinians. In this article, the guards' actions against the Palestinian hostage are described vaguely and passively as just abuse, and it is not revealed until the very end of the article that the abuse took the form of the guards raping the man with an object. The follow-up story on the prosecution of these soldiers uses this same disgusting framing. Rape with an object is whitewashed in the headline and most of the article as simply just being abuse. This is yet another case of the framing of false neutrality, as this quote-unquote divide between the Israeli right and the Israeli left in this article doesn't actually exist. In reality, all that divide means is that the Israeli right are pro-rape and murder of Palestinian detainees, and the Israeli left thinks it makes their country look bad. There's no real debate.
You heard it, guys. You heard it there, Israeli leftists in chat. The only reason you oppose rape of Palestinian detainees is because it makes Israel look bad, okay? He told you. He's speaking to you guys right now. He knows you because he watched his favorite Corey Gilshuster clips.
Debate going on here. A personal favorite of mine for its sheer absurdity was an article from the New York Times called "It Can Be Lonely to Have Middle-of-the-Road Opinions on the Middle East," which focused on college students that were seeking space for nuanced perspectives on the Israel-Hamas war. The perspective presented in this article is one-sided. They talk about extremism in student movements, but the only example they give for this point is that of the extremist Palestinian activists. The New York Times calls it a war with no reference to the numerous credible allegations of genocide. It's harder to justify having a conversation about nuanced opinions of genocide, so they just call it a war. There's no nuance in genocide. There's nothing progressive about genocide. This tendency to falsely frame a genocide with neutrality will often slip into outright endorsement. Recall Israel's pager terrorist attack in Lebanon when they detonated over 1,000 pagers rigged with explosives.
Like, you could not get more accurate against an organization that embeds in civilian areas, in urban environments, not least of all. You could not get a more accurate strike of that size, and these guys call it fucking terrorism. These pagers were designed to explode so that they would only hit the person holding them, not the person even like 2 feet away from them, as is shown in this video. Hezbollah admitted that most of the people who got injured by these pagers were their own operatives, their own fires. Even the guy who was portrayed in the news as the doctor, Hezbollah claimed him as well. I think like 37, 38 people died that day. And I think 34 of them were Hezbollah. It's just like, you could not get more precise in a strike. You could not get more limiting of collateral damage in a strike against an entity that, again, is trying to destroy you. And it's just fucking mental, man. I don't know if you guys saw this as well, but Hezbollah claimed most of the dead in the entire confrontation with Israel as well in the last war. (2006) or now? No, this war, the one that just passed. Yeah. What was the death toll for this? Like 5,000, 6,000 or something? Hezbollah claimed 4,000. They said they may have lost up to 4,000 people. The Iran-backed group, Hezbollah. But it's still terrorism. Okay. Like, this was the largest non-state military in the world, and they just got absolutely fucking annihilated to the point that they had to accept a ceasefire that still allows Israel to shoot at them. A ceasefire that allowed Israel to reserve the right, even if, just because they thought that the Lebanese army wasn't quick enough to deal with it, or UNIFIL. It led to Hezbollah accepting that guy, Aoun, Joseph Aoun, from becoming the president, and a prime minister that they didn't want either. Like, they just got fucked on so many different ways because they were so militarily defeated, and it's still terrorism. Okay.
This was a widespread mass terrorist attack that indiscriminately targeted civilians and left hundreds dead and permanently.
Okay. Holy shit. Can't pause enough. Every sentence is fucking mental. Indiscriminately target civilian. What the fuck does that mean? You target civilians or you're indiscriminate. Were those pagers, like, yeah, the pagers killed like 30 or 40 people. Most of them were Hezbollah fighters, and they were put on the Maqawama website, like right on the day. Brought to you by Ground News. How did it prevent Aoun? I'm genuinely curious. Hezbollah would usually use their couple of dozen members of parliament or allies to walk out when they were supposed to vote in a new president. So the president in Lebanon has to be a Maronite, and they're chosen by the parliament. The parliament votes, but they need to get over a certain threshold to actually make them the president. Hezbollah were instrumental in deadlocking because usually there's like one Maronite who's pro-Hezbollah, and they'll try to get him to win, but their guy wasn't getting enough to win. So what Hezbollah would do is they would use their voting power to just walk out of the sessions to prevent anyone becoming president. But because they were so militarily defeated, and by extension politically defeated in the fighting with Israel, that they turned up to cast their votes, even though the president who got into office is anti-Hezbollah. So they no longer had the bargaining power to hold up the Lebanese process for becoming president. And then that president nominated a guy who is not a Hezbollah favorite for the prime minister, who is a Sunni. Make sense? Lebanon's complicated. Yeah, it's a very strange country.
Injured and disfigured, including a number of children.
أول شيء أنا كنت إنه قاعد عم بلعب على التليفون وهي إنه فجرت الساعة 3 إنه قبل ما أنا أحملها عم بلعب على التليفون هيك صارت ترن غريبة أنا إنه قمت حملتها.
I think so the number of injuries from these pagers was a few thousand, a couple of thousand. The two of the deaths were children, yeah. Unfortunately. One of them was, I don't know about both of them, but I know one of them was, one of them was, it was her dad was the Hezbollah operative. Because yeah, these pagers were sold to Hezbollah operatives. Like, that's what they were for. The purpose of those pagers was to activate Hezbollah fighters. They were not civilian items.
Health warning.
They were literally marketed for their sturdiness so they could go to Hezbollah fires. Like, yeah, people knew that's where they were. But I think in one case, that 8-year-old who died, it was her dad's pager who was going off because he was the Hezbollah operative. So she went into the kitchen, I think, to grab the pager when it was beeping, and then it exploded in her hand and killed her. I feel like there is space to critique a parent who gives a kid their terror network communicator. Yep. Doesn't mean the kid deserved to die, but I think that's kind of obvious.
حطيت لي ايرور وسهم انه عشان اكبس اوكي والضوء صار يغبش على الاخر يعني عشان نقربها على عيوننا انا قربت عشان نشوف شو فيه بس فقعت ما عرفت شيء.
Among those murdered was Fatima Abdullah, a 9-year-old.
This is the one. Oh, she was 9. Okay. I thought she was 8. This is the one who her dad was a Hezbollah operative. It was his pager. Is that boy the one other child? No, I believe 2 kids died. One got, and that one was the injured one. That's the ones that I know about. That's entirely on the parents. No, it's not. Like, at the end of the day, like, you have to own that position if you're going to. Like, the Mossad, or whoever was behind the actual strike, Netanyahu approved it, didn't he? They made a decision. Like, if you're going to do a strike on a group like Hezbollah, you accept that some people you kill are going to be civilians. And by extension, some of them are going to be children. Like, yeah, they accepted that. They accepted that that was their collateral, and they did it. Like, it was their decision to do it, yeah. They just decided that it was worth the military advantage. Because what it did was that it completely incapacitated like over 1,500 Hezbollah fighters, and they admitted that, put them out of action forever, basically. And it also destroyed their communication. Which meant they were completely disorientated, which made it easier for Israel to attack them, because communication is pretty important for Hezbollah, since so much of what they do involves moving rocket launch sites around the either the towns or in the countryside, like very quickly, so that they don't get caught. Yeah, war ain't pretty. Yeah. But as far as civilian to combatant, like this particular attack, it's like, it's as accurate as you can get. Like, no airstrike is going to get you closer to this for civilian casualties, right? Nor is any ground invasion. The problem is that the quiet part, which Noah is very maliciously avoiding, because he's just making it look like he cares about the kids or whatever. The fact is that there is no strike against Hezbollah that would be acceptable to these people, because they want Hezbollah to win. Like, if you take everything Noah just says about Israel, okay, and Israeli society, then they have a valid, then they shouldn't be able to defend themselves. They should just allow Hezbollah to fire at them with as much as they have. They should just allow all 200,000 rockets to come their way, and all the long-range missiles and all the drones, just let them come in and fuck you up. Like, that's the problem. But he won't own that position because that's not good propaganda. That's actually like that's buying a difficult bullet. But like, no one's like, is anyone denying that? Like, is it not really, really obvious? Like, he wants Hezbollah to win. It's the only logical conclusion of what he's saying. Do we know the rank or position of the people that Hezbollah hit? The fear would be hitting people in the political wing or reservists and ex-militants. There's a gray area there. It's nothing beyond. So tell me about reservists. If you're a reservist, do you have a pager on you? Do you have like a headset, or like do you have like a piece of military equipment that's ready to? Because I thought reservists when they get called up. I don't know. When a reservist gets called up, what does that mean? Does that mean they get activated like on the day? I don't think it does, right? If you're carrying a pager, it's very unlikely you're a reservist, right? Because the point of that pager was to activate them. If you get called up as a reservist, though, so they call you, but then what happens after that when they call you up? Do you go in for like, is there any kind of like re-induction, or is there any like what? Do you have to go in and get armed and all that? Because like the point of a reservist is that there's a very clear delineation between you've finished your reservist duty and then you've gone off to integrate into civilian life. But I think with Hezbollah, the way that they operate, even across their political and military wing, is like you shapeshift like almost every day, or like you can just like within the space of a few minutes. Like it's like people get activated like very instantaneously, because I know this happened when. I can't remember what's their government structure. You got like the Shura Council, and they oversee the military wing and the political wing and the welfare administration. But there was this whole, I need to remember what the actual structure is, but I think it's the Shura Council on top, and then everything else is just like delineated straight from them. It's not like you've got these completely like separate ministries. So it was the case when the European Union or European countries, they they tried to do this thing where you prescribe Hezbollah as a terrorist organization, but they tried to delineate. So America just calls all of Hezbollah a terror organization, but Hezbollah in the European countries, they designated Hezbollah's military wing as a terrorist organization, but not the political wing. And then I think a Hezbollah official actually laughed at them for it because of how they argued there's no distinction. Where can I find that, actually? It was in that book. It was actually a book by someone who's fairly sympathetic to them. Who was the official who said that? I know the Washington Institute made that argument. It was 2013 when it happened. No, this is just an opinion piece from it. Fuck, I don't remember when I find the quote. There is a quote though. Oh, it was Naim Qassem. That was who it was. The guy who's the current Secretary General. 2011, he said this. Can someone give me the context of the quote? Again, I don't know how much of this is just rhetoric. But yeah, this was in response to the EU trying to separate the military wing from the political one, because the way that their government structure works, it's not like there are separate wings. That's not entirely how it works, but I don't think that instantaneously makes everyone a militant. But yeah, Hezbollah spokesman and deputy secretary, he is now currently the Secretary General, repeatedly denied the existence of any separation between the two, asserting we don't have a military wing and a political one. We don't have Hezbollah on the one hand and the resistance party on the other. Yeah, this is like, Hezbollah denies the idea that there's like a distinct civilian element to them that's completely separate from the resistance. But I don't know, that could just be rhetoric.
Old girl. At her funeral, as well as other funerals with large crowds of people, Israel detonated more of these explosives.
That distinction exists for Hamas. Yes, the Hamas government, they have like a Ministry of Interior, they've got like a Ministry of fucking Islamic values or whatever, then they've got the Al-Qassam Brigades wing. Hamas are much more distinct. So they do have like, Hamas does have civilian members. I don't know if the IDF actually acknowledges that though, or they acknowledge it, but I don't know if they treat it that way. But yeah, Hamas, their structure is a lot more distinct because they behave a lot more like a normal, ironically, they behave more like a normal government. Yeah.
Despite this being a child-killing and maiming indiscriminate terrorist attack in violation of international law,
when people cite international laws they have no understanding of, oh God. They're a whole ass government. Yeah. Can't argue with that. Where is it? I can't ever remember where I keep the fucking video. Here. It is prohibited to use booby traps or other devices in the form of apparently harmless portable objects which are specifically designed and constructed to contain explosive material. A booby trap is a device that you trigger, like, that isn't detonated from outside. A booby trap is like you open a door and it explodes. Those pagers were not booby traps. And actually, even this convention on, what's it called? Oh God. The 1980 convention, it's the Convention on Non-Conventional Weapons or something stupid. Or is it the Convention on Conventional Weapons? The one oh, Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. There we go. Where's the full text of it? Give it to me. Booby trap means any device or material which is designed, constructed, or adapted to kill or injure, which functions unexpectedly when a person disturbs or approaches an apparently harmless object and performs an apparently safe act. So it was not functioning unexpectedly when a person disturbs it. It was the explosions were triggered from the Israeli side, which is not booby trapping. But they also, even here, where is it where they have the exemptions? Is it this one or is it an elaborative one? It's prohibited. I looked through this so much when you debated Westside Tyler. Yeah, it's in the Convention for Conventional Weapons. Yeah. It's one where they talk about all the different military areas. I think one of them was even headsets. Where was it? This was before I was Obsidian noting absolutely everything. Or maybe I did. No, I did do this one, didn't I? Pager. Hezbollah Israel, was that it? Did I make a separate one? It's not about it being against civilians. It's this. Additional Protocol 2. Actually, Protocol 2, the same thing that Noah's using. Without prejudice to the provisions of Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons to which this article applies in any city, town, village, or other area containing a similar concentration of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place or does not appear to be imminent, unless either, they are placed on or in the close vicinity of a military objective, which is a Hezbollah operative. That's a military objective. Measures taken to protect civilians from their effects. For example, the posting of warning sentries, the issue of warnings, or the prison offenses. So the threshold here, it even says or. Apparently you don't even need to do this. Okay. This would be making sure that they only hit the person who's holding them. So I feel like they crossed both of those about as well as they could. I don't know. Yeah, don't do this. Don't just grab some random fucking thing and act as if like that proves your case. These laws are complicated.
Being a child-killing and maiming indiscriminate terrorist attack in violation of international law, in Western liberal media it was presented as a cool James Bond-style operation. It was described using words like ambitious, sophisticated, and daring.
The Israeli spy agency Mossad launched one of the most daring and sophisticated deceptions in the history of counterintelligence.
An extraordinary act of espionage. Yep. An example of Israel's technological prowess.
I mean, it definitely was all those things. It was. Like, I'm sorry. And it's tragic that civilians died. But this is still also all true. Especially considering that there's, like, it's as discriminate as you can get against Hezbollah. Because of how they fight. Hezbollah does not want to meet Israel out in the field in fucking tanks, right? They don't want to do that. They want to fight this way.
According to the New York Times, the attack restored the aura of Israel's intelligence agencies. Whoa. Before covering the attack, these outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's U.S. designation as a terrorist organization. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, guys. They were just terrorists. Nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad. We are good. Mission accomplished. And of course...
I mean, I thought they were terrorists. But when you say it like that, I'm actually kind of reconsidering my entire position. Because you said that in a really goofy, mocking voice, and now I'm like, I don't know what to think anymore.
as we've touched on a couple times, lying by omission. That's another thing. With every previous example, you see it. The Israeli hostages receive wall-to-wall coverage with no mention of the fact that the majority of the deaths of these hostages were a product of the Israeli military through airstrikes or firing on hostages while they were waving white flags, or that on October 7th, Israel issued the Hannibal Directive, killing likely many hundreds of its own civilians.
Source! Hannibal Directive has never been about civilians. It's always been about soldiers. And it's not someone's been kidnapped, kill them. It's that you have permission to engage in an operation to save them by any means, even if it risks killing them. That's the Hannibal Directive. It's about a risk. And it's controversial. I guess the whole debate is whether or not you want to switch a soldier for 1,000 Hamas guys who have committed murder in the past and would commit it again if they were released because they wouldn't get held in a Palestinian jail. It's never been about killing civilians, not least of all hundreds. Source, you fucking liar. Source, why? Why would you do that? Did Ground News tell you that? They didn't. The IDF probe found that they found one person who was killed by helicopter fire, once Israeli hostage, because they were in a vehicle with Hamas guys being taken back to Gaza. And then there was the 13 people who were killed in the kibbutz by the tank, which was not Hannibal Directive. I don't think there's any evidence that that tank fire was because of Hannibal Directive. Could have been a mistake, could have been recklessness, could have been a very shitty soldier. Maybe he's going to tell us.
As a matter of official policy. One of the really
hundreds
effective propaganda strategies that results from these lies by omissions comes in the case of genocide allegations. Western outlets rarely, if ever, actually mention the numerous allegations of genocide levied against Israel. The few times that they do, they're often brief, unspecific, and accompanied with equivocation or lengthy citations of Israel's defense against the allegations. When the New York Times covered the Amnesty International genocide report, the subheading immediately backtracks into running cover for Israel. Israel rejected the charge, the first of its kind by a major human rights organization, saying it was based on lies.
He really has it out for the New York Times, eh? Gosh.
The Times went on to spend more of the article sharing the IDF's defense against the allegations than any of the findings from the actual report. Amnesty International gave us
Why don't you talk about the findings of the report then, Noah? Why don't you tell us why they're why you find them strong?
100 pages of facts about genocide. Israel says that they're just lies. I guess we'll never know what happened here. That's not journalism, that's propaganda. When Human Rights Watch released their report accusing Israel of committing crimes against humanity and genocide through its deliberate deprivation of access to clean drinking water, readers of the New York Times wouldn't have heard about that because the New York Times just didn't report it. That's one of the top human rights organizations in the world, accusing the #1 ally of the most powerful country in the world of the crime of all crimes. And they just forgot? No, they didn't forget. The editorial staff at the New York Times knows that they've helped this. They know that they are complicit in this. So any chance they get to just sort of forget to mention something as consequential as a genocide allegation from the leading human rights group in the world, they'll do it. Of course they will. This tracks with the BBC's repeated genocide denial, evident in repeated incidents.
It's you know, again, the fact that both sides are so mind fucked on this conflict is like how do both sides think the BBC is like wanting to genocide them? How does that happen? The last time I heard people talk about the BBC was those Israelis were fucked off because there was like a documentary. What even happened there? There was a documentary, and I think it turned out one of the guys in it was or behind it was a Hamas guy, and the BBC didn't mention that. So they allowed a Hamas guy basically to propagandize in a documentary without telling you that he was a Hamas guy. And now we've got, and people are also saying that the BBC doesn't call Hamas terrorists, even though they call everyone else terrorists, like Taliban and shit. So what's the other side of it now?
instances of reporters condemning or correcting guests for using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in Gaza.
Israel would deny that a genocide is taking place, saying that it is defending its right to exist. Its very existence, indeed, they would say, is under threat. So there are obviously two sides to this.
This whole issue of right of self-defense has allowed Israel to inflict the mass murder and mass destruction, what the ICJ now describe as plausible genocide. This
Can I
is
just
not,
say,
this is not an act of
you know what I'm going to have to say. I'm going to say Israel denies that. They say that they were in pursuit of Hamas terrorists who hid behind their own people.
This is a genocide happening in front of our eyes.
This is bad. This is propagandistic journalism to you? Okay.
That word is, as you know, incredibly emotive, and the Israelis, as you know, will be saying that they are targeting Hamas only, that they don't target civilians.
Not the truth, unfortunately.
Planned, military incursions.
Yes, but this is not the truth,
yes, civilians are dying.
Civilians are dying, and the way that the bombs are getting dropped, I don't believe are in a targeted way. Nothing from what I'm hearing on the ground suggests that the bombs have been dropped in a targeted way. Our social media manager, all 5 houses around him got blown up. They estimate 100 people were killed in them. Yesterday, his house was the last one remaining in the neighborhood. They leveled an entire neighborhood.
Thank you very much. And I do need to make that qualification, of course, that that it is always denied by the Israelis that genocide is taking place. They say these are
You can tell that the only thing you could have a go at these journalists for is that they're just like, they seem very disinterested. She's not even going to send him the pushback that's like, okay, what? I've never seen mainstream media do this at all, actually, at least from the liberal side, is to say, you're aware that Hamas, like, literally tells people in Gaza that they're forbidden to talk about soldiers who died, that you have to call everyone who died a civilian. That never comes up. That's just a talking point that they never use. Why don't you give the pro-Palestinian side a sloppy on live television? It's propaganda. Okay. Where is... Okay, have I got everything I need here? All right.
Glad I could help.
strategic planned strikes in Gaza and that they are targeting the militant group Hamas.
Like, all she's doing... This is the shittest pushback ever. This is her saying, oh yeah, Israel said that's not true. Really? You think that's propaganda?
But I'm here to let the world know that that's not the case.
Kareem, you've been able to have your say. This is
Thank you,
what the Israelis will always say in response to that.
This effort to whitewash and run cover for the genocide.
God, you're so fucking sensitive, man. Like, this is what I, like... I just... How can you be that... After promoting ground news of all things, like, literally a journalist saying, oh yeah, the other side will dispute that. That's the BBC doing propaganda coverage. Like, what the fuck? Like, what would good coverage be to you? Like Al Jazeera? That's probably, yeah, he wants Qatari state media. Because they have it right. You know, the state media of a fucking country that's built by slaves. Like, yeah, somehow they've got it right.
It has been intentional, of course, and we have the proof. It's been confirmed.
Oh yeah, and also that shelters Hamas. Sorry, forgot about that important detail. The state media of the people who are built by slaves and shelters Hamas, somehow they're the ones who are on the money on this. Just a very strange coincidence. Whoa! I did not know I had all... Whoa! No, I don't use any of these, though. It's only instant that I use. Thank you.
With direct evidence and testimony, with internal newsroom memos from not only the...
Oh, Qatar kicked them out. Well, rip.
You got my attention.
That wasn't that long ago, was it? It's ringing a bell.
BBC, but the New York Times as well. And the last thing to talk about is just atrocity propaganda. One of the primary justifications for the genocide in Gaza is that members of Hamas are not just militants, but that they are monsters, pure evil motivated by nothing more than the sadistic hatred of Jews. This narrative has been fueled by stories of horrors that supposedly took place on October 7th. Hamas burned babies in ovens.
They burnt babies alive?
They put children and burned them to death.
They cut the breasts off of women.
I don't know about babies, but there was a there were children who were in houses that got set on fire. That happened, didn't it? There was the mother there was in an embrace with her child, and they both had like soot in their lungs, which indicates that they were still alive when they were on fire. Okay.
400 women shot in the genitals, their breasts cut off as terrorists played.
Don't listen to anything Rabbi Shmuley says. He's completely insane. Okay.
With their bloody breasts like a football.
They cut off the breasts of women and throw them around.
They beheaded 40 babies.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
They behead children.
They cut the fetus out of the womb of a pregnant woman. They committed a campaign of systematized mass rape.
There is no justification for collective rape.
What happened on October 7th was mass.
Why is he reframing everything like collective rape? That did happen. The UN report said that happened. They didn't say it was mass ordered systematized. He's doing the Hassan thing. He's like reframing what they're saying to make it sound like ridiculous. Okay. Great. Whoa. Is this the right place? Yeah, okay.
Mass, systematic, planned rape and genital mutilation of women.
So she said it. Okay. So Dershowitz didn't say it, but she did. Okay. Reviewed testimonies obtained by journalists and the Israeli police concerning rape, but has not been able to independently verify such allegations due to a lack of access to victims, witnesses, and crime sites, obstruction, unable to review the unedited version of such testimonies. Okay, hang on. I think this is from the exact same report. There's no way that he's got this from the same report. I wonder if, let's double check this is the same. Yeah. What's the context of this? Review testimonies obtained by journalists. He's talking about testimonies obtained by journalists and Israeli police. Okay. Are we going to go to the results of their own fact-finding mission? What the commission actually found themselves, which was the attack enabled perpetrators to commit sexual violence. And it was not isolated, but perpetrated in similar ways in several locations by multiple perpetrators. We're not going to get that bit? That bit's important, no? That bit's very important. This makes it almost sound like, if you just look at these highlighted bits, that makes it sound like they couldn't verify shit. That nothing happened. Okay.
All of these claims are false, complete fabrications, full stop, no credible evidence.
Oh, so he's a rape denier. Nice one. No credible evidence. Whilst posting a segment from a report that has credible evidence, that describes it as credible evidence. Out of interest, is it the same one where you can just... It doesn't let you look at the actual... I have to download it. Rip. Give me find on page. Shit. All right, PDF. Okay, credible. This isn't the same commission. Where's the... This is the one saying that they didn't receive orders. Okay. UN investigation, right, October 7th. This isn't the squirrel screenshot, is it? The squirrel screenshot was actually completely fabricated. This is the one, I think. But they don't have the full report. Why wouldn't they give you the PDF on the UN's own website? This is just a press release. The mission report. I remember the original link for this got deleted. Full PDF, please. It's not this one. Is it? It's this one. Yeah. Wow, can't type. Credible sources described finding murdered individuals, mostly women whose bodies were naked from the waist down, to some totally naked. indication of sexual violence. Credible information based on witness accounts describe an incident of the rape of 2 women by armed elements. This is referring to the other report, to this one, I think. There was sufficient credible and reliable information to make a finding in fact. Okay. As to an incident pattern or trend of conflict-related sexual violence. Credible statements by eyewitnesses, as well as other available information, that there are reasonable grounds to believe that multiple incidents of rape, including gang rape, occurred in and around the Nova Festival site. Credible information was obtained regarding multiple incidents whereby victims were subjected to rape and then killed. Further accounts of individuals who witnessed at least 2 incidents of rape of corpses. Other credible sources described seeing multiple murdered individuals, mostly women, whose bodies were found naked from the waist down. Credible information based on corroborating witness accounts describes an incident involving the rape of 2 women. Credible information about bodies found naked and or tied, in one case gagged. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence. Okay. I love it that people who accuse other people of atrocity denial just do it in the most blatant fucking way possible. How? Why the projection?
Mutilation of women.
All of these claims are false, complete fabrications, full stop. No credible evidence has been provided for any of them. Many were shown to be deliberately fabricated, and despite this, they were spread far and wide and ultimately used as rhetorical justification. And despite this,
he's actually gone through the report as well, which is so gross. Look at this. He's gone through the report that we just looked at, which shows credible witness information about people who were raped, and the conclusion that this happened like in multiple different locations simultaneously in a short space of time in a small area. And he's just found the parts where the more extreme claims, not a discernible pattern of genital mutilation. Is that the only form of sexual violence? He's literally gone through this. Did he just control F, no discernible, or like what the fuck? He's literally just gone through this report and looked for all the things that didn't have substantiation and ignore the ones that do. Do you know the kind of people who do that, right? Like this is what, ironically, this is actually a similar tactic to what Holocaust deniers do, is they will find more extreme claims that often came from witnesses at the time that were harder to substantiate, and they would just cling on to that to try and discredit the entire narrative. This is also actually how right-wingers in Israel, if you want to make a comparison, is how they deny Deir Yassin, is they'll focus on the more controversial elements because so many exaggerations were made at the time by Arab media that they'll just focus on that to discredit the entire story. Even though Deir Yassin was a massacre, what happened was clearly a massacre. There were war crimes committed all over the fucking place, but people will still use the controversial parts like the mass rapes, which didn't happen, or the oven story or something like that, and they'll just focus on those ones to try and discredit everything. And the only way you can actually do that is if you know the whole story. It's really hard to find all those tidbits without knowing that you've skipped over the credible information as well.
Were spread far and wide and ultimately used as rhetorical justification to continue the genocidal onslaught in Gaza. The first major place this narrative broke was Screams Without Words, a front-page New York Times story in late December.
Oh yeah, there was one story in this paper, maybe 2, one for sure, that they've since put an editor's note on because it wasn't verifiable. The guy who said that he saw 2 girls with semen on their back, because the girls that he was talking about were identified somewhere else and not in that way. Everything else that people try to discredit in this article is complete bullshit.
Of 2023, this story came as Israel's actions in Gaza were starting to receive widespread condemnation from the international community. The story was thoroughly debunked. The person who wrote it discredited as being a genocide.
This is the Zay Squirrel shit, isn't it? She liked this fairly long tweet, I think on October 8th or 9th. even though it's interesting because witnesses and family members of victims of October 7th spoke about this person and said that she was like literally trying really, really, really hard to verify like everything. She can have these mad opinions if she wants, or she can have like a massive skew and could definitely have lost her shit during October 7th and liked to tweet like this. But am I going to discredit Noah because he supports Ban Empanada? Well, no, I discredit Noah because his arguments are bullshit, right? Because he speaks a lot, because he lies, right? Because he's a propagandist. Because the things that he says are verifiably fucking stupid. You can't just begin and end your arguments with like, oh, this person like believes this other thing, even if it's something as crazy as this. I want to go back one frame.
The story was...
The mission team was unable to establish the prevalence of sexual violence and concludes that he's illiterate. He's completely fucking illiterate. Was unable to establish the prevalence. Because this was a 2-week fact-finding mission. It even says this doesn't mean anything. This mission team was unable to establish the prevalence, like to say the scale at which it happened, not to say that it didn't happen at all. I can't do it. Oh God. I'm really sorry to whoever has to edit this video. I feel like I want to go through all of it now. I guess we already have. Too many tabs. Too many tabs. Let's close a bunch of these windows. And just, okay. 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 This is the mission report, this is the 23-page document. Okay. Okay. I just want to see what's near it. I want to see what's near this paragraph, because this paragraph isn't telling you anything. Okay. So it's from conclusions. Okay. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during October 7th, 2023 attacks. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, or cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered. With regards to the hostages, the mission team found clear and convincing information, this is like a higher standard than reasonable grounds to believe, that some hostages taken to Gaza have been subjected to various forms of conflict-related sexual violence and has reasonable grounds to believe that such violence may be ongoing. He skips both of those and takes this one because I guess he just didn't read it or read it in a hurry and said the team was unable to establish the prevalence, not the presence, not the existence, the prevalence. Noah.
Was thoroughly debunked. The person who wrote it discredited as...
See that? Did they talk about the prevalence in that New York Times article? Because in that New York Times article, they speak about different instances. They literally talk about witness testimony the same way that the UN report does. They take witness testimony of that guy Raz Cohen. They talk about one of the ladies who was found on the road. They use individual stories. It doesn't debunk anything.
Being a genocidal Zionist with no history of reporting and self-admitting that the New York Times pushed for this story to come to the public despite the lack of credible evidence. The New York Times podcast, The Daily...
Wasn't a lack of credible evidence. It's not what the UN said either.
He shelved the episode due to a lack of credible evidence, but the New York Times never...
That's just a headline from Ryan Grimm. Okay.
retracted the story, which is because they had no real pressure to do so. The false narrative had already prevailed, and that narrative was consistent with the status quo of the American empire, for whom they are running cover. In July of last year, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeated some of these lies in front of Congress. He received a standing ovation. 3 weeks later, the White House approved a $20 billion military aid package to Israel. They explicitly cited Netanyahu's visit as one of their motivations for doing so.
I can't fucking believe he thought this was debunking anything. Oh my God. I know that was actually the prevalence. They even elaborate on what they mean by it. Overall magnitude, scope would require a more fully fledged investigation. Well, since he recommended the Bad and Banana videos, I guess Noah thinks that no rapes happened, or maybe only 1 or 2? Okay.
Atrocity propaganda has consequences. So with that context...
Yeah, I can tell. That's the context. He literally just denied a bunch of... Oh, God. Okay.
Out of the way about the Gaza genocide and its support from the West and within Israel, the broader media system that allowed it to happen, let's now return to Ethan's video. In the content nuke, you can find just about every type of what we just looked at in terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify a genocide. He cites the same sources that these parties cite when they go on stage to legitimize more military killing machinery shipments to Israel.
And October 7, last year, Hamas committed...
Does this fucking idiot really think that they needed rapes to justify going to war with Hamas? Like, no, you dumb fuck. Like, it's the fact that Hamas penetrated into the borders of a sovereign country and killed over 1,000 people. Sorry, maybe they killed like, what, 500? 400 of whom were soldiers, if you take into account the Hannibal kill a bunch of civilians doctrine, which definitely happened, apparently. According to who exactly?
Horrific acts of sexual violence. Cheryl, I thank you for all your work.
Again, so apparently horrific acts of sexual violence. So he's denying all of them. He thinks all of them are fake. Or maybe he'll concede 1 or 2. If he's clever. Like, which is still... I can't believe... He's read the... So he has read the report. Like... He didn't just get a bunch of screenshots from Squirrel, did he? And not read the report, because he's literally like 1 paragraph away from something that completely contradicts what he's saying. Is he intentional? Is he actually, am I actually just watching a scheming cunt right now? Fuck!
To bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film about what happened on October 7.
In his video, Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack.
Oh, is this where we also argue that Ethiopian victims, the Ethiopian refugees who have spoken to human rights organizations, including Human Rights Watch, are they Saudi propagandists as well?
Attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery, when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi take.
Yeah, that was a bit of an L from Ethan. That was a big L. The fact is that the Yemeni government and the Houthis both engage in a form of, like, it would be more trafficking than slavery, or forced labor, but not, I mean, these guys call the fucking American prison system slavery. So yeah, actually it is slavery. Yeah, they both do slavery. Fuck it. Yeah. By their standards, it absolutely is slavery. Also, are child soldiers not slavery? Would that not be a form of slavery to a leftist? Like, because the Houthis do that openly. They'll take pictures of it and brag about it.
Takeover. He spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points.
Can you please send me please play the example? He does not do Nakba denial. He doesn't.
Points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine. Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims.
Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources, different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe. Okay. Why is that false?
Proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation.
There's a UN report that concludes it happened,
which the report itself denies.
It doesn't establish the prevalence. Oh God, it's just that they're just playing so fast and loose with the existence of the word mass, right? Like, do they think these guys literally want to see like 1,000 fucking raped Jews just for it to be mass rape, right? Is that it? Is that what we're going with now? Hassan jump scare. True. Where's the one with the 95.95? I keep fucking losing it. This is not it. It's the other one. Israel. Why are there are two of these UN reports, one of them that goes up to past 95, because that's the one that says it was a pattern. Well, we saw it earlier. I don't know why I have to bring it up again. Is it this one? Did I just click that one twice? Okay. Is it this one? No, this is the 23-page one. There's a longer one. Where's the longer one? That's the New York Times one. Okay. It's in my history, so. This one. It's not even that one. Holy shit. Where's the other one? What the fuck? Following the visit? I don't know. I've lost it. Why have I completely lost it? What the fuck? Whatever. I'm skipping.
Spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the US-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero...
Is Noah going to tell us how the Yemeni civil war started?
...credible evidence. He makes a number of transparently false...
So we don't take the fact that he called himself a soldier. Is he not going to review the evidence? Why is he just glossing over everything? Like, engage with the fucking arguments. What the fuck? There was quite a list of reasons to believe that this kid was involved with the Houthis militarily. Not least of all that he said he was. Like, okay.
Anti-Semitism accusations, like his claim that Israel's ban on new account signups from Israel was anti-Semitic.
Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened.
In reality, the ban also affected millions of non-Jews living in Israel and Palestinians.
Hezbollah is not anti-Semitic when they fire rockets at Israelis because some of them hit Arabs. Based. So based. Hamas isn't anti-Semitic because on October 7th, they killed a couple of Bedouins. Actually. Also, West Bank does not get all their internet from Israel. Like, this didn't just... Okay. Obviously, this was targeted at Israel. Yeah, there's nothing... It is quite possible to hate Jews so much that you will take a few Arabs down on the way. Yeah, that's not mutually exclusive. Like,
in Palestine, as shown in the evidence he himself cites. The IP ban went into effect in both. Like all these Western liberal outlets, Ethan just takes the State Department line of thinking when it comes to terrorism, which his video is ostensibly a crusade against. By his own definition of terrorism, both the US and Israel are the largest terrorist organizations in the world. Wow. Given their history of killing millions of innocent civilians across the globe, his focus is not on them.
Millions! Okay.
Though rather the groups that they consider to be terrorists, aka, the bad guys. He actually uses those exact words. He says they're the bad guys.
They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU. These guys are clearly the bad guys.
The entire video is kind of a lie by omission, simply because of everything we just went over. How none of it is a factor, how none of the people viewing the video that are unfamiliar with what's happening would ever come away with his video knowing the full picture, knowing some of the very valid reasons why someone like Hassan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal...
You are such a fucking despicable cunt. Heroically kidnapping fucking sailors who didn't do shit and hold them hostage for over a year. Heroically. Fuck you, man. Jesus Christ. How did the Yemeni civil war start, Noah? If you're ever watching this, you're gonna have to fucking Google it in a panic and check, because you don't fucking know. Like, you can criticize the Saudis till the end of the earth, and I do. Fuck them for what they did in Yemen. It's not like the Saudis are the baddies and the Houthis are the goodies. That's not how that works, okay? Welcome to the Middle East, buddy. Like, it's not that fucking simple. Why did the Houthis take over Sana'a? How did they do it? Who did they side with when they do it? Why did they side with a deposed fucking president who got kicked out in the Arab Spring? Why did they recruit child soldiers? Are you going to deny that? They did it musically. Why did the UN stop sending aid to Yemen? Yeah, why did the UN threaten to stop sending aid to Yemen? Why? Was it because they don't like Yemenis? Or is it because, oh no, it's because the Houthis were stealing so much aid that the UN had no guaranteed way. They had no way of ensuring that the aid would go to the people who needed it. So they thought there was no point. That's how much fucking aid the Houthis stole. And they kidnapped UN aid workers as well. Accused some of them of being fucking Mossad operatives. Heroic actions. Why did the Houthis have such a beef with Israel? It's like 1,000 miles away. Israel's only ever attacked Yemen after the Houthis have attacked them. And then they'll say, oh, it's because they can't help but see their Arab brothers suffering. Meanwhile, the Houthis supported Assad in Syria. They supported Assad as he was using chemical weapons on his own people. Like these guys, the Axis of Resistance, like these guys are the biggest fucking Arab killers in the region. They kill so many Arabs. Far more than Israel does. The Houthis also ethnically cleansed the last Yemeni Jews. Yeah, they also persecuted the shit out of the Christians as well, and the Baha'is. Yep. But no, they were heroic in the Red Sea, you know, kidnapping sailors from Asia. Kidnapping Southeast Asian sailors. Is it Filipino or Indonesian? Forgot. Gosh.
Regime. The biggest issue, I think, is that Ethan manages to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
And I've been a stalwart.
Well, at the very least, he's like advocating for things that don't inevitably end up getting them all killed. Whereas Noah and I guess like Bana Banada and all those people support what exactly? Like just October 7th. Like that's a good idea. Hezbollah, the Houthis. Because they've done so much for Palestinians, haven't they?
Supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This is what makes liberal Zionism so insidious. He is using humanistic appeals to things like peace and safety, but doing so in a way that distracts from the actual source of the problem. The problem is Zionism and the genocidal Israeli state. That is what's causing these problems. And people that might otherwise be able to understand if presented with the facts of the situation are simply led astray by people like Ethan, where a more right-wing Zionist might put off the average liberal with extremist claims and overtly genocidal language. A liberal Zionist draws you in with the facade of...
God, why do all these people think they're Malcolm X? It's so cringe. Whilst the right-winger is more overt in their hatred, the liberal is a fox who... Stop! You are not Malcolm X! And you don't want to be Malcolm X, because Malcolm X was actually quite shit. Alright? He didn't really do that much. He was also massively anti-Semitic. He used to tell his fucking followers to read the Protocols of the Elders of Zion because it was essential reading. He believed it. He thought it was an authentic document. That's a true story.
Empathy. He wants to appear empathetic, as if he cares for these people, as if he doesn't ascribe to a genocidal ideology. So, in order to do that, he has to lie, and roping in otherwise progressive people into a death cult. Aside from this video being a nonsensical genocidal propaganda piece, it's also entirely unoriginal. The video is a culmination of a months-long campaign against Hassan and all these other creators and Twitch, the company, to smear them as terrorists and anti-Semites and get people, in trouble. The campaign began as a response to the suspension of the live streamer Asmongold. Asmongold made some comments that explicitly justified Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided.
Oh, fucking Asmongold. What a prick. The largest political streamer on Twitch, guys. The boy. Yup. I really wish he would just say, yup, yup, ooh. I wish he would just say that. That he broke the wheel. He shouldn't have done this. Don't give your fucking opinion. Don't give your opinion on politics, Asmongold. Just stick to the wheel. Do not break the wheel. You cannot break the wheel. We trust the wheel. The spinning wheel of Asmongold reactions, okay? Because when he breaks the wheel, this happens. Why is the space so shit? Why is it so bad? Literally, I finally, Noah Samson stops talking for a second, and then this guy comes in the room.
They come from an inferior culture. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Following his suspension for these comments, a community of large content creators, most notably
Oh, this is there's quite a few essays you can get on this. It's not even disputed. No one would tell you this is disinformation unless they're coping. The nation's view of the Jewish state was also profoundly influenced by the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which Malcolm X had originally introduced to members years before, projecting their own determination to rule the world onto the Jews. NOI leaders found the protocols entirely credible. Yeah. Yeah, Malcolm X used to give the protocols to people, to new recruits as essential reading. Yeah.
The live streamer Destiny, along with his fan base, rushed to Asmongold's defense, whitewashing and justifying his comments.
Meanwhile, Asmongold gets a 15-day ban for having a spicy take.
Oh, is this this is when they don't really defend the comments, but they just say he shouldn't have got banned because compared to the shit that Hassan says, it's the double standard. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I'm bored. I'm getting bored. Where are we? What's this? Oh, 4 of them.
In the usually apolitical commentary sphere made videos that signal boosted these allegations to millions of viewers. Most of these videos used the same clips, many of them directly citing this smear campaign's website.
That was a website known as Dan Clan.
Tuton absolutely just watched this video and then regurgitated it to me. He's using all of the same talking points. The end of this video is all just Destiny shit. Oh, it goes back to Hassan and Ethan. I don't want to react to Destiny right now. Fuck that guy. All right.
Anti-Semitism and Zionist politicians like Richie Torres, who shared and boosted the campaign. He consistently weaponizes Zionist talking points, like asserting that any reference to Zionism is actually just coded anti-Semitic language, the implication there being, of course, that criticizing Israel and Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. That's a very common Zionist tactic. It's like the Zionist tactic, in the West at least.
Yep, and it's bullshit, right, Noah? You don't hate all Jews, just most of them. And all it takes is most of them. Isn't Destiny Hassan's former BFF? Yeah. Yeah, that guy.
Perhaps the most significant motivation, though, and indicative of the sort of unserious nature of this campaign, is just spite. These people all seem to have deep personal vendettas against Hassan and these other creators that should give one pause when considering the seriousness of the campaign that they're running.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe.
Destiny has, for almost 5 years, just obsessively talked about Hassan on his channel. He's made video after video about him. The frequency of these videos increased after Destiny was banned from Twitch. In the span of time...
Hassan is content though. Like you can't. He's just every time he opens his mouth and talks sincerely about politics, he's like he's a content machine. I'm sorry, but not in every lifetime, okay? Not in every timeline of human history are we so blessed by one of the most influential left-wing political voices in the English-speaking world. The second largest political streamer on Twitch, okay, after Asmongold. Peace be upon him. Will come out and compare a Houthi to Anne Frank. That's just really funny, okay? That's just really good content. It's not my fault. Stop being content. Stop saying the maddest shit every fucking day. And you might stop being content. I can believe I used to listen to you. I'm guessing you mean you can't, Van. Why are you mad? Do you think it's actually appropriate to compare a Houthi to Anne Frank?
Since then, he has uploaded almost 80 videos about Hassan out of a total of like 450 videos. So that's at least 1/5 of his working life spent talking about Hassan. In contrast, in the same span of time, Hassan has uploaded over 1,200 videos, and he's talked about Destiny a total of 5 times. 5. 4 of them have come in the last few months.
That's not fair, because when Hassan used to talk about Destiny, he would say, he wouldn't even say his name. It's only recently he started saying Destiny's name. He would Voldemort reference him, or Divorcelli, or Bonarelli, or oh god, who has the compilation? Hey, that's me. Who has the compilation of Hassan talking about Destiny? 90% of your content is Hassan hate watching. Sad, really. I'm actually hate watching Noah Samson right now, Van. You lying cunt. Also, when I hate watch, I provide information that you will not get from other streamers. I'm sorry. Like, I know that makes you incredibly angry, but the fact that everyone in here will testify to it, it's like, yeah. Don't know what to tell you. I thought we were also... Noah, at the beginning of this video, said we were going to learn about the ideology that motivates Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, but he never really went into that. He didn't really tell us why Hamas and those guys do what they do to end oppression. Let me give you a couple. If you want to know what the axis of resistance sees Israel as, and this is something they'll reiterate quite a lot, they will constantly do this reference to the cancerous gland or the cancerous entity, because they believe that basically since the end of the 7th century, when Hassan and Hussein were killed brutally, and when Shiites kind of became a distinct minority in the Islamic world, they believe that the Islamic world has strayed from its original intent, which is to unify religion and the state, because they argue that post Umayyad dynasty, basically what they did was they would take influences from like the Romans and all this shit, and they just thought they saw that as like external influences that were corrupting the Islamic nation. This is all in the Governance of the Jurist by Ayatollah Khomeini from the 80s, and they argue that the Islamic world is basically broken, and it's been broken by centuries of imperialism, of foreign entities, of whether it's Europeans or like even Ottomans or like anything like that. It's always been kind of like fractured and disunified, and most recently by Western powers, mainly America. Or before that, it would have been like the British and the French. But they argue that the Islamic world is fractured, and that Israel is the essence of that fracture, because it is the Jewish state in what would otherwise be a unified Islamic world. So they hate Sykes-Picot and they hate the mandate system and all that, but they also really don't like the conservative Sunni world, because the Sunni world capitulates to a lot of these regimes, right? They're friendly with the United States in large part. Egypt is at peace with Israel. Jordan is at peace with Israel. So That makes them really mad. And this is why Nasrallah will say things like this. He'll say, Israel remains in our minds and plans an illegitimate, illegal, aberrant, and cancerous entity, which we therefore cannot recognize. We will instead work with others to combat normalization with it, because fighting normalization will impede its regional development as a superpower, just as the wars of 73, 82, the impact of Lebanese resistance, etc. So, oh yeah, Israel's failure to occupy Lebanon have led to the demise of the military aspect of the Greater Israel Plan. This is why they call themselves the Axis of Resistance, because although they're trying to destroy a sovereign nation, Israel, stay in your hug box. Van, I debate people like you all the time. You can come in and talk to me if you want. Hug box. Kill yourself. The reason that they call themselves resistance is not just because they want to resist on behalf of Palestinians in the West Bank or Gaza. It's also because they believe that Israel is predisposed to expand outwards. They think that had it not been for resistance, Israel would be all the way over into Egypt and also conquering up to the Euphrates. That's what they believe. That's why they call themselves the Axis of Resistance. That's why Hezbollah constantly says, we are here because if we weren't here, Israel would just conquer Lebanon. Same with Assad in Syria. Same with the Houthis, I guess. They probably, I don't know if they think Israel would come that far south, but maybe. So they believe that they're defending the Muslim world from this expansive regime. That's why they don't believe in normalization. They don't dismiss normalization just because Israel exists at all. It's because they think Israel's existence will only ever permeate beyond its own borders. And the other thing that these guys believe that in terms of this solution, okay, is that they're obviously against two states, but they're also against one state for two people, because Nasrallah has said this constantly. They believe that if you fight hard enough and if you terrorize people enough, the Israelis are like any other colonial entity and they will just leave, right? So this is him talking about the Second Intifada. Van, pay attention, because no other fucking idiot that you watch is going to tell you what these guys actually believe. This is Nasrallah just before the Second Intifada outbreak. He says, you don't need tanks, strategic balance, rockets, or cannons to liberate your land. All you need are the martyrs who shook and scared this angry Zionist entity. You can regain your land, you oppressed, helpless, and besieged people of Palestine. You can force the invading Zionists to return from whence they came. Let the Falasha go back to Ethiopia, and let the Russian Jews go back to Russia. The choice is yours, and the example is clear before your eyes. The Israel that owns nuclear weapons has the strongest air force in the region, but is weaker than a spider's web. He also actually says there will be a time when Israelis feel nostalgia for their original homeland. Like they'll want to go back to Poland, or Russia, or Ethiopia, or Iraq, or Yemen. Yeah, this is him calling for the Second Intifada, basically, like urging for it. Yeah, that's what they believe. And they believe that this is the only way that that this is the first step. This is the only way that the Islamic world, the Ummah, can ever return to grace, that it can ever redeem itself. It's first of all to lance the cancer, which they say is Israel. So that's why they do what they do. That's why, and that's what actually makes sense. Like, it's logical. It has an internal logic. It does not have an internal logic to think that Iran just sees Israel's actions and gets really upset because they don't like watching Arabs suffer. Because why would they support Assad, right? These guys have no fucking issue with Arab suffering as long as it supports their cause, right? Like, they don't care about that. But they do care about Israel's presence because they see it as a threat to Islamic redemption. And they'll tell you as much, which is weird that Westerners like to tell you that they think otherwise.
While covering Destiny's role in this smear campaign and the credible allegations of sex crimes against him. So that's less than 1% of his coverage. This isn't an internet beef.
Hey, there's one credible sex crime that Noah agrees with. Nice one. Well done, Noah.
Hassan has a stalker. With Ethan, I feel like I can kind of spot the moment that he started going into this direction, which was the moment that people started calling him racist for saying racist stuff. It was one argument he made where he compared Jewish Voice for Peace anti-Zionist activists to capos.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that.
That's not saying they're the same thing. Do you know the point of a comparison? The point of a comparison is that they're different. Sorry, the guy who just spent the entire time comparing Israel to Nazi Germany and calling their actions the Holocaust. That's okay, apparently. Where is the it's from this debate, isn't it?
You donated to the Palestinian
Okay. Voice for Peace. Is it capo? How would they spell it differently? Collaborators, did he say? It is this one, isn't it?
Activism, Jewish.
Oh, they were talking about people who wanted to destroy Israel.
Voice for Peace, Jews for Economic, and
the existence of Jewish people doesn't. I don't. That point is not very persuasive. I mean, of course there is.
What do you? Of course, it's. I think it's very important
because
if
there's
it was
Israelis that say it.
No,
therefore, a minority or Jewish people shouldn't be offended by it because some people say it. I mean,
no, I think because Jewish people. I'm not going to talk about this as like Jewish people in general. The reason why I brought up Jews for Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was
this is a bad argument, though. Yeah, Hassan is making the argument that because some Jews say something, therefore that thing cannot be anti-Jewish. Yeah, of course it's okay to bring up capos in that context, because he's basically, Hassan's argument there was basically that because some tokens exist, right, regardless of what the argument is, even if you agree with it or not, you can't just say X is not anti-Semitic because some Jews say it. That's retarded. That's so stupid.
Jews for Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is
like
about
he's saying some people use this slogan indicates that it doesn't mean this about Jews. What are you talking about?
Evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices it's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
But
of course there's going to be
failing,
Hassan is literally just trying to say, yes, some Jews agree with me though, even though most of them don't. It's comically stupid. Okay. But apparently that's Ethan saying that Jewish Voice for Peace are the same as capos. Okay.
The Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos. Like that's...
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices doesn't...
Huh. Oh, that bit's clipped out of Hassan's VOD. Did you see that? That's the same bit they were watching, but that bit's clipped out of Hassan's VOD. Huh.
It's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
The chat started calling...
Unless Noah cropped it up. Okay.
I'm a Zionist freak because that's a Zionist freak thing to say. And then since then, he's sort of constructed an entire mind prison around the idea that he's not racist, and anyone calling him racist is actually the real racists. And because Hassan's community is politically oriented and is able to spot the racist rhetoric in question, that means they're all extremists and Hassan is leading them, so he's...
Who's he being racist against there? Jews? Is he being racist against Jews there by saying that... Okay.
Extremist, and that Hassan and them are all the problem, and that he's a perfect angel, which is the direction he's taken, it seems like.
My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's...
Your crime is not supporting the resistance, buddy. These guys will not fucking let you they will not let you stop short of supporting the resistance. I'm sorry. That's how it goes.
Not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist.
And now he's just totally gone off the rails. He spends most of his time cowering in fear behind Instagram stories that people can't respond to. Every single one of the uploads on his personal YouTube channel in the last number of months have been targeted towards Hassan. He spent most of his live podcast talking about Hassan and calling him a terrorist and whatnot.
What is this? Bro, I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Oh my God, every day? Every single day? No.
There was that one Instagram story where Ethan Klein was having to evacuate due to the wildfires or something, and he managed to make the post about Hassan and about how Hassan probably thinks it's awesome that his house might burn down while his family is in the background trying to evacuate the wildfires. Just wild.
Is that what they think was happening? They think that the fire is just licking at the fucking door, and they're like, Ethan, we gotta get out of here, and he's like, no, I need to tweet about Hassan. Oh, shit. God, what a snooze fest. Van, you could be anywhere in the world right now, and you're here. What does that say about you? Stop complaining, okay? What's wrong with you? If you want to talk, you can talk. I'm always up for conversations, okay? If you want to come out of your, hug box.
Klein has repeatedly denied any association with this campaign and Destiny.
You're literally watching a gaming stream right now. I don't know why you would come here expecting to have your fucking mind blown. Like,
community. That may have something to do with the recent credible allegations that Destiny is a sex criminal, but this is false. Ethan has been caught on his live podcast browsing the Destiny subreddit for arguments to use to attack Hassan. Leaks Discord logs show Dan Saltman admitting to exchanging emails with Ethan and the H3 team personally during the campaign. And even if there wasn't evidence of direct communication, the far more important connection is that Ethan is saying the exact same things, using the same out-of-context clips that everyone else used to call Hassan a terrorist or whatever. It's been a group effort. That's just what it is. So just a few final thoughts here. Zionism is Nazism. It's an ethnic supremacist, expansionist, colonial ideology.
Just so you guys know, Zionism, if you want to know the origins of Zionism and what it means, first of all, I'll tell you what it means, and I'll tell you where it came from. It means a Jewish state, like a state somewhere. It doesn't have to be Israel. They chose Israel. It doesn't have to be that area, but it is now. And it means there should be a Jewish state with a Jewish majority people, because that's the way that Jews can avoid persecution. That's the idea. Where it came from. Once upon a time, okay, in Europe, there were European Jews, and they were kind of in a pretty bad time, okay? There were pogroms. They had a very difficult time becoming seen as equal citizens anywhere, basically. They were purged from the UK like 3 times. They were purged by Edward I in when he was fighting the Scots, kicked out of the country en masse and not allowed back until 500 years later. Yeah, Jews had a rough time. Towards the 20th century, 19th, 20th century, Jews started believing that if they assimilated into European kind of Christian culture, they would be okay. If they dropped a lot of the things that made them distinct, they would be safe. They could become integrated as citizens. And then in 1881, I believe it was, Alexander II, I'm so bad with these fucking dates, was killed, and then there was a wave of fucking anti-Jewish riots all across the Russian Empire. I think about 1,300 or 1,400 pogroms in the space of 30 or 40 years. And Jews started running. Most of them went west towards Europe. Some of them went to Palestine. A very small group of them who had spent generations talking about next year in Jerusalem and all this kind of shit. They went to Israel and started buying up land to set up little communities. Very independently, very separately. The ones who were in Europe mostly were assimilationists. They believed that if they just became more like everyone else, they would get guaranteed citizenship. They had emancipation movements at the time. Jews were starting to get citizenship in Germany and France in the late 1800s. But there were some people who were not so sure. One of them was Herzl, okay? Herzl claimed that he was influenced by the Dreyfus affair. He actually wasn't. He made his decision to go the Zionist way for other reasons. He argued that Jews were never going to be accepted in Europe. No matter how much they assimilated, if they did everything right, they would still get treated like outsiders. He would cite the Dreyfus affair as as proof of that, because Dreyfus was a decorated military dude who was very, very assimilated, about as assimilated as you could possibly get, and was defamed completely. He had fabricated evidence against him. It was very clear that the evidence was fabricated, and he was still punished nonetheless. That was his evidence. Most Jews didn't agree. Most Jews thought, nah, assimilation is going to work. Fuck you. And Herzl was condemned to lead a fairly small movement to try and go to establish a Jewish state somewhere else in the world, or a Jewish homeland, they called it. Turned out Herzl was right, because the European Jews who were killed in the Holocaust and had all their property taken from them in Germany or in Poland or in Czechoslovakia or anywhere else, they were the most assimilated Jews you could possibly find. They had worked so hard to assimilate compared to the Jews of 100 years prior and way before that. They were about as integrated as they'd ever been, and then the Holocaust happened. So that's all happening, and throughout the 20th century, the warning signs of the rise of fascism are everywhere, okay, especially after World War I. Lots of Jews run over to America because America seems to be the one country on earth where you can go there and just become an American, right? You wouldn't get treated as much of an outsider as you were in places like Europe. Others went to Palestine. Not to make money, not to do imperialism, not to do standard like French Algerian settler colonialism or whatever. They actually mostly lost money by going there because there's a whole saying that was, if you want to make a small fortune in Israel, Palestine, then just arrive with a big one. They went there because they believed that finding a homeland where they could be the majority was the only way to guarantee their safety. They purchased land. Most of the early settlers who moved there purchased land along the coast that was not lived in, or they purchased swampland and drained the swamps and set up like civilian life there. Others, later on, into the 20s, 30s, 40s, started buying land and evicting families, tenant farmers. Bit more controversial. But that's the origins of Zionism. Like, just so you know, we can go into further where a lot of those Zionists who arrived in Palestine, and especially the concept of a Jewish homeland, was massively rejected by the locals. Some rejected it non-violently, others, like Al-Husseini, rejected it very violently, and lots of people were attacked. The Jews, in their way of defending their attempt to take land that wasn't really, they hadn't been holding on to for quite a while, was to disproportionately respond. So that's where you have the birth of the Haganah, etc. But the origin of Zionism is still that idea that they wanted to go to that part of the world because they thought that a majority was the only way they could survive. So you can criticize the Zionist movement. You can criticize Ben-Gurion for all the horrible shit that he did, and the Zionist movement and the Irgun and all the right-wing parties and the revisionists. They all did horrible, horrible shit. Nasty things. The reason that Jews made the decision to move to Israel, for the most part, was because they didn't have anywhere else to go. Because they felt like that was the one place they could be safe. Both things are true at the same time. And even after World War II ended, after the Holocaust ended, every other country saw that and still said, we don't really want Jews coming over here. America made an exception for a couple of 100,000 DPs who were left after the Holocaust. They still kept up the Johnson-Reed Act for the most part. They still kept their quotas. They still made sure that most people wouldn't be able to go there. Most other European countries did the same. Those DP camps were actually kept open for years. For years. After 1945, a lot of those old German concentration camps, including Bergen-Belsen, where Anne Frank died, they were kept open for Jews because they didn't have anywhere to put them. There's a whole meme in Schindler's List at the end of the film, you know, when the Jews escaped the camp, the camp's liberated by the Soviet guy, And he says, don't go that way because they all hate you over there. He also says, don't go that way, the other way, because they hate you there as well. Yeah, they didn't have anywhere else to go. And then most of them, like, or quite a lot of them, felt like Palestine was the only other option. So a quarter of those displaced persons, it was either a fifth or a quarter, of those Holocaust survivors who came out of those displaced persons camps ended up in the Haganah. A quarter of the Haganah at the beginning of the 48 war were people who had come out of camps. Like, Zionism is not about conquering a land because we're the superior people and we deserve it and we should kill and plunder the people who live there. That's not what it was about. Zionism was about survival. It was about Jewish survival. Doesn't exempt them from all the unethical acts. Doesn't mean everything they did was justified. It doesn't make the 48 war justified, least of all, the Nakba. But it is not Nazism, you fucking charlatan cunt. Go back to shitting on Fresh and Fit. Like, it is so different from fucking Nazism. Oh my God. Anyway, it is so different from Nazism. Nazism is conquering, it's what he says, is conquering land that you don't need because you think you're the masters of the universe. Like, that's not, like, it's, it shows. Look at how much land, like, when people look at these maps, right? Even if you go with this map, which has problems, even if you go with this map, okay? This is a very small region, and this is what they do in the space of, I don't know why they're saying 46. This was like, okay. God, this map is so dumb. All right. This is what Israel's done in 75 years. And Zionism technically started in like the 1880s, or even a little bit before that. What did the Nazis do? Like, look at the gray.
Yo, little bucks.
Hey.
I got a question. Do you think it was good for Israel to like annex territory during the 6 Day War?
What, the Golan?
Yeah.
Nope.
Interesting. $100. I feel like you need more black audiences, all right? You need more black callers, all right? All right. I'm the only black guy carrying this goddamn fucking.
Well, you're the
YouTube
only
diversity.
you're the only openly black guy. There could be other black people who just don't say, "Hi, I'm black," by the way.
You know what? You need DEI 2025, right?
Okay.
All right. You need to expand your shit.
Can
also,
what?
You need to. I feel like you're pro British than pro Scottish. I don't know why.
Wow.
I feel like you're the type of guy to be more pro British monarchy, right?
Jesus. Why?
Yeah.
Can I be farther from the truth? I'm a Republican.
Nah.
Obama.
Like, you don't got the Scottish accent, man. Like,
do I have an English accent? Is this an English accent to you?
Yeah, you sound like Harry Potter. Yeah. I asked the Scottish guy if he sounds Scottish. He said you sound like Aberdeen. Or where the fuck that shit is.
Aberdeen.
But
that's where I'm from, yeah.
That's
where I'm born and raised.
Yeah.
That's in Scotland, by the way.
Yeah, it's not. You need a thick Scottish accent, all right?
Okay.
What's the recent drama again? No one sends him. What do you do?
He's just calling Ethan a Nazi or something because Zionism is Nazism, and if Ethan's a Zionist, then I guess he's a Nazi.
Interesting.
How do you contend with the belief that the majority of the Jews in the world are Nazis then? How do you contend with that? What do you do? What does that mean? That's the logical conclusion of what he's saying, right? That's the A to B to C. Like, isn't it? If you think Zionism is Nazism, and you acknowledge that most Jews in the world believe in Zionism, they believe that Israel has a right to exist, that means most Jews in the world are Nazis.
This is what I think about Israel. All right.
How does that make
I
you
think
feel,
Israel,
Spider?
I think Israel, they need a East and West Germany. All right. They need a East and West Germany 2.0. All right. It's too much bullshit going on in the Middle East. All right.
Like
every day.
States, or are you talking about 2
Nah,
states?
2 states, but like split it up. All right. Like break it up. Like make it into like Yugoslavia. All right. It needs to like break up like the Kosovo Bosnian wars. All right. All right. I'm tired of this Israel Palestine shit, dude.
Yeah.
Every Israeli, they be yapping about some bullshit about like, oh, we need to take over Gaza and the West Bank. Like what? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not yours. It's not even in Gaza's not even in Torah. I think.
And like the Americans, you know, they be yapping about some like Bible shit about like Israel.
Yeah.
And shit. Or some bullshit. Or some like this Jesus guy who was born like Nazareth. Or some bullshit ass reason, but
don't forget both
so
sides.
cringe.
Don't forget both sides. Tell us about Palestinians.
Yeah, Palestinians, they be yapping about some like, oh, this is my land about like thousands of years ago. But like, even though like the Byzantine, the Romans, the Persians like conquered the land like thousands of times. And I don't know, like the Palestinians just gotta like suck it up, look up, and I don't know, like. Wait, what's different? Like, what in this situation? Like, what's different between like the Palestinians and the Kurds? Like, what do you think?
What's the difference?
Like, how they're pretty similar. I'll say. Like, you think?
I don't know much about Kurds, and they're a different ethnic group. Different cultural tendencies, or religious. I don't fucking know.
How would a 2-state solution work with the whole West Bank and like Gaza?
They'd be connected by a bridge or a tunnel.
Really?
Or both. Yeah. Just only 20 miles or some shit. 20 or 30 miles.
I think I'll say give West Bank to Jordan and just, you know.
Why?
Because Sundowner, you know, he needs it back. You know, he needs the West Bank back. You know, he's pretty right. He's cooking.
There is a kind of like modern proposal for a Palestinian Jordanian confederation. It would include Gaza as well, but yeah, they would basically.
Really?
Yeah.
Part of Jordan?
Well, yeah. I mean, most people in Jordan are Palestinian anyway, right? Or thereabout, or close enough. So if the settlers took too much land in the West Bank, or the Israel, it's because the Israelis. I don't know how fucking valuable or how valid this is, but I'll tell you what they say. A lot of Israelis argue that they can't give up the entire West Bank because it's just too close to Israeli cities. So they argue that this area here is like 9 miles. It's very small. You can basically stand on a fucking hilltop in the West Bank at the border and fire mortars that would land in like Tel Aviv and the major population areas in Jaffa and shit. So they just think it's too much of a security risk to allow another country to be that close to them. So some Israelis say that they want to like annex a good chunk of this for security reasons, like for the first hilltop, because it's a series of hills. And then they would say that the rest should just get joined to Jordan, so that Palestinians in the West Bank have freedom of movement between there and Jordan.
Is Jerusalem in the West Bank or?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But I think that's kind of. I think it's kind of. It's kind of kooky because the Jordanians are never going to accept it. There's no way Jordan would assimilate 3 million more Palestinians.
They could probably cut the West Bank into half and like give the bottom half to like Jordan, but
well, just get rid of the fucking settlers and give it to Palestine. I don't know what's wrong with that.
True. Like, it's so
just because they keep yapping, just because they keep yapping about how it's their land because God or some shit.
Yeah. Wait. Is it in the Torah that like they're gonna make like people who don't follow the Torah and like interslave some bullshit ass reason, something like that.
Probably. I don't know. I'll just say yes.
Yeah, but this
sounds mental.
Yeah, the sellers they need to start yapping about some bullshit.
Okay. Can I talk to Ryan Beard because he asked a good question earlier, and I think I'm going to forget it. Okay.
Yo, Ryan Beard.
he was
Bucks,
asking.
he could.
I mean, he can come in the Discord if he wants to chat properly, but he was asking about the idea that the argument against people saying they oppose Zionism because ethno-states are inherently wrong. And it's like, it's great that people think, like, because I believe in this. I don't think there's an inherent right to be an ethnic majority anywhere. But it's all good talking like that from the West, especially from melting pot countries like America. But the fact is that some groups need ethnic majorities more than others. Some groups have more valid reasons to want it. Like, I don't think Israelis should have an ethnic majority for its own sake, but I think they do have a right to keep one as long as the Middle East remains the way it is with anti-Semitism and all the fucking bad blood and everything else. I don't think Israeli Jews would survive as a minority of their size in the Middle East. Like, no way.
Nah, I don't know. I think my critique about like for Israel is that like you might disagree, but for like I feel like Israel has like a class system between like Arabs and like Israelis and shit, and like how religion plays a part too. That's what I hate about it. This is kind of cringe.
But everyone understands this though, right? Like, there's a reason people say if settlers are such an issue in the West Bank, then why don't you just make them into West Bank Palestinian citizens in a two-state? And everyone knows the answer to that is because they would all get killed, right? Like, they would not be safe at all in a Palestinian state. That's why they'd have to leave. That's why the IDF had to fucking drag them kicking and screaming out of Gaza when they left. Because if they were not getting protected by the IDF, you think Hamas would spare them? Fuck no.
No.
It's also the reason that Alawites are in big trouble now in Syria, right? Like, the French were quite wise to this. They knew that they suggested the Alawites have a separate state. But yeah, but also it depends on how the majority is enforced. So if Israel wanted to enforce their majority by kicking out Arabs, who are 20% of their population, that would be really unethical. But I don't think enforcing the majority just by controlling immigration is necessarily unethical, no. Because, like, in a way, all countries do that. Actually, a lot of what Israel does that people describe as ethno-nationalist behavior, like, European countries do it as well. You know, like, I think you only need to have, like, an Irish grandparent to get citizenship in Ireland, right? It's...
Really?
Or like in France, how they have all these laws to preserve the French language and shit like that, and it's like mandatory to use it in certain like state contexts and shit like that. It's like, yeah, there are lots of or Ukraine. It's like when people attacked Ukraine for language laws, right? That worked so well on Americans, right? When Ukraine had these laws where they were like, if you work for the government, you have to say hello in Ukrainian, and they have to ask to switch if you want to speak in Russian, right, to the Russian speakers. Or if you produce media, you have to produce an equivalent in Ukrainian. So you can't just have a Russian newspaper. Your paper has to be Russian and Ukrainian. And media should be X percentage Ukrainian, right? People in America were sold on that because it sounds really like weird to them because they're not really used to that concept. But actually in European countries, that's been done constantly because... yeah, there is actually a good reason, especially if you've been under the thumb of fucking imperialism or because your country has been the source of like ethnic conflicts, that you would want to preserve your local language because you're making up for a very long-lasting historic wrong.
You think
Same with Quebec.
Yeah. You think it's cringe that for Israelis to have like you have to have a birthright to have like Israeli citizenship? You think?
You can convert to Judaism to get Israeli citizenship.
You think it's kind of cringe though? Kind of. Think it's kind of cringe though. You have to like convert to like Judaism to like have the citizenship.
The thing is, like, yeah, it sounds cringe like in a vacuum, but no, it's not cringe at all. I think they have every reason because if you're in Europe or America and you're a Jew, or if you're in the Middle East as a Jew, because there's still some of them left outside of Israel, you are more likely to get hate crimes. You are more likely to suffer bigotry. You are more likely to get fucked because of your ethnicity. I don't think it's much to ask to give these guys like one country where they can go if they feel like it's too much, right? For like a Jew in America who feels like it's just getting a bit too difficult right now because of the anti-Semitism as a response to October 7th, right? Or same with Europeans. I don't think it's too much to ask for them to have like the first foot in the door for one country, okay? And I say the same with Muslims as well. Like, if there are Muslim immigrants in the UK and they hate living here and they don't trust the political process to get any better anytime soon, I don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that there are some countries that they would have an easier time going to than I would. Do you get that? I guess it's quite difficult. I guess that's maybe not something that you'd be, because I guess if you're like black in America, right? Like you don't have that option, do you? You can't really go to fucking West Africa. It'll be shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because like people in Africa don't see like people in like black people in the United States as like as their own.
Yeah.
So when you say when Muslims go to they can go back to their country, right? Do you mean by like religion or their ethnic makeup?
I mean, it would most likely be ethnic, but it could be religion as well, because there are lots of like Arab and Muslim states, right? But it would probably be down to nationality. Yeah. There are lots of reasons, like a Syrian citizen couldn't really go to Lebanon that easily. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you ever? I don't even know if it's possible to imagine. Like, have you? Okay. Do I know? Have you ever said where in America you're from? You don't have to.
Yeah, I'm in Cali.
What?
Cali, California.
Oh, I should have guessed.
Oh,
the way you talk.
Not in the deep south. Not in the deep south.
Is there a lot of racism in where you are?
Nah, it's pretty chill, but it's pretty funny because there's like a lot of Latinos and shit, and like they say they say the N-words and shit, which I don't really care. It's pretty funny though. Like it's like a lot of Latinos in my area since we're in Cali.
I only had this experience once because I moved to a very working class area just after 9/11 when I came from the Emirates to the UK. And the reason I wanted to go back more than anything else was because of how fucking racist everyone was. Like, because I was in this really shitty community where 9/11 had just happened and I have an Arab name and they took it out on me. Like, they blamed me for it and shit. Like, I didn't have friends, like, to begin with in that area.
What, the Emirates? What, like the UAE?
Yeah, like the reason I wanted to go back was because of fucking racism. That was the main reason I wanted to go back when I moved back to Scotland. I'm not even from the UAE, but like living in the UAE with an Arab name never caused me any problems, obviously, because
I thought they're like, isn't there like Arabs in the UAE? Majority, right?
Yeah. Well, no, but it's an Arab country. It's not. Its population is not majority. I think its population is still majority Indian or Pakistani or something. But yeah, it's an Arab country. Yeah. But yeah, Emirates is mostly immigrants in that. Yeah.
Don't you gotta be like pretty rich to go to UAE or?
No, not really. Because you can have a job that doesn't pay particularly well in the UK, but it pays 3 times as much in the UAE or Saudi or something like that.
I'm sure.
But yeah, the point was that like it wasn't returning to my homeland or whatever, but I wanted to go back because at least living there with an Arab name after 9/11 wouldn't mean that I would get fucking bullied because of it, you know? So I can understand why Jews would feel that way, why they feel like they would like to have a country that gives them that kind of priority.
I don't know. Damn. The Ezra pasta is a hell of like, it's so goddamn like, I don't know. It's like so cooked, I think.
Not gonna get any better, is it? With this administration?
It's still gonna be crash outs, you know? Like Noah Sanson, Hassan Piker. Damn, I thought the UAE was like, I was trying to have like Arabs, no? Because like Saudi Arabia, Yemen, or like Oman.
What about them?
I thought the UAE was like Arabs, no? But,
it's an Arab country, but only I can't remember the percentage, but it's only a minority of people in the Emirates are Emirati. They are actually like local, right? Lots of other people are immigrants, either from the rest of the Middle East or from India and Pakistan and Bangladesh and shit like that. Yeah, they're a largely like immigrant-driven economy. Yeah.
Wait, Letterbox, when you said they were racist, did you mean Scotland or the UAE?
When I said what?
I think Axel, because did you say when you went to UAE they said they're racist? Or
No.
When you go,
the racism was in Scotland because
oh,
like,
Scotland.
I didn't get racism in the UAE because I've got an Arab name, right? And there was
Oh,
only
yeah.
one family I knew in the UAE that was racist against Brits. Yeah, that wasn't really much of a problem.
that'd be kind of funny though. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, the racism was in Scotland. Yeah, because I have an Arab name. Yeah.
See, Letterbox, you should clarify that immigrant and contact measures are mostly not serious. Huh.
Okay, I'm not gonna die. It's fine. Fucking.
Wait, Ryan McBeard, if you're watching, are you gonna what's the word? Chat up with the Letterbox?
I think he just likes to chat
Letterbox?
in the chat.
Oh, so he's a chatter in the chat. So he's like a yapper, but like
he's a yapper.
No,
Yeah.
interesting. You got any good Middle Eastern countries I should go to? Or?
Any good Middle Eastern countries you should go to?
Yeah, to like raise up a like a Middle Eastern shoddy like myself. You know?
Lebanon's pretty cool. That's where all the that's like the holiday destination for people from liberal societies because they're a lot more permissive. There are places where you can drink alcohol and all that shit.
I gotta worry about Hezbollah though. Like they be watching me and shit though. So.
Why are they gonna watch
Hezbollah.
you?
Come on, I'm American.
I don't think they care about. Hezbollah are pretty defanged right now. It's probably a much safer time than usual. I don't think Hezbollah are gonna give you shit. Like it's not like everyone who's American gets fucked over by Hezbollah, and they don't kidnap Americans anymore. That's they did that in the 80s.
Ryan Beard says he's down the chat.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait, why is
got more memes
Ryan
than
Beard?
yeah? Because I'm just vibing. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. Jeez.
Ryan Beard. He doesn't have a beard though.
I know. It's weird, isn't it? It's very postmodern.
Yeah.
You should ask him about it. Or just go to Israel.
True. Israeli. They're kind of annoying though. They're gonna be about. Oh yo, do you support Israel? I don't know, bro. Like I don't know. Just go to. I'm just here, bro.
Okay.
Lebanon.
Lebanon's beautiful. The caves are really cool, and they have. I mean, they got whatever. They got nightlife. They got fucking mountains. They got food. They got a beach. It's cheap.
Bro?
You got multiculturalism. Lebanon's a very multicultural country.
Oh yeah, cause like they got like isn't Lebanon like well known for like having like the most Christians now?
Yeah, it's the Arab country with a lot of Christians. Yeah.
In their government, don't they have to have like one has to be Muslim, one has to be Christian, right? Or something like that.
President has to be Maronite Christian. Prime Minister has to be Sunni, and Speaker of the Parliament has to be Shiite.
Is the what's the word? Is the Shias are they the one who like glaze somebody if they're like related to Muhammad, right?
If they're related to Muhammad.
Yeah, right.
Fuck me.
Say everybody help.
One of the Muslims in chat's gonna get really mad if I say this, but like I think Shiites believe that the successor to Muhammad had to be from his bloodline, like directly from his bloodline. If that's what you mean.
Is the is Saudi Arabia a Shia country or the Shia majority?
Saudi is Sunni.
Sunni.
But yeah,
What about the Iranians?
That's it. Shias think this one guy was meant to be the other guy. Yeah, pretty much. They think it was supposed to be Hassan and Hussein and not Zaid or whatever the fuck he was called, the Umayyad guy. Yeah. Also, Shiites do like idolatry a little bit, like which Sunnis don't like. Shiites have this like their big commemorative day is Ashura, which is the day that that Hussein and Hassan, the two brothers, got fucking fucked up by the other Muslim leaders. So they do like all these like kind of rituals to commemorate that. Like they'll reenact the scenes of the battle and shit, or they'll do like dramatic readings. Shiite Islam is a lot to do with like dispossession, about like oppression, poverty, and all that. Like that's probably why leftists identify so much with that rhetoric, right? Because it's like it's very much like oppressor and oppressed. Like Hezbollah called themselves the movement of the dispossessed at one point, right? So yeah, because Shiites definitely didn't have a good shake in the Islamic world for a long time. They were often poorer, they were often like more discriminated against, and all that shit. Oh, he's here. Hello, Ryan Beard.
Beard.
Ah! What do you do? Did you move yourself back, or did I do that? What the fuck?
No, you jump back.
No, I pulled him back, but he's going back. I think he's going back manually. I think he's not ready. I think he's No, why would he be in the waiting room? Shit! I don't know what's going on. Science. Fuck. I don't know why my Discord's not making noises either. Rip. I don't know what to do about that. This stream has been way too long, man. The fuck? Why doesn't
he has
Ryan get
perms.
on call? Does he have perms? I didn't give him perms.
Yeah, it does. I think Silver did.
Okay. Well, he can come in whenever. Oh, he might not have the
The pink thing? Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does. Okay, yeah. Okay, I don't know if you're trying to leave, but you can come in whenever you want. You've got the permissions now. Oh wait,
can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Oh, your mic's pretty pretty lefty. The audio. Pretty good.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've been trying to like figure out how to use my actual like is this a bit better?
That is better, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to use my actual mic that I use when I'm making videos.
Oh. Are you doing that now?
No. I was just doing some editing.
Whoa. What are you editing?
I'm working on this fucking video that I've been doing for months on my main channel. It's gonna end up being like 3 hours long when I did not want it to be that long, so it's pretty annoying.
3 hours.
3 hours? Eesh.
You got like a whole day
Yeah.
to render that, right? Fuck.
Yeah, most likely, or at least like a whole day to upload it.
Rip. What's your story? What do you have to? What thoughts are you bringing to the stream?
I don't know. You said you wanted to chat. It's good actually getting to talk to you. I've definitely been watching your content for a little while now, especially since things have seemed to go off the deep end in the last year. Or I don't know if they've gone off the deep end or if I just didn't realize how off the deep end things were with some of like the online left stuff, you know?
I don't know. I feel like they're just kind of... You can't really say they're just following what all the other leftists are doing, because then someone's started the trend, right? Like, I have no idea. I used to engage in Palestine activism quite a lot when I was a student. It was never like this. It was never... Yeah, this is just weird. I don't know. I don't really know where it's come from or why so many people just accept it uncritically, but yeah, it's very bizarre.
Like, what would you say would be the biggest differences? Because I haven't really been getting into Palestinian activism until like the last couple years. Like, what would you say are the biggest blatant differences between when you were doing it back in the day and then what's happening recently?
I don't remember it ever being okay to support like Hamas or the Houthis or Hezbollah or any. Yeah, I don't really remember seeing that at all. I also don't remember this idea that even like supporting a two-state solution is basically just like capitulating to colonialism or whatever the fuck. I don't recall all this language about like Israel is the settler colony and all that, but I know it existed and I can read about it existing in the past through like the PLO and shit. But just I don't know. Whenever I used to do student protests and things like that, people were just a lot more moderate. I guess maybe because politics was not really everyone's thing back then. It was very much confined to a small group of fucking dorks, basically, in like 2010 and earlier. So yeah, I have no idea.
But that seems counterintuitive because it seems to me like the smaller group would be the more radical, and then the larger group would be the more like, you know, level-headed. But it seems like it's kind of been the opposite, which is weird.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense either. But I have no idea why. I think I know that people are doing all that. There's a lot of speculation going around about people saying that countries like Qatar and Iran have just put in so much funding in a similar way to what Russia does to discrediting like everything liberal and Western and foreign policy and everything like that, and then by extension bigging up and beefing up anyone who opposes it, even if they're kind of insane. But even that should have happened in the past as well, because like 9/11 and the Iraq War already made people very skeptical of that position already. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's just so weird to me because it makes sense to be against like the Iraq War and stuff, but I just feel like you can have more of a nuanced perspective where you can like analyze how American foreign policy could have led to those sort of things without then saying like those things are actually based, which seems to be the position now, is just anything you can possibly do against the West is always good.
Yeah, I
do
think.
Do you want to know what I think about this?
Yep.
It's called foreign interference.
Yeah, you're on that train. You think it's like RT, Qatari media, Iranian money?
It's just a bunch of bot farms trying to stir shit up.
Interesting.
And then you think that the leftists
like
just like buy into the bot farms, or?
On Twitter, I suppose, yeah. But like if you look, on TikTok, it's maybe less bots, but more like influencers just like rambling the same shit over and over again, like all the same talking points over and over again, and that just like it's very clear that there's something fishy going on, because some of this shit doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, I definitely would say that. I mean, there's always like interference happening, you know, algorithmically, and I think, I mean, things are just becoming so much more and more polarized with the internet in general. Like, it seems like when we have all the information at our fingertips, it should be becoming less like that, but it's becoming more like everyone is just in their own echo chambers. And
I mean, there's just a couple of websites that have a monopoly on social media. So, like, you have TikTok, which is basically controlled by China. Like, they can do whatever they want on there. And you have Twitter, which is Musk, which is basically Russia. Like, what else? Like, that's the main... Instagram, which is Zuckerberg, but, like, who gives a fuck about him anyways? But, like, if you look at those two main social medias, there's, like, how many people are actually real on those websites and actually saying, like, shit that they actually believe?
yeah, I mean, I've been surprised to see how much of a lack of critical thinking there is on TikTok, especially I came from TikTok. I understand. I think young people, I mean, TikTok is primarily young people, and then I think young people are the most idealistic a lot of times, and they're the most radical and the most wanting to make a difference. And I think making a difference can be a good thing, but I think I think it's very easy to abuse young people's empathy to get them to go along with whatever you're saying. And that's sort of something I've realized over the past couple of years is like I was going along with things that people were telling me because I'm like, you know, I care about marginalized groups. I want to make people's lives better. But then I'm realizing like, okay, we're now in a situation where it's not really necessarily about like actually trying to improve the lives of the most marginalized people possible. I mean, especially this like anti-voting for Kamala shit. I'm like, how is this in line with trying to make lives as better for marginalized people as possible? It just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Yeah, it's like fucking over people for your principles. It makes no sense.
I think with foreign policy, I think what happened is that, like, especially because so many of these people came of age during the Iraq War, I think that war and the fucking pretense that led to it basically discredited Western liberal foreign policy in the eyes of most people. And that just left the perfect window open for groups like RT or fucking Al Jazeera or whatever else to jump in and
Braxton
just like,
Hinkle.
yeah. Well, because even in the mainstream, because like when Assad used fucking chemical weapons in Syria, okay, and then they were voting to, like the Brits and the Americans were talking about wanting to do airstrikes to stop Assad, right? Everyone just treated that as the exact same thing as like intervening in Iraq to get Saddam Hussein, right? They just thought it was like, everyone was just blackpilled on it. And then suddenly you have like fucking Corbyn, like, or people who are, maybe not him exactly, but pro-Corbyn people doubting chemical weapon strikes or doubting the Russian poisoning and stuff like that. So yeah, I feel like that window was just opened by that failure of 9/11 and like Bush and Blair.
Obama,
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely, that's like how radicalization can happen for sure, is you get blackpilled on one topic and then it makes you swing over to, you're like, okay, so I've been lied to about this, so then the people telling me the opposite must be the ones telling the truth. But then that's not necessarily the case either, and you just really have to take things on a case-by-case basis instead of just being like, whatever narrative I'm being sold is always the correct one.
I think people just went down that road of like America bad, but they all of a sudden ended up on the side of like everybody else is good, which is like
yeah, I mean it's you should be, you should have a principled stance against imperialism, and if you're against imperialism, you should be against Russia. I think that was my first moment where I was like, wait, what is going on? Was when I was seeing like leftists or, you know, tankies trying to downplay how bad things were with Russia, or they'd be like, no, we're not saying Putin's a good guy, we're just trying to give the context of how all of this is Ukraine's fault. I'm like, what?
Like you can clearly see that they have like no empathy for actually like marginalized people. If they even took like 5 minutes to research about Africa and Wagner, like the like militia group, like you can clearly see how much Russia fucks over all other like poor countries, third world countries. Like, and then because Ukraine is Western aligned, all of a sudden like Russia's actually good. Like, are you serious? It's so stupid.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, yeah, one of the things that actually moved me to the left originally was, you know, seeing how bad anti-Semitism can be. I actually, when I was a kid, I was almost in a shooting that happened at a Jewish community center in my area. A Nazi came in and like shot up the place, and I was almost there when it happened, which is pretty crazy.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So that was definitely, yeah, an insane thing to happen. And I think really wanting to stand against anti-Semitism is something I've always really cared about. And then all of a sudden I'm seeing people being like, you're being a liberal for calling out this type of anti-Semitism. And I'm like, I don't think, like,
yeah,
like why do you think that happens?
What is
where
the issue? I don't understand. What is the problem with being a liberal? Why are people like, why do people think that liberalism is worse than being like a right-wing like fucking fascist? Like, it's just a repeat of like 1930s and 1920s. Like, you have fucking communists, like, blaming the Social Democrats for being fascists, and that's why they're not working together with Social Democrats, and that's why the Nazis came into power. Like, damn, bro.
I think it's like, like part of it is that it's like not cool to be anti-conservative. They're like, oh, everyone's anti-conservative, so our cool thing is to be like super against the liberals. And I'm not necessarily pro-liberal either. I have a lot of issues with liberals, but if you're at the point where you're like literally saying these are both equally bad, it's like you've completely lost all analysis if you legitimately think right-wingers and liberals are equally bad.
How would you describe anti-Semitism on the left that you were referring to, Ryan? I'm just curious to see what you're actually seeing.
It's usually not like direct anti-Semitism. It's usually more, we're gonna make excuses for why this Arab person being anti-Semitic isn't that big of a deal. I feel like that's usually the thing. And of course you can, I feel like it's the difference between explanations and justifications. It's like you can explain that it makes sense that there's more anti-Semitism in the area, but I mean, you can also explain that there's more like Islamophobia in Israel, but that doesn't justify it. And I feel like if you want to have a revolution, I don't think that allowing like bigotry into your movement is gonna help you in that regard, you know?
So it's like the cover that they run for anti-Semites that that's like them being anti-Semitic to you.
Yeah, or not. I guess it's the difference between, like, I wouldn't say there are many people on the left who I would say are like hardcore anti-Semitic. I would say one person, I think Bad Empanada has definitely gone into, I'm like, there's no way that this is just anti-Zionism. Like, there's definitely some legitimate anti-Semitism here. But I think most people, yeah, it's the whole idea of like, Arab people are oppressed, and so we should never call out any of their bigotry because they're oppressed. I really think that that's like what a lot of it boils down to.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
What do you think? What is your perspective on it?
I think, okay, so the most recent one I just saw was Noah saying that Zionism is Nazism. Like, it's only possible for you to think that, and lots of people do, if you ignore the last 200 years of Jewish history. Like, the reason Zionism exists is not because some racial supremacist had a good idea about plundering this tiny piece of land for everything it has and asserting some kind of like racial superiority, right? That's not why that came about. Zionism came about because Jews were getting fucked, and some people argued that the only way out of this was to have a state, and assimilation wouldn't save them. Those people were right. So yeah, just to say that Zionism is Nazism, to take like a movement that was genuinely made up of like mostly people who went to that area because they didn't have anywhere else to go. Like it was seen as the last place of refuge, and to call that Nazism, yeah, that's I think you have to just deny like all of anti-Semitism for the last 200 years to arrive at that position.
What's really funny about this is it kind of reminds me of actually the big argument that Noah got into with Vosh like a couple of years ago, where Vosh was saying that like, I don't want to, misinterpret Vosh's position, but he was basically comparing black separatists to Nazis. And Noah's whole thing was like, no, black separatists and Nazis aren't the same thing. Like, you need to take in the historical context. It's like, okay, well, if you can recognize that there's a difference between black separatists and Nazis, couldn't you also recognize there's a difference between Zionists and Nazis? Because I feel like I disagree with ethno-nationalism across the board. That's what I was like saying in your chat. But I feel like there's difference between a black ethno-nationalism and white ethno-nationalism. And there's a difference between like Jewish ethno-nationalism and Nazi ethno-nationalism, you know?
Yeah, of course, because one is actually about believing that you are like the masters of the universe, and you need to enslave other people and take all their land just to establish some like idyllic country life, like with the Lebensraum. Yeah, and the other is about safety. Like,
Also, if anything in the Middle East has taught us anything, is that Pan-Arabism is not a fucking thing. So, like, people will not get along with each other no matter how much you try. So, I think having them separated until they can actually get along with each other is probably better than trying to smush them all together in one location.
well, yeah, it's like with the imagine right now if the Alawites in Latakia and Tartus were like thinking, yeah, we maybe like to have a state separate from Syria. We'd like to have an Alawite majority state because we don't trust this regime. Would you really go to them and be like, what, you think you're like a superior ethnic group or something? What? Sorry, multiculturalism, bro. Like, fuck your, like, you would never say that. I feel like it would be like perfectly justified for them to want that at this point in time, no?
Yeah, I think something I wish people did a lot more was separate their ideal positions from their pragmatic positions. Because I would say, like, ideally, socialism sounds really nice to me, but pragmatically, we're not going to get socialism anytime soon. So the first thing that we should work towards is like social democracy. Like, that's my perspective. And I feel like ideally, a one-state solution where everyone can live in harmony, have an equal democracy sounds really nice in theory, but I'm not going to bash my head against the wall saying one state, one state, one state, while, you know, Netanyahu is bombing the shit out of them, and the thing that is most likely going to actually help them is a two-state, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I wish people would do more is like, yeah, ideally I'm one state, pragmatically I'm two state, ideally I'm a socialist, pragmatically I'm a social democrat. But then if you say that, of course leftists will say that you're just a liberal and that you aren't willing to do what it takes to bring about the revolution or whatever.
Also, who says that like one state is maybe not like nothing is impossible. There could be a chance that maybe, I don't know, fucking 100, 200 years after there's a two-state solution that they might rejoin because they are dependent on each other in like ways, like when
And
it
they
comes to labor
both
and
groups do
economy
it.
and stuff like that.
And they do have like historic ties to the land, obviously, both groups.
Well, yeah, obviously. But like for now, maybe to lower the tensions and actually, I don't know, get something going in terms of like having stability in like both countries or states would be better until they can actually have some kind of proper diplomatic relationship.
This is the approach I've decided to take in 2025. I've decided that if you're going to argue with left-wingers about this stuff, regardless of how reactionary I think they're being, but the only way to win is to out-woke them. If someone says one-state solution, I'm going to be like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, but the fact is that Palestinians need a state now. They don't need a state whenever they start to actually agree with like your Western sensibilities of multiculturalism, right? Like, because they don't agree with it now, they need a state now. So if they're going to have a state now, it's going to be two states, not one, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's like unironically the reason why I am two-state is because I want the bloodshed to end now, and it's not gonna end now if you keep, you know, pushing for the one state that's just not viable. It feels like so many leftists don't think about like strategy. Like, if there was the option that we could have voted in someone outside of Trump or Kamala, I would have been like, hell yeah, let's go for it. But you don't have the numbers to do that, so why are you throwing everything out the window? And now you have Trump who's planning to like possibly deport Palestinian activists, and it's like, why would you not have taken the steps to try to avoid that by voting for Kamala? It doesn't make any logical sense.
And the fact that they wrote fucking shalom in that White House Twitter page about that guy today, holy
Shalom?
fuck. They were like, it's shalom, we're deporting you, but even though you're a permanent resident and we haven't charged you with any crimes. Like, fuck me. It's like, how did we get a government that's more Zionist than fucking Israel's government? Like, yeah.
So, what I think is that you have a bunch of like, I like to call them diasporoids, that have grown up in the West, and they're all like from different Middle Eastern, North African countries, and they basically realize, oh, we're not so different, and we are all Arabs, so like clearly we can all like somehow form some kind of cohesive movement, and they think this is applicable to the Middle East as well. And then they think like, yeah, we can all get along with each other if we try, so we should definitely try that first. And as if that hasn't been like tried for fucking ages.
Have you encountered like a bunch of pan-Arab diaspora people lately? You've mentioned them a couple of times now. Have you been having run-ins with Baathists?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, all the fucking time.
Shit.
What's up, Baathist?
Yeah.
What's up?
I mean, not like Baathists, but like people that like think like that the Arabs should join arms and make sure that the Palestinians are, I don't know, take revenge for the Palestinians or shit like that. Like
That's not
like really,
what?
really like really radical shit. Like yeah, it's. I mean, I've told you about my mother, so like you know, her views are not exactly. Yeah, that's probably basically criminal in Germany.
Actually, yeah, I know Carantos used to say that as well. He had this fantasy of like every Arab and Muslim country just like uniting and taking down Israel together. It's, rip.
Bro, you have to get back with Qantas, man. That shit is so funny.
This is a very
Yeah, he'll be the second black viewer, Spider. You won't be on your own, right?
True. Wait, isn't Mina like? Nah, she's not. She's African, but I'm gonna call her black. But
Something I've been trying to think about, and I appreciated what you were saying. I watched your conversation with Ethan Loner. I appreciated how you talked about how like you know, sometimes violence is necessary, but you want to try to do like the least amount possible, and you brought up like Nelson Mandela and the situation in South Africa. I think that's been something that I've been wrestling with, is like, what is the right amount of violence in order to like free and oppressed people? And I'd be curious to hear like, what is your, like, where do you think you draw the line in the sand when it comes to that?
I don't think it's really an amount. It's just if you can show, if you can show the strategy, then I'm probably not going to oppose it. Like, I know it's technically illegal to kill settlers, like just because they're settlers. Like settlers are civilians under international law. But if there's some like fucking Israeli person who's trying to set up a little outpost, like a little caravan settlement in the middle of the West Bank on a hill, I would not be against like a Palestinian armed militia just going up to them with guns and saying like, no, you cannot do this, like leave or we're going to shoot you. And then if they if they don't move, then yeah, eventually I think it would probably be okay to just. So that could happen. That could happen to like hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah. Like you could like, because there are 500,000 settlers in the West Bank, right? Like I wouldn't even mind if like all of them were deported. So that's a lot of violence, okay? Because deporting is violent, like especially if they were Palestinians who were pushing them out. People would die, but
yeah, 100%.
But it's a strategy. It makes sense, you know.
Yeah, I guess, and I'm trying to understand like what is the strategy behind like terrorism. I guess the strategy behind terrorism is that you make as much of a scene as possible, you know, and then that brings international attention. Like, do you think that there can be any strategy to that? Because it feels like what it usually just results in is massive crackdowns like we've seen in Palestine.
Yeah, but this is also probably the most anybody has talked about like this conflict basically ever.
Like years, huh?
This is like, because of social media and the way it is currently,
So would you say that's kind of Hamas's goal working?
Oh yeah, for sure. They have whole ass like PR teams. Like this is the kind of propaganda they want. Like
I will say
what
Hamas's
has
goal
been
did
happening.
ultimately not work though, because they thought
Well,
this
yeah,
would
obviously
inspire
not.
like a pan-Islamic military unity. They thought Hezbollah would probably come in from
They
the north
thought
at
there
like the
was going
same
to be a
time.
third intifada.
Yeah, they thought there'd be a third. You can see Sinwar. He talks about the numbers. He's like, we expect 1 million Arab Israelis, half of them, to take up arms and run people over and stab people and shit. It's like, but I don't think it's necessary. Like, obviously, media plays a part, and that's why Hamas is willing to continue, even though they're militarily like have no chance. But I think it's more about.
He didn't expect that nothing ever happens, bros.
It's more about like imposing cost, because there's a Nasrallah speech where he mentions this explicitly. Is the idea is that you think your enemy is gaining something from being in this area. So like Israel feels like they're gaining security from being in South Lebanon. And then what Hezbollah has decided was like, we're going to basically make the cost of that like higher than what you gain from it. So if we terrorize enough people, if we kidnap enough soldiers, or if we kill enough people, if we fire enough rockets, we are going to make you decide that it's not worth it to stay here. And eventually they did, like amongst other things, of international pressure and everything, Israel was forced out. They went back to across the blue line. Or the FLN in Algeria did the same thing to get rid of the French. Like they literally bombed cafes and targeted civilians and hit people right in the middle of crowded shopping centers, right? And the French responded
so that would be...
with even more crimes, even worse crimes. But yeah, eventually it made the French realize that like it's not worth it to stay here. It's not worth the risk. It's also not worth it morally, because like, you know, French people are quite liberal, right? Like they didn't like the fact that they were dropping napalm on Algerians to keep a hold of some shitty colony, right? So almost in unison, a bunch of them just left. Like the French government took half of them out and the other half just left of their own accord. So yeah, you just make the cost higher than the benefit. The problem is
that
that
would
people...
overall be the strategy of Hamas, is just make it the cost too much for, I guess, the Jewish people to stay in Israel at all.
Yeah, but the problem with Hamas and Hezbollah is that they're not idiots, but they're ideologically just too they're just too anti-Semitic to realize that Israelis are not leaving. They don't understand that they don't have a France to go to, right? Like the Polish Jews are not going back to Poland. The Russians are not going back to Russia. Yeah.
What do you think would need to happen for their goals to actually work out? Like if there was an alliance of a lot of the Arab countries coming together, I mean, I guess then do you think that would lead to then the West getting like directly involved, or?
I don't think they would need to. I mean, Israel fought off 5 Arab armies in the First War, 3 in the Six-Day War. I think Israel would just start nuking people. The West would... Yeah, well, even Biden said that they would get involved if Hezbollah tried to launch across the border, right? Like if they tried to actually send ground forces across, then yeah, the Americans would get involved. They sent those aircraft carriers warning that. So...
it just seems like... I don't know. It seems like it's just not worth it if all you're trying to get is like the land of Israel. I don't know. I just feel like two-state solution makes so much more sense at this point. Like, I can obviously empathize with people having lost their land, but it's like you can't just do infinite bloodshed. Like, I don't know.
Well, the fact is that even if the West abandoned Israel, because this is an argument that they would make, Israel would make their own weapons, and they would literally fight to the very last Jew, like till the last drop of Jewish blood has been spilled in the middle of Tel Aviv before they give up that country. Yeah, that's what you'd have to go for. Like, you're not going to convince Iraqi Jews to go back to Iraq.
Why do you think that is? Do you feel like Zionism is just a very it has a very strong religious tie to the land?
No,
they obviously
no. I mean, they could all be atheists. Israelis believe that their secret weapon is that they have nowhere else to go. They very strongly believe that if they go to any other country, they'll just be fucked. They'll just be a miserable, persecuted minority, right? Like, maybe some of them, the dual citizens, can go back to America or whatever, but most Israeli Jews are from the Middle East. Like, most of them are from Middle East and North Africa. They got kicked out of Iraq and Egypt and Morocco and Yemen. Like, yeah, they would rather die than have to go back to those places because they die there.
Out from Morocco.
Hmm?
They didn't. Well, it's a bit more nuanced than that, but
Okay, they were pushed. I know they weren't expelled, but they were not exactly persuaded to stay either, right? Like they were, yeah, they were pushed.
It was
Is that
basically,
right?
it was basically the royal family made a deal with Israel, and to basically alleviate tensions in Morocco, they're like, you guys are probably safer in Israel, so they facilitated them going, like, leaving to Israel. But Morocco also has like a really good relationship with Israel. Like, they're one of the only Arab countries that have like really good relationships with Israel. They're also normalized and stuff like that, and they also have like military alliances. They do like joint exercises and stuff like that.
Yo, Ryan,
Yeah, and
were you
I
like
definitely
originally conservative or what?
like when I was younger, yeah, I grew up in like, I guess I would have said that I was originally like a moderate conservative, sort of. I was like growing up, I was a conservative Christian, but I don't think I would have ever supported Trump even back then. Even when I was a kid, I would have said like, this dude's insane. And then I would say, like right out of high school, I was like a centrist, and then I just kind of slowly moved more and more left up until recently. And then, yeah, I still consider myself a leftist, but I think I'd call myself like a, I don't know, I don't even know the word for it. I guess a moderate leftist, or like a democratic socialist who is really frustrated with a lot of the other left right now.
You said something earlier about them not being strategic. I think they are very strategic, aren't they? Like, I feel like the snark campaigns and like all those people are very good at getting what they want and like going what they set out to do. Like with the harassment campaigns, and Bad Empanada is really good at smearing people and bullying small creators off the internet. Hassan is really good at just putting his finger into as many clout pies as possible. Like all these people are very strategic, just not for what you think they should be strategic for, right? Or even the student protesters. Like I don't know what they were trying to achieve, but if they were trying to get attention, then they were very strategic. Yeah, yeah.
What about you think they're the new QE farms? You think for against like other like women? Like you think they're the new QE farms?
What snark?
Yeah.
Well, Kiwi Farms generally tries to produce evidence, so they're.
I would say, as someone, I've definitely looked at like snark pages and stuff, and I think it probably depends on the snark page, because different creators just anytime there's like a group of haters, they'll just make like a snark Reddit. I would say like at least snark pages don't tend to dox people as much as Kiwi Farms, but I guess apparently they were trying to dox Ethan with the snark page, so yeah, I mean it's kind of like the
CPS thing, so.
Yeah, it's like women's It's like Kiwi Farms for women, sort of.
Whoa. Yeah,
that's not me being sexist. This snark is like something that is primarily like snark is like a drama thing.
It's majority women.
Oh, so drama is a woman thing. I see. Got him.
The drama communities online are primarily women. Okay.
Meanwhile, the most drama channels actually just men.
Hold on. Whoa, hold on. All right. You got snark, all right, crashing out over Ethan, all right, being a Zionist.
Oh, I have a bone to pick with you, Loner, about this shit.
Wait, before we do that, if we're just to come back to strategy and I think I think a lot of these activists do it for self-aggrandizement. I don't think they give a fuck about what actually happens in the region. It's like Finkelstein. Oh God, if I could ever find that Lex thing where Finkelstein basically admitted that he doesn't see any possibility of things getting better in the Middle East, so he just wants to document the record. Like he's literally writing the obituary before the person's died, you know, and just trying to make art out of it almost. That's what I think. I think they actually are quite good at achieving what they want to do. It's just not what you think they want to achieve. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I guess when I say strategy, I don't mean they're necessarily bad at doing propaganda. It seems like they're pretty good at doing propaganda, but I guess it's more strategy towards achieving the goals that they claim they're setting out to achieve. And then, yeah, I guess it's me sort of realizing like, oh, are you actually trying to achieve the goals that you're claiming to want to achieve? Because if you were, you would be making different strategic choices, in my opinion.
No,
but I do agree that
they want to be like Lord Denethor, you know, like there's still hope, but they just want to like set themselves and the other person on fire. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I just like, what do you think is the legitimate end goal? Like, is it just literally like cynical, like, oh, we just want to get rich off of this, or do they think that these actions are actually going to lead towards? I guess I just struggle to see how like blatantly supporting Hamas is actually going to lead towards Palestinian liberation in the long run, you know?
So I met student activists in my hometown, and again, somehow people there were fairly normal. Like most people I spoke to there were nonviolent. Yeah, they said that they thought that if they could BDS hard enough, they would push Israel into a ceasefire. That they weren't that interested in what would happen afterwards, as far as like 2 states or 1 state or anything like that. They thought they could push Israel to negotiate a ceasefire by losing Western support. There are probably some people who believe things like that. And good on them, but I don't know if for the people who support Hamas and shit like that, then I mean, I can find his son talking about it. I think I had a clip of him saying, yeah, I think he believes that the goal is, well, one time he said the goal was to get people to leave Israel, the dual citizens. The other was that Israel would eventually just cave like South Africa did and accept a 1-state solution. They say they believe that, and maybe they do, but they don't act like they believe it. They act like they have different motives. Because yeah. But I think,
why do you
for
think
most people it's like aggrandizement.
Why do you think that if there was like a 1-state solution, why that would be different than like what happened in South Africa?
Because in South Africa, Nelson Mandela and the ANC were very open in saying, like, we do not want this to be about revenge. We don't want this to be about inequality. Like, we want a rainbow nation for 2 people. We don't want to like punish every single criminal ever. We'd rather like reconciliation and truth and all that. That's what they pushed for. Okay. And the white population was assured by that. Like, there was a referendum in the 90s about whether or not the white population wanted to continue negotiating with the ANC, and they voted in favor of it. In Palestine, I am yet to see a Palestinian leader who has given a similar assurance for a 1-state solution. When you ask Palestinians to choose between a 1-state solution that's equal or unequal, right, more of them will choose the unequal one.
And it makes sense why you would choose that, because you feel like if you were wronged, then you should get back the thing that you lost or whatever. But it's just not.
Yeah, or even
realistic.
Like if you look at the PLO charter from the 60s, like when they say Palestine, they're that, yeah, Palestine is Arab. Like Zionists are invaders, and Palestine is an Arab state, not a mixed state. It's an Arab state. Yeah, and obviously with all the groups outside of that area, it's like the same thing. So
yeah, I think that's probably why, like, idealistically, I would be 1-state solution if that's what was being proposed. If it was more of like a Nelson Mandela type situation there, I just think that there's so much hostility and hatred on both sides of it that it just doesn't feel like that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and it's also because, what was I going to say? It's also because it's funny that leftists do this, because people who talk about Jews fearing losing their majority and compare that to South Africa, it's like, are you really telling me that you think anti-Semitism and anti-white racism are equally valid concerns? Like, white people in South Africa were not popular amongst the black population, but it's never going to be the same kind of hatred as anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a like deeply rooted, like millennia long bigotry that has been present in both the Arab world and in the European Christian world. Yeah, like the idea that these can be treated equally is really, really stupid to me.
So you're saying people can't be racist towards white people? I see how it is.
It seems to be just less of an issue. Yeah. Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree. It's definitely different. I would say there are similarities, but yeah, it was really funny. I was watching a Bad Empanada video of him criticizing Hassan. He's now gone on the train that Hassan is too much of a liberal Zionist. Basically, anyone who doesn't say all Israelis should die at all times is a liberal Zionist in his eyes. But he said South Africa was bad because they didn't kill every single white person there, basically. So
yeah, he's very much like an Algeria model guy. He thinks that it was good that all the French got chased out and the ones who stayed got killed. Yeah. I don't really know why. South Africa is one of the more stable countries in that region, but despite all their problems, could be worse.
Yeah. Also, South Africa, in terms of geopolitics, is the most incoherent shit I've ever seen in my life. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of conflicting shit going on with South Africa when it comes to like international relations. Like recently Zelensky was there, even though South Africa has good ties with Russia, and then you have like weapons shipments that aren't actually like definitely not on par with like their policy that like in terms of like wanting the Palestinians to be free. Like it's all over the place.
I feel like a lot of countries do that, though, don't they? They preach pro-Palestinian, but they materially support Israel, right? Or collaborate. Yeah.
I think what I've realized is that there are some people who they kind of operate off of like a revenge-based mindset. Like it's not about trying to maximize but this is so confusing because they're all about material conditions. But I'm like, if you are always talking about wanting to make the material conditions as good as they can be, like why not focus on trying to make life as good as it can possibly be for the greatest number of people possible? I mean, I guess their perspective is once you kill everyone, then somehow that's gonna then turn into a situation where everything is good for everyone. But I just don't think throughout history that's what's happened, you know?
No, I mean there are like one of the more hot takes is that there have been times when like large ethnic displacements have probably led to like less suffering in the long run than if they hadn't been moved, right? Like people have argued that, and even left wing, I heard this from a left wing historian, social democrat, that had those 12 million Germans who lived outside of, who lived in the East, not been kicked out and sent back to Germany after World War II, there would have been a lot more risk of ethnic conflicts down the line, because the entire precedent for the Nazis expanding into Poland, Czechoslovakia, etc., was because ethnic Germans lived there, right? And they could use that presence to justify their claim to the land. The same, like, can you imagine if the Soviet Union ended and all the Russians living in Crimea just had to go back to Russia? Like, it would have been much harder for Putin to annex the place, right? So people do make those arguments, but even for South Africa, it doesn't make sense. So I don't know, because what white country is going to use the white people in South Africa? That would be more to do with wealth distribution, maybe, that they would argue that.
Or I hear people saying that like the Haitian Revolution was an example of a more successful revolution. I'm not like super educated on geopolitics. I'm trying to become more educated.
Yeah, the Haitian Revolution was basically just very, very bloody on both sides. But again, like how it's hard to say, because so many of these countries, it's like you can say the ones that got rid of their oppressors or whatever versus the ones that didn't. But then there's also other variables. So I think South Africa is one of the more stable countries in the region right now, even though they didn't get rid of their oppressors. I think Haiti is a fucking state right now. It's a total mess. So, yeah, I don't know how you would make those, but it's also a completely different part of the world. I don't know how you'd make those comparisons.
And you can have the issue where you get rid of your oppressors, but then you install the vanguard party or whatever they say, and then they just become the new oppressors. And that's why you have to, like, fucking weigh up these sorts of things. I don't know. I don't agree with this idea of let's use authoritarianism to create our perfect authoritarian state. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, of course, there could be situations where it actually does end up working out, but I don't know. I prefer less authoritarianism generally.
Yeah, like the authoritarian phase tends to always last a bit too long. Like, the good times are just around the corner. Yeah.
Yep, just let them have power for one more day, and tomorrow we'll have communism. So.
Okay, is there any more contentions though? And this everyone's just agreeing with each other. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I have contention. Well, I guess maybe we could just for a few minutes talk about the disagreement over Zionism in general. I do still think I'm anti-Zionist as like I understand the pragmatic perspectives that you're saying. Like maybe in the short term, it makes sense why someone might feel that way. But I guess I just idealistically am against the idea of like forcing a state to stay a certain ethnic majority, and then I feel like when you do that, it then leads to conflicts in the long term. Because yeah, it might be keeping Jewish people safe in a certain sense, but then it's also one of the biggest things that everyone is always talking about as this massive conflict.
I think there needs to be a distinction that needs to be made between Zionism and whatever the fuck the Israeli government is doing. Because shit is going down, yeah, but there's like clear like bad actors, right? You could say like, yeah, I'm for a two-state solution. That's already like kind of Zionism. Like if you say that, right? You say okay, I'm okay with the Jews staying in their country, having their own state, right? That's already Zionism, I think. Like if you see like, for example, what is going on with the conflict, and then conflate that with Zionism, then I'm not sure that's entirely accurate with the way Zionism is actually meant to be.
Yeah, but
I don't think it.
Okay, go on.
I think you could be anti-Zionist and believe in a two-state solution, just in the sense of like there should be two states, but then those should be both fully multi-ethnic, and you shouldn't like. Of course, I'm not gonna ever be like we need to make Jewish people not an ethnic majority. Like that's a ridiculous, you should never force it to not be, but I guess I also don't believe in enforcing that it has to be,
So what would you, so let's say there's two states, and Israel's still staying a Jewish state. What would you, as their allies, like what would you want to pressure them to do differently?
I guess it's not about, I don't know if it's about pressuring. It's more just that I'm not super educated on the actual policies of like the Israeli government. Like, what sort of policies do they put in place that make sure that there is that ethnic majority?
Well, one of the things they do is quite similar to Ireland, where if you have Jewish parents, or it's either two Jewish grandparents or one Jewish parent, then you can basically get Israeli citizenship fairly easily. And also, obviously, they control their immigration. So if you're a Jordanian who wants to move to Israel, it's probably going to be pretty difficult or nigh impossible. And obviously with Palestinian refugees, it's one Jewish grandparent. Yeah, same as Ireland then. And for Palestinian refugees, then I don't think Israel would ever accept any more than maybe like 50 or 100,000 of them coming back to Israel. So things like that.
Yeah, it's really hard because in those situations you do have to weigh up the pragmatic side of it versus the, like I was saying, the idealistic side of it.
Like, how would you feel about it if you've got two states, but like Jews are not allowed to immigrate to the West Bank, like to Palestine? So Palestine is just fully Palestinian Arab and maybe some Samaritans, but like Jews who want to go and live in Hebron for religious reasons and all that, but they're just not allowed to go. Would that influence? Yeah, you probably disagree with that, right? But how would that?
I'd hold the same standard as far as I don't necessarily think that Palestine needs to be an ethno-state either. I don't think that they should like be able to force their way in, but if they're like legally immigrating,
then what's the
wouldn't
point
see
of
an
a
issue with
two-state solution?
You would just have
the main issue that is causing tension is that they currently are not like like that they're way too intermingled. If you
Like, what do you mean by way too
it's like
intermingled?
it's
Because there are Arab people in Israel who have like equal rights, right?
yeah, Israeli Palestinians, but like you are putting the values that you have as a Westerner onto the Middle East, and I'm not sure that's like correct, because they are not just culturally different, but they also have like a completely different like ideology and mentality when it comes to like society. So when you think about like, oh, ethno-nationalism bad, but when you look in the Middle East, clearly there's there's a whole lot of tension going. It's not because like multiculturalism good.
Yeah, but I think
Right.
I think we're trying to figure out from Ryan is that like he's acknowledging that from a pragmatic perspective, but he's saying that like as a first principle, like I don't think he believes that like ethnic majorities are like justified like for their own sake, right? I think that's what you're saying. Like you're saying that
Generally, I believe that like the world becomes a better place when we have more multiculturalism and more intermingling. I think a lot of the conflicts that we do have across the world are caused by racial conflicts, ethnic conflicts, those sorts of things. And I just think that like intermingling is generally something I'm like in favor of. And I mean, you could say like, what's the point of Canada and America being different states? Like they're, you know, why not make that all one state? I mean, I think that there are just different groups of people who want to have statehood. So I don't know. I guess I would say, yeah, just have a two-state solution where, yeah, pragmatically, you can't necessarily just fully open, like open borders. Like I would say, like I immigrated to Australia recently, and I would say that I probably got into Australia more easily because I'm an American, whereas if I were like an Asian person trying to immigrate, it probably would have been a lot more difficult. And, you know, morally, I'm like, is that a good thing? Maybe not, but I also understand from Australia's interest them wanting to curb immigration in certain ways. So,
is it fair to say that you believe that Jewish majority state or any national majority state is it's only justified if you have a good reason for it? You can't just say just because.
yeah.
Okay. Do you think?
And even sometimes, yeah, and good reason can be complicated. Like, I don't know, like if Christians really had a good reason to say that America needs to be a Christian nation, would I then say that like I agree with Christian nationalism? Like, not necessarily.
Well, it's hard to envision that world, right? Because a world where they have a good reason
Christians
to
aren't
want
oppressed.
it. Yeah. But okay, so do you think Jewish Israelis have a good reason to want an ethnic majority?
Yeah, they probably do have a good reason. I think that's been one of the most difficult questions I've been trying to wrestle with to figure out where I stand on all these things. Like I understand where they're coming from, but I wouldn't necessarily morally justify it. It's like it's hard. It's like you understand it, but is it morally good, you know?
I think that's a disagreement that doesn't really mean anything. I think that basically just makes you because like obviously when Herzl and all these people promoted Zionism, they didn't just say, yeah, this is because it's our God-given ancestral homeland and all that. They said this because their primary reason was because Jews are not safe, right? You're kind of given like, so your good reason is their good reason. Like the entire origin, the birth of Zionism is for the same reason that you would say they have a good reason to want a majority. So it's like, you can say it's not the world I'd like to live in, but it's the world we live in now, and it's the morality kind of depends a lot on. You have to respond to the circumstances you're in, right? What I'm trying to say is you're kind of you're just kind of a Zionist.
I might be a Zionist,
yeah,
but
I
don't think that I'm a Zionist.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm pragmatically, I don't know, because I guess it is partially speculative if like that we actually did allow just, free immigration if that really would destroy Israel. But I understand why they feel like that would happen if you did allow it, Like, I definitely, like, you have the white nationalists who are like, oh, if we let other people from other countries in, it's going to destroy America. And I definitely don't think there's any truth to that. But obviously, anti-Semitism is a genuine problem, whereas anti-white racism is not a genuine problem. And what was I gonna say? So I don't know. It's a tough question.
Do you think you're a self-hating Zionist?
Damn.
I think there's the problem is like that, like that's all Zionism means. It's actually just not as offensive as people try to make it out to be. There's probably no use in calling yourself a Zionist because when people hear that, they just think Netanyahu, settlers,
Bad,
fucking
and
war
weird.
crimes, shit. Yeah, which obviously I don't think either of us.
Attack Palestinians
sign off
on site.
Yeah.
Well, I would say
Yeah.
idealistically, I'm definitely not. Like, in an ideal world, I wouldn't want any state to be based on an ethnic majority. The question is this pragmatic in the short term? Is where maybe I am, maybe I'm not, and that's what I'm still trying to figure out.
I had a question, like why, like when people have like a problem with the ethnic majority, like why Jews specifically? It's always Jews for this thing.
Well, they
like this
claim
type
it's
of
not
situation.
just Jews, but they always just talk about Israel.
Yeah, so I was like,
Well, I'd
Like,
say the
wow.
same thing about America. Like, if someone's like, America needs to be a Christian nation, America needs to be a white nation, any of those sorts of things. I would also hold the same standard for like Japan or also
Well,
the same thing for Arab countries. Like, I don't
Yeah, that's the problem. You
idealistically.
guys don't know much about Arab countries to think. Like, you think, like, for example, Syrians. Majority of people think Syrians are all the same. There's like about like 18 ethnicities in there. There is diversity in there. It's just that like ethnicities you don't know. Like, till when did you hear the word Alawite? Like, it's ethnicities people don't know in the Middle East. And what's it called? Obviously, there's Jews don't like to distinct themselves from each other by just saying they're Jewish or Israelis. But there's Mizrahim, Sephardim, Ashkenazim, Odi Shuv. Like, they all differ slightly from each other.
Yeah, but it's kind of like there's also just a kind of convenience in being able to say like, oh yeah, I would oppose like ethnic states for everyone, right? Like Iran, but that's kind of easy to say because no one's worrying about Iran losing its Shiite majority, right? Like, or most countries actually, like even European ones, and they're
You
like,
can
My
convert
favorite
in and out of
racism
Shia.
my favorite racism is intra-Jewish racism. It's so funny.
Yeah, fucking Ashkenazi supremacy is the funniest shit I've ever heard. It's like it's so funny.
I think the ethnic majority argument is kind of dumb, but like is this like when a country like impose or like if the country religion like plays a part in their government, that's kind of cringe. That's my take. I don't know, like an ethnic majority. I don't think it's that bad.
No, so regarding the Alawite thing, just respond to someone in chat. It's like these people have been a religion for so long, for like hundreds of years, to the point where they just intermarry into each other, to the point where their culture develops into its own thing, and they just become their own people. And that's how Palestinians are a fucking ethnicity. Ethnicities develop, but they're not just like in like fucking maybe 200 years. If America doesn't burn down within this next 4 years, you might have an American ethnicity. Well, obviously people are going to differ because it's too large of an area for it to be one ethnicity.
It's too large of a melting pot.
Like Boston.
Boston.
They sound different than the rest of you.
I do think the one thing that has frustrated me a bit is when people like Ethan say, like, Zionism is just the belief that Israel has a right to exist, because I feel like that's not 100% true. Like, it's specifically the belief that Israel should have an ethnic majority, but I feel like if he would say that, he knows he'd get a lot more pushback than just saying Israel has the right to exist. Like white nationalism isn't just the belief America has the right to exist. Like when white nationalists are saying that, talking about white nationalism.
I guess, but you also have millennia of history where whenever the Jews were living under like a different government that wasn't Jewish, they would get fucked
Yeah,
over.
but that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that Ethan is like
Yeah,
ignoring the
Ethan,
big
yeah.
difference when he just said it's just the right to exist.
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
a
like,
bit
well, no,
more.
like if
Yeah,
Israel
he
became
he
majority
simplifies
Palestinian,
it.
it wouldn't be Zionism, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Maybe
Yeah,
this
he
is me
simplifies
giving.
it, but yeah, I still think that's like okay. He said that, but that doesn't really make it any, like make Zionism any less valid. Like it's you
It's
can
not.
like
It's not necessarily a me tearing down Zionism. It's more, I guess, just I don't know, wishing that if someone's going to talk about it, that they're clear about what the ideology actually is. I guess.
To me, it's implied in the sentence because Israel having a right to exist, like, obviously means it's a Jewish state. But like, maybe some people wouldn't get that. There were schools of Zionism before, actually, all the way up until the 40s? I think even up until the 40s, there were still Zionist movements that believed that, or Zionist factions that believed that Zionism could just be a state of Jews, not a Jewish state. So like a state that just had a big enough Jewish presence that they could be protected, but they don't have to be the majority, like the one state solution people. They did exist.
Yeah, I think
until
that's
they were eventually
more
overruled, but
that's more. I think what I would say is like I don't necessarily believe in like, oh, we need to dismantle, you know, like I don't think we need to like dismantle America or dismantle Israel or whatever. I just don't believe in
Don't worry, Trump's beating you to that one.
Yeah, I guess so.
Chomsky was one. Yeah, someone in the chat is asking that Chomsky was one of those. So in the 40s, Chomsky led a Zionist organization, like a student Zionist organization, that was advocating. Yeah, the advocacy was for Jewish and Palestinian or like Arab working class people to form like a socialist state from the river to the sea. The problem with those people
was way
is
older
that,
than Chomsky, no?
What?
I thought that organization was before Chomsky.
No,
like,
he just led a student group. Like,
okay.
Yeah, but no, yeah, it was older. Yeah, even Herzl, I think, flirted with the idea. I think, but yeah, because that fucking book that he wrote, Alt Neuland or whatever, isn't that like when he's talking about that, that's like a mixed state. I don't think it's clear who I might be wrong. I don't think it's even clear who has to be the majority in that state. And in that whole story, there's that Jewish rabbi who tries to suppress the rights of the Arabs, and then he gets voted down by the rest of the Jews. That's like his whole utopia. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you don't have to have a Jewish majority for like that Zionist goal. It's just like security for the Jewish people.
Well, that's what happened, right? Like the reason those one
but it's just the easiest
shared,
way to have the security is having a majority.
Yeah, like
so you rule over yourselves.
Yeah, like the reason those shared one state people lost the argument was because of like the Arab revolt, right? Or the riots in 29, right? Because they realized that this population was like way too hostile to trust as like a majority. Yeah.
That's where I think the difference between
either.
What?
They didn't do themselves any favors either.
No, probably true.
With the Nakba and all that, yeah. I think.
Oh, well, this was before the Nakba. So there was still like major terrorist attacks in like the 30s and like after the Hebron massacre.
It's like when you compared Ben Gurion talking about like what his impression of Arabs when he first arrived in Palestine versus like 30 years later.
It's like a petting zoo for him.
Yeah, he loved them. He thought they were like big children. That's what he said. But then obviously I think he got mugged, didn't he? He was like he was robbed.
No, he got scammed, not robbed, right? It was scammed. Like he got overcharged for some service.
He didn't become anti-Arab because he got fucking scammed. What do you really? I thought he got beaten up or some shit. Or mugged.
No, I'm pretty sure he became anti-Arab later, not because of the scam thing.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't say he became anti-Arab because he got scammed, but I'm pretty sure he got scammed, like he got overcharged or something.
Huh. Interesting.
So you're saying that there are Zionists who don't necessarily believe that there needs to be an ethnic majority? Because I think
there's just not many of them anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree. I want Jewish people to have a place to live, obviously. Like, I think that's
I joined for a different thing to say, Loner. I don't think he should be enforcing that Zionist label just because someone thinks Israel should continue existing. I could say I'm anti-Zionist because I disagree with the establishment of how Israel was established, which was a Zionist goal. Like, you could say you're anti-Zionist because of that, how that turned out.
Well, but you're unhappy with the method because of the because
yeah,
they kicked
but
people
that
out.
Yeah, but that is also a Zionist goal, which like led to a Jewish state. It is a goal of Zionism. Eventually, it didn't have to be, but it was. So you
Okay.
could argue with what a hypothetical is, or like what could have been, or what actually happened. That's what I normally argue for.
Do you think Israel should be abolished?
No.
Do you think it should lose its Jewish majority?
That could be argued. I think like a fucking fair one state possibly in like 100, 200 years where people don't want to murder each other.
Okay, so 100 you're a Zionist. The fuck? Okay, no, okay, right. I'm sorry.
This is such a dumb argument, loader.
It's just that the word's been fucking poisoned, isn't it? Like
It's no, I agree it's poisoned, but like at the most of the time, and I tried to explain this to a bunch of students I spoke to in the Reuchman Institute in what's it called, fucking Herzliya. Like when they talk about Zionism, no one will ever talk about like Palestinians will never talk about Zionism the way Israeli Jews do, and to them Zionism is what happened in '48. To Jews, it's just an ideology that's continuously changing.
I know what you mean. Because it sounds like you're signing off on like
you're signing off on what
mental
happened to
atrocities that went into making Israel the country that it is, right? Like
Yeah.
even if you blame the Arabs for starting the war and everything, it's still like, well, Israel, the country that it is now, with those borders, with those communities, including your one, your community is only in Israel because of that. Because of what the Haganah did in that war. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
But that's exactly it. And the example I use for Israelis is like the word jihad. It's so fucking negative in the West. It's super negative. Even in Israel, jihad is like terrorism, like a one-on-one comparison to terrorism. But it's obviously just a fucking completely different meaning in the Quran and for Muslims.
Yeah.
It's the same type of fucking argument.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of like I think you can have American patriotism without meaning that you justify all the horrible things America has done throughout its existence. So I could see you could believe in Zionism without meaning that you justify everything Zionists have done potentially, Yeah,
it's just that there's so much narrative attached to like the labels. It's like, bro, I think I remember I saw a poll ages ago asking about like what would Palestinian Israelis do if Israel got invaded by an Arab coalition. I'm pretty sure most of them said that they would just not take a side, or some said that they would
just keep to your villages.
Yeah, and others said that, I think more said that they would defend Israel than fight against it. But
there's definitely not going to be any like fighting against is literally the worst choice, because even if you win, you're still going to be slaughtered among the Jews. Even if you do lose, Israel's gonna fucking come back for you after you fought against them.
Yeah, because like
it's
the point,
lose-lose.
I feel like the point. Yeah, so the point is that like, if you went with like a really autistic definition of Zionism, probably most Palestinian Israelis would meet it, right? Like they're probably okay with Israel existing as a Jewish majority state. Like
I think most Arab governments meet it. Like you have literally you have Arab governments saying we will do security agreements if you have a two-state solution actually ready and implement it. They would say they would actually go to war with Iran if they start attacking Israel when they have a two-state solution. Clearly this sentiment of anti-Zionism is not the same as it A used to be, and B is clearly normalization is something that is bound to happen. It's gonna happen regardless of what happens. But if the two-state solution happens in the near future, that would be great, and we would actually see way less tension in the Middle East.
Yeah, I think that, but the problem is though is like although maybe most Palestinian Israelis believe that, it's just that I imagine none of them would call themselves Zionists, apart from Yosef Haddad.
Absolutely not.
Apart from Yosef Haddad, right? Yeah.
Yosef Haddad and Mossab.
Yeah, Mossab. Well, Mossab's not even Palestinian though, because he thinks they're.
Wait, Seb, are you Zionist or what?
Arab. No, definitely not.
Are you for?
Did you pay attention to this conversation at all, Spider?
No, he didn't.
Nah, they be yapping about Israel Palestine, bro. As an American,
I explained why I wouldn't call myself a Zionist, because I don't originally agree with how Zionism established itself as the state of Israel.
Man, yada yada yada. You still want an Israel state, right?
I don't want it abolished because it would bring harm to Israeli Jews and Palestinians.
So that still make you a Zionist, no? That's still like the definition of Zionism.
Yeah,
right?
but
You still
it's
want
like,
to use
okay, you've just ignored the last fucking 10 minutes of conversation.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
The problem is that like
Yes, it is.
Zionism doesn't actually mean just you want a Jewish state, like you're okay with a Jewish state existing as it, like that's not the issue. The issue is that like Zionism has narrative attached to it. Like, and if you're a Palestinian living in Israel, the narrative attached to Zionism is not just that you support the country that you live in, it's that you also sign off on all the narrative about history, and actually it's not the Nakba, it's the War of Independence and all this shit, right? And everything we did that was bad was all because of security. Yeah, that's the difference, right?
Yeah, maybe the term is just too poisoned.
It's connotations is what I'm trying to say. Jesus, yeah. Someone in chat said Arafat meets the definition of Zionism. That's hard to say because he never. We don't know how many refugees he would have wanted to come into Israel. He never said.
It depends on who is invading Israel, Cozy. If it's like Iran, probably. But if it's like, I don't know, Palestinians, yeah, nah, them sticking out.
Ryan, why do you have a why is your name Ryan Beard, but you don't have a beard?
It's a great question.
It's an ambition.
Yeah, it's my last name, so you're gonna have to ask my British ancestors.
And I
why
thought
they chose that one.
Palestinian like family names were fucking stupid. Your last name is Beard?
Yep, sure is.
Yeah, it's a beard.
Yeah.
Have you ever felt pressured to get a beard?
Well, I can't really grow one. I just grow like stubble. So maybe if I don't know, maybe if I start taking testosterone or something, I'll get more facial hair.
Wait, does that actually work? Taking testosterone helps you grow a beard?
Maybe not. Maybe like taking like I've heard like minoxidil can help you like grow facial hair or something. But
see, I have never heard that word before.
I need to grow a facial
Alright,
hair, bro.
before this becomes a hair loss conversation, I'm gonna dip.
Alright.
Yeah.
So Moroccan doesn't have to worry about that.
True.
Facts.
I can't believe fucking me said the N word.
Oh, yeah. So when are you gonna play Baldur's Gate 3? Keep saying,
it's a good game. It's a good game. I recommend it.
As you keep avoiding it.
It's such a gooner game, dude. Like,
What do you mean gooner game?
I seen the clips.
It's good, but I don't think Baldur's Gate would be a great game to play on stream necessarily because it's
You
so
can
like,
have the sensor.
story based.
Well, yeah, it's a great story.
Well, the sensor as well, yeah, but.
Oh, hey, a loner.
There's
something. I've been meaning to ask you this for a little while, and it's kind of relevant. I don't want to change the subject from what you guys have been talking about so far, but I feel it's kind of relevant given like the ICC. Did you hear about Rodrigo Duterte being arrested?
Yeah, the Philippines Batman guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who arrested him?
Apparently, he was arrested in the Philippines, so I guess the Filipino government complied with the warrant.
Wasn't he the president?
A few years, not anymore, but he was a few years ago.
Yeah.
Why'd you call him the Batman guy?
Because I remember him getting elected and talking about how he's going to fight all the crime. He's
Well, what he did
he's just
was-
obsessed with
what he
fighting
did-
crime.
Well, what he did was he passed this controversial drug policy where
Yeah.
people could basically you could kill someone if I was a drug dealer and you could turn their body and get a bounty.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Batman.
Like Old West Red Dead Redemption style. But the problem is that a lot of those victims ended up being innocent. And not only that, but a lot of times drug dealers would kill their own opponents. They would turn in those bodies as well to get like an extra reward, basically. So it didn't really solve the problem.
That's so funny, man.
Yeah, like beast. Yeah, but I think
Do
this
you
kind
actually
of
have a soundboard for that?
Yeah.
I always hear it. But why don't you have the fucking full thing? Why do you just have the
Bass?
I do have it.
Wait,
It's just
hold on.
optional.
I have a bone pick. I have a bone to pick with you, man.
What?
So you caught out Frogan, all right? A Lebanese American, all right?
Yeah.
Who's a Westerner, right? And you called her out because you didn't know what the fuck was a Jews, bro. She's American. I thought Jews was like a D for Jews. I thought it was like Jews. I thought it was like Jews for like D's. Come on.
Yeah.
She's American.
No, Jews are like a separate ethnic religious group.
I know that, but come on, Frogan out of all people. Come on.
They actually believe in reincarnation, I think.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
They do.
And also, but anyway, the reason I want to talk about Duterte is because I wonder if it kind of shows how at least some countries comply with the ICC's warrant. Now, I'm not saying that Netanyahu's ever going to be arrested in Israel. That's clearly never happening. He probably won't ever be arrested anytime soon.
Well, he
But I
might get
think this
arrested
does
for
show-
other crimes in Israel, right? Like fucking corruption and shit.
True. But I think it does set a
yeah.
precedent.
Yeah.
And another thing I wanted to ask is, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting anybody, but there's a few things I want to ask. We've seen how in Europe and NATO, get after that whole Trump-Zelensky fiasco and Trump kind of cutting aid to Ukraine, there's been kind of like a European shift from America on Ukraine, where a lot of the European countries are sort of going their own way to support Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we'll see a similar shift in Europe with regards to Israel. What are your thoughts there?
You think Europe's going to shift its stance on Israel?
Maybe, like if America's no longer a big force there.
Health warning.
In
Europe.
Israel? America's
No, in
always
Europe.
going to... Oh, in Europe. I don't know how that would affect European countries towards Israel, because their relations with Israel are... I don't know if they're that connected. In any case, it doesn't matter. The only country in Europe that matters in terms of its arms exports to Israel is Germany and maybe Italy. No other country
But
really
isn't-
does anything for
you could-
Israel. Yeah.
Why is
Incorrect.
America specifically so like pro-Israel?
Yeah,
That's a
what the fuck? I
complex
thought it wasn't the
Uh,
Brits who was like, yay, pro-Israel or some shit, right?
It's
There's a
because
combination
of the
of reasons.
Christian evangelical side of the
Oh my
country.
god, bro.
Well, the evangelicals are a part of it, but there's also the fact that Israel's kind of like a big Western ally in the region, and they're kind of like used as like a wedge board against hostile regimes. And are
Jordan
used as like
is
a,
also the Western ally.
There's also a way that like people can become connected for one reason, but then stay connected for another reason. So I think initially America really got involved with Israel because Israel was kind of like the answer in the Middle East to Soviet influence, right? Because Soviet influence basically won over most of the Arab states, and America's response to that was like Israel. Like that could be their counterweight.
even though
but
the
then-
Soviet Union was one of the first to support Israel.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they were the first to give de jure recognition. Yeah,
Mhm.
even before America did. Yeah.
Good old Stalin.
Yeah. But then obviously,
could've sworn- yeah.
when the Soviets were supporting all the Arab states, even in the Six-Day War, then the Americans had an interest in that region, and the way they could get that was through Israel. But then ever since then, they don't have that reason anymore. But the partnership and the security coordination and the way that they help each other with military and technology intelligence and stuff like that, that's why it stayed. And Israel's definitely worked quite hard to make themselves useful to America as well. So
Of course, if you ask a far leftist, they'll say it's all because of like white supremacists, military-industrial complex, settler colonial bullshit.
that
But
too,
in
obviously.
reality, it's a lot. But it's more complex than that.
Bro, if America was pro-imperial expansion or whatever, we would support like the West. We would support fucking Iran or some shit, you know?
Well, we're starting to support Russia now.
We're probably like the
Yeah,
next
well.
British Empire, right? Basically, if like we went like full like imperialists, probably.
I mean, I think it's funny. There's been this joke going around some circles that like Russia, America, and Israel are all going to become like the next three major like
Axis powers.
powerhouses, like Axis powers. Yeah.
I
It's a
sure
joke,
hope we
of
don't
course,
start palling up with Russia, but it looks like we're going to. But
Yeah.
yeah, I would say American. It's more like soft power. It's not necessarily. It's definitely not the same as England, where America's going and trying to like literally colonize. But I would say, I definitely think America having like so many military bases around the world is partially a way that they do try to sort of have control over a lot of different
Oh,
areas.
absolutely.
See, this is
Oh,
why
and,
this is why people like Ethan lost their minds, because I've got this van person in chat now who apparently watched me for years saying they're ready for the Chinese century, and I know they mean it. Like it's like I know that they're obviously only saying that because they are so irreparably fucking white. And I just wonder, why the fuck did you ever watch me if you're ready for the Chinese century and saying the shit that you do? Like, bro, all I did was make videos about why you shouldn't be Islamophobic and why racism is still a problem in the UK and why you should support Ukraine and why trans people are valid. And you're something like a fucking China simp, CCP dipshit. Like, this is
It's
my guy.
because you,
we clearly have a lot
you
of ideological
unknowingly-
overlap. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. You guys are cancer.
Also, didn't
Alright.
they say they were going to leave like an hour ago?
Yeah, they were bored.
damn.
They're bored and they're sick of me. and they're still here.
You unknowingly were part of the leftist pipeline. You know, you were pipelining them towards tankies
Mate,
without realizing
I need to grab some screenshots from what my Discord was like in 2021. Oh my god, they were actual fucking terrorists. It was insane.
Remember Raheem?
I mean, you had leftists in your server. What do you expect?
Yeah. I was seeing. I was like,
yeah, I thought it was just fucking memes, bro. I thought it was memes. That's how I.
It wasn't just It wasn't just leftists though. It was also like far right Islamists like Raheem.
Yeah.
Raheem.
But they love leftists, you know. There's a bit of a.
Wait, was the two song yapping about like pro-Palestinian shit again, like pro-Hamas thing stuff? When he came back.
What?
The two-tone guy, like he came back or what?
He's quite receptive actually. He was being very friendly and.
Yeah, but he's receptive and then he regresses after like a break.
Yeah, that's how de-radicalization works. Okay, we'll catch him while they're young. He's fine.
So he's like a goldfish.
Yeah, he's a little goldfish. He's a little golden gup.
I saw him sitting in your waiting room the other day. And I told you to drag him in, but you ended the stream.
Well, this kind of reminds me, on the topic of left-wing anti-Semitism, I feel like that kind of goes back longer than some may think. And like, even if you go all the way back to like the Russian Civil War, even the Bolshevik side, they killed a lot of Jews, didn't they? They did like a lot of pogroms, didn't they? Or
yeah.
Like there's that mutiny, was it the Kronstadt Rebellion, where a bunch of Soviet sailors revolted. I think a lot of them targeted Jews. You had people who thought that Jews were like not loyal to the Soviet Revolution. Like it's actually not that new.
No, I've heard a lot about this, but I've never really done that much reading on it. I know also that oh god, under Stalin, didn't the Soviets actually have a plan to kick out all the Jews from the Union, but they just never did it? But it was like very seriously considered.
The doctor's plot.
Is that what is that? I don't know. But I know that I know in there's that line from Richard Evans' book, which is that they weren't many of them, but there were Jews who fled Nazi-occupied Poland, ended up in Soviet-occupied Poland, hated it there, and then went back to Western Poland because they thought it might be better. They just obviously didn't know.
Didn't the Soviets hand over some Jews to the Nazis?
I know they handed communists over. I don't know if they handed Jews over.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe Jewish communists? I don't know.
But I mean, another thing I think, this is what Ryan Beer was talking about, how currently it's not so much far leftists themselves that are doing anti-Semitism, but they're covering for other people who are, like Islamists and Pan-Arabists and all of that. You know, it's the kind of people who think that you're transphobic if Mudahar's Keffel's thumbnail is kind of ugly, but simultaneously will explain away Khyber Yehud or any other like very obviously
anti-Semitic. Well, I'm joking.
But yeah, but you know what I mean. For those of you who don't know,
American, right?
Yes. Why?
Interesting.
Well, yeah,
that's the biggest thing I've run into. Like, I had someone who I was friends with in the past, and they said like I was being a liberal because I said like calling someone a son of a Jew is not a good thing to call people.
They just mean Zionist.
Yeah, it just means Zionist, I guess.
Just because son of a Zionist doesn't have a good ring, so they just shorthand it, you know, big deal.
Well, hey guys, if you think about this, Hitler just wanted to decolonize Europe for the Germanic people. He just wanted an anti-imperialist future for Germania. And he was principally taking a stand. Okay, I'm not going to say anymore. I'm going to get clipped.
Liberals are like, like pretty chill with like pro-American shit, right? Am I tripping?
Yeah, liberals love America.
That's why leftists hate them.
That's why?
Well, one of them.
Oh.
One of the reasons.
I think that the reason leftists really don't like liberals, it's like the classic thing about it's like the wolf versus the fox or something, like the conservatives the conservatives, you can tell that they're evil, but the liberals will manipulate you, and then you don't realize they're evil until it's too late or whatever.
Yeah, that was Noah was doing that. He was doing the fucking paraphrasing Malcolm X. He was doing that in this video. God, it was so cringe.
That's funny, because wasn't Malcolm X kind of conservative himself when it came to like women and stuff?
Yeah, basically on everything apart from like hating white people. Yeah, he was quite conservative.
Was he like pro like beating up women or some shit?
I don't.
But didn't he? That was like earlier in his life. But then
he was a criminal
went on
in his youth. Yeah.
He went on a spiritual journey or something, and then he became more not as crazy later.
Yeah, but didn't this pilgrimage? Didn't he come back from this like 2 years before he died? It wasn't long before the end of his life, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, yeah. So when he was calling MLK and Uncle Tom House Negro, and saying that the March on Washington was like cucked, basically. Yeah, that was all before his pilgrimage, right? Yeah. And even when he came back and was like being more collaborative and was like nicer and shit, he still spoke about like the liberal fox and the house slave and all that. Like he basically attacked when he came. It was at Selma. It was somewhere where near the end of 65, I think, when MLK was in jail and Malcolm X actually made an appearance down south and gave a speech, but he still just shat on MLK, but did it quietly. Like he just said, "Beware the house Negro," but don't. I mean, he didn't actually say.
So Malcolm X was like what, the modern Bad Empanada or what?
Yeah.
No.
Well, at least Malcolm X went outside.
I'd give Malcolm X more credit than Bad Empanada for sure.
Well, why?
I don't know. I think he had some at least good things to say about the civil rights movement. He obviously was not a great person overall.
What did he say that was good about the civil rights movement? He said they were a bunch of cucks, didn't he?
Bro, the only thing I knew about
they're a bunch of bitches.
About Malcolm X was like he was the violent one, and like Martin Luther King was like the chill one. That's like the only thing I knew about like Malcolm X and like.
Yeah, but Malcolm X like never actually engaged in violence himself. He was like he was actually quite peaceful in terms of politics. He didn't fight any. Yeah.
He was a live streamer.
Like MLK actually marched on white supremacists, like marched towards them and linked arms with people in the front, and it knew that they were going to get arrested and beaten up and shit. Malcolm X didn't even do that. He just.
He took pictures of himself looking out a window with a gun.
Oh, there was one really funny thing that Malcolm X did when he avoided the draft.
In like World War II?
Yeah, it's what he said. This was before he was a political dude. What did he say?
Yo, Sam, what's your thoughts on black people?
Oh,
what?
God. I can't say this on stream. I can show it, I guess, but
Is it?
Here, I'll put it on screen.
Yeah. Oh my God.
This is I'll just get the wiki up. Yeah, this is what he said.
Okay, hold on. My screen's a little bit behind, so let's see. Oh, what?
Something about
Sent down south, organize them N-word soldiers, steal us some guns, and kill us some crackers.
That's crazy, dog.
That's how he avoided the draft.
So he was like a crash out. He was like a modern crash out, basically.
Well, he did. He just pretended, and then they said that he was mentally disqualified. Yeah.
Base.
So he's like the son.
That's probably the only cool thing Malcolm X has done. I don't know. I don't know why people revere him in this way. Like
I hear from white people more than black ones. I hear it could just be on my end, but I hear a lot more praise from Malcolm X from like white people than black people.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like white communists and stuff.
I hear it from a lot of people that hate Jews, honestly. Now that I think about it.
People who are pro Malcolm X.
Yeah.
Well, he was anti-Semitic, but I don't know.
Yeah,
he believed the troll calls are real.
On Twitter, people were crashing out because like they found like an old clip of like Martin Luther King like saying that like Israel should exist or some shit, or like being like pro-Israel. So like people on Twitter were crashing out. So
yeah, MLK was a Zionist. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He actually does not only that, but MLK actually repeated like Zionist tropes that I don't even agree with. Like that they're actually quite fairly discredited now. He spoke about how like
it was a desert land.
Yeah, it was a desert land, and they planted up, and they they blossomed under And he also said like.
Wasn't Rosa Parks a big Zionist too, supposedly?
I've heard that she was. She was also, but she was always like one of the more like middle class kind of activists. Yeah.
Mm.
But.
Yeah, But
well, I think it's also because Jewish Americans were very, very invested in the civil rights movement. Like, they were much more likely to support the civil rights movement than any of the white liberals were, because
because they were targeted by white supremacists too.
Yeah, and also because they thought that, like, if black people couldn't get civil rights, then Jews might be next. Like, that was the thing as well, because obviously everything about America that Jews liked, which was like, you can come here, you can be an American like everyone else. If that wasn't happening for one group, like, it might happen for others. So, like, yeah.
Not gonna lie,
I mean-
it's making
I mean,
me
here in-
pro-Zionist.
Yeah.
Why?
Here in Georgia, where I
Yeah.
live, there's a synagogue that was blown up once because their rabbi worked with MLK. And I also used to live not far away from where Leo Frank was killed, so that's always been pretty relevant in the area. And speaking of Leo Frank, isn't there some weird far-left conspiracy theory that he was trying to frame a black guy?
What? Oh, Leo Frank.
Yeah, yeah.
Leo
I've
Frank.
heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that.
It's like a very fringe, like far left. Like, I think Basim Youssef tried
he
parodying
believes
it
it.
or something.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think he believed that Leo Frank was also a pedo and that he deserved it.
Yeah.
Which this could just be me, but that sounds kind of anti-Semitic. That's just my opinion, though.
Mate, you.
It really confuses me why, like, someone like Noah would. It seems like every possible opportunity in his video, he's just trying to, like, dehumanize Israelis and trying to paint a broad brush of, like, they all believe the exact same thing. Like, there basically is no such thing as a good Israeli. And it's like, this is so the opposite of, like, the critical analysis you're supposed to do as a leftist, because
It's
like,
unironically dehumanizing.
yeah, it is. It's dehumanizing, and it's like, I thought the whole idea of being a leftist is we're supposed to see the historical context that leads people to making the decisions that they do, realize that people are complex. Like, I would say the same thing for, like, you can't just say, like, every terrorist is a devil or something. It's like, no, there are reasons why, like, people get radicalized into these things. We should be able to understand that and humanize them to a certain extent, but it's like, he's literally calling all Israelis terrorists and saying, don't humanize them. It's like, you're literally doing the exact thing that you accuse right-wingers of doing, you know?
Yeah, because the problem is like, if you believe, first of all, Noah Samson's very stupid, okay? And he's also white, and he hates being white. The fact is that if you believed everything Noah believes about this conflict, you would follow that conclusion. You would think Israel is just Nazi Germany 2.0. So it makes sense. Like, would you really be sitting there, like, humanizing the fucking Wehrmacht soldiers like in World War II? Like, no, these are the bad guys. We need to kill them. We need to fuck them up so that they surrender.
Well, I mean, like from the polls I've seen, I won't deny that a lot of Israeli society is pretty insane.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why it's gotten that way. It's not just because they're all racist settlers. It's because a lot of them are refugees who are very traumatized. A lot of them suffered through terrorist attacks and wars. And again, I'm not justifying those beliefs. Those beliefs that Israelis have about Palestinians are horrible. But there's a reason that they came to, and it's not all just because they're evil racists. Like, I have a quick confession to make for Ryan. I actually came from the Vosh community, and I still watch him pretty regularly. But one of the things that I really don't like about his Israel-Palestine take is that he really leans really heavily into the whole, most Israelis are super evil, genocidal colonizers. He doesn't say all of them, but he says a lot of them are. And it just makes me go like, mate, come on. Like, just because a lot of Israelis are insane doesn't mean that they all are, and stuff like that.
But the thing is, like, any poll that Noah can bring up about Israelis, I can do the same thing for Palestinians, right? Like, or
Yeah,
for,
like I talk about, like,
and they do. That's
But
what
the
traveling Israel do.
Palestinians are occupied, buddy.
Yeah, well, you can do it for the Arab world as well, right? Yeah, you can do it for them
Well,
too.
the Arab world, Israel does terrorist attacks in all their countries all the time.
Yeah, all their countries all the time. True.
I would say you say like anti-Semitism from Arab people is bad, Islamophobia from Israeli people is bad, and then you just analyze like the power structures and who actually is the one doing the majority of the oppressing, which is why I would say that like Israel is the main aggressor here, obviously. But it's like, I don't understand why you have to like justify every single thing that an Arab person ever does. It's just, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, the thing
about Noah is he just strikes me as the kind of person who learned all of his politics from video essays, like
You mean
far
Hassan?
left video essayists. And the fact
I
that
thought he would have learned it from Hassan.
The fact that Noah has deferred to Bad Empanada of all people for all this is like, yeah, of course he believes what he believes. It's just
I mean,
but
Bad
I just wonder.
Empanada
I just wonder. Like, there's so many little bits of information that I would just love to watch him wrestle with. Like, I want to see what Noah thinks about the fact that the most right-wing bloc voting demographic in Israel is the Middle Eastern population, right? Like the Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews. Like those are the ones who vote for Netanyahu. Like they're the ones who sat on fucking hilltops in Sderot and celebrated as Israel bombed Gaza in 2014, right? Like, I just wonder how he would feel about that. Like the fact that these are people who got fucking abandoned their homes and all of their wealth and property from the Middle East because of pogroms and discrimination and violence, and ended up in Israel, didn't get treated very well by the Ashkenazis either. And these are the ones who are like the most right-wing majority voting bloc in Israel. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to know how he'd feel about that. I want to know how he'd feel about the fact that those people are the majority of Israeli Jews. Like, yeah, I don't know. Not the white ones.
And while we're on the topic of anti-Semitism on the left, we talked about it a little bit before about that guy Matt Leach from Majority Report. I don't know if you've ever seen his Twitter feed, but that guy's tweets are insane.
Yeah, he's a dipshit. Yeah.
Like he full on promotes like Israel protects Jewish pedophiles, that it's okay for Iran to bomb them, that if Iran nuked Israel he wouldn't care. Like he's actually worse than Emma, and that's saying something.
Sure.
But anyway, I could go on and on about all the idiots online.
I mean, he's just he's just a very boring person. So I think if you're like that, you need to be spicy. Otherwise, what you got? Nothing.
He's also the guy who during your Hezbollah video at the very end, he jumped in and said out of nowhere, American press is owned by Zionists. Like at the very end, out of completely nowhere, like just with no caveat, just blurted.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
The Zionists own the American press. Yeah, that's crazy. What's your perspective on Sam Cedar? I tend to like him pretty well.
I haven't watched enough of him. He doesn't seem as wild as the people that he's on the show with, but he every now and then he just says things that are kind of like brain rot. I don't know. I think he's also a very bad faith debater, but yeah, I don't know. I honestly haven't watched enough to make.
It was funny when Hassan was saying that Ethan should listen to him as like the one good Jew.
I know, even though Sam's a two-stater, right?
But again, he can't say that because his audience would hate him. I mean, he's literally friends with Emma Bigland, who thinks that two-state solution is apartheid.
Yeah.
It just feels so weird to me that people can't have like nuanced criticisms of Ethan's perspectives, because I feel like you can. It's just like they have to paint him out as if he's... Because, like, I would say if you even compare, like, Ethan to Destiny, like, Ethan's way less pro-Israel than Destiny is, but then the people on that side have to act like they're, like, exactly the same.
I mean, the problem is that the things that you criticize Ethan for are pretty minute. Like, it's not that controversial. Like, when he did that thing about how it was actually, like, 1 million Jews who were expelled, that's more than the Nakba. It's like, yeah, that's easy to criticize, right? Because the Jews were not expelled from the Middle East in the same way that people were expelled during the Nakba. Like, they were not fired at and like told to leave their village, otherwise you'll all get shot. And they weren't fleeing like military advances. Yeah, they were. It was like there was pogroms, there was fear, there was discrimination. But there's also just in some cases it was like they fled because of discrimination, right? There's lots of push and pull factors, whereas the Nakba was very much just push. So
just like a pure ethnic cleansing, whereas the Jewish people getting kicked out was different.
Yeah, they were more pushed. Like
the
Arabs were expelled, the Jews were pushed out. That's the difference, right?
The Jews, it was more like gradual too, I think.
Yeah, it was very gradual. Yeah, or largely. So yeah, like, but that's not a massive criticism, really. Like versus people like this who literally think that, or Second Thought or Bana Banana, who think like 6 or 7 million Israeli Jews are not civilians. That's fucking mental. It's so insane.
I wonder what famous European dictator would agree with that.
Yeah, only 6 million, bro. We're only okay with 6 million of them dying.
To them, like, civilian doesn't mean just a like person, like a non-military person living in a country. To them, it means like someone who's a civilian in like one of the good countries. Like if you're a civilian in one of the bad countries, then you're not a civilian.
That's insane, though. That's so fucking insane. Like, bro, I don't know. It's just like, What am I gonna do if, what am I gonna do if one day I see Noah Samson appearing in the fucking desert in an orange jumpsuit in a fucking 280p video, like with an ISIS guy behind him? I'm gonna be like, what, you from the Imperial Corps?
Or it's like
the brutal
fucking-
genocidal,
it's-
a citizen of the brutal genocidal empire who actually benefits quite well from that society. Now you're complaining. I mean, I don't support it, but I'm sorry that happened to you. Like, what the fuck?
Or it's like there's this guy on TikTok who criticized the new Captain America movie because they like had an Israeli person in it, and
I saw that Israeli actor. They had to change her character's background stuff too. It was insane.
yeah, well, I'm like, isn't the leftist perspective that like America and Israel are pretty much like equally bad? So shouldn't you boycott every movie that has an American in it? Like, why?
It's because their pleasures take precedent over other people's liberties. So, if they like the American movie, like Captain America, without the Israeli fucking whatever character, they'll continue watching it. They don't actually give a fuck about America. They just criticize America for backing Israel. The issue is Israel for them, not really America. They just say America's also bad because America backs Israel.
Yeah, plus we could do criticize a black American. Like, come on, bro, you get fucking canceled.
It's just it feels like it's like it's a complete double standard there, and it's like, what is the reason that you are so much more offended over Israelis than Americans when they're both like equally part of the Western Empire or whatever? And it's like, is it maybe because they're Jews?
Well,
I don't know.
it's mostly because the people that are offended are Americans, and it's a lot easier to be offended about Israelis who you never meet or speak to in person or live with than people you live with every day. Like, it's much easier to demonize people you don't speak to.
I mean, did y'all see Gila Klein gain hate because she had a Star of David tattoo?
Based.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, that's a Jewish symbol, not a Zionist one. Sorry,
Yes.
not based at all. What?
They're
Whoa.
saying-
Why would you do that?
And cancelled.
Yeah, she
And,
she
like,
got a Star.
Ethan-
She got a Star
Ethan-
of David. I'm sorry, I'm not in. Hold on, you can go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was just gonna say in response to that Ethan was like sort of not exactly doxing, but like low key sort of doxing someone who left a mean comment on that picture. But then
They
when
said
I'm
that
seeing
you-
everyone, but when I'm seeing everyone like responding to it, they're not acknowledging the picture that the dude was responding to, because it makes it look a lot different when you realize the dude was responding to a picture of the Star of David.
Yeah, they were saying things. They were saying things like, in a few years, having a Star of David tattoo will be the same as having a swastika tattoo, which is insane. Which is just anti-Semitic. And there are people saying that like she was going to go to hell and that she was like a child murderer and stuff.
Fucking what?
Like,
Wait,
and-
Ryan, I got a question. What's your recent thoughts about the whole like CPS situation with Ethan Klein?
The what?
The child protective services, like getting called on Ethan Klein and shit. Like
Oh,
that's
yeah,
not
that was-
separate call. Yeah.
It was ridiculous. I think that was insane that was happening. I think it's really funny that like these leftists are supposedly like ACAB and supposedly like believe the entire American government is corrupt, but then they're like totally fine with weaponizing the American government to go after someone that they don't like. Like
Well, that's just-
bullshit.
That's just like the far right. The far right does the same thing. They'll be like, "Oh, the deep state's so bad," but then they simultaneously want Trump to arrest and deport everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
I think the
it's
argument.
ridiculous.
I think the argument was the well, Ethan Klein dogs people too. So, but yeah, I don't know.
And the Ethan stuff is so stupid. And apparently, I think Ban Panah claimed responsibility for calling CPS. I don't know if he did. He lies like a horse, but he might have. But the whole thing about Ethan Klein is what? His whole take was just that he doesn't want Israel to be destroyed, doesn't want Israeli civilians to be murdered. Is that like really
It's
what's
not
so
about takes
controversial?
though. Like like the way people don't communicate in policies or takes. People communicate in memes and
Slogans.
aesthetics and in narratives. The problem with Ethan was that he wasn't doing the narrative, right? Ethan could
Really
have actually.
performative.
Ethan could have actually been a one-stater. Okay, he could have been a one-stater. He could have been like. He could have had all those opinions, okay, but the problem is that he didn't buy he was willing to talk about condemning Hamas atrocities in a way that was not acceptable to the narrative, right? He was willing to humanize Israelis in a way that is not acceptable to the narrative. But that's what it's about. It's all about narrative, which is why
Well, and it's also about like personalities. It's like people will say it's about the political thing, but really at the core of it, it's like he's criticizing Hassan, who is their person that they care about.
Yeah.
And so they just find a way to weaponize the political. I mean, people do it all over the place. And I think what does make this complicated is you definitely do have Zionists who like weaponize fake claims of anti-Semitism, but then you have people on Hassan's side will then say that real claims of anti-Semitism are actually fake, and then it's just a whole mess, you know.
Well, that's kind of part of the problem, because on one end you'll have like the right-wing pro-Israel people like the ADL and Stop Anti-Semitism, you know, the ones that'll call you anti-Semitic if you have a kafia. But then on the left you have people who are openly doing like full-on like pro-Hamas stuff, and then no one calls them out. So,
sorry, just a PSA for chat, because Van is saying that Ethan shouldn't have gone on stream and said his kids have Giardia. Just a PSA, okay? Someone says their kids are ill, okay, with a disease that you clearly don't understand. Maybe Google that illness for like 5 seconds and learn how it can be contracted, and then maybe think before calling CPS on them, you fucking victim-blaming cunt. Sorry, like what the fuck is
asking
like,
me to do research?
maybe that girl who got fucking groped shouldn't have dressed so provocatively.
Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I think
Yeah,
the
it's
dog
like
had,
Rios can't remember.
yeah, I think
like
the dog
should-
had like a disease, and like the kids probably got the from the dog.
Well, it's
probably.
like any time a kid gets like a bacterial infection, that means their parents are abusing them. Like that's ridiculous. Like
No, but
if there was
Ethan said that you need to eat shit with a smirk on his face, so I didn't bother Googling to see that you can actually get Giardia without doing that. Yeah, fuck.
if it was like 6 months and he was like, this is the fourth time my kid has gotten Giardia within 6 months, I'd be like, maybe something's going on there. But yeah, it's obviously these snark pages will grasp at literally anything in order to take someone down, which is why I always get like
about the Israel-Palestine stuff. What do you think that? How do you combat people say like, oh, Destiny changed Ethan's mind? He the one who like made Ethan Klein more pro-Israeli. Like, what do you?
I mean, it's just the fucking.
Let's say it doesn't matter, right? Like,
it's the genetics fallacy.
Changed his mind.
Yeah, it's the genetic fallacy.
Like,
They call it that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, yeah, all these people are like, oh, he got this from Destiny's subreddit. It's like, well, like, why does that instantly discredit it? Destiny was criticizing my video because I had used Kiwi Farms for research, which is the exact. It's like, ooh, yeah.
Well, Destiny wasn't watching your video on him. Destiny wasn't watching your video on him, and then Hassan was watching Ethan video on him. So they're both doing the same modus operandi.
Yeah, it's like, as long as you, like, of course, if you get from a bad source, it's more likely that the information is going to be bad. But a bad source doesn't automatically mean the information is bad. That's like the fucking fallacy of it.
Time to, what is that website that every pro pally like fucking cites, and it's always like propaganda loner?
Electronic Intifada.
Yes, that one. Time to cite that fucking
but
site.
Not everything they say is wrong either. You know, it's just.
Oh, you're right. It's just 99
wise.
fucking %.
Oh, what's this? Is it?
Not everything you read on 4chan will be wrong.
I knew that ISIS reference reminded me of something. What the fuck is this? Hang on.
Well,
I'm gonna put a clip on. I think this is it. Okay, I'm streaming on Discord.
That'd be a banger, dude. If fucking
This is Chud Logic. This is Chud Logic on October 11th. Oh no, what was he saying?
Delete the lolly. Someone that believes that a civilian is a justified target. I hope that you get fucking wiped out in some terrorist attack someday. I just hope you get fucking beheaded by ISIS. Okay, that's what I fucking hope and pray for. Fucking what's your name?
That is a response.
Jimmy D. Right, I hope I see you tied up with a fucking orange jumpsuit on, getting your fucking neck sawed through by a blade. That's what I fucking hope for one day, and then I'll go, well, that guy's a civilian. He's a justified target. Anyway, sorry.
Was this the response towards Hassan, right?
No, it was someone saying that Israeli civilians are justified targets.
Oh shit!
And it's like, how can a white person from the Imperial Core of all places? Because according to Noah, like America is just as involved in this genocide as Israel is. So what does that say about you, buddy?
What's funny?
Like, your taxpayer money and everything. Like, isn't it only understandable if some like angry fucking Iraqi comes up to
Or
this
like,
guy.
yeah, if Native Americans came to your town and killed everyone, would you really like say you'd be okay with that? And they would virtue signal and be like, yeah, I would accept that. That's my fate as
someone
as
who's
a white
got
colonizer.
the fucking military police apparatus defending me against that kind of shit. Yeah.
Well, it's funny you bring up Chud logic, because didn't Noah Samson accuse him of being a pedo?
Yeah.
Because he dated like an 18-year-old or something. I forget the lore.
Yeah, it was like he was DMing with someone who I think turned out to be 17, but they lied about their age. And yeah,
Yikes.
so he called
That's
him
spicy. Shit.
But still not the same as like
not good.
still not the same as like openly, knowingly, like.
Yeah, and I don't think that was a good thing to do. Noah is so frustrating because like he made this whole video called the Vosh Effect about how like we shouldn't harass people and how Vosh's community leads to so much harassment, and then he's like, I love Bad Empanada, the person who is like objectively does more harassment than Vosh ever
He's
did.
notorious for it.
Yeah, he's just he's just a bully. That's all it is. He's a bully.
Bad Empanada's the kind of guy.
I mean, Noah is like the way he talks is like he talks like a bully. Like.
Well, Bad Empanada is the kind of guy who would take every single Arab man, woman, and child to put a gun in their hands and march him to Israel, watch them all get killed, and cry about it in his little Argentinian bunker for views.
That's a good meme. Where'd you get that take from? What streamer did you get that take from, Chase?
Some guy in Scotland. I can't remember his name.
Okay.
Damn, who's the Scotland guy? I wonder.
God, that debate was so funny.
The only debate that's in my mind till this day is that guy saying he would shoot Gazans if they tried to flee while trying to say he's pro-Palestinian. Remember that one?
Who said that?
Luna, do you not remember that one?
Yeah, I remember him, yeah.
Oh, damn.
Well, were you talking about the Bad Empanada debate, Loner Box?
No, this was some little dude. His name was Omar or some shit, yeah.
That was like the only time where I actually lost like my temper with somebody. It was so fucking bad just hearing this insane wacko say that.
Well,
wait, was this like what?
I don't remember when it was, but it was like months ago.
Well,
the most funniest debate was the Starker guy. when he called Seve, nah, it was just a Starker guy.
Oh,
it was me set. Yeah, that one. That's just
the guy who hangs out with the Taliban. Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway.
Did you not see that guy? That guy had like posted pictures of himself in Afghanistan with Taliban dudes. Like,
and he also
went to
couldn't
visit them.
Sev.
What?
He couldn't speak Arabic to Sev.
Yeah, he couldn't, yeah. Well, he said shwaya.
He actually spoke Arabic as like your average Israeli.
Banger.
It's like shwai.
You should have told him that. That would have been a good meme at the time.
He said he was a leftist.
He would have shot me.
And he said he was a leftist, but he kept complaining about trans people. And at the very end, he called someone a Jewish dog.
Oh no, he was making fun of Loner, saying Loner slept with a trans person or something.
That one was.
And at the very end, they brought in some guy from Syria to tell him about what Hezbollah did in Syria. And Prometheus' only response is, "Man, you are a Jewish dog. You are a." And he didn't say Zionist. He just said Jewish. He let the mask slip.
If that's wearing a mask, I don't know.
Well,
I think he's another example. I think he's another example of like a far left Islamist who just poses as a leftist because it gets them like support. Because I don't think that guy is very left wing at all.
They're quite aware of that. Like Khalid Michel from Hamas talks about that a lot, about how they have like.
I don't think.
Friends and shit. Yeah.
I don't think you can get away by calling yourself an Islamist in the West. He lives in the West.
Well, hey, the far left loves Islamist right now.
Yeah, but they don't call themselves Islamists.
Well, if the Houthis do, and the leftists love them.
It's just like, I don't understand. You can criticize Islamism while also thinking that like they're being oppressed in certain circumstances, or that you can understand why. It's just so weird that it's like. I feel like as a leftist, you should be able to criticize any like religious extremism.
Oh, totally. I mean, and I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's just that, of course, leftists are normally normally don't like bigotry or any of those things. But when it comes from Islamists or far-right Muslims, they don't know how to respond to it, so they just like let it. They just ignore it. I think that's a problem.
Well, it's that comes from the issue of needing to paint everyone into like good guy or bad guy boxes. It's like someone can be into loner boxes, yeah. Like someone can be oppressive in one way and oppressed in another way, or they can be shitty in one way and not in another way. It's like more fucking complex.
Wow, intersectional.
Health warning.
Yeah, it's that's what's so confusing about it is it's the intersectionality, which I thought was like the basis of leftism. I don't understand why. I don't know, man. I've just been so frustrated with the online left recently.
But the thing that's funny about the online left is that once you actually go outside and go into the real world, they're irrelevant.
Yeah, and at least with Trump now, you can probably a bigger fish to fry. I feel like the more Trump speaks about Palestine, the more I'm going to turn into a fucking masked, fucking cave-dwelling, brave mujahideen soldier. Because, holy shit, we don't even know what he's going to do. Like, we're in a phase right now where the ceasefire is dangling by a thread. And Trump has said that he really, really, really wants Hamas to keep going with it.
Shalom
which
Hamas.
And he keeps on making threats. He keeps puffing his chest and waving his little fucking chode around like he's going to do something eventually. I'm not looking forward to whatever that is.
He's got people
he's trying to... All I've seen is him posting the fucking Trump Gaza video. Like, what is he doing right now?
He's saying that he wants Hamas to continue with Israel's version of the ceasefire, which is basically not very helpful to Hamas, and to release all the rest of the hostages without really getting anything exchanged. And he said there'll be like all hell to pay, and Palestinians will suffer as well. Yeah, he's just like, and he won't stop Israel from doing whatever. Yeah, it's really. And he's made threats before. He's like, at one point, he's going to have to deliver, in his head. And
do you feel like some pro-Palestinian people secretly want Palestinians to suffer because it like gives them something to like virtue signal about on the internet?
I know Hassan does, because Hassan just wants something to talk about.
It definitely does.
Like the fucking anyone who would have thought that Trump and Kamala are like equally bad, and that like there's no reason to try to avoid letting Trump take power when we now see how horrible he's being towards Palestine. It's just insane.
I've heard about, so actually ironically heard this from Bad and Panada. I don't think even a substantial minority of them believes this. I think it's very few of them. But I know that Bad and Panada has spoken about the idea that he like thinks that people in the West Bank might just have to like wait it out and let the settlers just keep on coming in, to the point that the two-state solution is just like completely unsalvageable, and that would basically force Israel into this demographic like time bomb where they really have no choice but to give citizenship to the people living there. Otherwise they're just gonna to the point that the West Bank just all gets annexed, and then Palestinians can just push for voting rights and destroy the Jewish state that way.
What 4D chess move is that?
It's accelerationism, and it's also a massive gamble, because what if you get annexation, but just not in the concentrated areas? What if they just annex everything and leave a few little pockets like Ramallah and Nablus and Tulkarem and all that shit?
Or you have the same system as East Jerusalem, where you
Yeah.
are eligible for citizenship, but it takes longer than convert into Judaism.
Yeah.
Or if they just kick them out, right? Like,
yeah, they
that's
could kick
also
them
a
out.
possibility.
They could have them as second-class citizens. They could just annex around the populated areas. So it's gambling, and it's stupid. Yeah, but they definitely some of them who believe that. I think Hamas definitely believes that more civilian casualties won't hurt them. Because it gives them more to put pressure on Israel with. But I don't know if they secretly hope for more suffering and all that. I don't think they think about it logically. I think it's just like that's the moral story of the day that they've decided to latch themselves onto as a way of like feeling better about themselves because they're bored. Back in the day, people would become rockers and mods, or they would become Lana Del Rey fans, or pretend to be suicidal or some whatever fucking shit. And now they wear keffiyehs and do this shit.
Well, but then you have like the far right people who like to pretend to be pro-Palestine, like Candace Owens and Jake Shields.
Yeah, but they
And
obviously do it
those,
for very clear reasons. Yeah.
like they don't really care much about Arabs. They just hate Jews. So,
Yeah,
like,
and they
you
also
know,
think that like Israel controls their country. That's what it's about, right?
Like-
They think. Yeah.
I guess I can understand the logic of like supporting Hamas more than I can understand the logic of letting Trump take power. Like I just don't see how there's any way that Trump taking power could possibly help Palestinians.
Trump is currently trying to deport a pro-Palestinian activist from New York.
Yeah, I don't get that. Gaza is speaking and all that shit. Yeah, I don't get that bit. That just doesn't make sense to me.
I guess
Maybe
it's
well,
just
no,
the-
actually, no, wait. You believe what they believe. Yeah, think about what they believe. Noah in this fucking video tried to say that the ethnic cleansing plan that Trump put forward for Gaza was actually Biden's idea. In his ground news ad, he said that, and he linked
So
to a
they're
source
exactly the same.
Yeah, and he links to a source that said what Biden actually said on October 12th or something. Biden said he wanted Egypt to establish a humanitarian corridor for people who wanted to flee.
I guess the
Yeah,
perspective
that's-
is that the liberals actually want exactly what the conservatives want. They're just too scared to say it out loud, I guess would be what they'd say.
Yeah, the liberal fox, yeah. Oh, I can't believe he did that in his ground news ad. Surely ground news should be like against that, right? Like, oh, well, you're using our platform and our app to spread disinformation.
To go exactly against it.
Whilst talking
And,
about how important it is to read your sources and have a non-partisan. Fuck me, that's unbelievable.
Also, Noah cited an Abby Martin video earlier in his video. Isn't she like an Assadist?
She is an Assadist, yeah.
Yeah,
She's a
so
proper
that's
like
what I
RT
agree.
not. Yeah, these people don't give a fuck about Assad. Like, it's not even that they like him; they just don't care about him, or they think Jelani is like again just as bad or worse because he's Israeli or something.
Yeah, and also that poet he referenced earlier, was his name Rifat Alier, whatever his name was. I might be mispronouncing, but that you know what I'm talking about.
Health warning.
What?
That Palestinian poet that Noah was referencing earlier, Rifat Alier, whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah, he's kind of unhinged, isn't he?
He actually tweeted about burned babies on October 7th. He said like what were they burned with or without baking powder.
Yeah, but I don't care about that joke because he thought it wasn't real, right? Like, so if you think it's fake,
Like
you probably make fun of it, right? Yeah, but obviously, yeah. I don't know if a baby was burned, kids were burned, but whatever.
Health
But, like,
To
he
answer
also-
someone in Oh, sorry to interrupt. To answer someone in the chat, like asking like how could supporting Hamas be good if you're a leftist? I guess like the perspective would be like you support them because it brings more attention to the conflict, and then that hopefully then ends up leading to Israel being stopped. I guess that would be the logic behind it. I definitely don't agree.
I mean,
with
I
that
used to say
logic,
that.
but
I used to say that like I need to look back at this. Maybe I just was wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Sheikh Jarrah evictions only made international news because Hamas also fired rockets at Israel at the same time. There was
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Because
And
they've been going on for like 10 years.
yeah.
And
yeah.
nobody spoke about them.
Yeah, and I think, yeah. So what I used to say was that, like, okay, these rockets are going to get intercepted by the Iron Dome anyway, or they'll hit a field, or they might damage someone's car or something. But big deal.
But it's not.
Like,
but that wasn't
it's
the only
bringing
reason
attention,
they shot
you know,
rockets.
yeah.
That day. It was also because of what was going on in Al-Aqsa, where they were beating
Yeah.
up worshippers and shit.
Yeah, I used to think
You
that was
saw the
justified.
crazy-
Yeah, but obviously,
Al-Aqsa flood.
yeah, but obviously the
No,
problem.
no,
with
it
that is
wasn't
that-
Al-Aqsa flood. It was just like during Ramadan, where people go to Al-Aqsa and pray during Ramadan.
Yeah,
And-
I know, but I'm just referencing how it kind of eventually led to that sort of.
yeah,
Because that
I
was-
just
that-
think my perspective is just sometimes violence is necessary, absolutely, but I just feel like the two things you should always try to do is minimize civilian casualty as much as possible, and just like don't allow bigotry into your movement. I feel like those should be like the baseline things, and it seems like that should be so simple, but I don't know why it's not simple.
I agree. I mean, when it comes to resistance in the West Bank, I totally support fighting against outposters. Like the guys with the trailers who go into Palestinian villages and burn fields and beat up people, like those nutters.
That's a really good take, Chase. Where'd you get it from?
A guy from LA and a guy from Scotland. I forget their names.
Wow.
Who's in LA?
Ethan.
Ethan supports violence against settlers. That's so funny, bro. Like, he might.
Go ahead.
If he wasn't Jewish, he might not even. He wouldn't be allowed in Israel for saying that. Like,
yeah, no, he definitely wouldn't.
Yeah,
I'm surprised how you are.
They never saw me. They never saw my clips.
It's funny because
how do like the settlers morally justify what they're doing? Is it just like they have a claim to the land from God or whatever?
They tell you because you're Western. They'll tell you it's security. They'll say that like the reason that Palestinians don't get to just stand on a hill and fire mortars at Tel Aviv is because they have to go through the settlements. That's kind of what they say, that it allows Israel to establish a security presence in the West Bank, and that's why, because the West Bank is fragmented, they're not able to assemble themselves in the same way that Hamas was in Gaza, right? Hamas commanders in the West Bank are like 25-year-olds, like they die young or they get arrested young because they don't have the same resources and they're under too much surveillance. What they really believe is that they have like some religious or historical or God-given right to the land. Yeah.
The outpost, and I think some of the outposters will openly tell you that.
Yeah. And if, the settlers who made the security justifications to me, like Yishai and all that, like I asked them so many times, I was like, okay, if they offered you peace, would you give this land up in exchange for it? And they're just like, well, listen, that's just not the reality of the situation. I'm like, hypothetically, they wouldn't answer the fucking question. It was so annoying. But it's because they want the land for other reasons as well. They don't want it for just security. Like, the security argument doesn't even make sense. Like, if a terrorist wants to kill people in Israel, they're not obstructed because there's a settler in a fucking little house. Like, that's in the middle of Hebron. Like, that's not why... They would. The thing that stops them going into Israel is the checkpoints, not the fact that there are some stupid or like some like family of 4 living on the way that they can just drive past.
Where did they breach on October 7th? Was that
Israel?
That wasn't near there, right?
No,
it was
that
in
was
the south near Gaza.
Yeah, that was the south of Israel and from Gaza. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Hamas is mostly in Gaza, and the West Bank is mostly like Al-Quds, not Al-Quds, Al-Aqsa and Lion's Den or whatever.
And are there attacks from the West Bank as well, or is that mostly from Gaza?
All the time. There are attacks on settlers, and there are also attacks on Israel proper from the West Bank. Not that many. There's too much security, mostly, but...
And it's also attacks by settlers on Palestinians quite a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like the outposters... A lot of this, and also a lot of the settlers, some of the settlers are also Americans. Like you know a meme about like Israelis being from Brooklyn or whatever. A lot of the outposters and settlers are unironically like those kinds of people.
Yeah,
they're like American. They're like Americans.
I saw a video of a settler that was like, "Why is colonialism that bad? Like colonialism is good, actually."
Was it the girl?
And she was wearing like an 1800 style dress.
Yeah.
What?
She looked like Amish or some shit.
Wait, the settler that you met, was he American or no?
Yishai.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's American. Yeah.
I think he means
American accent.
What about Settler Bosch?
He was very Israeli. Yeah, that guy could barely speak English.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, outposters are genuine scum of the earth. I have no respect for them. All I gotta say is this: if you want to LARP like you're a settler in the 1800s, well, you want to know what happened to settlers then? Fuck around and find out.
Don't advocate for violence or loner box stream.
True.
I think me and one of us had a disagreement about the whole the sailor take I had, but whatever.
Who was that Palestinian kid who was burned alive by settlers?
That's the guy Loner spoke to his parents, right?
Mohammed Abu Khder, yeah.
You spoke to his parents, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really horrific story. They basically just kidnapped this poor kid and like doused him in gasoline or something.
Yeah, they poured kerosene down his throat and set him on fire. Yeah, after beating the shit out of him.
Was it like retaliation for an attack or something? Like what was their?
I don't even think it was retaliation for anything. Yeah, they
just fucking. I think it was retaliation, but this family was not involved. They just wanted to kill a Palestinian in revenge.
Just like Goldstein.
They pulled up to their house, and there's a memorial like outside the house where it happened. They asked him for directions, and when he was giving them directions, they kidnapped him.
And that's one thing. Imagine this guy whose kid was like kidnapped and literally tortured to death and lit on fire is still like not advocating for violence, and then you have these guys. Well, Zionists called me a bad name, and now I have to advocate for their genocide. Like, I cannot take those people seriously.
Yeah, they were very, very anti-violence. They actually,
I mean, violence got them, got their child what he got. Like, of course they're gonna. It makes sense why he's anti it. He doesn't want to see it happen to anyone else.
They even one of the they were talking about after this happened, because it was in East Jerusalem, and not Old City, but he said afterwards that loads of Israeli Jews came to visit them to offer condolences and everything like that. And yeah, but even we asked them how that felt, how did it feel having people from the same group that did this to you, and like that. They didn't, they were completely good with it. Actually, I think they said that they felt more, the way they were speaking about it, it made it sound like they got more help from the Jewish groups than they got from the PA or from Hamas. They met Abu Mazen though. There's a picture of him with Abu Mazen.
I think
I have I have a bit of kind of a morally complex question that I've been wondering your perspective on, because we agree that stealing land in the settlements is obviously a bad thing, but what would you say is the amount of time that has to pass before there's the right of return people who think that they should still be able to get back the land that was stolen however many years ago? How much time do you think has to pass before people don't have that right to return anymore?
I don't think it's really to do with time. I think it's more to do with what the circumstances on the ground are. You can maybe make an arbitrary line and just say when you have kids, you get to return, but not to your country, but not passing it down familially doesn't make that much sense. Because I think that's how the UN does it, I think. But I don't know. I think it's more just to do with practicality. And the fact is that for right of return, my issue with it isn't really too much time has passed. It's just that it's it's just not going to happen. You've just got a better chance of having citizenship in the country that you live in. Or if you're going to return, it can be to a Palestinian state. It's it can be returned to the country, not to the exact coordinates that you used to live in, right? Because I don't know, given that most people weren't property owners, they were tenants. So just to go back to the exact house doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
And on the topic,
I didn't know they were tenants.
Most of them were, yeah.
And on the topic of settlers, I think in the West Bank, I forget his name, but I think one of Mir Kahani's grandsons runs a settler group out there.
Uh-huh.
I forget what his name is.
Hilltop Youth?
I think it might be Hilltop Youth, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, Ryan Beard, if you know. I don't know, Ryan Beard, if you know what the Kahanists are.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Basically, they're a bunch of super far-right Israeli Zionists who think that all Arabs shouldn't have citizenship and that...
I have a better explanation for this. Whatever you hear leftists speak about Zionists, that's the person that is exactly what they think all Israelis are.
Kahanist, yeah.
Yeah, that's how they view Zionists, just a Kahanist. Someone who wants to inflict violence, someone who wants to settle Palestinians, someone who wants to kick Palestinians, wants to murder Palestinians, someone who thinks someone who wants Israel to be exclusively just Jewish and just kick me out as well, not just fucking Palestinians in the West Bank.
And the Nile to Euphrates.
I don't think they have that belief.
Some might, I don't know, but
I think they just speak about Israel and they just kick out Palestinians from the land they currently have.
In the original founder, Mir Kahani was a rabbi from America. That's funny. The radicals are always from America. It's always the white American ones.
Remember how people but the craziest shit about these people, these settlers, is how they speak about Baruch Goldstein. It's he was a doctor, he was a good teacher. They never mentioned what he's known for.
He was a fine Jewish doctor. Yeah, he treated Arabs.
He treated Arabs. That's from your fucking video.
Yeah.
He was music.
You didn't mention that he often refused to treat Arabs.
He got in trouble for not treating Arabs.
Yeah. Fuck me, that Yishai. Oh my god. Why?
And he was also unironically from Brooklyn.
Yeah, he was.
Baruch wasn't even his real birth name. Wasn't his real name like Benjamin or something? He just changed it to Baruch to like Hebrewize it.
Yeah, well, a lot of them do that, yeah.
And I think,
Fuck, are
and
these
as for
buzzards gonna kill me?
Kahane,
Fuck, these bugs.
and as for Kahane, he actually was a politician in Israel for many years, but then he went back to America and he got assassinated by like an Islamist or something. I forget the exact story. And I think a few years later, it turned out that Osama bin Laden was trying to pay for the guy's defense.
Health warning.
Oh.
Interesting.
Weird.
Well, I think I might go and get back to my editing, but I appreciate the conversation. It was nice meeting you guys. Sorry, Loner, if there wasn't more disagreements, but it's
No,
nice
that's
chatting.
fine. God, I'm not that aggressive, am I?
You pretty
Yeah.
aggressive.
Health warning.
Okay, fuck you.
You tried to argue about
Yeah, you're
why
really
that
scary.
Palestinian
Shut up!
had the proud Palestinian hands.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know Benjamin's a Hebrew name, but like, I'm talking to someone in chat. I know Benjamin was a Hebrew name, but like, Goldstein,
You wanted a
like,
more Hebrew name.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Alright,
you've got
see
the
you
perms,
later.
Ryan. Yeah. Take care. Speak to you soon.
It's also not pronounced Benjamin in
Health
Hebrew. It's
warning.
called Benjamin.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't have J's.
Health warning.
Jays.
They don't have the letter J.
Honor, so, Baldur's Gate 3. When?
I'm not even afraid
Oh
of
my
dying in this
God,
game.
bro.
Like these guys are.
Yeah,
these
you
bugs
lost
are,
the thrill, so you should move to a different game.
These bugs
He's
are
not playing that
horrible.
Gunner ass game, dude.
You should play
Spider-
Red Dead Redemption.
No, what I should be
Spider-
doing is
Spider-
getting off stream because I've streamed for nearly 11 hours. I'm gonna have to order food
You
now because I
can-
don't have anything in the fucking house. Ugh. No, I do. I do.
should
I
play-
do. I've got chicken.
Wait, so you
Yeah.
basically fasted with us, Loner. Good job.
Yes.
Are you doing
Alhamdulillah.
Wait, Seb,
What's up,
aren't
sorry?
you playing a haram game, dude? Come on now. Come
What the
on.
fuck is
Yeah.
it? I'm playing a Monster Hunter World. No, Monster Hunter Wilds, not World.
Ah, Habibi. Sabah al khair.
Habibi, it's
Ah,
pretty
Sabah
haram.
Sabah al nur. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh.
Habibi.
I can't speak any Arabic or Hebrew. I can kind of count in Hebrew, but like,
Yeah, I'm
Ahad.
starting to sympathize with Bad Empanada here.
Yeah.
What?
Fucking hearing Loner speak the way he does just brings out the worst.
I
in
just
me.
keep thinking about Inglourious Bastards whenever I try to speak a different language.
Well, stop.
Arir
Because
Vederci.
Speak Italian, I'm saying Habibi.
But no, seriously, you lost the thrill on playing WoW. It's no longer hardcore because you're not afraid of dying. So
Not
should do
afraid of
something
dying.
else.
It's pretty metal.
Echad,
Yes,
Stein,
yes, yeah,
Shalom.
isn't it? Yeah, Baldur's Gate is pretty haram, you know? It's a Gunner game.
Why is it a Gunner game?
It's a Gunner game, man.
Why?
Reasons. I got my research for reasons. So.
Okay. I'm not even
It's a
going to be able
Gunner.
to finish this Noah video, am I?
One of these days, Laurie, you're going to have to play Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, yeah.
You could.
Well,
Might even
he
have
needs
to play the first one.
Baldur's Gate 3 first.
Oh my god.
That's true. Play Baldur's Gate 3 first. Make Seb
Bro,
happy first.
every nerdy chick plays that game. So it's only for females. I think. Wow.
Spider, you only play FIFA
Do you?
Hold on.
and Minecraft.
Okay. So you play freaking you play wow, you play Monster Hunter, right?
Yeah, it's like one of the most popular games right now.
That's a Jews game, okay?
A Jews game? Okay, unstalling it right now. My anti-Semitism cannot.
Civ. Yehud. Civ 7? That's pretty bad. My apology. It's like Hearts of Iron, but more nerdy. Just for nerds.
Homer, thanks for the 6 shekels. How do you feel about Daniel Hagari being fired? I hope Israel loses because of that.
That was
horrible
tragic.
decision. Yeah. Biggest loss of the war.
No more big ear guy.
Isn't Daniel Hagari the he'll be like, today we have found Hamas in
Yeah,
the tunnel.
exactly.
That one? That
Why
guy?
did they get rid?
is
Yeah,
terrifying.
they most likely fired him, right? The new chief of
Why?
staff,
Why did they fire him?
because they're mental. I don't know.
They fired Elon Levy and got worse people.
Yeah,
It's like,
but it's okay. I
Wait,
mean,
is the war over?
No.
I hope
no.
it is with Hagari gone. They can't start. They're not
As
going to
a
manage
kid.
without him.
Today,
ask him-
I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned Asmongold's bedroom into a rocket storage. Here
That
is
would
all
be an
it
It wasn't that hard. It was already full of fertilizer.
Oh my
God.
I was about to say it would be cleaner. Fucking, if it was a Hamas tunnel, is cleaner than Asmongold's bedroom.
Yeah.
Fuck's
Some
sake.
of those tunnels are decked out.
I'm talking about the worst tunnels, like the dirtiest,
Yeah.
like fucking sewage tunnels. They're
Daniel
skewed,
Hagari,
dude.
man. Holy shit.
Yeah,
You can't
the
kill.
ear man.
You can't kill the idea. Okay.
Yeah, he was truly a Chad. You know, and now what? Now the next American ambassador to Israel is going to be freaking Huckabee. That's psycho.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be having like Hegzef, and it's going to get worse and worse.
You know, James, do you know that JD Vance's cousin is fighting Ukraine?
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
Apparently, he wanted to talk to Lorebox once.
Yeah,
He
so I've
did?
heard. Yeah. Maybe I'll get him on, or maybe I've missed my opportunity. Rip.
Mina posted it. Mina posted it in Discord and was like, "Shame on you, Lonerbox.
I know.
Why are you watching
Wait,
Hassan a
so
million
wait,
times?"
It was when I.
Hold on.
Because the fucking animals who watch this channel would easily tune in more for a Hassan hate watch than they would for interviewing JD Vance's relative who's fighting in Ukraine.
Wait,
I
so
still
JD
do it,
Vance's
obviously.
cousin's gonna
I'll
talk to
see
you?
where I'll see who was the one who wanted to start that conversation. I want to do it.
I mean, you can ask Dylan Burns. You got the connection, no? I mean,
Was
well,
it
I
Dylan
asked
Burns?
Dylan
I don't know if
Burns
it was Dylan Burns who had the connection. It was someone in. It was. I think it was just a community member, wasn't it?
Oh shit!
I was. Didn't someone just say Mina?
Was it Mina?
Was she the one who has the contact though? I thought she was the one who just
that
said.
pointed. She just had a screenshot of him trying to contact you, and she was like, "Shame on you, Lorebox." for
Oh,
talking about his
okay.
son."
Well, I'll figure that out after this
I
stream.
could have the
go.
JD
So
Vance
anyway,
connection, bro.
Yeah.
You know, there is.
He's a
Speaking of
cousin though.
debates,
How much did people stay in touch with their cousins? It's like a
Well, JD
useless-
Vance got harassed the other day by pro-Ukrainian protesters.
Yeah, that's good.
I can't wait till he tries having them deported too, because he'll probably try that as well.
For supporting Azov terrorism. Oh, JD Vance would do that.
The leftist line.
Fucking Vance's cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see how I can do. I need to.
And one last thing before I go. This is like my very last thing. That debate we listened to yesterday, where that lady kept saying G-side in T organization instead of terrorist organization and genocide.
Yeah, I'm talking to her on Tuesday, I believe. Yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna be good.
She wants to talk about the two-state solution. I'm so fed up of fighting with these fucking Hamas supporters. Though, like, I don't even know this person is one, but like, she seems to know a bit about the history. It's just like, I don't know. I'm fed up. These debates are stupid. I kind of regret watching the Noah Samson video as well. It's just so fruitless to me. Like the fact that the fact that I haven't even read about it for so long, and I could just remember all of the fucking counters to what he was saying, like off the top of my fucking dome. But it's like it's just not the kind of I don't know. It's fruitless.
All right, well, Lehi Tarot.
Shabbat
All right,
shalom.
little Mux.
Okay.
You said you need some food, so get some shawarma. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Damn, bro, you could have spoken to JD Vance's cousin. That's crazy.
Yeah, we'll see. See what's possible. Okay,
Hope
take
you
care, buddy.
could.
Bye bye.
All right, you too. Yep.
Bro. What's even happening? Do I even have an audience anymore? Am I just streaming to 5 people right now? Like, what the fuck? Nearly 11 hours. Oh, no! I don't have Blade Flurry! I wanted to sap one. Fuck! These ogres will be the end of me. I'm so dead. I can't even get one down. Fuck that. Eek. I don't have food. Okay. That's horrible. Shall I just camp out in this? When am I getting to return to a city? Not for ages. Okay. Huh. 700 is pretty good. I have 700 viewers right now for gaming on a call. Okay. Or is no one else streaming today? What's going on? 650. It's been 700 for most of the time, actually. Just until a minute ago. Huh. Huh. Super chats. I have to read a few. You can still do them as well, just so you guys know. Okay, where are we? Where did I leave off? Here. TV, thanks for $5. Sure, I know your Zion box and all, but have you considered the plot against Fufar? Nothing is sacred anymore. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Herb Slobodov, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Uriel Khan, thanks for the $4.99. I come for de-radicalization. Okay. Lefty Lucy, thanks for the $9.99. Wild how Noah's early YouTube career was being a male feminist dunking on Sneeko, and now he's denying rape. Yes. Strange timeline. Adam Ski, thanks for the €2. Love the leftist bashing. Let's go. HMRS, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Ryan Beard, if not a liberal, what are you? And how is it better than liberalism? Honest question, just interested. I'm pretty sure he's a leftist. Red, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Wow, 11 years. Almost. Mark Tech, thanks for the €5.99. Thanks for the long and in-depth live stream today. Okay. George Costanza and Criminal Minds, thanks for £5. The current president, Bong Bong, turned on Duterte. Yeah, I know. Is that like a racist? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Duterte got fucked. Fuck him. Weirdo. Windshield, thanks for the $5. Is this talk really just about colonial and prescriptive definitions of the same world? Also, 5 for the Balder Coombe 3 fund. Yeah, definitely. Adam, thanks for the €2. Malcolm X was such a clown. Oh, I don't know. I think you have to. Aren't you forced to give him some respect because he's like a. Just because, you know? Civil rights, all that shit. Even though he didn't seem to do much for it. I don't know. I think he could have been redeemed. I think he was on his way to something good. MLK said that as well, but he died. He got killed by his own dudes. Nation of Islam. No, what did he actually do? Listen, he didn't really do that much, okay? I mean, he was a good speaker, you know, like a lot of black people who probably felt intimidated and felt quite weak were definitely felt emboldened by him because he was very good at bullying racist people in interviews. Like, that was good, yeah. He was a good shit poster, okay? That counts for something. And I think it was probably worth hearing, even though MLK said it as well. But the ballot or the bullet was at least good in the sense of saying, like, if you resist this movement for equal rights, like, you're only going to see more violence. Sorry. I think that was good as well, yeah. I don't think he was particularly clever. I don't think he was particularly, like, knowledgeable or politically effective, but, you know. It's good to see the good in people, right? Omer, thanks for the $6. Oh, I already got that. 6 shekels, sorry. Okay, donuts. That was all of them. Okay, well, speed run. Right. I'm gonna watch this again. This was so funny, man. I'm gonna log out. I need to get full health and then log out, obviously. Hardcore. Did I really only do 1.5 levels? In all that time. RIP. Okay. One more for the boys. This was such a good meme.
In some
honestly, you know, the fuck. Shut up! I don't care about loaner box. Not this guy. Not this guy. Not this guy.
Civilians are an aspect of the state.
What was the person said? We'll close on this.
Civilians are an aspect of the state.
Why is it so quiet? Okay, whatever.
Okay.
One more.
Civilians are an aspect of the state. Okay. I mean, how do you... This is the problem that you've got. How do you deal with someone that believes that a civilian is a justified target? I hope that you get fucking wiped out in some terrorist attack someday. I just hope you get fucking beheaded by ISIS, okay? That's what I fucking hope and pray for. Fucking, what's your name? Jimmy D, right? I hope I see you tied up with a fucking orange jumpsuit on, get your fucking neck sawed through by a blade. That's what I fucking hope for one day. And then I'll go, well, that guy's a civilian. He's a justified target. Anyway, sorry. That is actually a thing that I've seen, though. That is actually a thing.
Jimmy D. Poor Jimmy D. I wonder if they, If only Chud cared as much about Medicaid. I guess so. This video does only have like 4 minutes left. But it's going to be a long 4 minutes, isn't it? It's going to be an incredibly excruciating 4 minutes. Do you know what? Do you know what? Some things are better left unseen. I'm not doing it. I'm over it. I'm done. I am done. I'm not shocked by it anymore. I am not flummoxed. Nothing. I've never seen so many citations and so many sources, and yet someone be so wrong. Like but it doesn't even surprise me. Why? Why do you seem flummoxed then? Don't know. It's just it's just my aesthetic. I don't know. You're scared. Yeah, maybe it all makes sense right at the end. Naturally flummoxed. Listen. I'm not telling you things about you that you don't want to hear, okay? What's wrong with you? What did I ever say to you? Cunt. Jimmy D. Okay, I'm gonna raid out. Guess who I'm gonna raid out to? You have no idea. None of you will guess right either. So I'm gonna do it. Okay. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Bright and early. Bye.